Chapter 415, Divine Firmament's Auction. The various sages heaved a sigh of relief as they saw Hidden Shadow tied up tightly by the Divine Firmament sacred leader. At last, that evil bastard has been captured. The various sacred grounds knew how great a threat the evil spirit sect was. Unfortunately, the evil spirit sect had been hiding in secret, being cautious and keeping a low profile. Therefore, even though the various sacred grounds had been trying to annihilate the evil spirit sect, the effects were not obvious. Unexpectedly, a true sage from the evil spirit sect had come to the Divine Firmament sacred ground to assassinate Shintian. Such bold actions made them could not help but be on guard. It was a bad sign. The evil spirit sect had been around for a long time, so no one knew just how powerful it was. However, just one thing was beyond no doubt: if the evil spirit sect started a war, it would be a catastrophe. No sacred grounds could stay out of it, and the whole 5 regions would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Meanwhile, from what Hidden Shadow had said, the evil spirit army would attack the 5 regions shortly after. Sages from the various sacred grounds could not help but worry. A great calamity is about to befall. The heavenly aura around the Divine Firmament sacred leader swayed slightly. The evil spirit sect's true sage has been oppressed, so the saint inauguration ceremony will be held as per schedule. The various sages suppressed their worries and looked at the Divine Firmament sacred leader. Seeing the unfathomable Divine Firmament sacred leader, the sages could not help but exclaim from the bottom of their heart, "It's all due to the Divine Firmament sacred leader burning his core essence that we could capture the evil spirit sect's true sage. We're deeply ashamed." Everyone was shocked by the Divine Firmament sacred leader's strength. Although he had only been a sage for 1,000 years, his ability was unfathomable. Many older sages were forced to admit with regret their inferiority. If not for the Divine Firmament sacred leader trapping Hidden Shadow, no one else present would be able to stop him, as he had the speed which surpassed even most great sages. By then, it would be a huge loss of face for the sages. Not to mention Hidden Shadow was a potential danger. He would become the various sacred grounds' nightmare if he escaped. Even a sage would have sleepless nights if a 6th tribulation true sage from the evil spirit sect with such powerful stealth abilities targeted them. The Divine Firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura swayed as he spoke indifferently. "Honor is my disciple and also the saint of the Divine Firmament sacred ground. I won't let those that dare harm the saint go, even if I consume all my core essence. At the same time, I also have the responsibility to protect every disciple in the Divine Firmament sacred ground. As long as those evil spirit scoundrels dare to harm my sect's disciples, I will definitely fight until my last breath. As long as Divine Firmament exists, our noble spirit is imperishable. As long as Divine Firmament exists, our noble spirit is imperishable." The other sacred grounds prodigies were astonished and then turned envious. As long as Divine Firmament exists, their noble spirit is imperishable. Such awe-inspiring words. That's the Divine Firmament Saint's master? How admirable! He really cares for his disciples, protecting them even at the cost of consuming all of his core essence. The Divine Firmament sacred ground is so lucky to have such a sacred leader. Look at our sacred leader, every day thinking of all kinds of ways to collect fees for teaching us. They can't be compared. Yes, my younger sister is also at the age of cultivating. I must think of a way for her to enter the Divine Firmament sacred ground, since there'll be someone backing her up. That's right, if the world really plunges into chaos, we'll have another route of retreat with someone in the Divine Firmament sacred ground." At that time, countless prodigies could not help but stare at their sacred leaders with resentment. Their stares were like saying, "Just look at how the Divine Firmament sacred leader is." The various sacred grounds sacred leaders' mouths twitched as they were in an unfavorable situation. They could predict that the pool of potential cultivators joining their sacred grounds might decrease for a long time in the future. Azure Lotus pursed his lips. "Junior brother, that sly fox is doing it again." How could Azure Lotus not know what the Divine Firmament sacred leader was thinking? It was just the routine chicken soup for their sacred grounds disciples. More importantly, the core target was to earn brownie points with Shintian. He had obviously succeeded. Shintian was touched, so he took out 2 gold lacquer jade bottles and handed them to the Divine Firmament sacred leader. "Master, here are 50 liters of Nirvana holy liquid and triple light divine water to recover the core essence that you have expended." The Divine Firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura swayed slightly as he replied, "Thank you, but I am all right. I can recover after resting for a few days, so leave such precious elixirs for yourself." Shintian bowed and said, "Master, You've consumed a large amount of core essence to fight that evil spirit scoundrel so that you could protect me. My cultivation level is still too low, so I am unable to help much. Master, please do not refuse. D'Honor, I really don't need it. Master, please accept it. D'Honor, leave such a high grade of restorative elixir for yourself. Master, I still have a lot of it, so you don't need to worry. I still have a lot of it. Those 3 rejections and 3 persuasion attempts made the present sages turn green with envy. These were 50 liters of Nirvana Holy Liquid and Triple Light Divine Water. Although the Nirvana Holy Liquid's effects were slightly poorer, its large quantity was enough to make up for the quality. One would be able to restore their core essence quite a few times with 50 liters of Nirvana Holy Liquid. Not to mention there was still the more precious Triple Light Divine Water, that was the supreme treasure universally known for its healing effects. Such a supreme treasure was useful to even sages and could heal Tao injuries. If it appeared elsewhere, countless mighty figures would fight over it. The various sacred leaders felt jealous. Why are others saints so wealthy? They then took a look at their own saints, and those sages could not help but shake their heads. Sigh. Comparisons are odious. Why are they so poor? How could they cultivate without money? Azure Lotus had already turned green with envy. Even Azure Lotus knew that compared to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, his ability to feed others chicken soup and gain brownie points paled in comparison. The old Taoist priest said pitifully, "Martial nephew, I have also contributed greatly to capturing that evil spirit scoundrel. He was indeed quite powerful. I have consumed a large amount of spirit chi to suppress him as he crazily struggled. It's extremely tiring. Could you give me like a dozen sky-mending pills to recover?" The crowd. As expected of Azure Lotus, his thick skin was unmatched. Consumed a large amount of spirit chi? Did you forget that you had just hit him from behind with your staff? How did you use so much spirit chi? Is it possible that your staff was not hard enough and broke in the process? Even so, you're going too far. Shen Tian was filled with helplessness as he was caught between laughter and tears. Martial uncle, please don't joke around. You took care of him with just one strike of your staff. Why is it that from what you said, it seems like you've undergone an intense battle? Azure Lotus' face turned red, but he quickly covered it up. I have internal injuries, so it's not obvious. Anyway, I'm injured. If I don't have the sky-mending pill to heal me, I'll most probably die shortly. Do you bear to see me? The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader could not bear listening, so he directly used his lightning chains to bind Azure Lotus and brought him away. Junior brother, wait. I still have more to say. Martial nephew, how about just 9? This is fine too. 8, 7, 6, even 5 is alright. MHMMM. The mixed divine lightning gathered to form the shape of a rag and was stuffed into Azure Lotus' mouth. Azure Lotus' hair stood up, and his incessant nonsense also stopped, so everything returned to peace and silence. Looking at Azure Lotus being dragged away, the numerous Divine Firmament elders heaved a sigh of relief. Yep, good job Sacred Leader. That guy should not continue speaking. It's simply too embarrassing. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground has a reputation to uphold. After dragging Azure Lotus to one side, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader appeared beside Shen Tian to protect him. Shen Tian put away his Lotus Heart Cauldron and passed 10 chaotic sky-mending pills from within to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Master, I dedicate these 10 sky-mending pills to the sacred ground. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. Shen Tian was aware of this. He would definitely be targeted if he left all the chaotic sky-mending pills on him as many people had seen him making them. Those sages seemed as if they were not tempted on the surface, but they definitely would also want them. After all, they were pills that could attract the mixed lightning heavenly tribulation. It was enough for many sages to take the risk. Hidden Shadow was an obvious example. Even a 6th tribulation true sage could not resist snatching them even at the cost of exposing his identity. Thus, this showed it was definitely difficult for other sages to resist such a temptation. Also, Shen Tian couldn't stay in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground for his whole life as he had to leave the sacred ground sooner or later. It would then be easy for others to target him. Although Shen Tian thought nothing of an ambush by just 1 or 2 low-level sages, it was troublesome. Fighting and killing were also quite tiring. And if he injured the person too heavily, it would be easy for others to hold a grudge against him. Therefore, it was better for him to pass the sky-mending pills to the Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader in front of everyone else to save the trouble. The less trouble, the better. It was better to be safe than sorry in the cultivation world. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura swayed vigorously as he spoke. "D'Honor, what do you think we should do with these pills?" As a sly old fox, how could he not know Shantian's considerations? Therefore, the divine firmament sacred leader did not refuse but instead asked what Shantian's opinion was. Shantian touched his chin. "Master, I think we could auction the sky-mending pills and obtain some sage herbs or artifacts. The highest bidder would be able to obtain them. Also, if our sacred grounds disciples or elders require the sky-mending pill, I could also help refine it. Of course, they would need to provide the materials themselves. Only the first chaotic sky-mending pill would be effective, so it was useless to eat a second one. As such, it was better to just directly auction off those pills in exchange for a large number of sage herbs and artifacts." Not only could the relationship between the divine firmament sacred ground and other sacred grounds improve, but a large number of resources could also be obtained. As long as there were enough herbs and yang fire, Shantian could make even more sky-mending pills. It was not just a one-time thing, he could do that as long as the conditions allowed. It was just refining sky-mending pills. Shantian could have as many of those pills as he wanted if he just spent some time. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura swayed gently. "I am pleased that D'Honor has such thoughts. Such being the case, all the treasures exchanged by the sky-mending pills will belong to you." Shantian was stunned, but he firmly replied, "Master, I am also a member of the sacred ground, so naturally, I would want to contribute. The chaotic sky-mending pills are something I have given to the sacred ground, so the resources shall belong to the sacred ground. I cannot take them. I have always believed that one should not think of what the sacred ground has done for you, but instead, think of what you could do for the sacred ground. I am very happy to be able to contribute to the sacred ground. Master, please accept it." The divine firmament sacred leader shook his head and said, "D'Honor, you have spent much effort and resources to make the chaotic sky-mending pills, so the sacred ground cannot allow you to suffer such a loss. It's decided already, so don't refuse anymore." The divine firmament sacred leader's tone was determined, and he did not give any chance for refusal. Shantian had no other choice but to nod and agree. Yep, that's right, he definitely had no other choice. How regretful. Shortly after, the divine firmament sacred leader left Saint Mountain with the 10 chaotic sky-mending pills. Meanwhile, Shantian planned to have a rest. He had been in seclusion for so long and even refining pills for 12 days straight. Shantian had used too much yang fire, so he had to take a rest. At the same time, he also had to familiarize himself with the procedures in preparation for the saint inauguration ceremony tomorrow. Most importantly, Shantian had to make another dozen of Blood God's Son for safety. Since everyone was saying that the evil spirit sect would cause trouble and the 5 regions would become chaotic, safety was naturally the most important in such a situation. He had to use his yang fire and essence energy in everything. Sigh. How tiring. But there's no other choice. Shortly after, the news of the divine firmament sacred leader auctioning the chaotic sky-mending pills had been widely spread. Only by doing so would the various sages know that Shantian had already given the pills to the sacred ground to prevent them from having any other thoughts. Secondly, it was also to advertise the auction. It would not be an auction if no mighty figures participated in it. The divine firmament sacred leader told the disciples to prepare an area for the auction and made Shopkeeper Song the auctioneer. Shopkeeper Song had been the Sky Spirit Pavilion's shopkeeper in the past, so he was the most suitable one in hosting this auction. Naturally, Shopkeeper Song was overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. It was the divine firmament sacred grounds auction, and the participants were mighty existences, such as the various sacred grounds sacred leaders and grand elders. He went mad with joy as he would be able to host the auction. "Sacred leader, please don't worry. I will definitely try my best." Shopkeeper Song smiled brightly. Being able to host the auction for sages brought honor to his ancestors and was enough for him to brag about for 1,000 years. Song family ancestors, it's all thanks to Master Celestial that I am who I am today and able to bring honor to you. If not for Shantian, Shopkeeper Song might still be a small shopkeeper in his Sky Spirit Pavilion. He would not have been able to enter the divine firmament sacred ground nor come in contact with such powerful existences. Such things were something the previous him would not even dare to dream. "Thank you, Master Heavens. Thank you, divine firmament sacred ground." At the side, Lu Taiyi took out a jade bamboo slip and silently started recording. Shopkeeper Song receives paramount honor by praising Master Celestial, becoming the host of the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds auction. Shopkeeper Song did not stop Lu Taiyi. He was glad to see it since it was paramount honor. The Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds auction this time was well prepared. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had even spread the effects of the chaotic sky-mending pill to attract the sages. It was a pill that could strengthen the foundation of sages, increase their cultivation level greatly, and had the effects of changing one's destiny. In that instant, countless powerful cultivators yearned for it. However, most of them were doubtful as they thought that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was just bragging about the chaotic sky-mending pill to increase its price. After becoming sages, their physique and foundation had already been determined, and almost no pills would be effective on them. Not to mention a pill that could increase a sage's aptitude for enlightenment was simply unheard of. If it was not for that pill actually attracting the lightning tribulation and emitting a pill fragrance to prove that it was a supreme pill with immeasurable value, they might not even be there. Therefore, most sages were still doubtful regarding the pill's effects. Also, the auction was held by the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. If they did not participate, then there was a 50% chance that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader might visit them personally. By then, if they sparred for 7 days and nights, and it ended in a draw. Since they were at the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, they had to give him some face. The various sages gathered and waited for the auction to begin. Shopkeeper Song wore a red robe and walked onto the platform while radiating with vigor. "Welcome, senior sages from all corners of the land. I am Song Fu-gi, and I shall be the host for Divine Firmament's auction today. The items that are to be auctioned today are 5 chaotic sky-mending pills, which are Divine Firmament Saint refined. They possess the miraculous effects of strengthening one's foundation and increasing one's aptitude for enlightenment. The starting price is 1 sage herb or artifact." Shopkeeper Song was still extremely experienced. He was professional as he spoke in an orderly way even when facing the various sages. However, the sages below got their bowels in an uproar. What? Why is it so expensive? Although this pill is extraordinary, it's not worth a sage artifact. Everyone doubted the price as they did not believe that the pill could permanently strengthen the foundation of sages. It was just too unbelievable. If its effects were just temporary, then the value of that pill would not be worth a sage artifact at all as a sage artifact's enhancement was permanent. For a short while, there was actually silence for the first chaotic sky-mending pill. However, a few still made a symbolic bid as they were at the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. They still had to give the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader face. A sage dragon orchid. A sage 10,000-year snake fruit. Only a handful of people joined the auction, and the Jade Lake Sacred Leader obtained the first sky-mending pill. It was mainly because the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and Divine Firmament Sacred Ground were on good terms, so the Jade Lake Sacred Leader did not want for the auction to face awkward silence. However, when the Jade Lake Sacred Leader held the pill in her hands, she was astounded. The chaotic sky-mending pill actually released an abundance of spirit chi which surged toward her body, making her emit divine light throughout. The brilliant light was emitting dense energy and was extremely tempting. It was as if she could undergo an extraordinary transformation after eating that pill. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader swallowed the chaotic sky-mending pill without hesitation. She sat down cross-legged with her eyes closed shut, and endless divine light shone from within her, making her seem heavenly. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura swayed slightly as he thought, "That's the effect that I wanted. How could Diana's pills be ordinary? You foolish people, just wait and see. You'll definitely regret it." Hey. Chapter 416, Heavenly Venerable White Lotus, Senior Brother Likes Me. After consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader's aura dazzled. Divine light swirled around her. It was spectacular. Wave after wave of robust medicinal energy circulated through her body and seeped into her limbs and bones. Her aura also grew more formidable, as if she was undergoing an exquisite transformation. Chi. A dazzling light shot out of the Jade Lake Sacred Leader's body and straight into the sky, causing the surrounding fabrics of space to vibrate. Rumble. A thundering boom rang through the skies, making everyone's hearts shudder. Thick tribulation clouds gathered, radiating with fearsome divine energy. The immense pressure presented by those dark clouds swirling above the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was now the focal point of everyone's attention. It was clear that after the Jade Lake's Sacred Leader consumed the pill, she had broken through and was about to undergo tribulation. The various Sacred Leaders gazed at the Jade Lake Sacred Leader. How is that possible? Didn't she just undergo a tribulation recently? It was very difficult for a sage to raise their own cultivation level. Without hundreds or thousands of years of hard work, it was next to impossible to make a major breakthrough. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader had just undergone tribulation recently. How could she possibly go through another one so soon? Is that pill really that miraculous? It can help a sage approach tribulation? Even so, they couldn't help feeling worried. There were actually many other special pills that could help a sage approach tribulation. It was not that uncommon. The key was whether one could overcome the tribulation now that it was here. One should know that a tribulation was no laughing matter. If a practitioner was not strong enough, they might be killed by the heavenly tribulation lightning. By then, not only would a practitioner fail to break through, but they would also end up blasted to death. The tribulation aura grew increasingly strong. The tribulation clouds covered the entire sky, filling everyone's hearts with fear. Many sages realized that something was not quite right. This pill is able to trigger a double tribulation? If that was so, this chaotic sky-mending pill was indeed very miraculous. Nonetheless, this was not a good thing for a normal sage. A sage had to give their all just to handle one tribulation. And this was a double tribulation. If one forced a double tribulation to happen but didn't have enough power to overcome it, it would be a huge bane to the sage. It would end up becoming a death-inducing pill. As the various sacred leaders tried to analyze what was happening, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader had already flown up into the air. A seemingly endless blanket of tribulation clouds exuded a terrifying aura, saturating the entire space with countless heavenly tribulation lightning. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader stood there in mid-air, light rays spreading out from behind her. The light rays formed 3 huge moons, pristine and flawless, nearly covering the entire sky. This was the Great Moon Constitution Avatar, activated to the highest levels by the Jade Lake Sacred Leader to prepare for the tribulation. Soon after, beams of golden light gushed out of her body, enshrouding the 3 moons with a layer of golden shimmer. Enhanced by the golden light, the 3 moons trembled and radiated with dazzling divine light. At this point, 6 moons emerged from the golden glow. These 6 moons dazzled with an unprecedented light, which intermingled with the first 3 moons, giving a total of 9 shining moons. All the sacred leaders were shocked by the sight as if they had just witnessed a ghost. Everyone knew the Jade Lake Sacred Leader had the Great Moon Constitution. They also had a good understanding of her cultivation level and battle prowess. However, the Jade Lake's Sacred Leader had now conjured 9 shining moons. It was clear that her powers had been greatly enhanced. It should be pointed out that just a short while ago, she could only form 3 moons. 9 moons hung in the sky, looking very majestic and regal. Since ancient times, anyone who could exhibit a 9-moon avatar was someone who possessed exemplary talents enough to reign over the 5 regions. As long as they didn't give up halfway, a prodigy of this level would at least progress to be a subtarch. If they continued to gather more fortuitous opportunities, they might become a full tarch. And now, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader had managed to conjure this avatar. One couldn't help being thunderstruck. Such a major evolution within such a short period of time. The only possible explanation was the chaotic sky-mending pill. TSS. Is this pill so potent? The sacred leaders took deep breaths. As well-versed as they were about the world, they had never seen such a miraculous pill that was able to cause such a major evolution in a sage. Miraculous. It is indeed heaven-defying. Boom. Lightning engulfed the Jade Lake Sacred Leader. The skies descended into endless darkness, and a destructive aura spread across the entire area. It was spine-chilling. Unexpectedly, pristine moonlight shone through this endless darkness. 9 bright moons hung in the sky, clashing against the lightning tribulation. Powerful energy waves radiated continuously from the air as if wanting to completely destroy the earth. In the end, the power of the moon subdued everything. Even the heavenly tribulation grew dimmer. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, 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 rumble. The lightning magnified again as if a great calamity was about to befall. Within a few short moments, the Jade Lake Sacred Leader underwent 2 consecutive lightning tribulations. Her aura underwent a major transformation as a multicolored divine light engulfed her entire body. Extraordinary and magnificent. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader's cool voice rang out. Brother Long Yuan was speaking the truth. This chaotic sky-mending pill does have heaven-defying effects. As cool as her voice was, she was unable to hide the shock in her tone. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader was the one who had consumed the pill, so she was well aware of how potent it was. Not only had it enabled her to undergo 2 consecutive tribulations, but it had also helped her constitution evolve. Even her ability to decipher things had shot up while her overall innate potential was enhanced. Her cultivation journey would progress more smoothly from now on. The effects of this pill were just mind-blowing. The Jade Lake Sacred Leader's aura vibrated intensely, with multicolored rays completely engulfing her entire body. Nobody could see her expression. Nevertheless, the vibration of her aura was enough to show how affected she was. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura rippled gently. "Congratulations, Jade Lake, my friend." The Jade Lake Sacred Leader's cultivation level and innate potential improved greatly after consuming the Chaotic Sky Mending Pill. This was exactly what the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader hoped to see. With the Jade Lake Sacred Leader as an example, there was no need to do any more marketing. Anyone with eyes could see just how potent the Chaotic Sky Mending Pill was. As expected, those sacred leaders started clamoring. "Damn! This pill is so fierce. This is not just some simple divine pill. It is a peerless miracle pill. Young man, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and continue the auction. Give me 2 now. No, I want 5. How much are these pills? I must buy them even if I use up all my family resources." All the sages were in a frenzy after witnessing the Chaotic Sky Mending Pill's effects. Some of the bolder sages couldn't resist shouting loudly, paying no heed to their image as a sage. This was a miracle pill that could permanently improve a sage's foundation. It could also increase their power and cultivation level. No other Tark pill was so potent. One might be able to immediately ascend to the heavens with just 1 swallow. The various sacred leaders were filled with regret now. What was I doing just now? Why didn't I act on this just now? It's just a few sage herbs, right? I have lost out big time now. I didn't take the offer when things were cheap. How to salvage the situation now? Those fellows will never let up. I will definitely have to pay a high price now. So regretful. It was clear that the Chaotic Sky Mending Pill's effects had been fully displayed. It was a miracle pill that could drive sages mad. Who could resist? It was a no-brainer that the auction progressed at an extremely intense pace from then on. Many sacred leaders were still feeling very regretful. They had witnessed the potency of the pill, and it steeled their resolve. They must at least buy one no matter what. Even if they had to sacrifice everything. Even if they had to sell their own kidneys. Shopkeeper Song was stunned. He had never seen sages behave in this manner before. How was this still a gathering of the most elite cultivators? It was more like a noisy market full of haggling aunties and uncles. Nonetheless, given Shopkeeper Song's good business instincts, he very quickly snapped out of it and put on a calm face. "Dear seniors, there are still 4 pills left in this auction. Everyone can only auction for 1 each. Anyway, the first Chaotic Sky Mending Pill was the most effective. Subsequent doses would be quite useless. Now, we are going to auction off the second Chaotic Sky Mending Pill." The atmosphere of the Divine Firmament auction instantly fired up. The bidding intensified to unprecedented levels. Every single pill ended up being auctioned off for the price of several sage artifacts and several elite sage herbs. No choice, demand exceeded supply. Even if each person could only buy 1 pill, there were only so many pills. If they didn't bid for it now, what if there were no more pills for auction in the future? No one wanted to miss out on this miracle pill. As a result, the bids kept increasing, pushing the price of the Chaotic Sky Mending Pill to new heights. Its value soared higher than anything that had ever been in auction across all 5 regions. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura rippled strongly. He was very pleased. They had obtained many Sagal artifacts and herbs after all. It was more than enough to boost the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's power and foundation and bring it back to the top. This auction not only brought them a large number of treasures, but it also greatly increased the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's influence and relations with others. Regardless of whether they managed to get a pill, everyone would try their best to cozy up to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground now. After all, every single sage would dream of getting a Chaotic Sky Mending Pill. Even the sages who had already consumed a pill still had numerous disciples and elders back in their sacred grounds. If they could get the Chaotic Sky Mending Pills, they would be able to significantly enhance their sacred ground's power. And only the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground could produce these pills. Only the Divine Firmament Saint could refine it. They had to seek out the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground if they wanted a Chaotic Sky Mending Pill. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader felt very grateful. Dhyana is indeed our sacred ground's lucky charm. He brought so much good fortune to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. With Dhyana around, our sacred ground is destined to rise. Eunuch Gui was Shen Tian's closest confidant, and he was standing beside him now, observing this grand auction. Watching how those sacred leaders were proactively offering dozens of sage herbs as their bids, Eunuch Gui felt a strong sense of pride. The 13th prince had once been an unlucky jinx avoided by everyone in the country of fire. Now, he had turned into the latest celebrity across the 5 regions. Even a sage had to hold him in high regard. He was able to easily refine this chaotic sky-mending pill, which everyone was madly trying to obtain. His Highness is so outstanding now. Concubine Lan must be smiling down from the heavens. Meanwhile, Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was shocked as she observed the auction. As the premier alchemist of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, she had always supplied the other sacred grounds with pills. She had also auctioned off her own pills previously. But all the other auctions she had previously participated in were nothing compared to this auction. Is there any other pill that can make sages behave so crazily? Willing to go bankrupt just to get one? Honestly speaking, this pill was able to grant you the ability to become a sub-Tark. Even those Tark pills mentioned in the legends paled in comparison. It was entirely reasonable that this kind of pill was able to elicit such a response from the sages. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus looked at the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Senior brother, didn't Dhyana hand over 10 chaotic sky-mending pills? Why don't we ride on this fervor and sell them all now? If they offered all of them now, they would definitely be able to obtain sky-high prices. It would be a windfall for their sacred ground. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura rippled. We are only auctioning 5 chaotic sky-mending pills to maximize their value. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was taken aback. Maximize their value? The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader replied calmly, sometimes, treasures become more valuable when their numbers are limited. After witnessing the chaotic sky-mending pill's powerful effects, they felt a sense of urgency, knowing that there were only 4 left. There are quite a number of sages present now. Who among them doesn't want a pill? Only by giving them a sense of urgency would these people bear to offer up all their resources to bid for the pill. The more bidders there are, the higher the price will go, and the more desperate they will become. If they don't give their all, they will not get a single pill. Under such circumstances, who would dare to hold back and wait for a good price? If you hesitate just a little, the auction will be over in the blink of an eye. If there are numerous pills on auction, these people will not feel the same sense of urgency. Even if they don't get this pill, they can just wait for the next one. Anyway, there are still 9 of them. If that happens, we will not be able to maximize their value. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's tone was mild as he explained, but Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was enraptured. Who could have guessed that there would be such deep concepts regarding auctions? Senior brother is indeed very smart. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader looked at those sages. We will auction off the rest of the pills in a few months. After the chaotic sky-mending pill's reputation spreads, it will attract many more sages to come and bid for them. After all, only the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground has these miracle pills. And there are only a few of those pills left. By then, the chaotic sky-mending pill's price will increase even further. This is how the value of those pills can be maximized. Standing by the side, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus couldn't resist muttering to himself, "Junior brother, you are really sly and calculating. Who said that after cultivating the Heavenly Tao Sutra, one would cut off all emotions and desires and be rid of all material wants? This fellow's business acumen is even more devious than those crafty businessmen. Those pitiful sacred leaders and elders are all being led by the nose by this fellow. I think that now, they are willing to sell even their own underwear for a pill." On the other hand, Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was full of adoration and worship after listening to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's explanation. Senior brother has thought of everything. This is a good lesson for me. Formidable. Truly formidable. This is why Senior brother is the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. The gulf between Senior brother Long Yuan and the rest is just too wide. No wonder he is the man my heart desires. He is so splendid. He even glows all over. The Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader took out a chaotic sky-mending pill and handed it to Heavenly Venerable White Lotus. "Junior sister White Lotus, this pill is for you." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus was stunned. She hurriedly said, "Senior brother Sacred Leader, this pill is too valuable. I cannot accept it." The value of the chaotic sky-mending pill was clear for all to see. Even sages were going crazy for them. One pill could fetch several sage-level artifacts and dozens of sage herbs. This is such a valuable pill, and Senior Brother Sacred Leader is giving it to me. If he didn't like me, he wouldn't. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus face subconsciously turned red. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said calmly, "Junior sister, this pill is a gift from the sacred ground to you. I will compensate the honor at market price. If Junior sister can successfully become an alchemist sage, your contribution to the sect will be far higher than just a few sage artifacts. Please don't reject this. This is your reward for your many years of hard work for the sacred ground." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus blushed deepened as she said resolutely, "I will not let you down." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus felt extremely moved and thrilled as she held the chaotic sky-mending pill. "I think Senior Brother is not just thinking about helping me become an alchemist sage and contribute to the sect. If chaos is imminent in this world, Senior Brother must be very worried about my safety. This is why he gave me the chaotic sky-mending pill to improve my power. So that I can protect myself during times of unrest. Yep, I am sure of it. Looks like Senior Brother really cares about me. He. I will continue refining pills after I return today. I must let Senior Brother know that I am the strongest and most compatible woman for him. Yep, there are also Yanxi and Yunting. I must treat those two better from now on. After all, it is tough being a stepmother. We mustn't have any misunderstandings." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader gave a slight nod before turning to leave. The auction was ending soon, and he had to go settle the final arrangements and announcement. Gazing at the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's back profile, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus couldn't help pursing his lips. "I wasted so much breath and didn't even get a single pill. Yet, this fellow gave one to his old flame just like that. Abusing one's status for personal gain. Choosing women over one's friends. Beast." Heavenly Venerable White Lotus blushed a deep red. "Ahem, First Senior Brother, please don't spout nonsense." "But First Senior Brother's words sound pretty accurate. Senior Brother Long Yuan does favor me. Oh no, my face suddenly feels so hot." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus looked at Heavenly Venerable White Lotus and said teasingly, "Junior Sister White Lotus, I am not spouting nonsense. You know it in your heart too. If you want to have this fellow, you must be more proactive and act quickly. Otherwise, after he progresses another level on the Heavenly Tao Sutra, and no longer reacts to anything. Junior sister, you will be like a grass widow then." Every elder in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground knew of Heavenly Venerable White Lotus' love for the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. After all, they were considered childhood sweethearts. When they were young, many elders thought they would become a pair for sure. Unfortunately, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Purple Lotus got together and even gave birth to 2 children. Only one person could fill the position of his wife. He could not possibly have 2. There was nothing else that could be done. Gradually, people started to forget about Heavenly Venerable White Lotus' heartache. But 18 years ago, Heavenly Venerable Purple Lotus fell at the hands of the Thousand Illusion Evil King during an ambush of the Evil Spirit Sect. The Thousand Illusion Evil King was a subsect master of the Evil Spirit Sect and was powerful beyond belief. At that time, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had not been strong enough to retaliate and avenge Heavenly Venerable Purple Lotus. This had given him the resolve to improve his power no matter what. Thereafter, he had poured his soul into cultivating the Heavenly Tao Sutra and progressed to very high levels. The higher he went, the more emotionless he became. This was why the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had yet to cultivate the Heavenly Tao Sutra to the highest level. If he did, he would truly have to cut all emotional ties and desires. By then, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader would have no feelings at all. Yep, whether it was mental, emotional, or physical, he would have no reactions at all. When that happened, even if Heavenly Venerable White Lotus married the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and became his wife, she would not be blissful. Chapter 417, Isn't it better if I consume the chaotic sky-mending pill myself? Heavenly Venerable White Lotus looked worried after hearing Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's words. No reaction. That was scary. What eldest senior brother said seems to make sense. Should I take the initiative? What if senior brother really doesn't react then? No, I have to hurry. There seems to be something wrong. How did eldest senior brother get involved in this matter? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was still instigating at the side. Junior sister, don't be a coward. If you like him, then take him by force. Who cares if he refuses? It's not as if he will use the mixed divine lightning to strike you. Since he won't do that, you have nothing to be afraid of. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus revealed an embarrassed expression. Senior brother, if you aren't afraid, why did you reject Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance? Junior sister Scarlet Dance has been waiting for you for so many years. She has long since expressed her intentions, so why are you still so indifferent toward her? The marriage fate between Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was also intertwined. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance had always had feelings for him, but Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus didn't have any for her. This also prevented the two of them from getting together. Cough. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus looked embarrassed. With my talent, I'm destined to ascend to the celestial world. Scarlet Dance's talent is too low. She doesn't even have a chance to ascend. How can she be worthy of me? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus wasn't stupid. How could he not know of Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance's feelings for him? However, the gap between the two of them was indeed a little big. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus didn't dare to make a move. Since ancient times, long-distance relationships had always been a tragedy, let alone otherworldly relationships. At that time, he would not be able to come down from the celestial world at all. Wouldn't that mean that he would cause her to become a grass widow? She would either become a grass widow or have an affair with another man. In short, long-distance relationships were not a good idea. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus chuckled. Eldest senior brother can think of a way to get junior sister Scarlet Dance a chaotic sky-mending pill. This pill is enough to change junior sister Scarlet Dance's potential. It shouldn't be difficult for her to ascend to the celestial world after she has taken this pill. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus pursed his lips and sneered. If I really had a chaotic sky-mending pill, wouldn't I enjoy it myself? How could I share it with others? At that moment, Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance appeared in front of them. Joy appeared in her eyes when she saw Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, and even her footsteps became much more cheerful. She didn't look like a Heavenly Venerable expert at all. She looked like a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. Senior brother Chu-Hee. Senior sister White Lotus. I've finally found you guys. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's lips twitched. Why is she here? Cough, cough. Junior sister, it's getting late. I haven't aired my blanket. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished on the spot. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus. Senior brother Chu-Hee, where are you going? Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance rushed to Heavenly Venerable White Lotus' side, but all she saw was Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus back. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Senior sister White Lotus, why did senior brother Chu-Hee leave when he saw me? Does he hate me? Or did I do something wrong? Heavenly Venerable White Lotus said helplessly, don't think too much, junior sister Scarlet Dance. Eldest senior brother might have things to do. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus sighed as she watched Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus leave. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus could only resolve this matter. No one else could interfere. Heavenly Venerable White Lotus felt helpless in her heart too. She was the same. At night, the sky gradually darkened. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance was cultivating in her room, but she would stop from time to time as she was unable to calm down. After a long time, she couldn't help but sigh. What did I do wrong? Why is senior brother Chu-Hee unwilling to pay attention to me? She had not only come to the Divine Firmament sacred ground to participate in the inauguration ceremony for the Divine Firmament Saint. More importantly, she wanted to see Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. However, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had ignored her, making her feel very disappointed. At that moment, something was thrown in from outside the window. Who? Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance hurriedly rushed out of the room. However, there was no one outside. Strange, who would come here in the middle of the night? Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance shook her head. Although she didn't know who it was, she didn't really care. After all, this was the Divine Firmament sacred ground. The security measures here were perfect. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance returned to her room and saw a white jade bottle on the floor. Obviously, the fellow who had been outside her room had thrown it. What is it? Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance curiously opened the bottle cap, and a sweet fragrance immediately wafted out. As this pill fragrance spread out, Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance felt her mind become incomparably clear. In the past, many areas were not very clear during cultivating. Now, she was suddenly enlightened. Just by smelling the pill fragrance, she felt as though she was meditating on the Tao. This is the chaotic sky-mending pill. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance's heart couldn't help but tremble as she looked at the round golden pill in the bottle. Her voice was trembling and filled with excitement. It must be Senior Brother Chu-He. Senior Brother Chu-He definitely likes me. Other than Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, she couldn't think of anyone else that would be willing to give her a supreme pill like the chaotic sky-mending pill. Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance blushed, her heart filled with warmth. On the other side, in the Sacred Master Palace, a certain someone looked at the 500-year contract in his hands as his lightning and heavenly aura rippled crazily. Hey. Rumble. The night was dark, and there was no starlight. Thunder boomed outside the divine firmament's sacred ground as lightning flashed. There were lightning bolts and tribulation clouds gathering every few hundred miles as far as the eye could see. It was clear that sages were undergoing tribulation, and there was more than one sage doing so. Many of them were undergoing tribulation at the same time. These were all the sages who had won the bid for the chaotic sky-mending pill. They couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and immediately consumed the pills. Instantly, the lightning attribute spirit chi in the divine firmament's sacred ground that spanned hundreds of kilometers became much richer. Even in the divine firmament's small world, the cultivation speed of many foundation establishment and golden core disciples increased exponentially. Upon seeing this scene, Yue Yunde's eyes shone with golden light. Such rich lightning attribute spiritual energy, how much mixed divine lightning can it condense? Yes, Yue Yunde was tempted. The Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor Sutra could use lightning attribute spirit chi to condense the mixed divine lightning. The heavenly tribulation was a great supplement to the divine firmament sacred ground's true inheritance. Thus, Yue Yunde simply ran to the side of those sages to enjoy the lightning tribulation. It wasn't just him, even the other elite disciples were egged on by Yue Yunde, and they all ran over to freeload on the lightning tribulations. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of the various large factions. At the center of the lightning tribulation, the sages fought the lightning tribulation with all their might, unleashing boundless divine might. The periphery of the tribulation was filled with divine firmament disciples. They were constantly rubbing against the lightning tribulation to condense the mixed divine lightning. The two were extremely harmonious, not interfering with each other. This also made many divine firmament elders sigh. Yue Yunde is truly clever. He is simply not wasting any bit of resources. Those sages must be feeling helpless at this sight too. However, the sages did not reject the divine firmament disciples leeching off their tribulation lightning. The reason they could cross the tribulation was that they had relied on the chaotic sky-mending pill. This supreme pill had allowed the physique of all the sages to undergo a metamorphosis, allowing them to pass 2 stages of tribulation on average. This also made them deeply feel how powerful the chaotic sky-mending pill was. All of this was thanks to the divine firmament sacred ground. Therefore, they decided to do them a favor and let them leech off the lightning. After all, they might need to seek help from the divine firmament sacred ground again in the future. There was no need to fuss over such a small matter. Which sacred ground didn't have a sage? Which sage didn't want a chaotic sky-mending pill? It was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation level during the tribulation transcendence stage, and a small increase in one's cultivation would easily take 1,000 years. Many sages would reach a bottleneck at some point of their cultivation, and they might not be able to advance even after thousands of years. Even when their lifespan was exhausted, they would be unable to break through the bottleneck, thus reaching the end of their life. However, this kind of predicament would be different with the chaotic sky-mending pill. Once a chaotic sky-mending pill entered one's stomach, one could easily overcome even a lightning tribulation. As long as a sage passed the lightning tribulation, their lifespan would greatly increase. It was impossible for those old seniors that had lived for many years and were nearing the end of their lifespans to not be moved. If they used the chaotic sky-mending pill to break through their bottleneck and increase their lifespan, they might even be able to take another step forward. If they were lucky, they might even ascend. After all, the greatest effect of the chaotic sky-mending pill was to change one's physique and comprehension talent. This was enough to make everything impossible become possible. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to offend the divine firmament sacred ground. Since even the sages didn't mind themselves, naturally, no one stopped Yue Yunde and the others from leeching the lightning. Hence, Yue Yunde went from one tribulation to the other without much trouble. He was having a great time. On the other side, Qin Yundi was also freeloading. It was just that his method of patronage was completely different from Yue Yunde's. Yue Yunde and the Divine Firmament disciples were using the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra to condense the mixed divine lightning. On the other hand, Qin Yundi had fully activated his mecha and linked it together with the array formation to absorb the power of the tribulation lightning. This also allowed Qin Yundi to absorb the tribulation lightning much faster than the other Divine Firmament disciples. What the FCK? You're a freeloader too, but how can you be faster than me? I'm telling you, a real man can't be this fast. Yue Yunde was stunned. Big Fatty Yunde's face was filled with envy and jealousy. If I were to obtain this array formation, wouldn't my cultivation immediately skyrocket? Soon, Yue Yunde set up a formation around him. In an instant, a surge of lightning attribute spirit chi gathered toward him. This caused Yue Yunde's face to be filled with excitement as he prepared to make a big move. Soon, his expression changed, and he broke out in cold sweat. This was because not only did this array formation draw the nearby lightning attribute spirit chi over, but it also brought along a portion of the tribulation lightning. Although this was tribulation lightning that leaked out as the sages were undergoing their tribulation, so its power was not as terrifying as the true tribulation, it still carried boundless might, far beyond what a heavenly venerable could withstand. Qin Yundi didn't really care. He used his mecha to absorb the tribulation lightning and connected it with the array formation. With the mecha sharing the burden, he was able to withstand the tribulation lightning. However, Yue Yunde was different. With his body as the foundation, the tribulation lightning struck down on his head. What the heck? Is there a mistake? Why am I being struck by lightning? No. Boom. Rumble. Kacha. Kacha. The tribulation lightning instantly enveloped Yue Yunde's body. After a while, Yue Yunde finally broke free from the tribulation lightning. His entire body was charred black, and his large Taoist robe was in tatters. His hair was completely standing on its end. White smoke was still coming out of his mouth, and his appearance was miserable. He had no idea how many times the tribulation lightning had struck him. Fortunately, under his Taoist robe, he was still wearing a precious artifact with extremely strong defensive power. Only with it could he barely withstand the power of the tribulation lightning. Even so, Yue Yunde could not help but wail. Fuck. What a miscalculation. If not for my strong foundation, I would have become a roasted suckling pig. TSSSS. As if affected by his injuries, Yue Yunde gnashed his teeth in pain. Fuck. I won't freeload anymore. A freeloader will easily get struck by lightning. The next day, the inauguration ceremony was held on Saint Mountain as scheduled. The Saint inauguration ceremony has officially begun. The loud voice attracted the attention of countless people. A melody played as petals drifted in the air. Shen Tian was clad in his long Yuan divine armor, and he slowly walked forward. His handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament made him seem like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He instantly became the center of attention. Countless gazes gathered on him, their eyes filled with fervor. This was especially true for the heavenly venerables and the sages. Their gazes were especially fervent. What had happened last night had made everyone realize how terrifying the effects of the chaotic sky-mending pill were. As the person who refined the chaotic sky-mending pill, all the sages present had no choice but to take Shen Tian seriously. One had to know that last night, not only did the four sages who had bid for the chaotic sky-mending pill transcended their heavenly tribulations, but even Heavenly Venerable White Lotus and Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance had become sages. This caused the other sages to be unable to help but be tempted. If they could build a good relationship with Shen Tian, wouldn't they be able to obtain a few chaotic sky-mending pill using their relationship? At that time, their loved ones and Tao companions might even become sages too. The auction yesterday had left everyone wanting more. After all, there were so many sages present, but only 4 chaotic sky-mending pills remained. They couldn't help but protest. Thankfully, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader appeared and said that the remaining chaotic sky-mending pills would be auctioned in 3 months. Only then did the sages calm down slightly. However, many people still couldn't hold back and tried to sound him out. Some people even wanted to use their connections to ask Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus to appear, hoping to ask him to help them buy a chaotic sky-mending pill from Shen Tian. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was already in a bad mood, so he kept muttering, 500 years, 500 years. How am I possessed? That's 500 years. At this moment, Someone suddenly came to ask for his help, and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' eyes lit up. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus pretended to be deep in thought. It's not impossible for me to do it. With this old Taoist stepping out, Dionor still has to give some face. But you all know the rules. I can't guarantee it will work. The sages all had troubled looks on their faces when they heard this. After all, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' name was really too smelly. It was obvious that the other party was trying to scam him for some benefits. However, some people couldn't hold back and gave their treasures to Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. After all, the sky-mending pill was too tempting, and no one could refuse it. Then, cough, cough, there was no then. Everything went deep into his pocket. Those pitiful fellows didn't even see Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' shadow. In the end, it was the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader who came forward to resolve the matter. This made Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' reputation even worse. After the inauguration ceremony, the banquet began as per normal. Shen Tian stood beside the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and asked, "Master, how was the auction for the chaotic sky-mending pills yesterday?" Shen Tian was puzzled. He had realized that everyone was staring at him. "What's going on? Although I admit that I am handsome, there is no need to pay so much attention to me. Could it be that the auction for the chaotic sky-mending pills did not go well? As a result, these people were not satisfied?" The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader body shimmered with heavenly aura on the surface as he said calmly, "Dionor, yesterday's auction went very smoothly. The treasures obtained from auctioning off the sky-mending pills are all yours. This can be considered a congratulatory gift from the sacred ground." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader voice was not loud, but the sages present could hear him clearly. This also made them take a deep breath. PFFFTTT. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was truly generous. One had to know that the chaotic sky-mending pill's value was unimaginable now because the old sages had used the treasures they had saved up for thousands of years to exchange for it. Yet, they were all given to the Divine Firmament Saint just like that. Rich. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was indeed generous. Some sages were overwhelmed with thoughts. If I have a good relationship with the Divine Firmament Saint, won't it be possible for me to obtain the chaotic sky-mending pill first? Although the auction was held by the sacred ground, the alchemist was the Divine Firmament Saint. No matter what, one would be able to enjoy the benefits if they were in a favorable position. Many sages were extremely tempted. It was better to act than to be tempted. Soon, a sage came forward with a pained expression and took out a small cauldron. "You are indeed a heaven-gifted genius, Divine Firmament Saint. To have such achievements at such a young age, you are truly extraordinary. This is a sage artifact, the Molten Fire Cauldron. It contains a 10,000-year earth core fire, and it is extremely beneficial to pill refinement. It is the cauldron used by pill sage Molten Fire 10,000 years ago. Today, I shall gift this cauldron to you as a congratulatory gift and also as a form of goodwill." The sage had carefully chosen this gift. It wasn't just to win Shen Tian's favor. He also hoped that Shen Tian would consider him first after refining the chaotic sky-mending pill in the future. When the sages saw this, they couldn't help but curse him for being cunning. A sage was actually giving a sage artifact away for a mere pill? Scum, I'm not going to do that. Soon after, however, the exact people who said so also came forward with congratulatory gifts. These congratulatory gifts were all top-grade sage herbs and artifacts. These sages all wanted to form good karma with Shen Tian. A mere sage artifact was nothing compared to befriending Shen Tian. They were all full of passion. Looking at the huge pile of artifacts in front of him, Shen Tian couldn't help but reveal a dumbstruck expression. When did sage artifacts become so worthless? Giving one basket of them in one go? One can't help but suspect that they are all fake. These seniors are really too much. Is it really good for them to be so polite? Giving out so much money in one go makes it easy for people to learn bad things. Should I accept it or should I accept it? Or should I accept it? Chapter 418, I'm really smart. Apart from the various sacred grounds, the grotto heavens affiliated with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had also come for the inauguration ceremony. At this time, Shen Tian saw a group of people from Grand White Grotto Heaven among the celebrating group. He had many old acquaintances amongst those in the group from the Grand White Grotto Heaven. Shen Tian smiled faintly and prepared to greet them. The Divine Firmament Saint is here. The Divine Firmament Saint is so handsome. No, I'm infatuated with him now. I thought senior brother Chang's was already handsome enough, but compared to the divine firmament saint, I realized that he's nothing. Oh, I shouldn't have such thoughts. How can senior brother Chang's appearance be comparable to that of the saints? Seeing Shen Tian walk over, the Grand White disciples, especially the female disciples, were extremely excited. Everyone's faces were flushed. After all, Shen Tian's current reputation wasn't inferior to the sages. In some aspects, he even surpassed them. This was especially so when it came to his looks. There was no doubt that he was one of the most handsome men. A few people even gave Shen Tian the title of Eastern Wilderness's most handsome man. A figure suddenly shot out of Grand White Grotto Heaven's group and shouted, "Big brother Shen Tian." This figure was petite and delicate. She had a flower pot on her head, and there was a green gourd vine hanging down from the pot. It looked like it was tied with a braid of flaxen vines. A cluster of fur swaying in the wind was around the flower pot, holding the flower pot in place. That's right, this girl was Li Lioner. She threw herself into Shen Tian's arms and mumbled, "Brother Shen Tian, I missed you so much." Shen Tian stroked Li Lioner's hair and smiled. "Long time no see, Lioner." "Big brother Shen Tian, why haven't you come to visit Lioner for so long?" Li Lioner hugged Shen Tian tightly and refused to let go. Shen Tian was helpless and was about to say something when he felt a chill run down his spine. An extremely piercingly cold strand of sword chi shot into the sky and pointed toward the direction of Shen Tian. It was extremely icy cold and laced with killing intent. Shen Tian became vigilant as he turned around. Could it be that Lioner's admirer was jealous of this saint? Such a cliché, boring, and awkward plot. How unskilled was the author to write such a story? Shen Tian's face darkened. His gaze landed on a burly middle-aged man with a sword on his back. He stared fixedly at Shen Tian, his sharp sword eyes overflowing with sword chi as if he wanted to swing a longsword in his hand to kill Shen Tian. Yes, this fellow was Li Lioner's father, Li Kanglin. Shen Tian blushed with shame. He hadn't expected the famed daughter consort Venerable Long River to come too, and worse still, witness what was happening. Fortunately, someone stepped forward and pulled Li Lioner away, interrupting Sword Venerable Long River from raging on the spot. The person who pulled Li Lioner was the Sword Supremacy Lotus, Li Chang. It was just that at this time, Li Chang had already successfully shattered his core to form his nascent soul and was now titled Sword Supremacy Lotus. Li Chang pulled Li Lioner away with a helpless expression. "Little sister, can you be more reserved? Father is still watching from behind." Li Lioner couldn't help but struggle and throw a fit. "Brother, let go of me. You are annoying. Don't stop me. I'm going to look for Shen Lang." Li Chang. He looked at Shen Tian with a helpless expression and explained, "Don't misunderstand, brother-in-law." Before he could finish speaking, Li Chang felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh no! This stupid mouth of mine has said the wrong thing. Father is still here." Li Chang's lips could not help but twitch. He hurriedly changed the topic. "Cough, cough, Brother Shen is indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect Brother Shen's cultivation to improve so quickly after our last meeting." Li Chang was at a loss of words. The last time they had met, Shen Tian had still been a weakling who needed his protection. How long had it been? Shen Tian's current strength was enough to contend against a sage. Forget about the rising prodigies, there were so many top geniuses in the 5 regions, Shen Tian wasn't just a rising star but a heavenly prodigy. Compared to him, what have I been doing all these years? Cultivate? Have I been cultivating loneliness? Even though he was also considered a genius, he could not help but doubt his life. Shen Tian smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for more than a year, and Brother Chang Ji's cultivation has also improved greatly. Congratulations. I believe that even in the nascent soul stage, there are very few people who can compete with Brother Chang." Shen Tian could sense that Li Chang had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, and an extremely peculiar sword intent was hidden in his body. This kind of sword intent was different from Sword Venerable Long River. It was a sword intent unique to Li Chang. If Li Chang continued to cultivate this sword intent, he might be able to create his own sword Dao. Li Chang's talent was also extraordinary from the looks of it, not weaker than those peak prodigies. Li Chang pursed his lips and muttered softly, "Even so, I am not as perverted as you." Li Lioner said, "Brother, don't think that no one can hear you just because you're whispering. You must be jealous of big brother Shen Tian and speaking ill of him. How impudent. No wonder you don't have a Dao companion." Shentian. Li Chang's? Li Chang suddenly felt his liver hurt. Whose sister was this? He must have brought along the wrong girl. How could she not be on his side? My heart hurts, my dear sister. 13th brother, long time no see. Shenao also walked over. He was a disciple of the Grand White Grotto Heaven, and his status was not low. Moreover, this was Shentian's inauguration ceremony, so how could he, his older brother, not come? Shentian's eyes brightened. 6th brother. When the two brothers met, they naturally exchanged greetings. Shentian had a good impression of Shenao. After all, before Shentian had become a bug-like existence, Shenao had been treating him well. There was some brotherly affection between the two brothers. After all, on the path of cultivation, most people were lonely. Many peerless experts desperately exhausted everything they had to finally walk the path of invincibility. However, when they turned around, they would realize that there was no one beside them. This was the helplessness of an expert and also a situation that was difficult to change. When he met Shenao, who was related to him by blood, Shentian couldn't help but have the urge to lend him a helping hand. He took out a chaotic sky-mending pill and passed it to Shenao. 6th brother, this is for you. Shenao's body trembled as he looked at the chaotic sky-mending pill in his hand. He reflexively reached out his hand but forcefully withdrew it. Shenao coughed lightly. 13th brother, this pill is too precious. How can I accept it? The sages of the various large factions were almost going crazy over the chaotic sky-mending pill. They didn't hesitate to use all their wealth to exchange for just one pill. In the end, the auction had ended regretfully because the number of chaotic sky-mending pills had been insufficient. But now, Shentian actually gave him the pill that made even sages crazy for nothing. How could Shenao not be moved? 13th brother, this supreme pill should be exchanged for a sage artifact to improve your strength. Doing so will also better guarantee your safety. Even though he was drooling over the chaotic sky-mending pill, Shenao still refused. 13th brother treats me so well. How can I not consider for him and accept this pill just like that? By the side, Supremacy Zi Yang's lips twitched as he forced out an ugly smile. Naturally, his heart was in pain. What a dumb disciple. My silly disciple, how could you refuse it? That's the chaotic sky-mending pill. Just one. Just one of them would save you at least a few thousand years of hard work. Supremacy Zi Yang violently trembled, his beard nearly exploding from anger. Shentian was slightly stunned. He did not expect his 6th brother to be so polite. How touching. Shentian patted Shenao's shoulder. 6th brother, accept it. I still have a few of these. Besides, I don't lack any artifacts. With that said, Shentian took out the basket of artifacts that the sages had just given him. 6th brother, if you see anything you like, you can pick them. With so many supreme grade sage artifacts, there weren't many artifacts that could attract Shentian anymore. As for the rest, they could only be used for transactions or as gifts. It was a gift anyway, so why not give one to Shenao? After all, they were blood-related brothers. Looking at the basket of artifacts, Shenao was even more confused. What? Why do I feel like I'm useless when compared to 13th brother? Putting aside the chaotic sky-mending pill, only a freak like Shentian could refine it. One had to know that even a supreme spirit artifact required a master to work hard for hundreds of years. And what Shentian had casually taken out were all sage artifacts, a basket full of them. Pick anything. Who could resist such temptation? They were both princes of the country of fire, so why was the difference so great? For some reason, this sentence appeared in Shenao's mind. Shentian's eyes shifted as he fished out 2 more chaotic sky-mending pills and handed them to Li Liner and Li Chang, respectively. Liner, brother Chang, these 2 chaotic sky-mending pills are for you. Li Liner had a very special status in Shentian's heart. She was Shentian's first girl. If not for Li Liner backing him up, things would definitely not have gone so smoothly when he swindled people in the Myriad Spirit Garden. On the other hand, Li Chang had saved Shentian before, and the token he had gifted him had helped Shentian resolve many dangers. Shentian wasn't an ungrateful person and naturally wouldn't forget them. Li Chang's heart shook violently as he held the chaotic sky-mending pill in his hand. He never expected such a good thing to happen to him. Brother-in-law, how can I accept this? How could I, Li Chang, be the kind of person to receive a reward without doing anything? After Li Chang's received the chaotic sky-mending pill, he immediately forgot about his father's murderous gaze behind him. He put his arm around Shen Tian's shoulder. "Brother-in-law, I've long since seen how extraordinary you are. You're definitely worthy of my sister." Shen Tian was exasperated. "Isn't it just a chaotic sky-mending pill? Is there a need to make such a fuss?" Li Lion'er blushed. "Brother, what are you saying? How embarrassing." Following that, Li Lion'er lightly stepped forward and tiptoed, her red lips lightly touching Shen Tian's face. "Thank you, big brother Shen Tian," Li Lion'er murmured softly, and her face flushed as she felt extremely touched. Lion'er was right. Brother Shen Tian really likes Lion'er. Sob, so happy. The crowd. "Shen Tian? What? As soon as I was distracted, I was taken advantage of?" It's one thing to be taken advantage of, but to suffer a loss is another. The main point is that there is a daughter Khan here. Aren't you afraid of someone going berserk? As expected, Shen Tian glanced at Sword Venerable Long River and realized that the old man's face was darker than charcoal. An earth-shattering sword intent burst forth from Li Kanglin's body. It was as if a tempestuous wave was crashing down, rushing into the heavens, and tearing the surrounding space into pieces. The divine sword behind him shook violently as it emanated shocking divine might. Clang! The divine sword was unsheathed with a loud rumble and shot out a dazzling sword gleam aggressively. Sword Venerable Long River, Li Kanglin, finally couldn't take it anymore. He raised his sword and was about to attack. Shen Tian was so shocked that he took out the ocean divine hammer and stared intently at the irritable old man. Who knew if this old fellow would really give him 2 strikes when he was enraged? It was the scariest thing to be against a daughter Khan. Fortunately, the Grand White Grotto Heaven Leader caught Li Kanglin in time and stopped him. "Senior brother, calm down, calm down." Sword Venerable Long River ground his teeth. "How can I calm down? Junior brother, let go of me. Let me hack him to death." The Grand White Grotto Heaven Leader said helplessly, "Senior brother, even if we can't calm down, we have to. He has given us 3 chaotic sky-mending pills. That is an entire 3 stalks of immortal seedlings. Chang'e and Lion'er have both benefited from it. It's really not appropriate for you to cut him now. Furthermore, the Divine Firmament Saint can even send a true sage flying. Even if you were to attack him, your old body might not be able to withstand a few of his strikes." The Grand White Grotto Heaven Leader tried his best to persuade him. He was really afraid that the old fellow would charge forward. He wasn't afraid of anything happening to Shen Tian, but he was afraid that Li Kanglin would get beaten up on impulse. Ignoring the fact that Li Kanglin could not withstand the hammer, they were standing on the land of the Divine Firmament sacred ground. Experts from all over the world attended the Divine Firmament Saint's inauguration ceremony. If Li Kanglin attacked Shen Tian and couldn't defeat him, his reputation would be completely ruined. Li Kanglin's body froze, and he finally put down the sword in his hand. He looked at Shen Tian with a pained expression before turning to look at the large hammer in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. The family is unfortunate, the family is unfortunate. Then, Li Kanglin turned around and left, his figure looking lonely. That was his own daughter. Yet, just like that, she has abandoned him for another boy. Li Chang'e patted Shen Tian's shoulder. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. With you around, I'll definitely make father accept you." Li Chang'e also promised to help Shen Tian deal with Li Kanglin. At that moment, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. "Chang'e, double your training when you get back. Swing your sword 100,000 times a day. You are not allowed to leave the house until you break through to the soul formation stage." Li Chang'e's mouth twitched, and his smile slowly froze. Fuck, he had messed up. He had just broken his core and formed his nascent soul not too long ago. He did not know how long he would need before he could break through to the soul formation stage. What the heck? How long has this been going on? Shenai looked at Li Chang'e with a face full of sympathy and said with a smile, "Senior brother, why are you doing this? You actually dared to be complacent in front of Martial Uncle Kanglin." Shenai knew very well how satisfying Li Kanglin's training was. Sigh, he was really happy to see his senior brother being trained. "And Shenai, you will also undergo special training." However, Li Kanglin's following words made the smile on Shenai's face quickly freeze. 13th brother, save me." On the other side, Wang Xingshu and Qi Shaoxuan were preparing to congratulate Shen Tian. Wang Xingshu's eyes widened when he saw Shen Tian delivering the pills. Chaotic sky-mending pill. I want the chaotic sky-mending pill. Wang Xingqiu suddenly jumped out and ran to Shen Tian's side, his face full of admiration. The first time I saw Brother Shen, I felt that Brother Shen was extremely talented and was destined to become a dragon amongst men. Given Brother Shen's talent, you will definitely reach the peak of the 5 regions and become much stronger than someone with the aptitude of a Tark. In my opinion, Brother Shen not only has the talents of a Tark, but you also have the talents of an immortal king and an immortal emperor. In order to hug this thick thigh, I will definitely brag about Brother Shen even if I have to kneel on the ground. Shen Tian. Brother Wang, does your sacred leader know that you are so good at bootlicking? On the other side, the Great Void sacred leader's face was as black as Li Kanglin's. What an embarrassing thing. Don't you know that you are the saint of the Great Void sacred ground? Don't you know that you represent the sacred ground? I'll kill you when we get back. How embarrassing. The Great Void sacred leader was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his heart was cold. For a mere chaotic sky-mending pill, this sinful disciple did not even want the dignity of the saint of the Great Void sacred ground? Moreover, the chaotic sky-mending pill is a supreme treasure. Do you think that just because you said a few flattering words, others will give it to you? Can you use your brain? At this time, Shen Tian helplessly said, "All right, Brother Wang, this chaotic sky-mending pill is for you." How could he not know what Wang Xingqiu was planning? However, this guy did not even prepare a draft of his bragging. You're making me feel a little weak. If this guy continued to brag, what if others really believed him? At that time, all the evil gods would wield their sabers and come to cut him down since he was someone with the potential to become an immortal emperor. At that time, wouldn't he be done for? No, he had to make the sky shut up. Shen Tian directly used the chaotic sky-mending pill to stop Wang Xingqiu from continuing. However, giving the chaotic sky-mending pill to Wang Xingqiu was not a loss. After all, this guy was a son of Providence with a purple halo above his head. If he could raise his strength, he could still make use of a few great opportunities in the future. Not only did he get rid of this annoying fellow, but he also had a sheep to fleece. The best of both worlds. As expected of me. I am truly too quick-witted. The Great Void sacred leader was dumbfounded upon seeing his disciple obtain a chaotic sky-mending pill after bootlicking the divine firmament saint a few times. After all, an astounding number of sage artifacts had been used in exchange for a single chaotic sky-mending pill. Yet, such a transcendent divine pill was gifted to his own vile disciple just like that? Frankly speaking, the Great Void sacred leader felt that his tongue suddenly felt itchy. Chapter 419, Huang Shi's Edict, Jixia Mass Enrollment. Looking at the sky-mending pill, Wang Xingqiu was so touched that tears filled his eyes. Brother Shen is such an honorable and upstanding man. Wang Xingqiu was delighted. Woohoo! Woohoo! Sky-mending pill. Chaotic sky-mending pill. Will I be able to ascend to the heavens after consuming this pill? Wang Xingqiu did not hesitate. He immediately consumed the sky-mending pill and started refining it. Soon, his body glowed, and he exuded a mighty aura. The Great Void sacred leader gazed in Wang Xingqiu's direction, his eyes full of anticipation. Wang Xingqiu possessed the Great Void constitution, and with this pill, any prodigy with any kind of constitution would be able to evolve. Does this mean that I can now announce to the world, my disciple Xingqiu has the potential to be a Tark? Hadn't the Purple Mansion sacred leader been acting so pompously in front of me all this long? After Xingqiu refines this sky-mending pill, let me see if that fellow can continue behaving so pompously. He will be so jealous. Just the thought of that thrills me. The Great Void sacred leader was full of hope and expectations. It was like he could already see the envious and jealous expression on the Purple Mansion sacred leader's face. He completely forgot that he had nearly lost control and killed his stupid disciple just a second ago. But then again, is it that easy to get a sky-mending pill? Why don't I give it a try later on? A bold idea suddenly emerged in the Great Void sacred leader's mind. However, after looking at Shen Tian and then at the group of juniors, he shook his head in the end. There were too many people in the crowd now. He really could not afford to lose face in front of them all. He was the Great Void sacred leader, after all. He had to maintain a level of dignity. At that moment, the Divine Firmament sacred leader walked past. The Great Void sacred leader had just managed to suppress his urge when it rose again. Although I cannot maintain my dignity if I seek out those juniors, there is still the divine firmament sacred leader." Tempted, the great void sacred leader quickly chased after him. "Long Yuan, my friend, I have something to talk to you about." Rumble. Soon after taking the sky-mending pill, Wang Shingshu started to evolve. Tens of thousands of light rays shot out of his back, and the void surged and ebbed. Supported by the void energy, Wang Shingshu's body seemed to change into a mirage as if it was merging with the void. That was not all. Even the space behind him had turned somewhat fuzzy as if the fabrics of space were about to completely disintegrate and expose the void to all. A mighty aura spread across the area, attracting everyone's attention. Is this the great void constitution? This endless void makes even a heavenly venerable like me shudder in fear. Many people gasped as they stared at the evolution of Wang Shingshu's constitution. Their eyes were filled with shock. The great void had always been very powerful since ancient times. Anyone who could control the void energy could easily surpass all other cultivators. However, this kind of practitioner had a short lifespan as they had to use their life energy to activate this powerful force. That was especially so for those with the great void constitution. Every one of them had exceptionally short lifespans. As a result, people might be wary of those who could control the void but did not exactly fear them that much. Wang Shingshu's great void constitution was now evolving after consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill. The power of his physical body had been greatly enhanced. It was like he had merged as one with the void and become its ultimate controller. On top of that, Wang Shingshu's energy force was rapidly replenishing. His originally white mane had turned into fine, black hair, while his panda-like black eyebags had nearly disappeared. Every inch of him now radiated with extremely robust vitality. At the same time, Wang Shingshu's cultivation level was also rapidly increasing, all the way until peak stage nascent soul. The chaotic sky-mending pill not only helped Wang Shingshu's constitution evolve, but it also replenished all the vitality he had expended over the past years. At that moment, Wang Shingshu was full of life and vigor. Boom! His aura surged wildly. A divine light bloomed out of his body as his aura surged to the extreme. At that moment, Wang Shingshu was like the great god of the void descended down on earth. Qi Shaoxuan admitted to himself that he was jealous. This kind of pill could tempt even a sage. Of course he would be tempted too. Even Wang Shingshu managed to improve his power greatly thanks to the chaotic sky-mending pill. If Qi Shaoxuan could get that pill, wouldn't he become even more powerful? However, he was the former number one in Eastern Wilderness, proud and dignified. How could he behave like Wang Shingshu? Not everyone could be so thick-skinned. This made the situation rather awkward. Qi Shaoxuan wanted the sky-mending pill but couldn't bring himself to ask for it. He just stared woefully at Shen-Tian. Shen-Tian's beads vibrated. "Master, Jira feels an aura full of deep grievance radiating from the Purple Mansion Saint." "Shen-Tian?" Shen-Tian turned and saw Qi Shaoxuan staring at him resentfully. He looked exactly like a little wife who had not been doted on. Shen-Tian smiled. He knew very well what Qi Shaoxuan was thinking. After all, it was widely known that the Divine Firmament Saint had very high EQ. Anyway, he had already given away so many pills, and just one more wouldn't matter. Moreover, Qi Shaoxuan was also a great son of Providence with a purple halo. Qi Shaoxuan was a goose who laid very high-quality golden eggs. Shen-Tian was more than happy to be generous toward him. At that moment, Wang Shingshu rushed over and stood in front of Qi Shaoxuan in a spirited manner. He crossed his hands behind his back, and his aura surged magnificently, looking very formidable. He glanced at Qi Shaoxuan. "Buddy, do you dare to fight one round with me?" Wang Shingshu was extremely arrogant now. "The void is my domain. No one can beat me." Qi Shaoxuan had always been outshining him, so he felt very aggrieved. If it wasn't for his limited lifespan, he might be able to defeat Qi Shaoxuan. But things are different now. I have eaten the pill. My battle prowess has increased, and my vitality has been restored. I feel like I am fit and able again. Wang Shingshu stepped forth to challenge Qi Shaoxuan the minute he finished consuming the pill. He wanted to vent all the frustrations he had been harboring over the past years. Qi Shaoxuan fell silent. He could feel the significant increase in Wang Shingshu's powers. He wasn't confident of defeating him now. Even so, Qi Shaoxuan's purple aura surged, and he swung his heaven's halberd, looking very battle-ready. "I am number one in this world. How can I be afraid of such a petty little man? Since you want a fight, I will give you one." Wang Shengxu chuckled. Buddy, you are not my match now. I will kill you today. Wang Shengxu felt a thrill run down his spine. It had been a long time since he was able to hold his head up so high. From today onward, the position of number 1 in the world will be mine. Ah ha 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 ha. Just the thought of it makes me so happy. At this moment, Shen Tian walked over. Brother Qi, I forgot about this just now. I prepared this sky-mending pill for you. Shen Tian took out a sky-mending pill and handed it to Qi Shaoxuan. Qi Shaoxuan. Wang Shengxu? Damn. I licked his boots for nothing? Wang Shengxu's eyes widened as he stood there, completely dumbstruck. Meanwhile, Qi Shaoxuan looked very moved. Brother Shen, I don't. Yes, Qi Shaoxuan wanted to pretend to reject him, but he just could not get the words out. The effects of this pill had already been displayed for all to see. Even the power of Wang Shengxu, that loser, had been enhanced to such a high level. There was no way Qi Shaoxuan wouldn't be tempted. Under normal circumstances, one had to politely reject a few times to show good manners. However, Qi Shaoxuan was worried that if he stood on ceremony now, what if Shen Tian really withdrew his offer? When faced with this miracle divine pill, even Qi Shaoxuan couldn't help feeling very anxious. Brother Shen, words cannot describe my gratitude toward you. In the future, whenever you need me, I will be there even if I have to run through fire and swim across boiling waters. Qi Shaoxuan cupped his fists in respect, feeling very grateful. Shen Tian was indeed very generous. He was willing to give away pills as precious as this. The gulf between Brother Shen and I is as wide as the distance between heaven and earth. Even so, I am definitely taking the number 2 spot in this world. Sky-mending pill in hand, Qi Shaoxuan's desire for battle blazed to the extreme. He looked at the nearly crying Wang Shengxu. We will have a nice long sparring session after I consume this sky-mending pill. I want to see which is tougher, your body or my heaven's halberd. Wang Shengxu, if you got the guts, don't sneak off later. Qi Shaoxuan shot Wang Shengxu a mild look before sitting down to eat his pill. Qi Shaoxuan's confidence was back after getting that sky-mending pill. Great Void Saint Wang Shengxu? Great Void Constitution? I will teach you a good lesson later. Meanwhile, a myriad of expressions crossed Wang Shengxu's face. He went red for a minute, then pale. Although Wang Shengxu had recovered nearly all of his vitality, and his constitution and power had been greatly enhanced, Qi Shaoxuan was not to be underestimated. Qi Shaoxuan used to be number 1 in Eastern Wilderness. With the chaotic sky-mending pill supporting him now, his battle prowess would definitely surge up. I am not afraid of Qi Shaoxuan, but there is really no need for this. Yes, no need. After all, when others battle, they only expended spiritual energy, whereas I have to expend vitality. No matter how long my lifespan is, I cannot waste it just like that. Who knows just how many years of my life will I waste if I fight with Qi Shaoxuan now? At that thought, Wang Shengxu started to feel a sense of trepidation. No, not trepidation. I am just being prudent. He smiled. Brother Qi, I was just joking with you earlier. Ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. Qi Shaoxuan just shot him a mild look. Don't sneak off later. Wang Shengxu's face stiffened. Qi Shaoxuan, don't push me too far. Don't sneak off later. Don't think that I am afraid of you. I will sacrifice my own lifespan just to kill you. Don't sneak off later. Wang Shengxu. Brother Shen, I suddenly remember that I have something on at home. My 7th aunt's niece is cutting her hair for the first time today. I must go and help them celebrate the occasion. Brother Shen, I will take my leave first. Wang Shengxu immediately fled. Do you think I will really fight to the death with Qi Shaoxuan? No way. Do you take me for a fool? Things are not looking good. Time to run away. Swoosh. The void surged, and Wang Shengxu disappeared to goodness knows where. Qi Shaoxuan. The crowd. This great void constitution is pretty cool. His speed when running for his life is second to none. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanxi and Princess Ling Long were also bickering. They had not stopped since returning from Penglai Island. Luckily, they were more toned down now. They just fought verbally and didn't really come to physical blows. Otherwise, another major battle would erupt. At that moment, something on Princess Ling Long suddenly sparkled. Princess Ling Long was shocked as she took out an item. Why did my transmission device suddenly light up? Feeling hesitant, Princess Linglong activated the device. The golden light erupted into a brilliant rainbow that shot into her head. Princess Linglong looked even more startled now. Zhang Yanqi frowned. "What's happening?" Princess Linglong smiled. "A delegation from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty is about to arrive. They must be here to congratulate Brother Shen." As the young princess of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, she was very happy to hear that a delegation from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was arriving. Zhang Yanqi's expression turned grave. "Delegation from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty? Could they be here to propose marriage? No way. I have to find my father now. Junior brother is mine. No one else is allowed to have him." Zhang Yanqi hurried off. Before long, the divine firmament sacred ground was enveloped in endless divine light. The fabrics of space vibrated as light rays shot out from everywhere as if a searing sun was slowly rising. Everyone turned and saw a massive war chariot appear. 9 primordial Qilin-like beasts stood in front of the chariot. They were resplendent and exuded a terrifying aura as if heavenly beasts descended on earth. These 9 primordial Qilin-like beasts did have Qilin blood running through their veins. They were part Q. Ilin and were all demon venerables. They had very formidable power, enough to reign over all their peers. But even high-level demons like them were only good enough to drag the chariot. Behind these primordial Qilin-like beasts were 36 peak heavenly venerable cultivators dressed in silver armor. Their cultivation levels were terrifying, and their auras merged seamlessly as if they were one. It was clear that they were well-versed in coordinated attacks. 36 peak heavenly venerables working together was enough to stand against a true sage. Even so, these 36 peak heavenly venerables were just escorts. Right in the center was a dazzling golden chariot. Divine light swirled around the chariot, which was covered in numerous magic runes. Activated, it held enough power to kill a sage. A tall, mighty man with a fearsome aura sat inside this chariot. He had a relaxed demeanor and had the domineering air of an ultimate ruler. He didn't look like he was of this world at all. The sages from the various sacred grounds were shocked at the sight. Such a massive formation for just one chariot. So extravagant? Who was the man in that chariot? He had such a formidable standing and earth-shaking power? The man slowly stood up and stepped out. The space where his foot made contact with cracked, revealing a black abyss. Everyone's eyes narrowed. That aura was just too fearsome. It far surpassed that of a true sage. Only a peak tribulation transcendence expert possessed such a terrifying aura. That's the War King of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. A sacred leader from Middle Ground recognized the man. This made everyone even more shocked. It should be pointed out that the War King was one of the most powerful practitioners in the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. He was a great sage who had undergone 9 tribulations and could easily dominate over every single sage at present. Such a powerful practitioner was coming all the way to the divine firmament sacred ground. Could he be here to attend the saint inauguration ceremony? PFFFTTT. All the sages gasped at the thought. They didn't expect the divine firmament saint to be so famous as to attract such a big wig. The War King was now at the divine firmament sacred ground. He could cross 10,000 miles in a single step and instantly appeared before everyone, suspended in mid-air. The divine firmament sacred leader flew up, his heavenly aura rippling. "Welcome, War King. I wonder why you have come all this way?" The divine firmament sacred leader was well acquainted with the War King and was not worried that he had come to cause trouble. Moreover, the War King was from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, and Princess Linglong was still in the divine firmament sacred ground. All the less reason to worry. The War King nodded at the divine firmament sacred leader. "I came here to attend the saint inauguration ceremony and offer my congratulations. Also, I am here on orders of Great Tarkwang-shi to make an announcement to all the sacred grounds. Jixia Academy is making an exception to conduct a mass enrollment. All young talented prodigies at Golden Core 6th refinement stage and above can enroll at Jixia Academy." The entire crowd was in an uproar at his words. The War King of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, the most powerful authority in Middle Ground, was willing to come all this way to attend this saint inauguration ceremony. It was unbelievable. Even sacred leader inauguration ceremonies in all the other sacred grounds had never received such star treatment. This alone was enough to shock all the sacred grounds. But the most shocking thing was the second point: the War King had mentioned Great Tarkwang-shi. He was a legendary figure who had ascended to the top position across the 5 regions 5,000 years ago. He was the one who had created the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and Jixia Academy. Great Tar Kwang Shi had personally given the order to have Jixia Academy conduct a mass enrollment. This was enough to make all the Golden Core prodigies go into a delighted frenzy. It should be pointed out that Jixia Academy was the sacred ground where all the prodigies wished to enter. It attracted the most talented prodigies from all over. Inside that place, there were countless precious legacies and powerful practitioners as mentors. Many prodigies wished to go there. As long as one could enroll in Jixia Academy, they could become one of the top practitioners. However, it was not that easy to enter Jixia Academy. For the sacred grounds, only their saints and saintesses had the right to enroll in Jixia Academy. As for the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, their criteria were even more stringent. Unless the prodigy had mind-blowing talent, they would not be accepted. Generally, the sacred grounds would send one batch of core disciples every 100 years. Most of the core disciples would leave their sacred grounds after 100 years to gain more training experience or control one of their sacred grounds' strongholds. Meanwhile, the saints, saintesses, and most outstanding prodigies would enter Jixia Academy to continue their cultivation. Countless talented prodigies sparred and clashed in Jixia Academy, resulting in numerous conflicts. It was from these conflicts that truly indomitable practitioners were forged. Previously, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had trained in Jixia Academy. They had created many waves while they were in Jixia Academy. It could be said that this was the most powerful academy in the 5 regions. In the past, the academy only accepted the best. Now, they were relaxing their restrictions and accepting Golden Core cultivators. This meant that many more prodigies would be able to enter Jixia Academy. As a result, the faces of countless prodigies were filled with excitement and hope. However, the older generation was more subdued, with some looking rather grave. Is Jixia Academy doing this to quickly groom more talented practitioners? And this order was given by Great Tar Kwang Shi himself. Does this mean that even he is feeling the pressure? They linked this event to the earlier words of the evil spirit sect's true sage. For a moment there, the hearts of many sank. Don't tell me that. The 5 regions will really be descending into chaos soon? Chapter 420, Great Tar Kwang Shi, Teaching Personally? Just when everyone was shocked by War King's words, a figure ran out. Uncle War King. That's right, that person was Princess Ling Long. As the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's princess, she naturally had to come out to welcome the War King. Princess, if His Majesty knew that you sneaked away again, he'd be very mad, said the War King as he tried putting on a solemn face once he saw Princess Ling Long. After the Immortal Abode Island incident, Princess Ling Long had secretly run away. Who would have expected that she had gone to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? One had to know that Princess Ling Long had high status, so no one could take responsibility if anything happened to her. Princess Ling Long stuck out her tongue as she wheedled, "Uncle War King, I know I'm wrong." The War King smiled bitterly as he shook his head. His solemn face also turned into that of pampering. He just could not keep a straight face in front of her. Princess Ling Long not only had extremely high talents, but she was also wise and intelligent. Thus she was loved by the various powerful beings in the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Naturally, the War King was not an exception. Wait, why has the princess' constitution changed? The War King suddenly realized that Princess Ling Long's constitution seemed to have undergone a change. Currently, her constitution was much more powerful than before, and even her cultivation level had increased greatly. That astonished the War King. One had to know that the Ling Long sage body was already one of the top-notch constitutions. Even Emperor Shi had been delighted when Princess Ling Long was born. It was a constitution decided on birth and basically could not be changed. However, not only had Princess Ling Long's Ling Long sage body undergone a transformation, but it had also become much stronger. It was simply unbelievable. One had to know that only about 1 month had passed since she had gone missing. My strength has increased again, and it's all due to Brother Shen's chaotic sky-mending pill. Princess Ling Long blushed and unconsciously glanced at Shen Tian. Shen Tian? Chaotic sky-mending pill? The War King could not help but become interested. Shortly after, Princess Ling Long explained what had happened to him in detail. The War King was astounded and could not help but exclaim, "There's actually such an extraordinary pill in this world." Princess Ling Long would not deceive him, so there was indeed such a miraculous pill that could even benefit sages. The War King narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings before speaking. Where is the divine firmament saint? Shen Tian walked forward and cupped his hands together before replying, I greet Senior War King, I am Shen Tian. The War King looked at Shen Tian, who had unparalleled handsomeness and could not help but be stunned by Shen Tian's appearance. He's indeed extraordinary. His looks could even be compared to when I'm young. He said calmly, indeed, you have extraordinary talent. I represent the great wilderness celestial dynasty to congratulate you on succeeding in the position of the divine firmament saint. Upon hearing the War King's words, the sages from the various sacred grounds could not help but exclaim. They had indeed guessed correctly. The great wilderness celestial dynasty had actually sent the War King, a nine-tribulation great sage, to congratulate the divine firmament saint in his saint inauguration ceremony. Just what kind of honor was this? No saint or saintess in the 5 regions had ever enjoyed such a treatment. However, given the divine firmament saint's talent, he was worthy of such actions. During this period, everyone had already been convinced by Shen Tian's peerless talent, which he had displayed. Not only could he send a true sage flying with one hammer, but he could even create the chaotic sky-mending pill. No other prodigies from the younger generation could have such talents. Shen Tian smiled and said, Senior War King, you're flattering me. Shen Tian was quite humble as he was facing a nine-tribulation great sage. The War King nodded slightly. You are neither arrogant nor impetuous and have a mature mindset. You are indeed an exceptional man. On this trip, besides delivering great Tar Huangshi's edict, there's also a matter involving you. Me? Shen Tian was dumbstruck. Why does it involve me? Although I am indeed overflowing with talent, and I'm also both intelligent and courageous, it's unlikely for someone as powerful and mighty as the War King to look for me personally, right? Rumors say that the divine firmament saint is exceptionally gifted, so His Majesty has mentioned in the edict that he hopes for you to head to Jixia Academy to study. The Emperor is willing to teach you personally. The War King looked calm and composed, but he was also dumbfounded. One had to know that the great Tar Huangshi had paramount status in Jixia Academy. In the past 1,000 years, only Shi Tianzi, who had polychoria and paramount talent, from the great wilderness celestial dynasty had received Huangshi's pointers. Shi Tianzi was a young prodigy who could look down on all other prodigies. He was the strongest prodigy in middle ground. Only he had the qualifications to cultivate with Huangshi. Unexpectedly, Huangshi had actually given an edict to teach the divine firmament saint, who he had never met before and was in eastern wilderness that was far away. That had left even the emperor puzzled. The various sages were also dumbstruck. It was the great Tar Huangshi, the ceiling of the cultivators of the 5 regions. Such an existence had actually invited the divine firmament saint to enter Jixia Academy and even wanted to teach him personally. Even the sages were shocked. Meanwhile, the other sacred grounds prodigies were all jealous. As expected of the divine firmament saint, we fall far short of him. Being able to receive great Tar Huangshi's guidance is of paramount honor, and he will be able to brag for 1,000 years. However, Shen Tian was not happy. Instead, he was worried. What's going on? Is it possible that my fame has reached the great Tar Huangshi's ears? This is not good. If even an existence on the level of great Tar Huangshi knows of me, then doesn't that mean those evil cultivators from the evil spirit sect have their eyes on me? Looks like I have caused too much of a commotion recently. At that thought, Shen Tian suddenly felt anxious. He had successfully cultivated the second section of the Blood God Sutra and learned the true spirit rotation technique, so even if his real body was killed, he could instantly shift his soul to his clone and directly revive using his clone's body. Unless the opponent could instantly annihilate all of Shen Tian's clones, Shen Tian would be immortal. He might not be able to defeat all the powerful cultivators in the 5 regions with such a cultivation technique, but he had nothing to lose. There were only a few that could truly threaten Shen Tian's life throughout the whole 5 regions. However, it was a pity that this world was not very peaceful as there were just too many weird incidents. Would there be an existence with a special ability that could counter the Blood God Sutra? Shen Tian was not completely sure of such a point either. In the end, the 5 regions were only the mortal world. However, it was strange how the celestial world would pay so much attention to this world. Be it the God of War Pagoda, Chaotic Star Island, Primordial Battlefield, and so on. There were plenty of weird things that no one knew, so what if there was something that could counter the Blood God Sutra? Shen Tian still thought that it was better to be safer first and raise his strength as quickly as possible. Only if he was powerful enough would he not need to care about all kinds of threats and dangers. It was quite a good choice to enter Jixia Academy to study. It was renowned as the best place to study in the 5 regions, and one could increase their strength rapidly. Meanwhile, it was also protected by the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's powerful cultivators. Thus, the evil spirit sect should not be able to infiltrate it, right? Shen Tian looked at the War King. Senior War King, I am honored by such kindness. The reason Shen Tian agreed was not only to increase his strength as fast as possible but, more importantly, Jixia Academy was a place where prodigies from all lands gathered. As long as they were prodigies, most of them would have high providence or were even children of providences that surpassed other prodigies. A place where so many prodigies gathered, such a big sheep pen, dream place to study. How could I miss such an opportunity to study in such a place? I must go freeload off them. The War King smiled and said, very good, very good. From today onward, you'll follow me to Jixia Academy. Seeing that Shen Tian had agreed, the War King was satisfied. It was also mainly because he wanted to see just how extraordinary the Divine Firmament Saint for even the Great Hark to invite him. Could this Divine Firmament Saint's talent be on par with that person with Polychoria? Between the two of them, just who would be stronger? Shen Tian nodded and was excited. His providence had decreased, and he had yet to recover it, so he felt insecure. Shen Tian would not let go of such a great opportunity of going to Jixia Academy and would definitely freeload off some fortuitous opportunities. Here I come, junior sisters and brothers of Jixia Academy. Afterward, the War King left as he still had to converse with the Divine Firmament's sacred leader and sacred leaders of the various sacred grounds. At that moment, the edict token in the War King's hands suddenly turned into a bright golden light when entered the God of War Pagoda. A majestic golden figure appeared within the God of War Pagoda, and a cultured voice sounded. Huangshi greets Senior Yi. How have you been doing in the thousands of years that we've not met, Senior? The saint inauguration ceremony ended soon, but the Divine Firmament sacred ground was still very lively. It was mainly because Jixia Academy had expanded their intake, so Golden Core 6th refinement stage and above prodigies were extremely excited. Just nicely, most of the prodigies from the various sacred grounds had gathered at the Divine Firmament sacred ground. As such, they could also follow the War King to Jixia Academy. The 5 regions were not as peaceful as they seemed, thanks to the restless evil spirit sect that was ready to cause trouble. Its existence was extremely threatening to the young prodigies. In the past 10,000 years, the evil spirit sect had assassinated prodigies from the various sects. Many prodigies had already died in the evil spirit sect's hands before they could become stronger. That made many sects focus on the protection of their prodigies. Meanwhile, if they could head to Jixia Academy, they could be protected by the War King. They would naturally be much safer. After all, the War King was a 9 tribulation great sage, so even the evil spirit sect would not dare to act rashly. The numerous prodigies were waiting to head to Jixia Academy. It was a dream place for numerous prodigies as it was full of fortuitous opportunities that they yearned for. Many prodigies from the Divine Firmament sacred ground were also preparing. Besides Shen Tian, who the Great Hark had personally mentioned, true disciples at Golden Core 6th refinement stage and above would also head there together. That was the case for the top 4 prodigies of the Divine Firmament, Zhang Yunxi, Zhang Yunding, Fang Chang, and Zhao Hao. Their strength had increased to peak stage nascent soul after consuming the chaotic sky-mending pills. Even if Jixia Academy did not expand their intake, they would be able to enter it due to their strength and talent. The 4 of them could not help but be excited as they were able to travel together with Shen Tian again. Since Shen Tian was widely known as the son of Providence, it was naturally the best to be able to attend Jixia Academy with him. That also caused the number of prodigies heading to Jixia Academy to be far more than previously. It was a good thing that the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was well prepared and had directly brought a sage artifact flying vessel, which could accommodate everyone. That humongous flying vessel floated on top of the sacred ground, and splendid energy of laws could be seen surrounding it. The bright golden-colored flying vessel looked like it was coated with divine gold and was impenetrable. A golden barrier completely enveloped the flying vessel and emitted a powerful aura. The sage artifact was specially created by the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and could block attacks from true sages. The surrounding people could not help but gasp in awe. Only the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had enough resources to build such a sage artifact flying vessel. Therefore, there was no need to worry during the trip to Jixia Academy. Not only did they have a sage artifact with such powerful defensive abilities, but a 9 Tribulation Great Sage was also present. No one would dare to attack. "Let's head out." The War King's voice resounded, and the entire flying vessel flew into the sky while leaving behind a trail of gorgeous rainbows, heading toward Middle Ground. Middle Ground, within the Evil Spirit Palace. The resplendent and magnificent palace was grandeur as if it was a sacred place for Buddhism. The surroundings were filled with Buddhist items, such as golden Buddha statues, zafu, wooden fish, and so on. However, those Buddhist treasures were all dyed in black light, and there was no holy aura at all. Some golden Buddha statues' eyes were red and seemed to be filled with bloodlust, while others had turned completely pitch black and emitting an evil aura. In that case, this place did not seem like a sacred place for Buddhism. Instead, it looked like a land of evil. Meanwhile, there was an extremely sinister figure on the black zafu. On one side was pitch black light, while on the other was resplendent golden light. It was as if the Buddha and demons coexisted in one body. It was the evil spirit sect's lifeless king. The lifeless king suddenly opened his eyes, and a crimson light with incomparable sharpness was shot out of his eyes. However, his aura was much weaker than before. Evidently, his strength had declined. "That damned Shen actually caused me to lose 2 of my Tao bodies." Lifeless King's future self had died due to that astounding sword aura, and even his original body had been injured heavily. He had been resting for about a month, and only now did his injury stabilize. However, the Lifeless King's strength could not be compared to the past. Not only did his strength decrease by quite a few levels after losing 2 Tao bodies, but he had also wasted 1,000 years of cultivation. Even his cultivation technique of 3 bodies had faced a great obstacle. Lifeless King originally planned to cultivate his 3 bodies to the extreme before merging them. This way, his cultivation level might advance and reach an unprecedented stage. However, 2 Tao bodies had been destroyed, making the Lifeless King completely lose such a thought. Without thousands of years, he basically would not be able to improve anymore. Even if he did form those 2 Tao bodies again, numerous resources and lots of effort would have to be spent. Therefore, it was no wonder the Lifeless King hated Shen to his core. However, the Lifeless King also realized that Shen was simply too strange. His past self had been directly destroyed by the pagoda when trying to kill Shen while his evil spirit sect army had been completely wiped out. His future self had also been suddenly sliced into pieces by a sword aura when on the way to deal with Shen. Everything had happened because he had wanted to finish off Shen. That made Lifeless King extremely solemn. If any mishaps happened when he finished off Shen, he would really die this time. The Lifeless King swore, "Shen, the day when I cultivate my 3 bodies again will be the day of your death." The Lifeless King decided to find Shen and take revenge after his battle strength was restored. However, that did not mean he would let Shen off the hook. "If that is so, then I'll just take the interest from your family members first." The imperial family of the Country of Fire? 13th Prince? Humph, just you wait. The Lifeless King's sneer reverberated throughout the whole palace. Chapter 421, Are there prodigies outside of Middle Ground? Middle Ground was a vast land in the center of the continent. It possessed the most number of ore mines and had an abundance of spirit chi, so it was extremely suitable for cultivation. Due to the terrain advantage, the cultivators and sacred grounds in Middle Ground were far more than the other 4 regions. Naturally, there was also a larger number of talented prodigies. Meanwhile, the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was located in the most central position of Middle Ground and was extremely far away from Eastern Wilderness. Even if a Heavenly Venerable wanted to head to Eastern Wilderness from Middle Ground, it would take them about half a year. If the Golden Core and Nascent Soul Prodigies were to head to Jixia Academy themselves, only God knew when they might arrive. It was a good thing most of the Prodigies sat on the sage flying vessel of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty that had great speed, continuously zooming through the sky. They only spent 1 month to arrive at Middle Ground. The flying vessel gradually stopped and hovered in the air. Below it was an extremely grand and magnificent area. Thick heavenly fog enshrouded the whole area, which made it look miraculous. The cities were spread all over like stars in the sky, and the 18 main cities were distributed in all directions, which corresponded to each other, surrounding the imperial city. Each main city's location was extremely special. They corresponded to the general trend of heaven and earth, intermingling with each other and filled with mystery. It was as if a land from the celestial world had fallen to the mortal world. Such a design was as miraculous as the world's changes, gathering an abundance of spirit chi. The ingenious workmanship excelling nature had transformed the whole place. The various prodigies from eastern wilderness were all dumbstruck by such a scene as they walked out of the flying vessel. The spirit chi here is so dense. The various prodigies took a deep breath and sensed how thick and dense the surrounding spirit chi was as it surged to them like torrential waves. The spirit chi entered their bodies like an endless river. In that instant, all the prodigies were enveloped in spirit chi, which energized and refreshed them. Everyone could not help but be astounded. The degree of abundance in spirit chi could even be compared to the divine firmament sacred ground. One had to know that the divine firmament small world was an independent world and was a place where divine firmament's ancestors had used supreme power of law to gather the spirit chi in the small world. Only then did the density of the spirit chi in the divine firmament small world be much higher than the outside world. However, in this place, not only was the density of the spirit chi on par with the divine firmament sacred ground, but it was also hundreds of times wider. How could they not be astonished? To form such a huge area of sacred ground, besides consuming a large number of resources to create the array formation to gather the spirit chi, it was also closely related to the imperial city surrounded by the 18 main cities. They had built the 18 main cities around the imperial city to borrow the power of heaven and earth and gather the spirit chi so that such dense spirit chi could be formed. This was a massive array formation. The great wilderness celestial dynasty's strength was indeed unfathomable. This is the great wilderness celestial dynasty? Shen Tian looked around. It was his first time in middle ground, so he was quite curious. Princess Ling Long walked toward him with a smile and said, "Brother Shen, this is the great wilderness region. It's the head of the 9 regions in middle ground and also the base area of the great wilderness celestial dynasty. This whole place is the great wilderness celestial dynasty's territory? Then wouldn't they need a lot of manpower to guard it?" Wang Xingshu could not help but ask as he walked forward. As the great void saint, he had extremely high talent, and his cultivation level was peak stage nascent, so he naturally had the qualifications to enter Jixia Academy. Therefore, Wang Xingshu also followed Shen Tian and others to middle ground. Once he saw such a scene, his eyes could not help but light up. Ah! Huge, this land is just too vast. Such a big place. Is the great wilderness celestial dynasty able to guard it all? How about I try to see if I can steal anything from inside? Ever since Wang Xingshu's great void constitution had been strengthened, he was becoming more proficient in his control over space. More importantly, he had been spending time with Beatty and Yue Yunde when he was in the divine firmament sacred ground. It was like a meeting of minds between people sharing the same rotten tastes. Thanks to their heaven-earth turbo speed and great void art, the 3 of them had swindled quite a few gullible prodigies. In the end, someone had discovered something was amiss and exposed the 3 of them. The sacred leaders of the various sacred grounds were enraged and wanted to condemn them in public. Only after the divine firmament sacred leader and great void sacred leader had come together was the incident settled. After they were beaten up harshly, the 3 of them restrained themselves and dared not do it again. Meanwhile, in the middle ground great wilderness region, Wang Xingshu could feel his hands itching again as he looked at the various prosperous main cities. There's a total of 18 main cities and 1 imperial city in the great wilderness region. Each main city is guarded by a 7 tribulation and above great sage. In the central imperial city, there are even 9 tribulation and above mighty sages. As the great wilderness celestial dynasty's princess, Princess Ling Long naturally had a deep understanding of the great wilderness region. However, she did not know what Wang Xingshu was thinking and only explained what she knew. Wang Xingshu instantly broke out in cold sweat, and those thoughts that had just arisen were instantly forcibly thrown away. "You must be joking. What can I do in a city with a great sage guarding it? Wouldn't I be beaten up horribly if I were caught? Better not go looking for death." The various prodigies took a deep breath as they were filled with astonishment. A sacred ground could not even be compared to the great wilderness celestial dynasty, which had so many great sages and mighty sages. Was this the strength of the great wilderness celestial dynasty? It was indeed formidable. Someone asked, "Princess, where is Jixia Academy?" The flying vessel had flown away after letting everyone down here. They were not directly sent to Jixia Academy. Princess Ling Long replied indifferently, "Jixia Academy is in the Sky Saint City and beside the Imperial City, so it's quite close to here." The place where they had landed was nearer to the Imperial City and was only slightly far away from Sky Saint City. Princess Ling Long explained, just nicely, "Today's the day Jixia Academy is open to the public. We could go and take a look." Jixia Academy would only be open once every 100 years to pick talented prodigies. During this day, prodigies from all over the 5 regions would be extremely excited and flock to Jixia Academy. Meanwhile, today was the day Jixia Academy was open to even the public, which was unprecedented in the thousands of years it existed. Therefore, prodigies wanting to enter Jixia Academy could be seen everywhere. As such, they could even see prodigies with powerful or heading to Sky Saint City and their surroundings. They were obviously unable to hold themselves back. There were even many prodigies from the royal families of Middle Ground heading toward Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy had superior mentors and a long history. If they could study at Jixia Academy for a period, they would definitely benefit greatly. It might even be possible for them to be one of the top cultivators in the future. Therefore, even those top families like the royal family would inevitably want to send their prodigies to Jixia Academy. After seeing such a scene, Shen Tian and the others also headed towards Sky Saint City. Shen Tian wore his mask on the way. It was really impossible for him not to wear it. Even in Middle Ground, his appearance was still exceptional. That resulted in countless female prodigies stopping in their tracks and just staring at Shen Tian with infatuation, even forgetting about Jixia Academy's student recruitment. Many female prodigies started to exclaim, "Such a handsome man! Which sacred ground is he from? How could he be so handsome? Ah, I've fallen for him. Does he have a Tao companion? What do you think of me? Hey, handsome, I have a powerful dual cultivation art that can increase our cultivation level quickly." Some female prodigies were more assertive and could not help but hit on Shen Tian. Naturally, Princess Ling Long and Zhang Yunxi's expressions instantly darkened. Their fearsome aura erupted, sweeping toward all directions. That piercingly cold aura seemed to be able to explode any time like a volcano. That intimidated others, and they did not even dare to approach Shen Tian anymore. Meanwhile, Fang Chang and the others could not help but exclaim, "Saint, you're indeed extraordinary. You draw everyone's attention no matter where you go. We fall far short of you." However, shortly after, Fang Chang could feel a cold shiver run down his spine. He turned to see Zhang Yunxi's cold glare, which made him hurriedly shut his mouth. Shen Tian felt resigned. "So it's all my fault that I'm good-looking? Who can understand my helplessness?" To prevent Zhang Yunxi and Princess Ling Long from picking a fight, Shen Tian wore his mask to prevent some troubles. Sky Saint City was one of the main cities in the Great Wilderness region, but it was extremely special, far surpassing the other main cities. There were nascent soul prodigies all over the place, and even soul formation prodigies were not in the few. It was mainly because Jixia Academy was in Sky Saint City. The most powerful cultivators were students of Jixia Academy, so they possessed remarkable strength. Shen Tian and the others had also arrived in Sky Saint City. At that moment, a light shone on Zhang Yunxi. That was the communication token which the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground used to contact the saints and saintesses who entered Jixia Academy. One had to know that the sacred grounds had been in existence for a long time, and they would choose a new saint and saintess every 100 years. It was not because the previous saint or saintess had died but because they had all entered Jixia Academy to cultivate. It was also the same for the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Besides the first-generation saint, Yue Yunde, the saints and saintesses of other generations were all within Jixia Academy. When Zhang Yunxi and the others had arrived in Sky Saint City, their communication tokens had received a message. Zhang Yunxi was momentarily stunned. "Junior brother, our previous generations of senior brothers and sisters have invited us to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. They say that they want to throw us a welcome party to celebrate our arrival." Wang Shengxu said, "I have received it too." Shi Shaoxuan also spoke. "Me too." Not only the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, but also the Great Void Sacred Ground, Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, and Jade Lake Sacred Ground had also sent the same invitation as the sacred grounds were all from Eastern Wilderness, and they were all currently in Middle Ground. Therefore, they decided to have a joint celebration. Shen Tian looked at the communication token in his hand, smiled, and said, "Since senior brothers and sisters have invited us with such hospitality, we have to go." They were from the same sacred ground, so how could they refuse their senior brothers and sisters' invitation? After they rested for a moment, they headed toward the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was the most prosperous restaurant in Sky Saint City. It was splendid and magnificent. On the top floor of the restaurant, there was a copper sparrow statue made from spirit copper. The copper sparrow was surrounded by resplendent divine light. It looked so vivid and lifelike that it seemed to want to take off and soar into the sky, directly flying into the celestial world. There were people wearing clothing of the various sacred grounds within the copper sparrow pavilion. They were arranging the banquets in the restaurant. My junior brother, Purple Mansion Saint Shaoxuan, will be coming, so I shall pay this time. Everyone, please do not fight with me. The man speaking wore purple clothes and was the 9th Purple Mansion Saint. He was a person with great generosity, so he prepared to directly book the private room of the highest grade, the Golden Phoenix Room. How could I do that? You know that there are many prodigies from my divine firmament sacred ground, so how could I trouble you? The person who spoke was the 8th Divine Firmament Saint. It was because within the list of prodigies who had entered the academy, not only were there the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's offspring but also the Divine Firmament Saint, who was already famous throughout the whole 5 regions and had been mentioned by the great Tarkwang Shi. Therefore, the previous generations of Divine Firmament Saints were all honored. They did not want others to be the host. Then it's settled. Please allow us to have the honor. The 7th Divine Firmament Saint had also walked out and paid the money to book the room without hesitation. The 9th Purple Mansion Saint could not help but smile awkwardly when he saw such a scene. He had no other choice. It was true that the prodigies from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground were fewer than the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. One had to know that only one person in the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground was relatively top-notch, Qi Shaoxuan. However, in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, apart from Shentian, the other 4 top prodigies of the Divine Firmament were also on par with Qi Shaoxuan. This time, the number of Divine Firmament prodigies who entered the academy was the highest. If others fought to pay the bill with the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, then it would mean that they did not give face to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The 9th Purple Mansion Saint shook his head with a smile and did not continue insisting. However, at that moment, a few figures barged in. Wait a second. The Golden Phoenix Room is ours. The various prodigies looked in the direction of the voices. It was also a group of young prodigies. They wore expensive-looking robes, and their auras were thick and vigorous. It was obvious that their cultivation levels were quite high. The 8th Divine Firmament Saint stepped forward and narrowed his eyes as he looked toward that group of people. You're from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground? What do you want to do? We've already booked the Golden Phoenix Room, so it can't be that you want to snatch it forcibly? Those people were Middle Ground's 9 Sun Saints. Prodigies from Middle Ground Sacred Grounds all looked down on others that were not from Middle Ground. Thus, they were on bad terms with the saints and saintesses from the other 4 regions. They believed that they were exceptional, and the other 4 regions were remote and backward places, so they deemed those from the other 4 regions inferior. The previous generations of saints and saintesses from Eastern Wilderness would naturally not show a good attitude to hostile people. Just you bumpkins from such a backward place dare to compete with us for the room? I might as well tell you frankly that the South Prince and North Prince are going to hold a banquet in the Golden Phoenix Room today. So I advise you to be sensible and beat it obediently, or we won't mind throwing all of you out. That prodigy from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground had a smirk on his face, and his tone was filled with ridicule. A savage sect from Eastern Wilderness dares to fight with the South Prince? They must have a death wish. The 9th Purple Mansion Saint could not stand watching, so he walked up and shouted, "You're going too far." However, another group of people appeared behind those from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. They were all saints from Middle Ground Sacred Grounds. The Sky Tripod Saint sneered. Just a weakling from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, and you still want to help others out? Why don't you go back and see if your 6th senior brother has recovered from his injury? The Sky Tripod Sacred Ground and Purple Mansion Sacred Ground had always been on bad terms. Some time ago, the 6th Purple Mansion Saint had been injured heavily by the 6th Sky Tripod Saint when fighting, and he had yet to recover completely even after resting for a few months. Those from the Sky Tripod Sacred Ground were naturally extremely arrogant and thought nothing of the 9th Purple Mansion Saint. You. The 9th Purple Mansion Saint was enraged and even wanted to rush forward and make a move. However, he was stopped by the 8th Divine Firmament Saint. Calm down. This time, only the younger generation of saints from the various sacred grounds had come. Those of the older generations were all in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher stage. Meanwhile, amongst those middle ground saints, not only did they have the advantage in numbers, but there were also older generation senior brothers with them. If they really did fight, Eastern Wilderness Prodigies would most likely lose. However, that did not mean that they would admit defeat. The seventh Divine Firmament Saint stepped forward and scoffed. "Those from the Sky Tripod Sacred Ground, don't be too arrogant. If First Senior Brother were here, how would you dare to be so presumptuous?" Upon hearing the seventh Divine Firmament Saint's words, fear could not help but appear on the faces of the various Middle Ground Saints. Obviously, they had been intimidated by this First Senior Brother that the seventh Divine Firmament Saint had mentioned. The first Divine Firmament Saint was widely known as the most unreasonable and hard to deal with. Not only was he powerful, but he was also thick-skinned. No one wanted to provoke the first Divine Firmament Saint, as they would only be beaten up if they provoked others, and at most result in death. However, if the first Divine Firmament Saint held a grudge against them, they would not be able to even rest in peace on their deathbed. Such a joke. "What do you mean by mentioning your first Senior Brother?" At that moment, a sneer echoed. "Your first Senior Brother should be that Fatso Yue Yunde. He's a shameless bastard that only knows how to dig other people's ancestral graves. How laughable. Tell him to come to fight me if he dares. I'll break his legs." Another two figures appeared behind the various Middle Ground Prodigies. One of them wore gold and silk feathered clothes, had sharp eyes, and brilliant golden light enveloped him from head to toe. He carried a sage-long sword behind him and had a fearsome aura, as if the divine eagle had descended from heaven. The other wore colored glazed clothes and had a deep and restrained aura. He looked ordinary, but he was greatly fearsome. He was like a black tortoise that was asleep. He was as still as the mountain but could unleash his relentless ferocious attacks anytime. Those two people were the North Prince, Shiling, and South Prince, Shikwi. They were the cream of the crop amongst the Middle Ground young prodigies. Chapter 422, Middle Ground vs. Eastern Wilderness, Battle of the Prodigies. The four princes of the North, South, East, and West were held in the highest esteem amongst the great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty royalty. They were the biological brothers of the current Emperor Shi. The South and North princes were considered amongst the top practitioners even in the great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. They were the two eldest sons who were from the direct family line. As a result, they possessed the elite royal bloodline and had very powerful innate talent. Before Shi Tianzi had been born, these two had been amongst the top of their generation when they were young, dominating all their peers. They had once been touted as the double stars of the great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and possessed the potential of a Tark. Their reputation was only subdued after the birth of Shi Tianzi. However, there was no doubt about their powers. They definitely belonged to the top-tier level of prodigies. The appearance of the South and North princes was major pressure on the other prodigies from Eastern Wilderness. The seventh Divine Firmament Saint cupped his fists. "We already booked this Golden Phoenix room. Prince, I hope you won't try to interfere." There was no way the presence of these two princes could be ignored. Their powers were high to the extreme and nearly at the soul formation stage. If they really got into a fight, the other Eastern Wilderness prodigies were not confident of holding their own at all. The North Prince snorted. "So what if you have already booked this room? Just cancel it. Whatever I want, no one else shall have it." The North Prince had always been very overbearing. Given his power and status, not many people dared to oppose him. A staff member hurried forward. "Saint, can you please give in and just cancel your booking? You cannot afford to provoke these two princes." To be able to flourish Sky Saint City, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion had a very strong backing of their own. Even so, they did not wish to offend these two elite princes. The status of the royal house in the great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty was unsurpassable. It was not wise to offend them over a mere room. The Sky Tripod Saint sneered. "Get lost if you know what's good for you. I need the Golden Phoenix room to host Princess Ling Long. Who are you to interfere?" The Sky Tripod prodigies had always looked down upon the prodigies from Eastern Wilderness. They wouldn't give up on this opportunity to show their disdain in public. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint could not bear it anymore. He shouted. "You are going too far. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first serve?" Even the other Eastern Wilderness prodigies were enraged, and they all stood up. The North Prince glanced at the prodigies scornfully. "If you feel wronged, let's go up to the Void platform. If you win, I will let you have the Golden Phoenix room." Fighting was not allowed in Sky Saint City. This was a holy land for learning, not a battlefield for fighting. Jixia Academy strictly forbade personal fights to avoid injuries and deaths. The punishment for violating this rule was severe, and no one would be spared. Otherwise, why would the North Prince talk so much? He would have already attacked. Nonetheless, one could fight on the Void platform. Jixia Academy had created the Void platform to let its disciples spar. One could fight legally on the Void platform. As long as no one died, no one would be reprimanded. On the path of cultivation, cultivators must continuously go through battles to improve their power and abilities. If a cultivator was too safe and pampered, they might develop a lazy and nonchalant manner. That would be a very undesirable outcome. Jixia Academy designated this Void platform for the sole purpose of encouraging their disciples to spar. Many disciples ended up using the Void platform to fight and resolve conflicts. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint cried out, "Let's fight then. I am not afraid of you." The seventh Purple Mansion Saint was the first to stand up and go over to the Void platform. The seventh Sky Tripod Saint's eyes gleamed coldly as he sniggered. "Seventh Purple Mansion Saint, I admire your lack of fear for death. I will let you accompany your sixth Purple Mansion Saint in his grave." The seventh Sky Tripod Saint strolled onto the platform. Fight. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint's mighty purple aura surged as tens of thousands of divine light shot out and covered the entire sky. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint was not as talented as Qi Shaoxuan, but he was still a saint and possessed extraordinary talent. He had already cultivated the Purple Mansion Imperial Sutra to a very high level. Using his peak stage nascent soul power to activate the mighty purple aura, it was enough to defeat a normal heavenly venerable. The boundless purple aura crisscrossed to form a purple moon which lit up the entire Void platform. The seventh Sky Tripod Saint was nonchalant. "Just an ant trying to shake a tree. Is that all you got?" The seventh Sky Tripod Saint glowed all over, dazzling beams of light shooting in all directions as a massive tripod avatar appeared behind him. The massive tripod aura surged mightily. It was at least 10,000 feet high and very forceful. It completely subdued the purple aura. "Let me teach you a good lesson. Tripod rules the mountains and rivers." The seventh Sky Tripod Saint gave a cold command and activated the massive silver-white tripod. Brilliant light rays shot out, dazzling beyond limit. The tripod cast a shadow across the entire region, its aura intense and heavy. It morphed into a silver rainbow that pressed down on the purple aura. With this one attack, all were suppressed. Purple sun rises from the east. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint stepped forward as purple aura erupted from his body, morphing into purple clouds, which surged continuously into the purple sun. The purple sun grew increasingly bigger until it was 10,000 feet and enshrouded in purple light. Purple flames appeared on its surface, which then gushed forth with terrifying power. Boom! A thundering explosion. The tripod hummed with the vibration. The explosion dispersed the purple aura. Even the Void platform was shaking from the explosion. The attacks of those two were terrifying. Even normal heavenly venerables might not be able to withstand them. Luckily, this Void platform was built to hold against sage-level practitioners. It was virtually unbreakable. The two of them were pushed backward from the force of the attacks. Their eyes turned grave. It was an even match. The seventh Sky Tripod Saint snorted. "You do have some tricks up your sleeves, but it's not enough. How can your barbaric wasteland compare to our flourishing middle ground?" Clang! The tripod rang out. A small silver tripod appeared in front of the seventh Sky Tripod Saint. It was a mini replica of the avatar behind him. The small tripod shimmered and exuded a formidable divine aura. The seventh Sky Tripod Saint activated the massive silver tripod again, and his aura erupted. Boom! Waves of divine aura swept across the area like an unstoppable tsunami, turning everything upside down. The tripod was as mighty as a rock mountain, so heavy and forceful that the pressure shattered the surrounding fabrics of space. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint's face turned grave. He took out a sharp, silver spear and struck out with it. The spear's attack was like a hurricane storm, creating countless holes in the fabrics of space. Boom! Sparks flew. The silver tripod clashed with the silver spear. Divine energy surged and roiled in all directions. The seventh Purple Mansion Saint's expression changed. He felt like he had been hit by a colossal force that shook all his internal organs. Splat! The seventh Purple Mansion Saint collapsed after spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura was in disarray. "Damn you!" The seventh Purple Mansion Saint gnashed his teeth as he glared at the seventh Sky Tripod Saint. Supported by the silver tripod, the seventh Sky Tripod Saint's power grew to impressive heights. His aura was indomitable. The Eastern Wilderness Prodigies were enraged. Despicable! How dare you make use of a supreme-grade spirit artifact? The small silver tripod was indeed a supreme-grade spirit artifact. It greatly enhanced the 7th Sky Tripod Saint's powers. The middle ground prodigies were scornful. Country bumpkins. Artifacts are part of your power. Don't blame others for your own poverty. Go ahead and use your artifacts, if you have any. A supreme-grade spirit artifact was very valuable. There were many heavenly venerables who did not have any. The 7th Purple Mansion Saint only had a superior-grade spirit artifact. Meanwhile, the 7th Sky Tripod Saint had already activated his supreme-grade spirit artifact again and launched another attack at the 7th Purple Mansion Saint. The outcome was clear for all to see. Both were the top of the top among their peers, and there was not much disparity between their powers. However, the difference between a superior-grade and a supreme-grade spirit artifact was just too wide. It was like the final straw which broke the camel's back. Just based on this point alone, the 7th Purple Mansion Saint was forced backward by the 7th Sky Tripod Saint, completely unable to counterattack. The 9th Purple Mansion Saint shouted anxiously, "I am coming to help you." The 8th Purple Mansion Saint also called out, "Me too." The 8th and 9th Purple Mansion Saints rushed forward. Purple aura surged from behind them, forming a churning purple sea to help the 7th Purple Mansion Saint withstand the attack. The prodigies from the Sky Tripod Sacred Ground snorted. Trying to win by numbers? Brothers, let's go. We must let these country bumpkins know our mettle. The Sky Tripod Prodigies all charged onto the void platform and started fighting with the Purple Mansion Saints. The powers of the prodigies were more or less on par with each other. It should have been an even fight. Unfortunately, the disparity between their artifacts was just too wide. The Sky Tripod Sacred Ground was very wealthy, and every single one of their saints had a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Even with the 3 Purple Mansion Saints joining forces, they were unable to defend themselves. They were completely thrashed. The 7th Divine Firmament Saint frowned. We cannot just stand by and watch our Purple Mansion brothers in danger. Let us Eastern Wilderness Prodigies work together as one. Let's go up to help. The Purple Mansion Saints were fighting the Sky Tripod Sacred Ground because of the Golden Phoenix Room. The Divine Firmament Saints could not just sit by and do nothing. Yes, that's right. Those middle ground fellows are too much. They are belittling us. Let's fight it out with them. Strike them all dead with our lightning fist. Charge on. Life and death do not matter. The prodigies from the other Eastern Wilderness Sacred Grounds were full of rage. They could not endure such an insult. The prodigies from the various Eastern Wilderness Sacred Grounds rushed forth to battle the middle ground prodigies on the void platform. A middle ground prodigy scoffed. "A bunch of ignorant fools. I will kill you all today." A great battle between prodigies from different regions erupted on the void platform. The scene was chaotic as all sorts of techniques and attacks flew here and there. Every single Eastern Wilderness prodigy was fighting against a middle ground prodigy. However, things were not looking good for the former. The disparity between their artifacts was just too great. The middle ground prodigies all had supreme-grade spirit artifacts, which greatly enhanced their battle prowess. Some of the favored prodigies even possessed sage artifacts. On top of that, amongst the middle ground prodigies were also some of the more senior saints who had already ascended to the soul formation stage. No matter how hard the Eastern Wilderness prodigies fought, they were completely subdued. It was a pathetic sight. Now, the Eastern Wilderness prodigies were all sprawled on the ground, and their faces were swollen and battered. The North Prince shook his head with a cold smile. "Eastern Wilderness prodigies, is this all you got? You were all defeated before I even made a single move. That's it? Have your first-generation saints come out to battle? I can beat 10 of them at once." The North Prince was full of disdain for the Eastern Wilderness prodigies. He had yet to make a single move, but the Eastern Wilderness prodigies were already all subdued by the middle ground prodigies. The North Prince felt very disappointed. He boldly challenged the first-generation saints of the various sacred grounds. Given his powers, he could afford to behave so arrogantly. The first-generation saints of the various sacred grounds were all only late-stage soul formation cultivators. As for the North Prince, Shi Ling was just over 100 years old but was already a mid-stage soul formation cultivator. He had also signed a partner contract with the Great Golden Winged Eagle race and practiced both the Heavenly Eagle Imperial Sutra and Huangshi Imperial Sutra. Given his cultivation level and battle prowess, the North Prince was considered one of the top practitioners of his generation. If he joined forces with his Golden Eagle partner, he could even defeat a peak Heavenly Venerable. This was why the North Prince could behave so arrogantly. Also, the South Prince was around. The South Prince was just as powerful. He was more reserved and quiet, but he was not to be underestimated. The South Prince, Shikwi, was just over 200 years old, and his cultivation level was late-stage soul formation. He had signed a partner contract with the North Sea Black Turtle race, and his defense was unrivaled. A normal Heavenly Venerable would not be able to even make a dent in his defense. His cultivation level and power were even higher than the North Prince's. With these two around, they could probably take on 21st generation saints without any problem. The North Prince sneered at the crowd. "Throw them out. Princess Linglong is about to arrive soon. Don't spoil her mood." The middle ground prodigies nodded hastily. They started to toss those Eastern Wilderness prodigies out. At that moment, a bunch of figures suddenly appeared at the door. It was Shen Tian and his group. Everyone was slightly taken aback at the sight. Zhang Yunting was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward. "Our dear comrades, are you okay?" The corners of Zhang Yunting's mouth twitched as he looked at the swollen faces of the previous generation saints and saintesses. "Damn! Didn't they say that they would help us prepare the place first? Why have they all ended up in this pathetic state?" The 9th Divine Firmament Saint's face was all swollen, and he had gaps in his teeth. "Yunting, I am too useless. I wanted to help you guys prepare the place first, but someone else snatched it from us." The 9th Divine Firmament Saint was the previous Divine Firmament Saint, so of course, he knew Zhang Yunting and the rest. Zhang Yunting sighed and shook his head. "Senior brother, is there really a need for this? I have always said that we need to value peace and harmony above all. Senior brother just refuses to listen." Sigh. The other prodigies. "Value peace and harmony above all? Bullshit. Our faces are all swollen from a sound thrashing. And you are still preaching about peace and harmony?" Princess Linglong frowned. She realized the issue here. "What were you doing in the first place?" The North Prince stepped forward. "Linglong, these people didn't know their place. I helped their sacred leaders teach them a good lesson." Princess Linglong said huffily, "Cousin, how could you guys do this?" Princess Linglong felt a sliver of panic. "What should I do? Cousin beat up Brother Shen's senior brothers and senior sisters so terribly. How can I account to Brother Shen for this? Will Brother Shen be angry at me? Will he not like me anymore?" The more she thought about it, the angrier Princess Linglong became. She glared fiercely at Shi Ling and Shikwi. Shi Ling and Shikwi were dumbfounded. "What is happening? Is Cousin Linglong angry? We have only beat up a few Eastern Wilderness prodigies. Why is she so angry over this?" Shi Ling and Shikwi felt very aggrieved, but they did not dare to say anything. Princess Linglong was much favored by Huang Shi. Their own father also liked her a lot. Their father would definitely punish them if he knew that they had angered Princess Linglong. That wouldn't matter too much. He was their dad after all, and wouldn't punish them too harshly. The key point was that those elders were not the only ones who doted on Princess Linglong. Shi Tianzi, touted as a young paragon, also favored her. If Cousin Tianzi knew of this, they would definitely be subjected to a major beating. Those two arrogant princes trembled in fear at the thought of Shi Tianzi, who was younger than them. A beating by that little monster, not everyone could endure it. Chapter 423, Top 4 Divine Firmament Prodigies, "We want to beat up 10 of you." The middle ground prodigies were all indignant. They didn't expect Princess Linglong to be angry with them over a mere group of Eastern Wilderness prodigies. Even the two great princes were implicated. Princess Linglong had a very high status, and they did not dare to offend her. Even so, this didn't mean that they agreed with the situation. The 9th Nine Sun Saint muttered quietly, "Didn't we just beat up a few Eastern Wilderness pieces of trash? They are so weak. Who else can they blame but themselves?" Inside Jixia Academy, the Eastern Wilderness prodigies had always ranked at the bottom. Whether it was resources or backing, there was no way they could compare with the middle ground prodigies. The Eastern Wilderness prodigies had no choice but to accept the fact that they would be bullied. Few of them managed to turn the tables. They had lost fair and square on the Void platform, and even Jixia Academy could not intervene. The Eastern Wilderness prodigies were fuming but helpless. They had lost. There was nothing more to be said. The 9th Divine Firmament Saint forced a smile. My fellow brothers and sisters, let's change the venue. No way. Zhang Yunxi and Fang Chang were both enraged. Their own senior brothers and sisters had been bullied. How could they endure this insult? The two of them charged up to the void platform and stood there proudly, staring coldly at those middle ground prodigies. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. The ninth Nine Sun Saint snorted. They willingly sparred with us and were defeated. This only proves that they are weak. Although Zhang Yunxi and Princess Linglong had come together, they were only afraid of Princess Linglong and not the rest. Fang Chang sneered. Ha, very well. Let's give it a try then. I want to see just how powerful the middle ground prodigies are. The ninth Nine Sun Saint glanced at Fang Chang and sniggered. Who are you? I don't fight with nameless people. Fang Chang's eyes turned as sharp as a knife. I am a true disciple from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's 10th generation. The middle ground prodigies laughed uproariously. You are just a true disciple, yet you dare to challenge me? Fool, don't you know the meaning of death? You are truly an ignorant fool. Brother Nine Sun, teach him a good lesson. The ninth Nine Sun Saint's eyes darkened as a bloodthirsty aura radiated from his body. An insignificant true disciple dared to challenge him, the saint from the Nine Sun Sacred Ground? The ninth Nine Sun Saint snorted. Ignorant fool. He leapt onto the void platform as three blazing suns rose behind him, mighty and magnificent. He could see that Fang Chang's cultivation level was just at late-stage nascent soul. As for the ninth Nine Sun Saint, he was already at peak stage nascent soul. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with this Divine Firmament true disciple. The Nine Sun Sacred Ground and the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had never gotten along. They were always secretly competing and fighting with each other. That was especially so since the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had killed a Nine Sun Sage with a single slash of his sword, which was a great embarrassment to the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The Nine Sun Sacred Ground did not dare to confront the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader officially. They could only stir trouble with the Divine Firmament Saints in Jixia Academy. The ninth Nine Sun Saint decided to teach Fang Chang a good lesson to recoup some of his Sacred Ground's dignity. He made the first move. Three blazing suns rose behind him, bringing with them a searing heat that seemed to incinerate everything around him. The Nine Sun Sacred Ground's Nine Sun Battle Imperial Sutra had the same origins as the Golden Crowed Hark's Imperial Sutra of Sun. The ninth Nine Sun Saint was able to activate three suns even though he was just at peak stage nascent soul. His innate talents were clearly extraordinary. The three suns blazed in midair, exuding ferocious flames and terrifying heat energy. Fang Chang remained unmoved. Lightning surrounded his body as a dazzling divine light surged to the sky. A massive Qilin avatar appeared behind him, with five-element divine light swirling endlessly around it. Its aura was mighty and magnificent. Roar! The Qilin roared as it charged toward the three suns, carrying with it five elements lightning. Boom! Divine light shot out everywhere, powerful and formidable. The two of them were engulfed by boundless divine light, as terrifying shockwaves made the entire space shake and tremble. Even the fabrics of space would have been shattered by the fearsome force if not for the protective ray. Feeling the aftershock of the attacks on the void platform, the middle ground prodigies were all secretly shocked. How did this generation of Divine Firmament true disciples come to be so strong? He could match up to the ninth Nine Sun Saint? Standing by the side, Zhang Yunxi's expression was calm as she looked over the crowd. Her gaze landed on the seventh Sky Tripod Saint. Zhang Yunxi spoke coldly. You, come up here. The seventh Sky Tripod Saint hollered, you are asking for it. A silly girl was belittling him. How could he not be angry? The seventh Sky Tripod Saint Sor erupted as he activated his massive tripod and used it to suppress Zhang Yunxi. The tripod dazzled with silvery rays, making the massive tripod avatar look even more terrifying. It was like a primordial divine mountain pressing down. In order to protect his reputation, the seventh Sky Tripod Saint was activating his supreme-grade spirit artifact. He was going all out against Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi's eyes were as cold as snow. A divine light surrounded her as her aura became even more intense and terrifying. Waves of dazzling golden metal element mixed divine lightning erupted from her body, charging into the air with a destructive force. Lightning bolts shot out in all directions as if it was a heavenly tribulation. A 10,000 feet white tiger roared, making the fabrics of space vibrate so much that they started to disintegrate. The surrounding space started to collapse and become a pile of debris. The white tiger avatar was like a primordial divine beast that had descended on Earth. It charged toward the massive tripod. The 7th Sky Tripod Saint felt the pressure increase substantially. His expression turned grave. Tripod suppresses sky and earth. The 7th Sky Tripod Saint hollered as he activated the massive tripod avatar toward the White Tiger avatar. The massive tripod morphed into a white light and engulfed the White Tiger avatar. The white light then solidified and trapped the White Tiger within the tripod. Dazzling divine light swirled around the massive tripod, possessing an energetic and vibrant force. It kept shrinking as if it wanted to compress and squash the White Tiger inside into bits. At the same time, the small tripod moved toward Zhang Yanqi. It was going to attempt the same thing. Zhang Yanqi snorted. Metal element divine lightning filled the sky and morphed into sharp, harsh lightning blades, shooting straight down. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere as the two sides clashed. The small silver tripod was sent flying through the air by the metal element mixed divine lightning. The remaining lightning headed straight for the 7th Sky Tripod Saint, causing his body to shake violently. Lightning flashed and danced, dazzling and spectacular. In the blink of an eye, the 7th Sky Tripod Saint was charred black from being electrocuted. His hair stood on end as he collapsed on the void platform. The middle ground prodigies were full of disbelief. How is this possible? The 7th Sky Tripod Saint was very powerful. He could defeat even a heavenly venerable with his supreme grade spirit artifact. How did he suffer defeat so quickly in Zhang Yanqi's hands? Meanwhile, the blazing three suns were finally suppressed by the Qilin. 5 elements divine lightning erupted, spreading across the entire sky. In the end, the 3 suns were shattered, and a figure fell from the sky, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. It was the 9th Nine Sun Saint. He was kicked right off the void platform by Fang Cheng. What? The middle ground prodigies were shocked. The 9th Nine Sun Saint also lost? Were the 10th generation divine firmament true disciples that formidable? Zhang Yanqi and Fang Cheng stood there on the void platform, looking down on the middle ground prodigies. Is this all the middle ground prodigies can do? Ha, so lousy. The middle ground prodigies were enraged. Had their dignity ever been so trampled before? 2 more prodigies rushed forward to stand coldly in front of those 2. They were the 7th generation saints from the 9 Sun and Black Sky Sacred Grounds. They were both peak stage nascent soul practitioners. They exuded a dazzling divine light, and their aura was extremely powerful. They were garbed from head to toe in supreme grade spirit artifacts. This greatly enhanced their battle prowess. Who are you to insult the dignity of the middle ground prodigies? The 2 7th generation saints snorted. They activated their supreme grade spirit artifacts and attacked those 2. Down below, the Eastern Wilderness prodigies shouted. You are so shameless. You failed to defeat us and so changed your gear. And you are even wearing a full set of supreme grade spirit artifacts just to fight a couple of juniors. Naturally, the Eastern Wilderness prodigies were enraged. They had been defeated by the middle ground prodigies earlier not because their abilities were lacking but only because of the disparity in their artifacts. And now, these 2 middle ground prodigies were going to use the same method to fight Zhang Yanqi and Fang Cheng. If they weren't already injured, they would have charged forward to fight again. The middle ground prodigies didn't care. They couldn't be bothered about those people. It was obvious that they didn't think there was anything wrong with relying on their gear to gain an advantage. Beams of dazzling divine light shot out of the supreme grade spirit artifacts. They radiated with a fearsome aura, causing the surrounding fabrics of space to shake and vibrate. The void platform was instantly shrouded by endless divine light. It was so blinding that no one could see clearly. The 2 7th generation saints could see that Zhang Yanqi and Fang Cheng possessed extraordinary power. They had already practiced the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra to very high levels. If they fought them the normal way, they might not be able to win. Luckily, they had bountiful resources. Most heavenly venerables might not even own a single supreme grade spirit artifact, but the 2 of them did. The 2 7th generation saints didn't believe that they would not be able to subdue those 2 with their set of supreme grade spirit artifacts. Boom. 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 Sounds of explosion rang out on the void platform. Dazzling divine light spread across the entire area, piercing into the fabrics of space. A terrifying shockwave was created, exuding a spine-chilling aura. It was a fearsome battle. The middle ground prodigies were very confident. Given their power and their full set of supreme grade spirit artifacts, it was enough to suppress all the other same level Eastern Wilderness saints. It would be a piece of cake for them to defeat these two 10th generation kids. Crash. Crash. Sounds of bodies colliding rang out. Within the boundless light, two figures shot out and landed heavily on the ground. A large cloud of dust and dirt flew up. I knew it. How can prodigies from that barbaric land compare to middle ground? Some of the saints sneered, thinking that they had won. But after the dust settled, the middle ground prodigies were completely stunned. "Be brothers. How? How is it that you two also lost?" The middle ground prodigies were totally thunderstruck. The two figures who had been sent flying out were the two 7th generation saints. Even two 7th generation saints garbed in full sets of supreme grade spirit artifacts could not defeat them? No way. How can that be? Impossible. The two 7th generation saints crawled up from the ground, looking very wretched. The 7th Black Sky Saint's eyes were bloodshot with tears. "Those two are so unethical. They used a sage artifact to beat me. My face is all swollen." Half of the 7th Black Sky Saint's face was all swollen. His supreme grade spirit artifacts were dull and listless. They were as good as garbage. The 7th Nine Sun Saint was likewise in tears. "They are so vicious. I was struck over 80 times. My teeth have fallen out." His supreme grade spirit artifacts were full of holes, and his two front teeth were missing. The middle ground prodigies felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at those two. Even if they were to go up now, they would end up in the same dire state. Zhang Yunding smiled. "First senior brother, you went a bit too far. How could you strike him over 80 times? Was that really necessary? We should still value peace and harmony above all?" Upon hearing his words, the corners of the lips of the crowd couldn't help twitching. "Go ahead and stop your senior brother then. Talking about peace and harmony while smiling as you watch those saints endure a beating. Who the hell would believe you? You are a wolf in sheep's clothing." The light dissipated. Zhang Yunxi and Fang Chang reappeared. One held the Golden Phoenix sacred sword, while the other held the domineering dragon spear. The aura of those weapons was very formidable. They exuded the intense pressure of a sage. The middle ground prodigy's eyes narrowed. They were indeed sage artifacts. No wonder the two 7th generation saints lost. How could supreme grade spirit artifacts compete with sage artifacts? The middle ground prodigies asked, "You guys use sage artifacts?" The Eastern Wilderness prodigies sneered. "So what if they did? You are just a bunch of poor losers. Go ahead and use your sage artifacts, if you have any." The Eastern Wilderness prodigies mocked and ridiculed. They were so pathetic and frustrated earlier. It felt so good to finally get back at them. Looking at how those two middle ground prodigies appeared even more wretched than them now, it was a great feeling. They deserved it. "You were the ones who bullied us in the same manner earlier." The Eastern Wilderness prodigies were also inwardly shocked. They didn't expect these two to have sage artifacts. The divine firmament sacred ground managed to grow so rich over the past years? The corners of the lips of the middle ground prodigies twitched wildly. That bunch of Eastern Wilderness prodigies was actually mocking them. One of the more senior saints took out two sage artifacts and handed them to the two saints. "Use these sage artifacts to teach them a good lesson. We cannot allow others to insult middle ground's dignity." The middle ground sacred grounds were very wealthy. They also had sage artifacts. Nonetheless, sage artifacts were very precious. They would usually only be given to saints at the soul formation stage, and they had to be very exemplary practitioners. Those senior saints couldn't bear to see middle ground's dignity being trampled in this manner. As a result, they were willing to lend their sage artifacts to those two 7th generation saints. Grasping the sage artifacts, the two 7th generation saints suddenly felt their confidence return. They felt able and mighty again. "Everyone, don't worry. We will teach them a good lesson." The two 7th generation saints charged forward with the sage artifacts. They were going to recoup their losses. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Crash, crash, crash. Before long, the two 7th generation saints returned in the same manner, but their appearance was somewhat different. Only half of the 7th Black Sky Saint's face was swollen earlier. Now, his entire face was puffed up. His whole head was as bloated as a pig's. The 7th Nine Sun Saint was even worse. All his front teeth had been knocked off. Even with sage artifacts, they were still unable to defeat Zhang Yunxi and Fang Chang. Naturally, after losing twice in a row and in front of so many people, the two 7th generation saints were nearly in tears. Even the Eastern Wilderness Prodigies couldn't help feeling a little sorry for them. The ninth Divine Firmament Saint lisped through the gap in his own teeth. "Hey buddy, is there really a need for this? You were willing to sacrifice your own teeth to match me? Both of us have missing teeth now, but you are missing more than me. You are too nice. I cannot accept your kindness." The ninth Divine Firmament Saint wanted to pretend to be grave and solemn, but he couldn't resist sniggering. When one had lost their front teeth, it was obvious for all to see. The seventh Nine Sun Saint's face turned red from anger, but he could barely speak properly. "Success." The ninth Divine Firmament Saint understood him perfectly, but he pretended to mishear. He replied sincerely, "Did you say junior sister?" "Yes. The one standing on that platform who defeated you is my junior sister." Splat. The seventh Nine Sun Saint vomited blood. No one knew whether it was from internal injuries or being overly angered. The skies cleared again. Zhang Yunxi and Fang Chang were enshrouded in lightning. They looked just like gods of lightning, peering down on the middle ground prodigies. "Is this all the middle ground prodigies have? Just that? So lousy. Better send your heavenly venerables instead." Zhang Yunxi and Fang Chang had both consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill. Their constitution and innate potential had increased to very high levels. Their power was way above that of a normal prodigy. Nascent soul middle ground prodigies were of no threat to them at all. The middle ground prodigies were enraged and snarled. "Arrogant youngsters! We will teach you a good lesson today. To fear and respect us." A senior saint from middle ground couldn't sit still any longer. The middle ground prodigy's reputation would be flushed down the drain if this continued. 10 figures stepped out. They were the senior saints from the various sacred grounds. They were very powerful and already at early stage soul formation. The 10 of them together exuded an aura that was mind-blowing. Even the color of the sky started to change. Waves of rays spread out, shooting straight up to the clouds. The sun was blocked out, and the skies dimmed. These senior saints were all fuming. They were already activating their full power, ready to give those two a good thrashing. "Senior brother, senior sister, let me help you." Zhao Hao charged up. The blazing divine fire surrounding his body morphed into a crimson phoenix, which shrilled into the skies. Zhang Yunting also stepped forward and formed a green dragon avatar to help Fang Chang and Zhang Yanqi. The 4 top prodigies of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground had now joined forces to battle the Middle Ground prodigies. The 10 Middle Ground Heavenly Venerables were unmoved. "So what if there's another 2 of you? It's useless. Even if all the Eastern Wilderness prodigies joined forces, you will all be kicked off the Void platform today." The 10 Heavenly Venerables were extremely arrogant. They were amongst the top practitioners in their respective sacred grounds. Given their battle prowess, how could they possibly fail to defeat a few nascent soul juniors? Fight! 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 4 voices hollered into the skies. The 4 Divine Firmament prodigies didn't waste time talking. Terrifying lightning shot out of their bodies, transforming into a great sea of lightning. This was more than enough to signal their intention. So what if their opponents were heavenly venerables? Given their current power, they could easily thrash them all. Kill! The 10 heavenly venerables hollered coldly as terrifying avatars emerged. The fabrics of space shattered, making many nascent soul cultivators shiver in fear. The rage of a heavenly venerable was enough to turn the world upside down. Fang Chang stepped forward first and shouted, "Divine Firmament Array Formation." Fang Chang's mighty Qilin avatar was the first to appear, followed by a white tiger avatar, a green dragon avatar, and a crimson phoenix avatar. The boundless avatars spread across the area, blocking out the entire sky. The whole region was engulfed in shadows. Heavenly tribulation clouds gathered, shimmering and exuding a destructive divine power. It was like this piece of earth was about to be utterly destroyed. This was the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds Divine Firmament Sky Lightning Array. When supported by the 4 top Divine Firmament prodigies, its power was enough to defeat heavenly venerables. Boom! Lightning boomed and flashed. The lightning clouds gathered above the Void platform, radiating with a spine-chilling aura. The 7th Nine Sun Saint trembled. He now had an aversion to lightning. After all, he had been struck by lightning hundreds of times earlier during his fight. The 7th Nine Sun Saint lisped through the gap in his teeth, "Sthis arrays formation cis sketus sphereses." The middle ground prodigies? What the hell are you saying? After losing most of his teeth, no one could understand his words. Unexpectedly, the ninth divine firmament saint stepped forward with a smile. "I know," he said, "this array formation is quite fierce. The middle ground and eastern wilderness prodigies? How did you manage to understand that?" "Wow." The seventh nine sun saint was also stunned. The ninth divine firmament saint turned around and smiled. At that moment, the seventh nine sun saint's heart warmed. "The ninth divine firmament saint and I have such good chemistry." Chapter 424, Great Heavenly Dragon, World Noble Kashitagarbha. The middle ground elites did not pay much attention to the array formation set up by the four divine firmament prodigies. No matter how strong the array formation was, it was only formed by a group of nascent soul cultivators. Could it be stronger than the 10 great heavenly venerables? The sixth generation saint from the nine sun sacred ground smiled and said, "Old Seven, have you been beaten silly? What nonsense are you talking about?" The 10 great heavenly venerables were all the past saints of middle ground sacred grounds. They were all peak talents. Wouldn't it be easy for them to crack the divine firmament sky lightning array with the 10 of them joining forces? The sixth nine sun saint continued, "Old Seven, you have to be calm when you encounter something. Do you understand? How can this mere array formation suppress? Gosh, what the hell is this?" The sixth nine sun saint had originally planned to teach his junior brother not to make a fuss, but when he saw the scene on the void platform in the sky, his mouth opened wide, and his jaw almost dropped. On the void platform in the sky, pitch-black tribulation clouds covered the entire sky. Streaks of dazzling tribulation lightning gathered together, releasing five-element divine light, appearing dazzling and resplendent. Endless arcs of lightning interweave together, constantly fusing together, creating arcane divine thunder. The 10 heavenly venerables trembled in shock. They could feel just how terrifying the great five elements divine lightning was. Perhaps not even a heavenly venerable would be able to resist it. Boom! The tribulation clouds rumbled as they erupted and poured down, and it shook space to the point of shattering. The mixed divine lightning transformed into a savage beast, roaring ferociously, its aura looking unstoppable. The white tiger tribulation lightning roared into the heavens, while the vermilion bird tribulation lightning lingered in the 9 heavens. The azure dragon divine lightning pierced through the universe, while the Chilean tribulation lightning suppressed middle ground. Terrifying tribulation lightning swept through the heavens and earth, instantly enveloping the 10 heavenly venerables. The lightning was as dazzling as fireworks. "All of you, let's join forces and set up an array formation." If they fought alone, they would definitely suffer greatly. The 10 heavenly venerables instantly moved. Most of them took out their sage artifacts, while the weaker ones held a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Numerous treasures floated above their heads, forming a dense curtain of light that enveloped everyone. Boom! Thunder rumbled as it resounded and echoed through the clouds. The void platform was covered in endless lightning radiance as if the heavenly tribulation lightning was destroying the world. Beams of dazzling flames shot out. Tribulation lightning crashed into the barrier of light in front of the 10 heavenly venerables, causing it to tremble as if it would shatter at any moment. The middle ground geniuses were astounded. The divine firmament sky lightning array's might was too terrifying. Even the 100 heavenly venerables were suppressed. If they were in the center of the lightning tribulation, they would have long been defeated and severely injured. Were the divine firmament true disciples this powerful? Or were all the eastern wilderness geniuses this powerful? The middle ground elites looked at this generation's eastern wilderness prodigies with fear. Everyone was paying attention to the void platform. Only Shen turned to look at the eastern wilderness geniuses. He looked at the eastern wilderness prodigy's forehead with shining eyes. He had struck it big this time. This was not just a group of senior brothers and sisters, this was destined to be a bountiful harvest. Looking at the eastern wilderness paragon's golden halos, Shen felt like he was about to fly in joy. He would be able to get anything he wants from now on with this bunch of children of Providence. At that moment, the 9th divine firmament saint walked over and patted Shen on the shoulder. "Little junior brother." "Shen? What is going on? Am I not wearing a mask? How did my identity get exposed so quickly? Could it be that even this mask can't conceal my handsome appearance?" As if sensing Shen astonishment, the 9th divine firmament saint said helplessly, "Are you curious how I recognized you?" Shen nodded dumbly. He really didn't know. Could it be that the 9th divine firmament saint was a wise man who had descended to the mortal world and could recognize him through the various clues left behind by himself? The ninth divine firmament saint pondered for a moment before saying helplessly, "Because you are wearing the saint's attire." Shentian. The senior brother of the previous generation was indeed wise. It seemed like he had to keep a low profile in the future. Shentian blushed. Senior brother is indeed smart. The ninth divine firmament saint grinned. "Ha, everyone says so. But junior brother, I think your clothes look better than mine. Is master biased and specially customized a new saint uniform for you? You have to know that when I was the divine firmament saint, I wore what was left of my senior brothers. The previous divine firmament saints. Old 9, could you not be so straightforward? Can you be any more shameless? Is he really going to let others know that his family is poor?" However, it was true. The divine firmament sacred ground had nearly been crippled after the war 10,000 years ago, causing numerous heritages and resources to be lost. Only after Zhang Longyuan succeeded the sacred leader position did he barely relieve the heavy burden of reviving the divine firmament sacred ground. All these years, they had been living a very poor life. None of the past divine firmament saints were equipped with top-grade equipment. It could be said that they were very poor. Otherwise, the first saint, Yue Yunde, would not have taken the path of tomb raiding, robbing tombs on his own to get rich. The seventh divine firmament saint went forward and pulled the ninth divine firmament saint away. "Junior brother, ignore this fool. Tell senior brother, has the sacred ground managed to escape poverty and become rich? Why have all of you become so fierce?" The seventh divine firmament saint had panda-like eyes, and his face was filled with curiosity. It was mainly because he saw the sage artifacts in Zhang Yanxi and the others' hands, which made his heart itch. What? Since when could the sacred ground afford a sage-level artifact? Then wouldn't we be able to find master and obtain a few sage artifacts too? After suffering so much poverty, he could finally taste the sweetness of riches. At that thought, the seventh divine firmament saint could not help but giggle as his body trembled. SSSS. When the seventh divine firmament saint laughed foolishly, it affected his injuries. It was so painful that he gnashed his teeth and took a few deep breaths. The ninth divine firmament saint sniggered. "Seventh brother, I told you not to push me away. Now you know what pain is, right? Serves you right, he he he. SSSS. Ouch, ouch, ouch." Shentian was dumbstruck as he looked at his two senior brothers. Were these two clowns really the former divine firmament saints? No wonder the divine firmament sacred ground had been unable to rise to prominence after so many years of development. "Master, I finally understand your pain." Shentian wore a resigned expression as he produced two white jade bottles. "Senior brother, let's recuperate first. Junior brother has some nirvana holy liquid here that can help senior brother recover." No matter what, he was still his senior brother. Furthermore, he was a person with a golden Providence halo. Shentian thought he should express his gratitude. Yes, he was just showing concern for his senior brother. He was not planning on fleecing him. "Junior brother is so considerate. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. There's no need for nirvana." "What? Nirvana holy liquid?" The ninth and seventh divine firmament saints stared wide-eyed at the white jade bottles in Shentian's hand. How could they not know what the nirvana holy liquid was? That was a sacred healing elixir. A treasure that even a sage would be tempted to steal was taken out of their junior brother's pocket just like that? However, that was to be expected. The sacred ground was so rich now that it could even give out sage artifacts, let alone the nirvana holy liquid. The two saints received the white jade bottle with both hands while verbally declining with politeness. "Little junior brother, how can we accept this?" Gulp, gulp. Before Shentian could reply, these two saints were already gulping down the holy liquid. Yes, although they said no verbally, their bodies were very honest. Their bodies emitted divine light as all their injuries were healed. Burp, sour, sweet, and delicious. As expected of the nirvana holy liquid. The ninth divine firmament saint smacked his lips in satisfaction. On the side, the paragons of the other sacred grounds were all stunned. They looked at Shentian and then at their junior brothers and couldn't help but feel resentful. Why was it that the other saint's junior brother was so generous? Yet, their own junior brothers had never done the same for them? Damn! Why was the difference between people so huge? However, their faces were soon filled with excitement. This was because Shentian also handed over a bottle of nirvana holy liquid to them. "Senior brothers were injured because of us. I feel bad. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation." The other saints also had good providence and would become part of his fleecing plan. Shen wouldn't favor one over the other. After all, Buddha had once said, "Everyone is equal." The Eastern Wilderness paragons could not help but sigh. The Divine Firmament Saint is so generous. We are ashamed. They originally wanted to welcome Shen and the others, but they didn't expect to receive Shen gift instead. The Eastern Wilderness geniuses all felt embarrassed, but they still accepted it. After all, no one could refuse a divine healing elixir like the Nirvana Holy Liquid. The Eastern Wilderness geniuses consumed the Nirvana Holy Liquid one after another, and all their injuries were instantly healed. The Middle Ground geniuses were astounded. "SSS. Does this boy have a mine in his house?" The Nirvana Holy Liquid was delivered by piles, and each of them was given a bottle? This was especially so for the seventh nine-sun saint, who felt even more upset. They had just been beaten up and were already unhappy. Fortunately, the Eastern Wilderness geniuses had also been in a miserable state, so they felt some comfort. But now that the Eastern Wilderness geniuses had recovered, they were still in immense pain. The disparity in his heart instantly reached its peak. Without the Nirvana Holy Liquid, he could only eat lemons. How pitiful. Finally, the situation on the Void platform changed. The 10 Heavenly Venerables used the power of their sage artifacts to forcefully block the Divine Firmament Sky Lightning Array. However, the 10 Heavenly Venerables discovered that the speed at which they expended their energy was much faster than the 4 Divine Firmament Prodigies. If they were to continue like this, they would not be able to withstand it and would soon be defeated. A Heavenly Venerable Saint shouted, "Felidaists, we only need to defeat one person to break the array formation." The Divine Firmament Sky Lightning Array's core were the 4 Divine Firmament Prodigies. As long as one of them made a mistake, the array formation could be broken. The other Heavenly Venerables nodded. They had also discovered this problem. Someone immediately said, "Everyone split up and attack." They had to take extreme measures. If this dragged on, they would lose face if they lost to the 4 Divine Firmament Prodigies. After all, they had outnumbered them. The 10 Heavenly Venerables split into 4 groups and rushed toward the 4 of them. Zhang Yunxi and Fang Chang were the focus of attention. A total of 6 Heavenly Venerables surrounded them. After all, the strength they had displayed could not be underestimated. The remaining 4 people attacked Zhang Yunting and Zhao Hao, respectively. They believed that these 2 people were the weakest and easiest to defeat. But was it really as they thought? Upon seeing the 2 Heavenly Venerables, Zhao Hao shouted, "Good timing." Qi. The Nanming Li fire in Zhao Hao's body exploded and gathered on his body, turning into raging flames. A scarlet glow flashed in his hand as the gigantic red-black cloud staff appeared in his hand, causing the Nanming Li fire's aura to become even more powerful. Zhao Hao held the red-black cloud staff with both hands, and the Nanming Li fire on his body flowed into the staff. The aura of the red-black cloud staff became increasingly terrifying and dazzling. Raging flames of the red-black cloud staff. Zhao Hao roared as he lifted the gigantic red-black cloud staff and smashed it down. An enormous crimson-red glow shot out horizontally with a terrifying imposing aura that seemed as if it was crushing an irresistible force. In that instant, it seemed as if the void had shattered, and the heaven and earth were collapsing. Massive spatial cracks tore open, displaying its exceptional power. The 2 Heavenly Venerables were shocked. They could actually feel the threat of death and immediately summon their sage artifacts to defend themselves. Dazzling divine light exploded forth, causing heaven and earth to dim in comparison. The 2 Heavenly Venerables coughed up large mouthfuls of blood as their figures shot backward, smashing heavily into the edge of the platform. How is that possible? The 2 Heavenly Venerables were incomparably shocked. They hadn't expected a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to be able to unleash such a terrifying attack, directly injuring them. Although there was the augmentation of the array formation, Zhao Hao's strength was also an undeniable factor that allowed him to injure them. The main reason was that Zhao Hao had consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill, causing his constitution to undergo a metamorphosis. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator who had undergone the Golden Core 10th refinement stage was no weaker than the previous Qi Shaoxuan. It could be said that the current Zhao Hao also possessed the talent of a Tark. As such, an early-stage Heavenly Venerable might not be a match for Zhao Hao. The middle ground prodigies shuddered violently, their eyes filled with disbelief. In shock, the 6th Nine-Sun Saint said, "How did the 5th-generation senior brother lose to a nascent soul junior? Impossible, impossible, impossible." The sixth nine-sun saint didn't believe that one of these two heavenly venerables was their sacred ground saint. No one could believe that the two of them were defeated by a nascent soul cultivator. The Eastern Wilderness Prodigies were incredibly excited. This was especially true for the current generation of saints and elite disciples. They were simply honored. They never expected that not only did they have the Divine Firmament Saint, but they also had the protection of the four Divine Firmament Prodigies. This was simply too blissful. With such thick thighs, they wouldn't be afraid of being bullied even if they went to middle ground. Upon seeing the intense battle, Bodhisattva Kuduo took a step forward. "This battle has made my blood boil. I wonder if anyone is willing to spar with me." Yes, Kuduo was a battle maniac just like Fang Chang. However, the Sonic Thunder's Buddhist lord had always made him read and copy Buddhist scriptures. There was no chance for him to find someone to spar with. Now that he had finally arrived in middle ground, he was no longer under the control of Sonic Thunder's Buddhist lord. Kuduo felt as if he was in seventh heaven. Kuduo rushed onto the arena and looked at the middle ground prodigies. He smiled and said, "Amitabha. This poor monk's name is Kuduo. May I know which fellow Taoist is willing to spar with me?" Kuduo's entire body was emitting a resplendent Buddhist light that was extremely bright. It enveloped him completely, making him look like a peerless Buddha. Strange phenomena appeared behind him, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Golden Buddhic light shone brightly in the sky. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see 800 arhats and the mighty heavenly dragons suppressing the void. The middle ground paragons revealed a fearful expression. They hadn't expected that there were so many peerless experts from Eastern Wilderness in this generation. The four Divine Firmament Prodigies had overpowered them with their nascent soul cultivation. Even the combined forces of 10 heavenly venerables were suppressed. Now that this Buddhist disciple came out to challenge them, they had no choice but to take him seriously. Just by looking at the strange phenomena behind Kuduo, one would feel that he was also very strong. This person was probably an accomplished monk from the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground. If they were to lower their guard like before, they would likely suffer a miserable defeat. The middle ground geniuses wore a stern expression and did not agree immediately. After all, they had already learned a lesson from the previous match. Kuduo's strength was not inferior to Fang Chang and the others. If they were to send up a nascent soul cultivator up against him, it would be equivalent to just sending vegetables to be chopped. Furthermore, Fang Chang was only a core disciple, while Kuduo was the Sonic Thunder Sacred Grounds Bodhisattva. Shouldn't he be stronger? After careful consideration, the fifth Nine-Yin saint slowly walked out. His cultivation had reached the early stage soul formation, and he could be considered a powerhouse amongst the many saints. However, when he faced Bodhisattva Kuduo, his face was filled with caution and even fear. He had to strike first. He thus seized the initiative, attacking Kuduo first. However, Kuduo was dumbfounded. His mouth twitched crazily. "Stop messing around. Isn't this obvious bullying? This poor monk is only at mid-stage nascent soul. Is there a need to send an early-stage heavenly venerable to fight against me? Is it necessary? Is it really necessary?" This poor monk only wanted to spar because he was envious, not because he wanted to be beaten. The fifth Nine-Yin saint didn't know what Bodhisattva Kuduo was thinking. He immediately released a powerful aura to attack. The chi of extreme yin surged within his body, and rays of light shot out in all directions before transforming into two enormous black pythons that coiled around Bodhisattva Kuduo. The black pythons opened their mouths wide like a hot knife cutting through butter, emitting a profound yin aura as if they wanted to freeze one's bloodline. Evidently, this fellow did not hold back at all and treated Bodhisattva Kuduo as a formidable enemy. Kuduo had a bitter expression on his face. He could not retreat and could only brace himself to go forward. Fortunately, Kuduo quickly entered his fighting state, and the boundless Buddhist light within his body erupted. After all, according to what his master had said, Buddhism should not lose in significant skill. You actually dare to show off your skills before an expert. The Buddhist light behind Kuduo's back became more and more resplendent, condensing into a great heavenly dragon that stretched across the void, looking holy and imposing. At that moment, he was using his mighty dragon demon subjugation. Kuduo made a hand seal and said solemnly, "Great heavenly dragon, world noble Kashita Garbha, wisdom of all Buddhas, wisdom of Mahanata." Boom! In an instant, the resplendent Buddhist light converged into a dazzling golden dragon that tore at the black python. The dragon's roar pierced straight into the nine heavens. The mighty sky dragon and the black python were locked in combat. Endless divine light shot out, causing the void platform to tremble. Endless Buddhist light and great yin energy interweaved and curled about, making the sky split into two colors. After all, he was the sonic thunder bodhisattva and could restrain the chi of extreme yin to some extent. The might of the dragon was currently evenly matched with the great yin black python. The middle ground paragons were somewhat astonished. This bodhisattva is indeed extraordinary, and his dharma is so profound. As expected of an accomplished monk. Luckily, we didn't go up just now. However, they soon discovered that something was amiss. Even though the dragon looked ferocious, it clearly lacked strength. In the next moment, the dignified heavenly dragon was actually torn apart by the great yin black python, causing its body to be covered in injuries. Kuduo's face changed as he hurriedly boosted his Buddhist powers, wanting to hold on. However, given his nascent soul cultivation, how could he contend with a heavenly venerable? Soon, the dragon was completely torn apart as the black python continued charging toward Kuduo. No. Brother, be gentle, don't hit my face. Miserable screams sounded from the void platform, making one's scalp go numb. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. A moment later, Kuduo fell from the void platform. The Zen robe on his body was in tatters, and his face was bruised and swollen. He looked miserable. Kuduo covered his swollen face with his hands. His eyes were red, and it was obvious that he felt wronged. Boo-hoo, why was that Fang Chang guy able to beat them? Why can't I beat them? The two of us had fought in the past, and our strength was clearly similar. Chapter 425, This is my time to shine. Looking at the huge bump on Kuduo's head, a middle ground prodigy could not help but sneer. As expected of an accomplished monk. He looks like a Buddha that has just descended to the mortal world. Previously, the middle ground geniuses had been worried that this batch of eastern wilderness prodigies would far surpass the previous generations. From the looks of it now, they were worrying too much. So it's not that the eastern wilderness elites are all abnormal. It's just the divine firmament disciples that are abnormal. The other eastern wilderness sacred grounds are nothing to fear. Wang Xingshu and Qi Shaoxuan looked at each other, their mouths twitching slightly. Because of this bald monk, even we have been underestimated? The two of them glared at Kuduo and snorted. How embarrassing. Kuduo shrank his neck and covered his face as he wailed miserably. This poor monk didn't want this to happen either. They're bullying me. They sent a heavenly venerable to beat me up. They even hung me up and beat me up. Kuduo had a head full of bumps, and he was in complete despair. At that moment, the situation on the platform changed once more. After Zhao Hao defeated the two heavenly venerables, Zhang Yunting also forced two of them to retreat. Like father, like son, Zhang Yunting had completely inherited the divine firmament sacred leader style and had hidden his strength too deeply. Even his biological sister, Zhang Yunxi, might not fully know of Zhang Yunting's true strength. He had only used the sage artifact, the Sky Dragon 7-note zither, and the two heavenly venerables had been unable to approach him. Zhang Yunting forcefully held back the two heavenly venerables. Black smoke rose from their heads as the divine firmament heavenly lightning array struck them. Finally, they retreated in defeat. The battle prowess of the 10 heavenly venerables decreased drastically, and they could only turtle up and barely resist. It would not be long before they were defeated. The South Prince and North Prince both had a frown on their faces. As the middle ground geniuses' leaders, how could they watch their team embarrass themselves? This was simply slapping their faces. The North Prince, Shi Ling, could no longer sit still and took the lead to walk out. He controlled the divine rainbow and transformed into dazzling golden light, making him seem like a golden bolt of lightning. However, Shi Ling did not interfere in the battle between the 10 heavenly venerables and the 4 divine firmament prodigies. Instead, he looked down at the eastern wilderness paragons. He shouted coldly, "Where is divine firmament saint? Come up and fight me." Shi Ling's eyes were full of disdain as he looked down on everyone. He was like an exceptional monarch that looked down on all living beings. He already had a plan in mind. It was only a matter of time before the 10 heavenly venerables were defeated. Anyone with eyes could see this. If he were to forcibly interfere, he would instead be looked down upon by the crowd. The loss outweighed the gain. This was not a way to redeem the middle ground prodigy's pride. Shi Ling intended to directly challenge the divine firmament saint and regain their dignity. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, one must first catch their leader. Only the strongest elite disciple could hold the position of the saint. As long as he defeated the Divine Firmament Saint, what could the other Divine Firmament disciples do? This way, not only would he be able to restore the pride of the geniuses from the middle ground, but he would also be able to establish his authority. This generation's Divine Firmament Saint was famous throughout the 5 regions, and everyone knew of him. To be mentioned by Huang Shi, his strength was definitely not simple. However, Shi Ling didn't care. Among the middle ground younger generation, apart from Shi Tianzi, no one else could make him feel restraining fear. Today, he wanted to see how strong the Divine Firmament Saint was. Shi Ling's eyes were as sharp as golden blades as they swept across the eastern wilderness geniuses. This was one of the top elites from middle ground, a true young heavenly venerable. Could the Divine Firmament Saint defeat such a powerful existence? Yes, he definitely could. After all, he was the legendary Divine Firmament Saint. Because they had all received help from him, the eastern wilderness paragons had a favorable impression of Shen Tian. They firmly believed that Shen Tian could win honor for eastern wilderness. He was the hope of the entire eastern wilderness. However, before Shen Tian could say anything, a loud roar was heard. A mere soul formation cultivator doesn't need Brother Shen to tend to. Qi Shaoxuan soared into the sky. He stepped on the purple Qi rainbow and flew onto the platform. Shi Ling's eyes remained calm as he indifferently asked, "Who are you?" Qi Shaoxuan was full of fighting spirit. Purple Mansion Saint, Qi Shaoxuan. Qi Shaoxuan could feel how powerful Shi Ling was. He was an opponent he longed to go against. Shi Ling's face was filled with disdain as he sneered, "Nascent Soul Stage? This prince will defeat you like slaughtering a dog. It's better to let the Divine Firmament Saint come up." Qi Shaoxuan said indifferently, "I'm enough to deal with you." Vast amounts of purple energy erupted from his body, purple mist overflowing into the heavens as if he was going to overturn heaven and earth. The heavens halberd pierced through the void, tearing apart a large expanse of space as it erupted with an incomparably mighty aura. The moment such power was unleashed, even the middle ground prodigies were secretly shocked. They never expected Eastern Wilderness to have such a powerful paragon other than the Divine Firmament Saint. Or could this person be a fake, just like that bald monk? The middle ground paragons were very curious. They wanted to see what capabilities Qi Shaoxuan had to dare challenge the North Prince. Shi Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered and said, "Interesting. Rumor has it that the Purple Mansion Saint has the talent of a Tark. I would like to see what this so-called Tark talent is capable of." Resplendent golden light blossomed behind Shi Ling, condensing into an incomparably massive golden eagle avatar. The divine eagle soared into the sky, enshrouding heaven and earth in boundless golden light. A large saber appeared in his hand, engraved with strange divine patterns. "This is a supreme sage artifact, the Universe Sun Moon Saber. I will use it to suppress you today." Shi Ling's pupils erupted with golden light as his aura became terrifying. Behind him, the golden eagle avatar surged, causing the sun and moon to lose their color. Divine light shot out of the Universe Sun Moon Saber. It was extremely dazzling and carried a boundless divine might as it pierced through the void. Shi Ling stepped forward with the Universe Sun Moon Saber in hand. His might seemed terrifying as if he wanted to shatter the moon and shatter the mountains and rivers. Qi Shaoxuan's expression did not change. The heavens halberd in his hand let out a ring that resounded in all directions. Boundless violet Qi transformed into a gigantic purple dragon that seemed capable of devouring the sun, moon, and stars. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them instantly collided, and their clash seemed to shake heaven and the earth, causing space to collapse completely. The middle ground paragons were stunned. This guy is so strong. His combat ability is on a completely different level from that fake monk who was pretending to be mysterious. Everyone was amazed. To be able to contend with Shi Ling, who was a heavenly venerable, his talent could be considered terrifying. Kuduo? Why does it involve me again? This poor monk feels bitter. Kudo grimaced, drawing circles while having doubts about his life. Good boy, you do have some skill, but your cultivation is too weak. This was the first time Shi Ling had encountered a nascent soul cultivator who could contend with him, so he was rather interested. However, Qi Shaoxuan's cultivation realm was at a severe disadvantage. Given Shi Ling's mid-stage soul formation cultivation, suppressing a nascent soul cultivator was a simple matter. Qi Shaoxuan's battle intent soared. "You are merely a soul formation cultivator. I can break the difference with a snap of my fingers." To Qi Shaoxuan, Shi Ling wasn't a formidable opponent. He had previously tried to challenge experts from all places and walked the path of invincibility. It was a pity that he had met Shen Tian, who made him question his life. However, apart from him, Qi Shaoxuan had not lost to anyone before at all. He boasted that he would never be weaker than others in his life and that he would definitely become the #1 powerhouse in the world in the future. Even a mid-stage heavenly venerable wasn't enough to make him feel fear. The purple aura in Qi Shaoxuan's body surged wildly and turned into a long river. The surging energy circulated around his body continuously before soaring into the sky and condensing into a supreme avatar. The purple dragon avatar roared through the universe while the purple mountain and river phenomenon suppressed the world. The golden eagle avatar pierced straight into the 9 heavens, its momentum like a rainbow. Qi Shaoxuan's aura became more and more powerful. He couldn't help but raise his head to the sky and roar, "Since I have been born in Eastern Wilderness, I, Qi Shaoxuan, will make the Eastern Wilderness prosper forever." Breakthrough to the soul formation stage, success. In an instant, the purple Qi entered Qi Shaoxuan's body. His cultivation level rapidly increased. With the support of the purple Qi, divine light surrounded his body, and dense mist overflowed. Boom! Qi Shaoxuan's body trembled slightly, and his aura transformed into a vast ocean as he successfully broke through to the soul formation stage. A large amount of the chaotic sky-mending pill's medicinal power accumulated in his body was mobilized at this moment to advance. After breaking through to the soul formation stage, Qi Shaoxuan's aura became even more powerful. Purple aura surrounded his body, making him look like a god of war. Shi Ling nodded and said in satisfaction, "This is more interesting. Fight." As Qi Shaoxuan broke through, Shi Ling's fighting spirit was ignited. The universe sun-moon saber in his hand shone brightly. Runes flowed rapidly, forming a scene where the sun and moon intersected, giving rise to a huge saber beam. The saber beam shook heaven and the earth, causing the grand array of the void platform to tremble, looking as if it was about to completely shatter. Universe sun-moon slash. Shi Ling let out a long howl and heavily slashed out with his blade, annihilating the endless void. Dragon cloud sky shattering attack. The dragon Qi in Qi Shaoxuan's body was vast and mighty. Purple Qi rose, and the heavens halberd swept across the sky, shooting out incomparably terrifying halberd beams. In an instant, the saber beam and the halberd beam collided. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion sent both of them flying. Soon, these two people continued to charge forward. The speed of their battle was extremely fast, causing the arena to be filled with after-images. The two of them were also battle maniacs. After encountering an evenly matched opponent, both of them ignited their fighting spirit and insisted on determining victory or defeat. In just a few breaths' time, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. This scene caused the blood of all the paragons to boil. A battle between two peerless geniuses was extremely rare. However, the middle ground paragons soon realized that something was amiss. Even though Qi Shaoxuan and Shi Ling were evenly matched, they had both suffered some blows from the other party. It did not take long before the purple Qi covered the entire arena and suppressed the golden radiance. Qi Shaoxuan's dominance over Shi Ling became more and more proficient, and the battle prowess he unleashed also became stronger. Purple aura river mountain. Form. Behind Qi Shaoxuan's back, a purple aura came from the east and covered the sky. Boundless purple energy turned into endless mountains and rivers, seemingly about to suppress the world. Every time Qi Shaoxuan attacked, endless purple Qi would be stirred. It was as if an immemorial divine mountain was pressing down heavily. In an instant, Shi Ling was forced to retreat repeatedly, completely suppressed by Qi Shaoxuan. A middle ground prodigy exclaimed, "How is that possible? That's the North Prince." Even someone as strong as the North Prince couldn't defeat this generation's Eastern Wilderness genius. What kind of monsters were they? The 7th Purple Mansion Saint was full of vigor. He laughed at the sky and said, "So what if he's the North King's heir? My little junior brother is still suppressing him." The 7th Purple Mansion Saint finally understood why the successive generations of Divine Firmament Saints looked so satisfied. This feeling of exaltation was really too enjoyable. At that moment, Wang Xingshu could no longer sit still. He felt his heart itch when he saw Qi Shaoxuan stealing the limelight on the void platform. No way! I want to be in the limelight too. With this thought in mind, Wang Xingshu directly rushed into the void platform. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert as he looked down at the South Prince and said, "You, come up." Old Wang thought to himself, "This kid seems to be a man of few words. I'm sure he's not very strong. Let's see if I can take advantage of this fellow. After all, a persimmon has to be crushed by someone weaker. Hee hee. I will definitely be the one in the spotlight today. Wang Xingqiu did not think too much about it and directly challenged Shikui. Courting death. Shikui spoke indifferently while his entire body transformed into a vast divine light that carried a mighty imposing aura as he charged up to the arena in the sky. Mysterious light surrounded his body as the shadow of a huge black turtle condensed behind him. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he charged toward Wang Xingqiu. Wang Xingqiu was shocked as his defense was instantly broken. What the FCK? Late-stage heavenly venerable? Who would have thought that this quiet fellow would be so fierce? His aura was even stronger than that of the North Prince. Did I hit a metal plate this time? Even though Wang Xingqiu was alarmed, he did not forget to dodge and immediately escaped into the void. Boom! A large area of the void shattered, causing space to distort. This attack alone was enough to annihilate an ordinary heavenly venerable. Shikui's brows knit together slightly as he felt that he hadn't struck his target and his target had fled. Indeed, on the other end of the void platform, the figure of Wang Xingqiu emerged. However, his expression was a little ugly as he kept muttering, "This turtle is so fierce. Are you trying to push my lungs out with this strength of yours?" Although he could escape into the void to avoid the damage, his reaction was a little slow because he wanted to show off earlier. The aftershocks had caused some damage to him. This middle ground prince was quite powerful. Shikui remained unmoved and said indifferently, "Cunning loach." The corners of Wang Xingqiu's mouth twitched. "Big turtle, don't be arrogant. Do you believe that I will cut you?" However, Shikui only shot him a glance before charging over again. "What? Again? I will cut off your turtle head." Wang Xingqiu condensed the power of the void and transformed it into a dazzling void blade. The void blade spun rapidly, flashing with terrifying divine might. He raised the void blade and threw it at Shikui. Its sword was extremely biting cold, enough to split rocks and break gold. Shikui said in a low voice, "Immovable deity Swan Wu armor." An enormous black turtle phantom tore through the void. A curtain of light immediately enveloped Shikui. Golden spears clashed, and sparks could be seen flying everywhere. The void blade struck the barrier of light, but it was unable to even break through its defenses. Wang Xingqiu's mouth twitched crazily. "No way! Does this fellow's turtle shell have to be so hard?" Wang Xingqiu was dumbfounded. If even the power of the void could not break through Shikui's defense, then what was the point of continuing the fight? Shikui's attacks were unending. The profound light within his body was resplendent as it condensed into a gigantic black turtle that charged toward Wang Xingqiu. The giant black turtle crashed down like a meteor, shattering the endless void. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. Shit! Wang Xingqiu could feel the terror of Shikui's attack and hurriedly escaped into the void to avoid the attack. For a moment, he was forced to keep escaping on the void platform, jumping up and down. The Eastern Wilderness geniuses speechlessly looked at Wang Xingqiu, their forehead filled with black lines. The previous great void saints covered their faces as they could not bear to look. How embarrassing! The other saints were suppressing the middle ground prodigies. Only the saint from my own family is being suppressed and beaten. Junior brother, you must be joking. Chapter 426, Why is it so difficult for me to be low profile? The battle between Qi Shaoxuan and Xi Ling grew increasingly intense. The Purple Aura River Mountain seemed to suppress the heavens, displaying an unmatched might. He controlled the mountains and rivers with one hand and wielded the heavens halberd with the other, fully utilizing the True Dragon Sutra, Kun Peng arts, and other peerless battle skills. Endless divine might surged outward like raging waves, making Xi Ling doubt his life. Who the hell is this kid? He just broke through to the soul formation stage, yet he already possesses such battle prowess? I'm a mighty mid-stage soul formation cultivator, yet a mere early-stage soul formation brat is suppressing me? You must be joking. Could it be that I did not pray properly before I went out today and hence have bumped into a ghost? If he hadn't seen Qi Shaoxuan's nascent soul breakthrough to the soul formation stage with his own eyes, Xi Ling would have thought that Qi Shaoxuan was some old monster at late-stage soul formation pretending to be a young man to tease him. However, he quickly reacted and began to mobilize his strength to counterattack. As the North Prince, Xi Ling's strength was naturally not weak. He had always crushed his opponents and reigned supreme with his invincible might. No one had been able to fight against him for so long or even suppress him. The battle intent in Shi Ling's heart was instantly ignited. Golden light blossomed around him like a blazing sun, piercing straight into the clouds. The golden eagle covered the sky and earth. It let out a long cry and shattered the purple gas that filled the sky. The purple aura river mountain had collapsed. Qi Shaoxuan's gaze froze. He could feel a change in Shi Ling's aura. He was now like a primordial beast with an extremely ferocious aura. Shi Ling broke free from the suppression of the purple energy, and his entire body bathed in golden light as if a deity descended into the mortal world. He stared fixedly at Qi Shaoxuan, his eyes blazing. "You're very strong and can put up a fight against ordinary heavenly venerables. Unfortunately, you have met me. You are destined to lose this battle." Shi Ling brandished the universe sun-moon saber in his hands, sweeping it across the heavens. In an instant, divine light erupted. The power of the sun and moon circulated endlessly, mixed with dazzling golden light. Numerous dazzling golden eagles circulated around the blade, and their might became even more piercingly cold and unstoppable. Sky Eagle 9 slashes. Shi Ling leapt out, merging with the universe sun-moon saber. It was as if a heavenly eagle had possessed him, brandishing its divine wings, with the intention of destroying the mountains and rivers. Streaks of dazzling golden saber beams were slashed out horizontally, piercing through the arena in the void and shattering the void. It was extremely terrifying. Just in time. The purple pupil on Qi Shaoxuan's glabella shone brightly. A brilliant purple light shot out of his glabella and attacked the golden eagle avatar. The purple pupil calamity light exploded and collided with the Sky Eagle 9 slashes with supreme power, disintegrating and destroying it. Qi Shaoxuan's movements did not stop. The Kunpeng and the dragon avatars appeared behind him. The two intertwined and rushed into the heavens halberd. At that moment, Qi Shaoxuan's aura became extremely domineering. He was like a god of war who dictated deaths, with the ability to rule the world. Kunpeng Dragon God Slash. Qi Shaoxuan let out a long roar as he swung his heavens halberd across the void, exuding the power of the Kunpeng and the dragon. His aura was earth-shattering. Boom! Divine radiance erupted while the laws fell into disorder. Boundless divine might tore through the sky, stirring up the heavens and blasting a huge hole in the protective formation. The paragons were filled with shock and disbelief. This void platform's protective array formation was set up by Jixia Academy's peak heavenly venerable teacher. Very few people could break through it. However, the shockwaves from the battle between Qi Shaoxuan and the North Prince were terrifying. Everyone could not help but look forward to the outcome of this battle. The void platform became clear again. The Kunpeng Dragon Avatar was currently devouring the originally majestic Golden Eagle Avatar, and its golden radiance was dimming. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The North Prince smashed heavily against the void platform, creating a large hole. The huge copper sparrow pavilion turned silent. The middle ground geniuses were dumbfounded. No way! The North Prince was defeated just like that? This generation's Eastern Wilderness prodigies were way too powerful. Could it be that this generation would reverse the status of the Eastern Wilderness geniuses? Jixia Academy was where the geniuses of the 5 regions gathered, but the strongest were always the middle ground geniuses. Middle ground was filled with elites and powerful individuals. They established an unshakable status in the Jixia Academy. Yet now that the Eastern Wilderness prodigies had appeared, a great sense of danger rose within them. His Highness, the South Prince, will surely win. The middle ground geniuses placed their hopes on the South Prince. The situation of the battle was obvious. Wang Xingqiu was indeed worthy of his title of the Great Void Saint. After being beaten up by the South Prince, all he knew was to flee in a panic. He did not even have any chance to retaliate. Victory was already in their grasp. Shi Kui frowned when he saw Shi Ling's defeat. The situation was extremely unfavorable for middle ground's geniuses. Someone had to step forward to win back their dignity. Shi Kui did not want to waste time. He wanted to quickly defeat Wang Xingqiu. Roar! The black turtle avatar howled into the heavens. Endless profound rivers surged out, covering the heavens and earth as they fell. Shi Kui wanted to cut off this patch of the void so that Wang Xingqiu could not escape with the power of the void. In the sky, endless profound mysteries descended, natural laws swirling about, sealing up heaven and earth, completely freezing the void. Wang Xingqiu's expression changed slightly. Upon sensing that the void was sealed, he had no choice but to deal with it with all his might. Wang Xingqiu growled, "You are the one who made me do this, old turtle. The void lineage is not weaker than humans. Soul formation, break. He seemed to have sensed the might of Shi Kui's power, or perhaps he did not want to fall behind Qi Shaoxuan. Wang Xingqiu was finally anxious, and no longer hid his abilities. He chanted a mantra, and divine light surrounded his body. The divine light overflowed and illuminated the sky. A shadow appeared behind him. It was invisible and formless, but it was emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if one would fall into an endless abyss the moment one touched it. The void was fluctuating as it constantly twisted and interweaved, forming strange spaces that shattered into pieces. The rivers that filled the sky were instantly completely shattered. The grand Tao of the void was profound and mysterious. It controlled the energy of the world and contained the grand Tao of the laws. Ordinary people could not touch it. However, Wang Xingqiu had the void's sacred constitution and could naturally control the power of the void. The power of the endless void poured down like laws, all of it rushing into Wang Xingqiu's body, causing him to be surrounded by nomological divine light. Even his body became extremely illusory, as if he did not exist in this world. Boom! An incomparably vast aura burst forth, piercing straight into the clouds and causing chaos in the sky. At this moment, Wang Xingqiu directly entered the soul formation stage. How satisfying! Love it! Love it! Is this the soul formation stage? Not only did it greatly increase my strength, but even my lifespan has increased by 3,000 years. That's 3,000 years. I can spend my life again. Wang Xingqiu was in high spirits as he glanced at Shi Kui. Old turtle, watch how I slice you. With an additional 3,000 years of life, Wang Xingqiu felt that he could win. As soon as he made a move, he burned 50 years of his lifespan and transformed it into a void saber that slashed toward Shi Kui. An attack that used his lifespan was indeed different. Even the late-stage soul formation Shi Kui felt a sense of danger. Shi Kui condensed the black turtle avatar and transformed it into the black turtle armor to block the void saber. Clang! Sparks flew as the tortoise shell showed clear blade marks. However, it was still a long way from shattering. Wang Xingqiu opened his eyes wide and said, "Fuck, why is this old turtle so hard?" Shi Kui had signed a contract with the North Sea Black Turtle race. He cultivated the Black Turtle Emperor scripture, and thus his defense was incomparably sturdy. Even an ordinary peak heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to break through his defenses. Even though Wang Xingqiu had broken through to the soul formation stage and had spent 50 years of his life, it was still quite difficult to break through his defenses. The middle ground prodigies heaved a sigh of relief. They had thought that Wang Xingqiu was as ferocious as Qi Shaoxuan and that he would be able to suppress Shi Kui after breaking through to the soul formation stage. As expected, this guy was here to be funny. Just as Wang Xingqiu was in a daze, Shi Kui stepped forward and sent him flying with an overlord god fist. Qi Shaoxuan glanced at Wang Xingqiu. Idiot! Wang Xingqiu immediately became furious, jumping up and saying, "The one surnamed Qi, don't look down on me. Today, I will show you what the void bloodline is. I am the strongest." Great Void Bomb. Divine light burst forth from Wang Xingqiu's body, creating an endless tide. The power of the void surged continuously, forming an incomparably huge hand seal. The great void palm stretched across the void, suppressing heaven and earth, bringing with it endless laws that descended with it. Shi Kui's expression changed drastically as he felt his heart tremble. He hurriedly pushed the power of the black turtle to its limits. The immovable black turtle armor condensed into a pitch-black turtle shell that covered Shi Kui's back. There were mysterious and ancient patterns on the turtle shell. They contained great power and were indestructible. After that, Shi Kui's entire body shrunk within it, and he utilized the turtle shell's strength to resist the great void palm. "So what if you're wearing a turtle shell? I'll beat you." Wang Xingqiu was unmoved. He waved his void palm and slammed it heavily at the turtle shell. Crack! The incomparably sturdy tortoise shell was riddled with cracks by the great void palm and finally exploded. Poochie! Shi Kui spat out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out, his aura turning weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Xingqiu had changed his direction and avoided his vitals, the South Prince would have been slapped to death. The power of this slap had already surpassed the limits of a heavenly venerable. Its strength was comparable to that of a sage. When he saw Shi Kui retreat in defeat, Wang Xingqiu was not happy. Instead, his heart ached so much that his mouth twitched. My lifespan. 500 years, 500 years. Just like that, it's all gone. I haven't had enough yet. What a loss. This won't do. My life is already spent. How can I not put on a good show? Wang Shingshu pretended to be aloof and said indifferently, a mere late-stage soul formation cultivator, I can break you with a flick of my finger. Did you see this Qi Shaoxuan? I don't usually bicker with you, but if we really fight, I'll slap you to death. Speaking up to this point, Wang Shingshu could not help but laugh foolishly. Awesome. This was too awesome. It feels good to show off for a while, but it feels best to show off all the time. No wonder Qi Shaoxuan likes to act cool. I love this feeling. Idiot. Qi Shaoxuan did not say anything, but he was secretly shocked. This Wang fellow is indeed a formidable opponent for me. The other middle ground geniuses were stunned. They did not expect that even the South Prince would be defeated. Moreover, he had lost even more decisively than the North Prince. A single slap, just a single slap. They had completely lost this battle. The middle ground paragons lowered their heads helplessly. Their hearts were shaken. They had originally wanted to use their absolute power to suppress the Eastern Wilderness geniuses, but they hadn't expected to be slapped in the face instead. As for the Eastern Wilderness heavenly geniuses, they all felt incredibly refreshed. Ever since they had entered Jixia Academy, they had never been able to enjoy such glory. This was especially true for the previous generations of saints from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground and the Great Void Sacred Ground. They were even more delighted. As expected of little junior brother, he really gave us face. In the future, when I go out to brag, I will have a lot to talk about. Our lineage has finally been brought to greater heights, and the faces of the senior brothers of the past generations are also shining. The South Prince and the North Prince looked at each other with solemn expressions. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had a tight grasp on the education of their juniors. Even though they had been defeated, they did not bear any grudges. Shiling stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Fellow Daoists, you possess such strength at such a young age. I admire you. Given your talents, you must be the top existences in Eastern Wilderness. If there's a chance in the future, I hope to spar with you two again. To be able to defeat them at early stage soul formation was enough to prove how talented the two of them were. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty would try to rope in such a peerless genius. As members of the royal family, the South Prince and North Prince were naturally aware of this. Wang Shingshu was slightly stunned. He never expected the two great heirs to be so magnanimous. We just beat up the two of them. Aren't they angry? However, their gazes do not seem to be fake. It should not be fake. Yes, even though these two fellows are arrogant, they are pretty honest and upright. One should not slap a smiling face. Wang Shingshu smiled and said, No, no. Compared to the Divine Firmament Saint, we are like mud on the ground. I can't even withstand a single blow from Brother Shen. Since he was already used to bragging, Wang Shingshu just opened his mouth. When the middle ground paragons heard this, they instantly doubted their life. No way. Was the Divine Firmament Saint really that powerful? The mouths of the South Prince and the North Prince twitched violently. The two of you can't even withstand a single strike from the Divine Firmament Saint? Then wouldn't we be unable to even last half a move? Is it possible that the Divine Firmament Saint is about to transcend the tribulation and become a sage? The heir of the North King was skeptical. He felt that Wang Shingshu was boasting, but there was no evidence. However, Qi Shaoxuan also walked out and sighed. Brother Shen's heroic bearing is unparalleled. We are far inferior. Even a sixth tribulation true sage was sent flying by Brother Shen's hammer. Do you think he is strong? Qi Shaoxuan was also full of admiration at the mention of Shen Tian. Even someone as proud as him had long since given up on comparing himself to Shen Tian. There was no hope of becoming Eastern Wilderness number 1. It was better for him to become the number 1 under the heavens. The Divine Firmament Saint sent a true sage flying with a hammer? How terrifying. The middle ground paragons took a deep breath, their hearts filled with shock. Such an existence was not someone they could offend. Shi Ling and Shi Kui looked at each other, and they both saw relief and fear in each other's eyes. Given Qi Shaoxuan and Wang Shingshu's strength, there was no need for them to lie. If it was as they said, the Divine Firmament Saint was definitely a tribulation transcendence powerhouse. At the very least, he had to be a supreme youth like Shi Tianzi. If they had challenged the Divine Firmament Saint previously, they would have been defeated even more miserably. The corners of Shen Tian's mouth twitched when he heard the two flatter him. Old Qi, since when did you learn how to suck up to others? Can't you let me be a low-key handsome man? At that moment, Shi Ling and Shi Kui walked over and cupped their hands toward Shen. "Divine Firmament Saint, we offended you earlier. Please forgive us. I didn't expect Brother Shen to be able to defeat a Sixth Tribulation true sage. You are indeed a dragon amongst men. I'm impressed." Shen Tian wiped his sweat and said helplessly, "The two princes are too polite. I was just lucky. That true sage didn't use his full strength. He had to keep a low profile. Low-key development was the way to go." Shi Ling shook his head. "Brother Shen, there's no need to be so humble. Being able to defeat a true sage is already considered a feat. Given Brother Shen's strength, you will definitely become famous." Shi Kui nodded. "I think so too. True sages were extremely powerful. Even if they didn't use their full strength, heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to shake them. Not only could the Divine Firmament Saint shake a heavenly venerable, but he could even send a true sage flying with a hammer. He was simply too powerful." The two princes wanted to rope him in. If they could pull Shen Tian into the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, they would definitely be rewarded. This was a peerless genius, and as long as he did not die, he would definitely become the strongest existence in the 5 regions. If they didn't try to curry favor with him now, when would they be able to? Countless compliments sounded around Shen Tian. What could Shen Tian do? He could only desperately say he was lucky. However, this did not make everyone look down on him. Instead, they praised him even more fiercely. This generation's Divine Firmament Saint is not only powerful, but he is also so humble. This is truly rare. He killed a Sixth Tribulation true sage before reaching 100 years old. His future is limitless. I wonder who is stronger, him or Prince Shi Tianzi? Even His Highness, Shi Tianzi, can't kill a Sixth Tribulation true sage. Shen Tian? Despair. Do these guys not understand human language? I just wanted to keep a low profile. Why is it so difficult? Chapter 427, The Divine Firmament Saint has a big heart. The battle between the 10 heavenly venerables and the top 4 divine firmament prodigies was about to come to a conclusion on the void platform. The top 4 divine firmament prodigies stood proudly in midair, bathed in lightning divine light. They looked like gods, heroic and indomitable. They occupied one side, attracting boundless divine lightning and turning the platform into a sea of lightning. It was like they were going to destroy the entire world. Streaks of mixed divine lightning struck downward as lightning covered the entire area. The whole region was obscured from the sun, making it dark and shadowy. Lightning flashed and crisscrossed wildly. The light barrier created by the sage artifacts of the 10 heavenly venerables shook violently from the impact. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning surged as if the god of lightning himself was roaring in anger. The 10 heavenly venerables were finally exhausted. Their energy was completely expended. Crack. The light barrier created by the sage artifacts cracked from the impact of countless lightning bolts, which penetrated and spread across the barrier like dancing snakes. In the blink of an eye, the 10 heavenly venerables were surrounded by the divine firmament sky lightning array. After the lightning dispersed, the 10 heavenly venerables were sprawled across the ground, their hair standing straight up. Their faces were charred black, white smoke spouting out of their mouths, their bodies twitching. The 10 heavenly venerables were defeated in this battle. The 4 divine firmament prodigies gradually descended on the ground, peering down their noses at the middle ground prodigies. "Please, is there anyone else who wishes to come up on this platform? Anyone?" The middle ground prodigies all looked very conflicted as they looked at the 4 godlike divine firmament prodigies. This generation of divine firmament disciples was just too powerful. Not only had the 4 top divine firmament prodigies defeated 10 heavenly venerables, but their divine firmament saint had also thrashed a Sixth Tribulation true sage. All the Providence in the world seemed to be congregating at the divine firmament sacred ground now. The other sacred grounds were as good as nothing. Was this even really a sparring session? It was just an exhibition of the divine firmament sacred ground's prowess. "You guys are so domineering. Is there any point sparring at all now?" The middle ground prodigies were all sobbing on the inside. They felt completely dispirited. At the same time, they were also thinking woefully, the eastern wilderness prodigies rise as irrepressible. Over the past thousands of years, the middle ground prodigies had always dominated over the eastern wilderness prodigies during sparring sessions between same-generation practitioners. Unexpectedly, this generation of eastern wilderness prodigies was too freakishly powerful. They had even managed to thrash their senior saints. It was unprecedented. The North Prince, Shi Ling, looked at the four divine firmament prodigies in shock. Their overall power was still far inferior to his, but he was well aware of how high their innate talents were. If he had to suppress his cultivation level to the nascent soul stage, he would not be confident of beating any single one of them. These four prodigies could easily become saints in any one of the sacred grounds. In fact, over the past thousands of years, some of the sacred grounds had not had such talented heirs at all. However, these fellows had somehow all turned up in the divine firmament sacred ground. And they were so united. It was a very curious matter. How powerful must their saint be to be able to suppress them? Unthinkable. Shi Ling took a deep breath. The divine firmament sacred ground has so many young prodigies. It is truly an eye-opener for me. The present middle ground prodigies were very powerful practitioners in their own right, but they were defeated by opponents of a lower level than them. There was no doubt that this generation of Eastern Wilderness prodigies was extremely formidable. Brother Shen, I will take my leave for now. Shi Ling prepared to leave. They had gotten into conflict with the Eastern Wilderness prodigies because of the Golden Phoenix Room. Now that the middle ground prodigies had lost, they were too ashamed to remain here any longer. Unexpectedly, Shen Tian stopped them before they could leave. Shi Ling's heart tightened. Brother Shen, what's the matter? He had heard that there was an elder in the divine firmament sacred ground called Azure Lotus. He would fleece his opponents every time they finished a fight. The first divine firmament saint, Yue Yunde, had picked up the exact same practice. Would the 10th divine firmament saint have the same habit? Shi Ling looked at Shen Tian vigilantly, but then he immediately felt a sense of resignation. He realized that he would not be able to resist anyway. This was the saint who had thrashed a sixth tribulation true sage. Not only that, Shi Ling might not even be able to gain the upper hand over his band of juniors. If Shen Tian really wanted to, would Shi Ling and his group be able to resist? Sigh, I have no choice but to concede. Shen Tian had no idea what Shi Ling was thinking. He already thought of how he was going to play this out. There was a very simple reason he had stopped the middle ground prodigies. He wanted to maintain good relations. Although there were some conflicts between the Eastern Wilderness and Middle Ground prodigies, Shen Tian felt that these were just minor grievances. Given Shen Tian's power, the fight between these two groups was like a scuffle between kids. As long as his own group of kids won, there was no need to hold any grudges. Moreover, who had never fought with other kids over the playground swing? Youngsters would always be youngsters. These middle ground prodigies might have been arrogant, but they had conceded after losing. They were still rather upright practitioners. If they could become friends with these people and gain their acknowledgement, they wouldn't have to worry about being stabbed in the back in the future. Ahem. More importantly, these fellows also had pretty good providence. Didn't a wise man say before that unity was strength? Of course, one could never have too many golden egg-laying geese. Shen Tian smiled. Brother Shi, my middle ground friends. The saying goes that one can only really get to know another through fighting. Why don't we all go into the room and become friends? The two princes were dumbstruck. They were totally stunned by Shen Tian's attitude. Your comrades just beat us up, but you want to treat us to a meal? Beating with a stick before giving us a carrot? Shen Tian took a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid out of his RKNC ring. He said sincerely, I have some Nirvana holy liquid here. It can help you guys recover from your injuries. Many middle ground prodigies had been injured during the fight, especially those 10 heavenly venerables. The top 4 divine firmament prodigies had nearly charred them black. What better time than now to buy one's way into their hearts? The middle ground prodigies were even more shocked at the sight of the white jade bottle containing the Nirvana holy liquid. We were just fighting so intensely earlier, but you are suddenly so cordial now? How do you expect us to react? Especially the 7th Black Sky Saint and the 7th Nine Sun Saint. They were very envious of the Eastern Wilderness prodigies' pills. They didn't expect to have a share of the Nirvana holy liquid now. The two of them raised their hands, which trembled. They had no idea whether they should accept it. Some of the prodigies snapped out of their trance and looked very embarrassed. The divine firmament saint is so benevolent. We are not worthy of your generosity. We offended you guys so terribly earlier. Saint, we hope that you won't hold it against us. At this point, all the middle ground prodigies felt very conflicted. They didn't expect the divine firmament saint to be so benevolent. Not only did he not begrudge them for hurting so many Eastern Wilderness ex-saints, but he was even giving them Nirvana holy liquid to treat their injuries? It should be pointed out that the Divine Firmament Saint was a formidable practitioner who could even smash a true sage. If it was another person with that kind of power, they would have already pulverized them. Unexpectedly, the Divine Firmament Saint didn't take advantage of his mighty powers to bully those weaker than him. On the contrary, he was treating them so well despite their earlier behavior. The middle ground prodigies felt their hearts grow warm. They couldn't help being very moved. The Divine Firmament Saint was such a great man. However, this concerned their reputation. They might be very tempted, but they still rejected Shen Tian's kind offer. After all, they had just endured a tremendous beating. It was very difficult for them to turn around and make friends now. Shen Tian smiled. "My friends, there's no need to stand on ceremony. As the top prodigies in the 5 regions, we must be more open-hearted. There will be so many more major wars in this world. If we look at the big picture, at the overall security of the entire 5 regions, this minor scuffle between the Eastern Wilderness and Middle Ground prodigies is nothing. Perhaps there might come a day when we have to team up and rely on each other. By then, who would care about this insignificant conflict?" The Middle Ground prodigies were stunned by Shen Tian's words. Was this the greatness of the Divine Firmament Saint? Here I worry over the power rankings of my peers while the Divine Firmament Saint is thinking about the survival of the 5 regions. High level. He is indeed of a much higher level. No wonder Huang Shi pays attention to this fellow. Just his manner alone is far beyond that of a normal prodigy. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. The North Prince's blood surged. He hollered. "Brother Shen, well said. How can we reject Brother Shen's kind intentions now? We accept it in humility. If it was some normal gift, these prodigies would never accept it. They had a reputation to maintain. However, this was the Nirvana holy liquid. It was enough to tempt all the middle ground prodigies. It was impossible for them to reject it. They would have to rest in bed for at least 10 to 14 days due to their injuries. However, they could recuperate much faster with this Nirvana holy liquid, such a wondrous elixir. It was personally gifted by the Divine Firmament Saint himself, so who in the world would reject it?" After Shi Ling's words, the middle ground prodigies accepted the Nirvana holy liquid with thanks. "Thank you, Divine Firmament Saint. The Divine Firmament Saint is so generous." After that, the middle ground prodigies were completely won over by Shen Tian. Even Shi Tianzi might not have been able to accomplish this. "Eh? How can I have such a thought? His Highness is the pride of the great wilderness celestial dynasty. He is the face of all middle ground prodigies. But this Divine Firmament Saint seems not bad at all either. Somehow, my gut feeling seems to indicate that Brother Shen is more powerful than His Highness." Who knew where those prodigies got that idea? Perhaps it was because they had never received any gifts from Shi Tianzi before. Shen Tian's smile deepened as he looked at the heads of the middle ground prodigies. These middle ground prodigies also had extraordinary providence, as good as those Eastern Wilderness prodigies. The 2 princes especially had purple gold halos. I will have to depend on them to strike it rich in the future. I am so smart. As expected of me. All right, everyone, don't just stand there. Today is a joyous occasion. We have to prepare the place for our junior brothers. The 7th Divine Firmament Saint stepped forward energetically. He was feeling very gleeful. He didn't expect his junior brother to be so awesome, able to make those middle ground prodigies willingly submit to him. With him around, our sacred ground will definitely rise again. Everyone gathered inside the Golden Phoenix room and sat down. Soon, all sorts of delicious delicacies covered the tables. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was indeed Sky Saint City's most luxurious restaurant. It had extraordinary resources. Its dishes were cooked with spirit herbs and possessed a large quantity of spirit qi. It was very expensive. The 2 princes were in high spirits. They took out the divine wine of the great wilderness celestial dynasty and shared it with everyone. Shi Ling boasted, "Brother Shen, this wine is brewed using the tree sap of a sage spirit tree that had undergone 3 tribulations. It is touted as the nectar of the immortals. It can send one into a drunk, dreamlike trance. Even my father is very prudent with this wine. He would only drink this on special occasions. I stole some. I will definitely endure a major beating if I get found out. I wonder if Brother Shen is willing to have a taste?" Wine brought out the true character of a person. Now that they were sharing a meal together, Shi Ling was letting his hair down. He started to show off his own wine. It was clear that he was very passionate about fine wine. He raised his glass to toast Shen Tian. Shen Tian accepted a glass. "Brother Shi, thank you." Shen Tian was not that fond of wine, but he didn't want to be a spoilsport. He took off his mask and downed the entire glass in one swallow. He felt endless spirit chi circulating inside him. Fragrant and smooth. It is indeed a fine wine. Shen Tian praised with a smile. However, he then realized that everyone, especially the female prodigies, was just staring at him in a daze. They looked completely bewitched. Noticing the mask on the table, Shen Tian suddenly realized what happened. Sigh. This again. I deserve it. I shouldn't reveal my charm so carelessly. Crash. Shiling's wine glass dropped on the table, startling everyone. He sighed. Brother Shen is so handsome. Your looks are truly astonishing. Shi Ling was a great wilderness celestial dynasty prince. Not only was he powerful, but he was also very handsome. He had many fans amongst the people. Nonetheless, even he couldn't help feeling inferior after seeing Shen Tian's face. This face was completely out of this world. It was beyond gorgeous. No one else in this mortal world could compare. As for the other middle ground prodigies, they had the same thoughts as Shi Ling. Shocked, moved, envious, defeated. Didn't expect that not only am I not as powerful or talented as the divine firmament saint, but even my looks cannot compare. Yep, or perhaps I should say that the difference in looks is even wider. Thereafter, there was a barrage of compliments and small talk. Jovial voices and laughter filled the room. Eunuch Gui felt very content at the sight of Shen Tian, who was surrounded by a bevy of adoring prodigies. Sigh. If only concubine Lan could witness this scene. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the prodigies left in scattered pairs and groups, hurrying back to Jixia Academy. There was a huge crowd at Jixia Academy today. The mass of people jammed the main gates. Long lines formed at the entrance. Even when night fell, the line seemed to get no shorter. As Shen Tian and his group wanted to enroll in the school earlier, their ex-saints had yet to make their way over. Instead, there were many other same-generation prodigies from middle ground sacred grounds who were with them. They couldn't help being stunned the moment they arrived at Jixia Academy. Wang Xingqiu felt dizzy. No way. Such long queues. Won't we be queuing for months and months? All the prodigies across the 5 regions that were at Golden Core 6th refinement stage and above had gathered here. It could be imagined just how many people there were. Jixia Academy had no lack of prodigies. With so many prodigies wanting to enroll in Jixia Academy, just registering their name alone would take a long time. One of the middle ground prodigies sighed. No choice. This is Jixia Academy's rule. Everyone must follow it. Whether you are an exemplary prodigy or a saint from the royal family, you would have to obediently queue up if you wish to enter Jixia Academy. In the past, not many came to the academy, so it didn't take too much time to queue. Nonetheless, Jixia Academy had relaxed its restrictions and started a mass enrollment. Prodigies across the 5 regions had rushed over only to witness this sight. Is there any other way to enter more quickly? For example, a back door? Wang Xingqiu did not want a queue. Just the sight of it made his scalp go numb. No back door. Unless you have a distinguished talent token. Only then can you move up more quickly. The middle ground prodigies sighed. That method was as good as impossible. Distinguished talent token. How could it be that easy to get one? Over the past 1,000 years, only Shi Tianzi had been given a distinguished talent token when he was specially invited to enroll in Jixia Academy. Shen Tian looked thoughtful. He took out a token. Do you mean this? It was a golden token covered in golden runes. It looked very mysterious and divine. The word wilderness was carved into the token. The calligraphy was refined and elegant as if it possessed a deep truth. One couldn't help being entranced by the sight of it. Previously, the War King had sought out Shen Tian before leaving. He had given him this golden token and said that it would be of use to him when entering Jixia Academy. Shen Tian was very curious then about how to use this token. Looks like this is the distinguished talent token. The middle ground prodigy's eyes went wide at the sight of Shen Tian's token. Is this really the distinguished talent token? These middle ground prodigies were all from aristocratic households. They had never seen a distinguished talent token, but they had heard of it. This was a personal token of the great Tarkwang Shi. It possessed an authority second to none. This was a sign of one's status and powers. It awarded one with all sorts of special privileges inside Jixia Academy. The divine firmament saint is indeed on par with His Highness, Shi Tianzi. Otherwise, how could he possibly enjoy this special privilege too? Meanwhile, the Eastern Wilderness Prodigies had no idea what this distinguished talent token meant. Nevertheless, the fact this token meant they could jump the queue made them very happy. Shen Tian led the way. He did not wish to waste time here either. With the distinguished talent token in hand, he went to find a teacher. The distinguished talent token was very useful. Even the Jixia Academy teachers had to hold it in high regard. They immediately allowed Shen Tian and his group to enter. As countless prodigies stared on in envy and shock, Shen Tian and his group went straight through. The middle ground prodigies tagged along, feeling very lucky. If not for Shen Tian, who knew how long they would have to wait in line. Everyone sighed contentedly. It is always a good thing to follow Brother Shen. It feels great not to have to queue. After entering Jixia Academy, Shen Tian and his group realized that there were already a lot of people inside. These were the prodigies who had endured the long wait outside and finally entered the academy. After a short while, the crowd saw a white-haired elder walk over. This elder was dressed in sackcloth and exuded a very regal bearing. His aura was deep beyond fathom. He was clearly no weakling. His elderly, frail voice rang out. "Young prodigies from the 5 regions, welcome to Jixia Academy. I am your lead teacher. You can call me Elder Su. From now on, you are all Jixia Academy's outer sect disciples. Now that you have joined Jixia Academy, you cannot relax. You must devote yourself to learning and continuously improve yourself. Only when you become more powerful can you continue to progress forward. From there, you will also gain more cultivation resources." The Jixia Academy might be a holy land for learning, but its rules were similar to the other sacred grounds. There were different levels. Students from the different levels would receive different grades of cultivation resources. Jixia Academy had much better resources than a normal sacred ground. It possessed a large number of secret techniques, and it even had more than 1 imperial sutras. These legacies had either been collected by the great Tark Huang Shi or created by him. Nearly all of Huang Shi's resources, which he had accumulated over thousands of years, were at Jixia Academy. And all these legacies were open to the students, as long as one achieved enough school credits. Even the Imperial Sutras were available. It should be pointed out that the Imperial Sutras in the various sacred grounds were only available to true disciples. On top of that, the most advanced, forbidden chapters were reserved only for the saints and saintesses. However, Jixia Academy's legacies were available to all. Although one had to achieve enough credits first, it was just a matter of time before they would get the opportunity. Jixia Academy was famous across the 5 regions because of this very reason. In the hearts of countless prodigies, it had become the most highly esteemed holy land. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, the prodigies all looked very excited. Yes. Joining Jixia Academy was like winning an express ticket in one's cultivation journey. As long as one devoted oneself to cultivating, their future would be limitless. Everyone firmly believed in this. Chapter 428, I Must Be a Fake 9-Sun Saint. Seeing how everyone was excited, Elder Su nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I'll bring everyone into the Grotto Heaven Small World now. It will be your rest area and also your accommodation and place for cultivation for the next 100 years. The new students were not gathered in Jixia Academy, but they were instead separated into individual Grotto Heaven Small Worlds. Ever since Jixia Academy had been created, many students had enrolled, including all generations of prodigies from the 5 regions. Given the numerous prodigies in Jixia Academy, it would be difficult to even accommodate all of them without enough space. Thankfully, Jixia Academy had a solution. Top cultivators used their peerless powers to create a space for students to cultivate. Jixia Academy looked small, but it was filled with Grotto Heaven Small Worlds within. Each generation of students would be assigned to an individual space, which made it easier to manage. Elder Su waved his hand, and the void surged, instantly surrounding all the students like a mist enveloping them. Resplendent divine light could be seen on the ground as the space array formation was activated, and the divine emblems carved on the ground were being outlined. Space was distorted, and a bright light was emitted. Everyone was blinded, and they disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in an extremely beautiful world. It was boundless, the scenery beautiful with lush trees. The mountains pierced straight through the clouds, and the spirit spring waterfall gushed down. There were also pavilions, wooden cottages, and water flowing beneath a little bridge. It was like a fairyland. A hazy fog filled the place, and spirit chi lingered in the air. A certain prodigy exclaimed, The spirit chi here is so dense, it'd be twice the result with half the effort if we could cultivate here. Spirit fog permeated the whole place and made everyone feel refreshed. They were even shining with pale divine light. The spirit chi here was extremely dense. It was a few times thicker than the outside world, so cultivating here could be compared to cultivating for a few days in the outside world. The various astounded prodigies were overjoyed. Jixia Academy was indeed powerful enough to create such a level of grotto heaven small world. The spirit chi in the outside world could not be compared at all. It was no wonder that countless prodigies would long to join Jixia Academy, and even those from royal families would flock here. There were 36 spirit mountains in the center of the small world. Those towering mountains stood tall and erect, and clouds surrounded them. The scene was ethereal as rays of sunlight shone upon those mountains. Those 36 spirit mountains were all different in sizes, some tall, some short, some big, some small. They seemed to be arranged according to a certain order. Endless spirit chi rose from the 36 spirit mountains and caused the clouds and sea to surge. Elder Su, what are those spirit mountains? Some were curious as they had discovered that those spirit mountains were covered with strange ray patterns that seemed to outline heaven and earth, gathering spirit chi from everywhere. The 36 spirit mountains shone brightly. They contained powerful array formations that were out of reach for most cultivators. Elder Su replied calmly, "These 36 spirit mountains are the pillars of the spirit chi in this small world and also your residence." He continued, "It's not just a normal residence. There are spirit chi gathering formations set up on those 36 spirit mountains, which can gather spirit chi from heaven and earth. The density of spirit chi in each spirit mountain is more than 10 times higher than the outside world, and the highest can even reach hundreds of times." The various prodigies were dumbstruck as their jaws dropped. The effects of the spirit mountains were so powerful. Sky Saint City's spirit chi density was originally high, but it was even higher here. Spirit chi that could surpass Eastern Wilderness hundreds or thousands of times. Just how much time for cultivation could be saved? It was simply a dream place to cultivate. However, Elder Su's subsequent words startled those prodigies. However, each spirit mountain has a formation. Those without enough strength will not be able to enter. The higher the ranking of the spirit mountains, the stronger the formation and the higher the spirit chi density. At the same time, there are also rewards of academic credits and treasures. You can choose as you wish but know your limit. The spirit mountains can also be snatched. Those that are competent can challenge each other, and only the final winner will gain control over the spirit mountain. Elder Su smiled. It was always the most lively when new students enrolled. This was the test that Jixia Academy had purposely set. Not only could they pick out exceptional prodigies, but their peers would also be motivated. They would only have motivation with a target. Thus, such a situation could increase the students' strength more quickly. Many prodigies were high-spirited and eager to start upon hearing Elder Su's words. Although it's not for free, at least they would have a chance. If they could occupy a spirit mountain, their cultivation speed would definitely far exceed their peers, not to mention the rewards of credits and treasures. The various prodigies could not help but step forward to try and break through the formation. However, after they made a move, they realized that it was not as simple as they thought. A Golden Core 6th Refinement prodigy picked the last spirit mountain and attacked. How is it possible? That prodigy was astonished. He had used his full strength, but nothing happened. He did not believe it, so he gnashed his teeth and attacked with all his strength once again. All of his Golden Core 6th Refinement power was unleashed, floating above his head and shining brightly. Boom! The 36th Spirit Mountain unleashed an immense aura, which directly knocked back that cultivator, and he vomited out blood. It was obvious that his strength was far from being able to break through the Spirit Mountain's formation. This formation is not that simple. Everyone was shocked and did not dare underestimate the formations anymore. A Golden Core 6th Firmament prodigy had been directly defeated, so just how powerful was that formation? It was no wonder that the Spirit Mountains have such powerful effects. Good things were indeed hard to obtain. Humph, let me try. A Golden Core 8 Refinement prodigy stepped forward. He was the true disciple of a certain sacred ground and had formidable strength. That prodigy held a saber in his hands and charged toward that last Spirit Mountain furiously. However, he flew back in an instant, and blood could be seen dripping from his mouth. What? Even a Golden Core 8 Refinement cultivator is unable to break through it? It can't be like this, Elder Su. You must be kidding. There's no one who is able to break through the formation. If the last spirit mountain is so powerful, who can break through the formation of those higher-ranked spirit mountains? It must be a joke. Numerous prodigies started doubting with their faces in disbelief. A golden core 8 refinement prodigy was already one of the top amongst them. Jixia Academy recruited students every 100 years, so previous talented prodigies had already entered the academy. Those remaining were all new prodigies that grew stronger during those 100 years and older prodigies that barely met the enrollment conditions. It was already rare for someone to be able to reach the golden core 8 refinement stage in 100 years. Even so, the last spirit mountain could not be broken through. Then what could the remaining do? Those spirit mountains were most likely not their residents but confidence crushers. Elder Su had already expected such a scene. He replied calmly, only late-stage nascent souls that broke through when above golden core 8 refinement stage can have the chance to break through the last 6 spirit mountains. Those spirit mountains were there to motivate everyone to improve their strength as soon as possible. If anyone could break through the formations, then there would not be a need to set up those array formations. You must be kidding, Elder Su. Those in the late-stage nascent soul, and only if they had broken through when they were above golden core 8 refinement stage, would have the chance to break through the formation? The various prodigies instantly complained. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage within 100 years was already extremely difficult. Only the cream of the crop would be able to do so. Meanwhile, breaking through to nascent soul at golden core 8 refinement stage and reaching late-stage nascent soul was almost impossible. Even amongst the previous generation saints and saintesses, only a handful would be able to do such a thing. They were too young, they were still children. This time, Jixia Academy had lowered its enrollment condition, and most students were only around golden core 6th firmament stage. To them, such difficulty was an impossible feat. In that instant, countless prodigies wailed. Who is able to do that? Are we going to sleep in the wild? Elder Su said calmly, if you can't break through the spirit mountains formation, you can build a house or a tent on the plain beside the spirit mountains. You have to rely on yourself in Jixia Academy. No one will pity you because you're weak. Jixia Academy had been like this all along. Students would need to fight for everything, including their cultivation resources and fortuitous opportunities. That was to train the students so that they would not immerse in comfort. It was only through doing so that they would be able to nurture top cultivators. The various prodigies' mouths twitched as they sighed deeply. Seeing how everyone was disappointed, Elder Su comforted. Those that were able to break through the formation when they just enrolled were all the most exceptional prodigies of the 5 regions. Most students can only build houses on the plain beside, so you don't need to be discouraged. Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Su, if you had told us earlier, then we wouldn't be that anxious. So it's not that we're too weak. Anyway, even our senior brothers and sisters have slept outside before, so there's no need to be embarrassed. Yep, I feel so much better now. Those exceptional prodigies became interested. They believed that they were exceptional, so they would have the strength to challenge the formation even if they were not late-stage nascent soul yet. The saints of the various sacred grounds all made a move and tried breaking through the last spirit mountain. The various saints had obtained miraculous pills from their seniors for Jixia Academy's recruitment this time. They had almost broken through to early-stage nascent soul, and a small portion of them had already reached mid-stage nascent soul. However, their previous average cultivation level was originally only golden core 6th or 7th refinement stage. Although they did increase their cultivation level to golden core 8 refinement stage or even broke through to the nascent soul stage, their foundation was still weak. Therefore, even if they used their full strength, they were still far from opening the last spirit mountain. Let me try. A prodigy walked forward. This time it was the middle ground Sky Sword Saint. He was at late-stage nascent soul and had broken through a golden core 8 refinement stage. His whole body shone brightly, and the avatar of countless swords appeared in the sky. He held a crimson-red longsword in his hands and light overflowed from it. The Sky Sword Saint took a step forward and swung his longsword forward. He looked elegant and nimble but also exuded crushing force and unrivaled sharpness. At that instant, sword aura covered the whole sky, sending shivers down others' spines. The sword aura was vast and mighty, like it could pierce through everything as it slashed toward the last spirit mountain. The divine light overflowed while space shook. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The formation of the last spirit mountain had finally been breached. At that instant, the whole place shone brilliantly, and the thick spirit chi surged out like torrential waves, shocking everyone. It was actually breached? All the prodigies absorbed the spirit chi that flowed out greedily and felt as if something was changing inside them. Their cultivation level had even improved slightly. Some prodigies were overjoyed as they spoke. What Elder Su said is correct. These spirit mountains are the dreamland for cultivation. These spirit mountains all had spirit chi gathering formations, so the spirit chi density was 10 times to even 100 times higher than other places. If one could occupy a spirit mountain, then their cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. As such, the passion of all the prodigies had been completely sparked. No one could reject such an ideal land for cultivation. Elder Su nodded. This was really the golden age, as the talent of this generation's top prodigies was outstanding. Although, as compared to the previous generations, the prodigies recruited beforehand this time were younger, they were not weaker than the previous generation at all in terms of strength. Especially those few prodigies that were the most remarkable, their talents were simply extraordinary. Of course, most of the prodigies present were all ordinary. They could only fight for the lower-ranked spirit mountains, and no one dared to get close to those spirit mountains of higher rankings. A saint tried challenging a spirit mountain of higher ranking and was directly injured heavily, that made others could not help but be struck with terror. Elder Su explained, those higher-ranked spirit mountains are extremely powerful. Don't attempt conquering them rashly. If you want to break through the formation, you need to be at least peak stage nascent soul from golden core 8 refinement stage. You would even need to be above mid-stage soul formation to be able to challenge the top 10 spirit mountains. Late stage nascent soul from golden core 8 refinement stage was only the bottom line to be able to break through the last 6 spirit mountains. If one wanted to challenge a higher ranked spirit mountain, the requirement for their strength would be even higher, and most would give up. If they forcibly made a move, they would definitely be injured heavily from the formation's backlash. Of course, Shen Tian and his group were the exceptions. The physique and cultivation levels of the top 4 divine firmament prodigies had increased to the extreme after eating the chaotic sky-mending pill, far surpassing their peers. Shi Shaoxuan and Wang Xingxu had even broken through to the soul formation stage with the help of the chaotic sky-mending pills. They could be said to be peerless prodigies that only appeared once in a millennium by achieving such a level at such an age. Those spirit mountains were obstacles that others could not overcome, but it would be a piece of cake for them. After looking for so long, they had a basic understanding of the situation, so they were eager to try too. That was especially so for Shopkeeper Song and the others from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Their eyes were burning with passion. Xiangmeng said in anticipation, I wonder when I can break through a spirit mountain's formation. If I can enter such a place to cultivate, it will simply be too blissful. Xiangmeng was originally only an ordinary cultivator. It was because he followed Shen Tian and obtained the mixed divine lightning that he had improved greatly. Not only did the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground focus on nurturing the Divine Firmament disciple, but he even successfully reached Golden Core 6th Firmament stage and entered Jixia Academy. However, given Xiangmeng's talent and strength, he was destined to be unable to break through the Spirit Mountain's formation. As for Shopkeeper Song and Lu Taiyi, their strength was on par with Xiangmeng. Thus, if Xiangmeng could not do it, they would naturally be incapable too. Shen Tian smiled. Uncle Goe, how about you help them get a spirit mountain? Shopkeeper Lu and Lu Taiyi had followed Shen Tian for a long time, and they were both core members of the Favored Ones. They were loyal to Shen Tian and would handle matters for Shen Tian flawlessly. Naturally, Shen Tian would not forget them when there were benefits. Eunuch Gui walked forward and said respectfully, yes, I understand. After obtaining the Golden Crotarch's Imperial Sutra, Eunuch Gui's strength had been increasing rapidly. In addition, he had consumed the Chaotic Sky-Mending Pill, so he had reached late-stage Nascent Soul from Golden Core 10th Firmament stage. It could be said that Eunuch Gui's talent and battle prowess was not weaker than those saints and saintesses from top sacred grounds. Frankly speaking, it was not difficult for him to challenge a spirit mountain. Then, I'll pick this one. Eunuch Gui had chosen the 21st Spirit Mountain. One would need peak stage Nascent Soul battle prowess from Golden Core 9th Refinement stage to be able to break through this Spirit Mountain. Such a requirement could be said to be extremely demanding. Even those saints and saintesses would also be unable to reach that level. However, Eunuch Gui felt that he should be able to do it. Although his cultivation level was only late-stage Nascent Soul, and in theory, there was still quite a difference in terms of cultivation level, Eunuch Gui had reached late-stage Nascent Soul from Golden Core 10th Firmament stage. Thus, he had enough foundation to challenge it. Eunuch Gui flew through the air, and the avatar of 6 blazing suns was formed behind him as he headed toward the 21st Spirit Mountain. The surrounding prodigies were all astonished as they saw such a scene and exclaimed, "Someone actually dares to challenge that Spirit Mountain." Even those late-stage nascent soul from Golden Core 8 refinement stage had vomited blood from attacking the 30th Spirit Mountain. Who would have expected that someone would still not give up and dare to challenge the 21st Spirit Mountain? He's just looking for death. Just who is that person? He's too conceited. The various prodigies were filled with astonishment. Even a late-stage nascent soul saint had been unable to break through the 30th Saint Mountain, so where did that person have the confidence to say that he would challenge the 21st Saint Mountain? Shortly after, someone thought of something and said, "That person's cultivation technique seems to contain the mighty power of Yang. Is it possible that he's the 9 Sun Saint this time round?" The 9 Sun Sacred Ground was also one of the famous sacred grounds in Middle Ground and was best in using the mighty power of Yang. If it really was the 9 Sun Saint, it would not be strange for him to be this arrogant. However, currently, the 9 Sun Saint was dumbfounded. What's happening? If he's the 9 Sun Saint, then who am I? He does seem to be a 9 Sun disciple due to his technique. The problem is, why am I not aware that there's such a person in the 9 Sun Sacred Ground? Although his cultivation technique is indeed similar, why do I feel that I would face a crushing defeat with his strength? Is it possible that I'm a fake 9 Sun Saint, and he's the real one? Did those old things from the sacred ground secretly nurture another saint, and they want to abandon me? Fuck. It's possible? At that instant, the 9 Sun Saint had a mental breakdown. Chapter 429, Outstanding Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The light behind Eunuch Gui shone even more brightly, and the 6 blazing suns were like a furnace, heating up the surroundings. He walked forward in midair as he stepped on the blazing divine rainbow. It was an extremely dazzling scene as he dashed toward the 21st Spirit Mountain. The 9 Sun Saint is charging toward the 21st Saint Mountain. Can he really do it? Everyone was astonished as they stared at Eunuch Gui. Eunuch Gui cultivated the Imperial Sutra of Sun, which was originally from the source of the 9 Sun Battle Sutra. The 9 Sun Battle Sutra was but a branch out created from the Imperial Sutra of Sun. The Imperial Sutra of Sun was the legitimate one, so it was naturally easier to shock others with the strength it unleashed. Therefore, all the prodigies thought that Eunuch Gui was the 9 Sun Saint. The real 9 Sun Saint's mouth twitched vigorously. He was on the brink of tears as he looked at the fake saint, who was even stronger than him. Boom! The radiant light shone in all directions. Eunuch Gui shot the 6 suns toward the 21st Spirit Mountain like shooting stars. At that instant, light from those suns soared into the sky and blinded everyone. The Spirit Mountain emitted a resplendent light that contained the laws of heaven and earth, unleashing a mighty aura that filled the air. Rays of colored divine light enveloped the Spirit Mountain. It formed a Milky Way screen, which hung down from the top of the mountain, isolating the Spirit Mountain from everything else. The blazing hot sun collided with the light, and endless waves of aura formed, even shaking the laws. The prodigies all frowned. Even that can't breach it? Eunuch Gui had unleashed formidable strength. It was on par with a full-out strike by a peak stage nascent soul cultivator from Golden Core 9 refinement stage. Even so, the 21st Spirit Mountain's formation was still not broken through. The 9 Sun Saint heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God, thank God. The 9 Sun Saint was worried that if Eunuch Gui really broke through the formation, those old fossils from the sacred ground would directly revoke his saint's position. Afterward, they would invite this fake saint, who only God knew where he had appeared, to the sacred ground. Since the battle prowess Eunuch Gui revealed was just too powerful, the 9 Sun Saint felt ashamed of his inferiority and felt that his position was hanging by a thread. However, afterward, 9 Sun Saint was dumbfounded, and his body started trembling. That was because he saw that Eunuch Gui had not given up. Instead, he took out a longsword which was covered in golden light. The longsword shone brightly as it was enveloped in sun fire and emitted a fearsome aura. As if sensing the power of that longsword, the 9 Sun Saint was speechless. It can't be. He also has a sage artifact? The 9 Sun Saint was in disbelief. Eunuch Gui also had a sage artifact. Also, it was a sage sword that was compatible with his cultivation technique and could maximize the increase in his battle strength. One had to know that as the saint of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground, he did not have a sagey artifact. However, this fake saint in front of him actually had a sage longsword. Frankly speaking, the 9 Sun Saint was envious. As a saint, he had lost to even a nameless person. How could this be? At that moment, the other prodigies also had similar thoughts. Sage artifacts were not commonplace cabbages but a scarce resource. Even the saints of the sacred grounds would not be given a sage artifact too early. Therefore, everyone was all the more convinced that Eunuch Gui was the nine-sun saint. After all, only a saint could have a sage artifact. If he was not the saint, how was it possible that he could have such a powerful sage artifact? That was the only reasonable explanation. In fact, this blazing sun sacred sword in Eunuch Gui's hands was something Shen-Tian had obtained from the Golden Crotarch's tomb. The Golden Crotarch had even given the immortal Abode Island token to Shen-Tian, so the treasures within the tomb naturally belonged to him. Thus, Shen-Tian had found that sword from within a huge pile of the Golden Crotarch's treasures. That sword was quite useless to Shen-Tian as he originally had the purple-green double swords and executing heaven sword. Therefore, he had directly given the blazing sun sacred sword to Eunuch Gui as he was one of his people. Luckily, the blazing sun sacred sword was also compatible with the Imperial Sutra that Eunuch Gui was cultivating, thus improving his battle prowess greatly. Eunuch Gui was so fond of the blazing sun sacred sword that he did not let go of it for even 1 second. Right there and then, he had said that he wanted to serve His Highness with that blazing sun sacred sword to defend His Highness' safety and honor. Meanwhile, it was a great opportunity. Eunuch Gui held the blazing sun sacred sword in his hands, and his whole body was enveloped by the sun fire as if he himself was the blazing sun. He shone brightly and magnificently, making the light emitted by the spirit mountain pale in comparison. Eunuch Gui waved his blazing sun sacred sword, and a powerful sword aura was unleashed, piercing through the air. That flaming sword aura was like a solar flare. It suddenly exploded, made the whole ground tremble, and threw the laws into chaos. The impenetrable spirit mountain's formation finally cracked, and the divine light scattered. He's going to succeed? When looking at such a scene, the various prodigies' eyes lit up. They also wanted to see just how miraculous the 21st spirit mountain was, since there was still no one in their generation that could break through such a high-rank spirit mountain. Eunuch Gui was excited as he saw the hope of opening the spirit mountain, so he did not hold back anymore and unleashed all his strength. Crack open! Eunuch Gui shouted and brandished his blazing sun sacred sword once again. Sunfire was gathered to the tip of his sword and formed a huge sunflower, which smashed toward the spirit mountain. Crash! The ground shook, and the spirit mountain trembled. The 21st spirit mountain's formation finally could not endure it anymore and was split open by Eunuch Gui's 2 strikes. Then divine light overflowed everywhere. Thick spirit chi gushed out of the spirit mountain like turbulent waves and spread throughout the whole area. The prodigies were all astounded. They felt as if boundless spirit chi surrounded them, and they enjoyed it. As expected of a high-ranked spirit mountain, those low-ranked spirit mountain could not be compared at all. The 21st spirit mountain's density was a few times higher than the 30th spirit mountain, and the spirit chi had already condensed to form fog. However, as compared to the spirit mountain, everyone's attention was on Eunuch Gui, who had broken through its formation. That was a formation that required the battle strength of a peak stage nascent soul expert that had reached Golden Core 9th refinement stage. However, Eunuch Gui had sliced through it with just 2 strikes. How could they not be surprised? Many prodigies engaged in heated discussions. The nine-sun sacred ground is destined to be extraordinary with such a saint. The nine-sun sacred ground has really obtained a treasure. They actually found such a prodigy to be their saint. Sigh. Looks like our 9-yin sacred ground is destined to be unable to surpass them. Not only were there people praising Eunuch Gui's strength, but there were even some that approached Eunuch Gui, wanting to become friends with him. Nine-sun saint, I am the sky incinerating saint. I hope I can discuss cultivation matters with you. I am the true disciple of the Yang Fire Grotto Heaven. I hope that nine-sun saint could advise me. I am from the Orgy Grotto Heaven. Does the nine-sun saint have a Tao companion? They were all prodigies in Golden Core 6th or 7th firmament stage, so naturally, they would not be able to open the spirit mountains on their own. Therefore, they wanted to be on good terms with those prodigies who opened those spirit mountains. If possible, they might even be able to enter the spirit mountain to cultivate for free. A chance to enter the spirit mountain was something no one could refuse. Not to mention this was even a 21st spirit mountain. The nine-sun saint's mouth twitched crazily as he heard such praises. I am the true nine-sun saint. I am. Eunuch Gui was stunned. Who is the nine-sun saint? However, He quickly understood and smiled. I am not the Nine-Sun Saint. I am only an old servant of the Divine Firmament Saint. It's all because of His Highness that I could have such achievements. Without Shen-Tian, eunuch Gui might still be a eunuch in the country of fire, so how could he enjoy the respect and admiration of others? He became more and more grateful toward Shen-Tian. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a powerful prodigy is not the Nine-Sun Saint but just a servant? You must be joking. Whose servant is this powerful? A servant who possesses a sage artifact and whose battle strength is on par with peak stage nascent soul from Golden Core 9th refinement stage? I don't even have a sage artifact. Eh? Wait a minute. The Divine Firmament Saint's servant? No wonder. However, even the Divine Firmament Saint's servant is this powerful. Then won't the Divine Firmament Saint's strength be immeasurable? TSK, Almighty Dollar. The Divine Firmament Saint was already famous in the 5 regions since long ago, so these prodigies had already heard of his name. After learning eunuch Gui's true identity, the expression of the prodigies changed to astonishment and reverence. The prodigies all said respectfully, so you're under the Divine Firmament Saint, sorry for the misunderstanding. See? I said that he's not the Nine-Sun Saint. How could a mere Nine-Sun sacred ground have such an exceptional prodigy like you? The Nine-Sun Saint's mouth twitched vigorously as he doubted himself. They were flattering the Nine-Sun sacred ground moments ago, but now they've begun mocking it? Is it possible that just an old servant of the Divine Firmament Saint is better than me, the Nine-Sun Saint? Alright, it seems I can't compare with him purely in terms of battle strength. Then talent-wise? It looks like I can't compare either. Fuck. How do you want me to compare? Just kill me already. It's better not to be this Nine-Sun Saint. It's just too effing humiliating. Seeing how eunuch Gui had broken through the Spirit Mountains formation, the top 4 Divine Firmament prodigies could not bear it either and stepped forward. Those Spirit Mountains were not only their residence, but they could also increase their cultivation speed greatly. No one would be willing to give up on this opportunity. Also, after battling the 10 middle ground heavenly venerables, the 4 of them had all been enlightened. Their cultivation levels had increased to peak stage nascent soul, and they were not far from the soul formation stage. Thus, given their unparalleled talent and peak stage nascent soul battle strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to occupy a spirit mountain. The 4 of them flew into the air, and lightning appeared behind them. They looked like gods controlling lightning. The 4 of them stood proudly in mid-air with a majestic aura. The prodigy's attention was also attracted to them as they sensed the fearsome aura from the sky. Their bodies shook. It's the top 4 Divine Firmament prodigies. They're also going to make a move? Which spirit mountain would they choose? In the outside world, rumors said that the Divine Firmament sacred ground was the strongest sacred ground in Eastern Wilderness, and all the prodigies within it all had peerless talent, especially the top 4 Divine Firmament prodigies. They were the strongest prodigies besides the Divine Firmament Saint and could be compared to other sacred ground's top saints and saintesses. Eunuch Gui's strength had already convinced everyone. Therefore, just how powerful would the top 4 Divine Firmament prodigies, who were even stronger than eunuch Gui, be? Everyone paid close attention to the 4 of them, their eyes filled with anticipation. The 4 of them flew past the last few spirit mountains and reached where the top 10 spirit mountains were. The prodigies widened their eyes, and their jaws dropped. It can't be. No way. Impossible. They are actually going to challenge the top 10 spirit mountains? The prodigies were astounded. Although the 4 of them were well known as peerless prodigies, this was just too astonishing. Other saints were trying their best in the last few saint mountains while the top 4 Divine Firmament prodigies had directly headed to the top 10 saint mountains? What a disparity. They were just too powerful. The various prodigies were doubtful. Didn't Elder Su say that the top 10 spirit mountains needed one to be at mid-stage soul formation? Are the 4 of them bold because they have the confidence to challenge the top 10 spirit mountain? Or do they just want to show off? The various prodigies did not believe that the 4 of them could break through the top 10 spirit mountains. They were all disciples of sacred grounds, so why were they so daring to do such a thing? Even Elder Su looked at them with interest. The 36 spirit mountains were all extraordinary and filled with formations, and only peerless prodigies had the qualifications to break through them. Even the lowest requirement must be late-stage nascent soul from Golden Core 8 refinement stage. The Spirit Mountain ranked 10th to 5th even required mid-stage soul formation battle strength. In the past, The number of prodigies that could break through the top 10 spirit mountains could be counted on one hand, and just breaking through one could make one renowned. The 4 of them were going to challenge the top 10 spirit mountains. It was an unprecedented attempt. When everyone was still discussing, the 4 of them had already made their moves. "Senior brothers and senior sister, I'll make the first move." Zhao Hao cupped his hands together and took the initiative. He charged towards the 8th spirit mountain with the red-black cloud staff in his hands. Zhao Hao lifted the huge red-black cloud staff, but it did not seem heavy at all. Instead, it seemed extremely light and nimble. As the red-black cloud staff was spun in the air, raging flames and lightning were formed. Its power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Zhao Hao swung his red-black cloud staff with a domineering aura. The 8th spirit mountain's formation was extremely powerful as countless laws manifested and formed an impenetrable nomological shield. However, under the ferocious attacks of Zhao Hao, a huge hole was formed with a loud thud, and divine light shone from within. Zhang Yunting shook his head and smiled bitterly. Junior brother Zhao is simply too rough. He took a step forward and elegantly took out his Sky Dragon 7-note zither. He played graceful music which bombarded the 7th spirit mountain. The music was sweet and pleasant, making one immerse in that exquisite melody. However, they would discover that those notes were like a powerful army fighting and letting out ferocious roars if they sensed carefully. Those notes turned into sharp blades which pierced through the air. The razor-sharp blades seemed to want to tear through everything in their way. The endless laws of the 7th spirit mountain's formation had been destroyed under the endless attacks of Zhang Yunting, which were like turbulent waves. Fang Chang's eyes lit up. He shook his head and exclaimed, "Second junior brother had hidden his strength really deep." Zhang Yunting had always been keeping a low profile, so his true strength was unknown. However, the battle prowess he displayed now was not weaker than a mid-stage heavenly venerable at all. Fang Chang raised his brows and asked, "Junior sister, which spirit mountain are you going to choose?" He discovered that Zhang Yunxi had already charged toward the 6th spirit mountain when he turned to look at her. Fang Chang shouted, "Junior sister, why didn't you tell me when you would leave? Wait for me." After finishing, Fang Chang took out his domineering dragon spear and charged toward the 5th spirit mountain. Crash, crash, crash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound resounded throughout the whole small world. Zhang Yunxi swung her golden phoenix sacred sword, and 7 mixed divine lightning, metal, gathered to form a towering sword that seemed to traverse the heavens and the earth. Boom! That brilliant sword aura was slashed toward the 6th spirit mountain and caused countless formations to soar into the sky, releasing a blinding light which covered the whole sky. First slash. Second slash. Third slash. The formation on the 6th spirit mountain shook vigorously as laws surrounded it, and a huge crack was formed. Fang Chang then swung his domineering dragon spear and pierced toward the 5th spirit mountain. At that instant, spear aura surged out. Fearsome aura pierced through the air and sliced countless holes in the formation. Shortly after, the 4 spirit mountains' formations had all been broken through by the 4 of them. Rays of light blot out the sky and the sun while the ground trembled. Countless people were dumbstruck as they stared at the 4 of them who stood proudly on top of the 4 spirit mountains. They were all speechless from the shock. There were those that could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" The 4 of them could actually unleash mid-stage soul formation battle strength with just peak-stage nascent soul cultivation level. Even the 4 spirit mountains did not last long and were broken through by their attacks. Although they had used sage artifacts, their talent was also astonishing. Sage artifacts were rare, but some saints of certain sacred grounds still had them. However, even if they borrowed the power of the sage artifacts, it was impossible for them to reach the battle prowess of the 4 of them. For example, a 3-year-old child holding a knife would definitely be more threatening than a child without a knife. However, the child would not be able to defeat a middle-aged man no matter what. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. They were incredible. The Divine Firmament disciples of this generation truly had amazing talent. That made them even more curious about the Divine Firmament Saint, who had yet to make a move. Just how exceptional was he to have so many peerless prodigies willing to follow him? Just thinking about that made them excited. Chapter 430, I didn't exert much strength and you already broke? The 4 top Divine Firmament prodigies displayed their power when they conquered the top 10 spirit mountains, sending shockwaves all around. Shi Shaoxuan and Wang Xingshu would not be left behind. They stepped out, all prepared to challenge the top 10 spirit mountains. The appearance of those two ignited a heated debate. After all, their battle accolades were even more exceptional than the top 4 Divine Firmament Prodigies. They had defeated Shi Ling and Shi Kui. This alone was enough to make them famous in Jixia Academy. Is the Purple Mansion Saint going to make his move too? I heard that Qi Shaoxuan has the Tark potential. I wonder which spirit mountain he would choose? Anyway, it cannot be worse off than the ones chosen by the top 4 Divine Firmament Prodigies. And the Great Void Saint. He has always been very good at controlling the void. I think he should also be very formidable. I heard that previously, he even defeated someone very powerful within seconds. Qi Shaoxuan was the former number 1 on the Eastern Wilderness Golden Core list. His reputation had already spread all the way to middle ground. Before Shen Tian was born, he had dominated over the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness. Countless people feared and respected him. And as the current Great Void Saint, Wang Xingshu was just as formidable. More importantly, he had sparred with Shi Kui previously, sacrificed hundreds of years of his life, and defeated the latter within seconds. It could be imagined just how powerful that attack was. It was just a friendly sparring session, but he had been hardcore enough to sacrifice hundreds of years of his life. No one across the 5 regions would dare to offend such a person. Impulsive people feared violent people, while violent people feared those who had no care for their own lives. Qi Shaoxuan and Wang Xingshu exuded powerful auras. Many prodigies felt an inward shudder of fear. This was an aura that belonged to a soul formation stage practitioner. To be able to reach the soul formation stage at this age, they were definitely amongst the top of all their peers across the 5 regions. The prodigies were very eager to see just how powerful these two were. Wang Xingshu gazed at the top 4 mountains with blazing eyes. Given his cultivation level and status, he would naturally choose the 3rd and 4th spirit mountains. A mid-stage heavenly venerable practitioner could only conquer even the weakest of the top 10 spirit mountains. So for the 3rd and 4th spirit mountains, only a peak stage heavenly venerable would be able to conquer them. The 1st and 2nd spirit mountains were even more formidable. Only someone at the tribulation transcendence stage would be able to conquer them. As a result, those two did not even consider the 1st and 2nd spirit mountains. They might be able to challenge a higher level practitioner than them, but they did not feel that they would be able to go so far as to challenge sage level prowess. Gazing at the spirit mountain in front of him, Wang Xingshu smiled. Qi Shaoxuan, want to make this a competition? Wang Xingshu raised his eyebrows as he challenged Qi Shaoxuan. After breaking through to the soul formation stage, Wang Xingshu's lifespan had greatly increased, and his confidence surged. He had always wanted to compete with Qi Shaoxuan for the position of number 2 in the world. However, Qi Shaoxuan was very powerful, and a battle between the two of them would go on for a long time. He had no idea if he had enough vitality to last so long. As a result, he wanted to compete with Qi Shaoxuan via other methods. Qi Shaoxuan's eyes lit up. Why not? Wang Xingshu was no weakling. Qi Shaoxuan acknowledged that he was his top opponent for the position of number 2 in the world. Qi Shaoxuan had always been very proud. He would never admit to being weaker than anyone else, except for Shen Tian. There was no way he would reject Wang Xingshu's challenge. Wang Xingshu smiled. Very well. I shall make a move first then. With that, he charged toward the 3rd spirit mountain. Ha, Qi Shaoxuan, you are a fool. You will lose after I conquer this 3rd spirit mountain. Wang Xingshu had a very simple line of thinking. The difficulty level between the 3rd and 4th spirit mountains was not that vast. Both required the battle prowess of a peak heavenly venerable. As long as he could conquer the 3rd spirit mountain, he would be able to stand ahead of Qi Shaoxuan. After all, 3rd would always be better than 4th. If he could conquer the 3rd spirit mountain, he would be able to crow about his achievement. Qi Shaoxuan remained calm. Conquer that first. We will see after that. Wang Xingshu hollered. Watch carefully. It will be a piece of cake for me. With that, a divine light shone out of Wang Xingshu's body as void energy surged forth to form a massive void blade. The sharp blade sliced through the fabrics of space, heading straight toward the 3rd spirit mountain. Clang! The void blade hacked down on the rock walls of the 3rd spirit mountain as countless light rays erupted. Dazzling energy waves swept across the area and covered the sky. The 3rd spirit mountain was covered in a thick fog. It possessed a powerful formation that spanned all the way into the skies. The void blade was sharp and made a large crack. Shi Shaoxuan, did you see that? I will be able to complete this before long. Wang Xingqiu was full of confidence. He felt that this third spirit mountain would never be able to withstand him. However, what happened next had him jumping in rage. The crack on the third spirit mountain still had a layer of formation covering it. Energy surged over it continuously, mending the crack. Damn, what the hell? How is that fair? Wang Xingqiu's eyes widened. This spirit mountain could regenerate? The third spirit mountain's formation soon mended the crack. Void Blade. Void Sword. Void Hack. Wang Xingqiu hurriedly exhibited a large number of killing moves, with every intention of completely breaking through the third spirit mountain. But as hard as he tried, he failed to get close to his mark. Meanwhile, Shi Shaoxuan had already stepped forward in a dashing manner to start attacking the fourth spirit mountain. With his heaven's halberd in hand, his purple aura surged to form a dragon avatar, which roared into the universe. The heaven's halberd struck out with fearsome energy. After several strikes, multiple cracks appeared on the fourth spirit mountain. This spirit mountain was also surrounded by a formation, and it kept mending itself, trying to defend itself. Its speed of recovery was not that far off from the third spirit mountain's. The heaven's halberd was sharp and continuously suppressed the power of the mountain. Shi Shaoxuan then made a major move. His purple aura river mountain technique filled the space as his heaven's halberd struck down with a force that shook the entire region. Dazzling divine light morphed into a purple divine dragon that charged straight toward the fourth spirit mountain. Boundless divine energy concentrated on the fourth spirit mountain, causing its formation to be blown to bits. Shi Shaoxuan had always been powerful. After consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill, his constitution had evolved, and his abilities surpassed all limits. When going all out, his attack was as powerful as that of a peak heavenly venerable. Even the fourth spirit mountain could not hold on for much longer. Its formation was shattered by Shi Shaoxuan's mighty attack. Fear and awe appeared on the faces of countless prodigies as they witnessed this scene. He is indeed the Purple Mansion Saint. He managed to conquer the fourth spirit mountain after 36 moves. This level of battle prowess is far beyond me. No wonder he was the most powerful prodigy in Eastern Wilderness. He is indeed extraordinary. Thereafter, the prodigies all turned their eyes toward Wang Xingqiu. But why hasn't the Great Void Saint conquered his mountain yet? I thought I heard the Great Void Saint say earlier that conquering the third spirit mountain would be a piece of cake to him? Could I have misheard? The Great Void Saint doesn't look that great. Why are there barely any results after so long? He is also an early-stage soul formation practitioner. Why is there such a big difference? Wang Xingqiu looked very anxious. He muttered to himself, this array formation is so difficult to break. If I don't break it now, it will be a major loss of face for me. The difficulty level between the third and fourth spirit mountains was not that different. Both require the battle prowess of a peak heavenly venerable. But the third spirit mountain's array formation was still somewhat stronger than the fourth. Its ability to regenerate was also stronger. He should be able to conquer it with his usual attacks, but it would just take a longer time. Damn, I don't care. At the very most, I will just have to go back and continue cultivating in my tortoise pose. Damn Spirit Mountain, take that. If I delay any longer, my reputation will go down the drain. And Shi Shaoxuan has already completed and is standing there with his arms crossed and watching me. Wang Xingqiu didn't wish to waste any more time. He must conquer that third spirit mountain even if he had to expend his life energy. He reached out and expended 600 years of his life to form a great void palm and smacked it right down on the third spirit mountain. This life-expending attack was indeed different. The massive palm print smashed the third spirit mountain's formation within seconds. Boundless spirit chi surged in waves around the huge mountain. The third spirit mountain had been broken. Wang Xingqiu was delighted that he finally conquered the third spirit mountain. He gazed at Shi Shaoxuan arrogantly. Shi Shaoxuan, see that? I smashed it with just one palm strike. Am I good, or am I good? Shi Shaoxuan glanced at him before saying simply, 600 years. The corners of Wang Xingqiu's lips twitched as bitter bile rose up in his throat. He had lost out big time. He had wasted a whole 600 years. But since he had already expended it, he had no choice but to put up a brave front. He puffed out his chest and gave a stiff, cold smile. My spirit mountain is ranked higher than yours. You expended 600 years of your life. My spirit mountain has thicker spirit chi than yours. You expended 600 years of your life. Wang Xingqiu was exasperated. "Can you stop mentioning the word 600 years?" Shi Shaoxuan remained expressionless. "You expended 500 plus 100 years of your life." "Wang Xingqiu, damn you." The prodigies stared at Wang Xingqiu, who was standing proudly at the top of the third spirit mountain. The corners of their mouths twitched. This guy was a really hardcore character. He used up his life energy as if it were nothing. He is definitely not one to offend. In future, we must keep away from him. Who could stand against someone who was willing to cut his own life over a small matter? Shen Tian looked at Wang Xingqiu, also feeling rather pained. This kid is so wasteful. He only recently restored his lifespan to the maximum level? Just 2 days after arriving at Jixia Academy, and he has already expended over 1,000 years? Even a tortoise with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years cannot afford to waste his years like that. Don't tell me that expending your life energy is pleasurable like sex? It can be very addictive? A sudden realization dawned upon Shen Tian as he observed Wang Xingqiu's pale face and dark eye bags. No wonder this fellow is touted as the Great Void Saint. After doing it so many times, of course, he will be as empty as the void. Of the top Eastern Wilderness prodigies, only the Divine Firmament Saint has yet to make his move. I wonder which spirit mountain will he challenge? No matter what, he would at least be on par with the Purple Mansion Saint and the Great Void Saint. Do you think the Divine Firmament Saint can conquer the first spirit mountain? Isn't that a bit too much? That is a true sage level. Every single one of the prodigies who managed to enroll in Jixia Academy was a formidable practitioner. But after meeting Shen Tian and his group, they realized just how inferior they were compared to him. As a result, everyone felt very curious. What kind of astonishing performance would Shen Tian display before these 36 spirit mountains? Even Elder Su also felt rather curious. This kid was someone whom even the Great Tark looked favorably upon. Of the top 10 spirit mountains, only the first 2 and last 2 were left. With the Divine Firmament Saint's reputation, he would never choose the last 2. This only left the first and second spirit mountains to choose from. But the first and second spirit mountains were not that easy to break. To conquer the second spirit mountain, one must possess the battle prowess of an early-stage sage. Over the past 5,000 years, only 3 newly enrolled students had managed to do that. Those 3 were all extraordinary practitioners and went on to become outstanding leaders in their own right. And the difficulty of the first spirit mountain was even greater. Only a true sage who had undergone 4 tribulations would be able to conquer it. Since Jixia Academy was established, no one had been able to do it. Everyone wondered if this highly acclaimed Divine Firmament Saint would challenge the first spirit mountain. Or would he fail to live up to his reputation and not be able to break even the second spirit mountain? At that moment, all eyes were on Shen Tian. The corners of Shen Tian's mouth twitched when he felt everyone's searing eyes on him. He just wanted to concentrate on his cultivation and development and quietly leverage off the providence of others. He didn't expect this to happen at Jixia Academy. And those buddies of his were all boasting about him. Sigh. I really want to keep a low profile but can't. Luckily, these spirit mountains are a good training ground. I can receive school credits and treasures as a reward if I can break these formations. That's some form of comfort. Wait a minute. Shen Tian had an idea. His eyes lit up. Isn't this a good chance to hide my true strength? If I can put up an Oscar-worthy performance, there's no way I can't fool those kids. Yep, I will do that. Shen Tian made a decision and strode toward the second spirit mountain. As expected, everyone immediately focused on Shen Tian the moment he moved. The Divine Firmament Saint is making his move. He has chosen a second spirit mountain. Isn't he going to choose the first? But the first spirit mountain is really too difficult. It is already outstanding that he has chosen the second. Everyone, let's guess how many moves it will take the Divine Firmament Saint to break the second spirit mountain? Shen Tian's name had already spread across the 5 regions. There were even rumors of him defeating extreme Dao heavenly venerables and sages. It should be no problem for Shen Tian to conquer the second spirit mountain in everyone's opinion. But even amongst sages, there were those who were weaker, and those were more powerful. How would the Divine Firmament Saint compare to other sages? The prodigies waited eagerly for the Divine Firmament Saint to make his move. They were really very curious. Shen Tian smiled and stood before the second spirit mountain. Purple light dazzled as a huge purple hammer appeared in his hand. Shen Tian muttered quietly. I will strike 800 to 1000 times to just barely break open the second spirit mountain. That should be low profile enough. Everyone knows my battle prowess is already sage level. If I make it look too fake, no one will believe my performance. Let me pretend to be an early stage sage. That should be enough to convince them all. Shen Tian was serious about hiding his true strength. He didn't even take out his Ocean Divine Hammer. He was worried that if his attack was too powerful, it would terrify the others. He charged forward with his Purple Firmament Heaven Hammer and struck down on the second spirit mountain. The Purple Firmament Heaven Hammer radiated with divine light, mighty and firm. Its sword was awe-inspiring. But in actual fact, Shen Tian had only activated a small portion of his power. Or should I say, just a tiny. Bang! 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 Every single strike made the second spirit mountain's formation shake violently. But the second spirit mountain's formation remained strong and didn't crack. Divine energy bounced off and spread across the area, causing countless prodigies to shudder in fear. He is indeed the Divine Firmament Saint. He is able to attack the second spirit mountain with such force. I think he will be able to break it very soon. In my opinion, the Divine Firmament Saint's battle prowess is definitely on par with an early stage sage. Yes. Even if he can't win one, he probably won't lose either. Although Shen Tian only used a tiny bit of his power, it was enough to make countless prodigies convinced of his prowess. After all, he was the only one at present who could make the second spirit mountain shake so violently. To those youngsters, it was already a very mighty feat to shake a sage-level array formation. As for a heavenly venerable defeating a true sage, or even an ascent soul practitioner killing a true sage. No, they didn't even dare to imagine that. My acting skills are too good. It is a pity that I am not in the movies. The corners of Shen Tian's curled upwards when he overheard the opinions of those prodigies. Ha, on par with an early stage sage? Very good. This is the exact type of rumor I need. My battle prowess is only on par with that of an early stage sage. Who said I could defeat a 6 tribulation true sage with just one strike? That's just baseless rumors. Baseless rumors. Shen Tian felt very excited at the thought that he was finally able to change the rumors circulating about him. And in his excitement, he exerted just a little more strength. Yep, just a little. The second spirit mountain's formation shattered. Divine light shone through the array formation, and the second spirit mountain was opened. Silence descended over the entire area. The prodigies couldn't resist swallowing hard. BR broken? He broke it with just 7 strikes? And only using a supreme grade spirit artifact? Why do I feel that the first 6 strikes were rather useless? It was the final hammer that made the difference? I also feel that the final hammer was much more forceful than the first 6. Do you think that the final strike was the Divine Firmament Saint's true power? PFFFT. In that case, the Divine Firmament Saint's powers. Everyone was thunderstruck. They knew Shen Tian had astonishing battle prowess. But they didn't expect it to be so mind-blowing. It should be pointed out that Qi Shaoxuan had only managed to conquer the 4th spirit mountain after a total of 36 strikes. Shen Tian managed to break the 2nd spirit mountain in just 7. He was in no way inferior to an early stage sage. And that final strike was clearly many times more powerful. PFFFTTT. Incredible. The crowd gasped. And most importantly, Shen Tian's weapon was just the Purple Firmament Heaven Hammer. It was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Not even a low-grade sage artifact. Conquering a 2nd spirit mountain using just a supreme-grade spirit artifact? If he used a supreme-grade sage artifact, wouldn't he be able to conquer the 1st spirit mountain then? In that case, it was entirely possible he could kill a true sage with just one hammer strike. The Divine Firmament Saint was indeed an extreme Tao heavenly venerable. Everyone was utterly convinced of Shen Tian's powers by his earlier performance. Shen Tian started to have doubts about his whole existence again. He gazed at the broken 2nd spirit mountain in a daze. What happened? Weren't things going great earlier? I only accidentally exerted a little more strength. Why did it break? Oh my goodness! Could this be a low-quality, fake spirit mountain? I swear that I really didn't use much strength. Shen Tian felt his scalp go numb when he realized that everyone was staring at him with adoring eyes. Not only did he not manage to suppress those earlier rumors, but he also seemed to have boosted his own reputation further. Damn! So frustrating. I really wanted to keep a low profile, but my abilities won't let me. What should I do now? Please help me. Chapter 431, Shen Shi Tianzi? Listening to the surrounding geniuses' praise, Shen Tian began to doubt his life. Suddenly, multicolored light flickered within the grotto heaven's small world. Dazzling natural laws descended from the sky. A figure descended from the sky and strode through the sky while standing atop a dazzling divine rainbow. Every step he took caused space to shatter and collapse into ruins. This person looked to be in his 20s. His white clothes were like snow, and he looked like an otherworldly immortal. His figure was tall and straight, and mysterious symbols were flickering within his pupils. He towered in the void, his aura incomparably domineering as if he was a young god of war descending into this world. Among the middle ground heavenly talents, there was no lack of people who had seen this male before. Right now, they all released sighs of admiration. It's him, Shi Tianzi. To think that this young supreme paragon actually appeared. Shi Tianzi stood proudly in the void. The peerless dark bone in his chest was emitting divine light, and his aura was overwhelming. Terrifying, powerful, and dazzling. This was the feeling Shi Tianzi gave everyone. When this person appeared, everyone would tremble wherever his aura swept. The double pupils in his eyes flickered, producing endless profound mysteries as if they contained the world's most profound truths. The dark bone in his chest released endless pressure as if a young great emperor had appeared out of nowhere, making one shiver with fear. Some of the weaker geniuses couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Why has Prince Shi Tianzi come here? There were some who were shocked. Even though Shi Tianzi was also a new student, his status was comparable to a portion of the instructors. Before joining Jixia Academy, he had followed Great Tark Huang Shi to cultivate, and his strength was on a completely different level from the other new students. There was absolutely no need for such a figure to come to the newbie world. Suddenly, Shi Tianzi moved. His white robes fluttered as he strolled towards the first spirit mountain. A brilliant divine light swept out behind him. The laws of the world shook, and the void violently trembled and shattered. I understand. The prince wants to challenge the first spirit mountain? I never thought that this peerless genius would challenge the first spirit mountain. That was the strongest spiritual mountain in the small world. It required the power of a four-tribulation true sage to break through it. However, the news had spread that Shi Tianzi had killed a true sage from the evil spirit sect, and he was extremely powerful. Given Shi Tianzi's battle prowess, it shouldn't be difficult for him to take down First Spirit Mountain. Many people thought of Shen Tian and couldn't help comparing the two. The Divine Firmament Saint only used 7 moves to destroy the Second Spirit Mountain. His combat strength is comparable to a peak heavenly venerable. I wonder how many moves it will take for Prince Tianzi to take down First Spirit Mountain. Everyone became curious. They wanted to see who was stronger between Shi Tianzi and the Divine Firmament Saint. One of them was a young paragon who was hailed as a peerless talent and whose cultivation base was at the True Sage stage. The other was the Divine Firmament Saint, who was said to have crushed a 6th Tribulation True Sage with a hammer. How could the elites not look forward to such an amazing battle between two elites? The gazes of everyone converged onto the figure in the sky. Shi Tianzi finally made his move. He brandished his fist with his bare hands and shot straight into First Spirit Mountain. A terrifying aura erupted from the fist's radiance as the laws of destruction and creation could be seen manifested in it. With a punch, the 9 heavens resonated. The fist light spread out for 3,000 miles, shattering the endless void into powder. Crash! A loud explosion could be heard. A huge fist shadow struck the First Spirit Mountain. Instantly, countless restrictions shattered, and multicolored light overflowed, causing the world to tremble. With just a single punch, he had almost caused the restrictions of First Spirit Mountain to crumble completely. The power of that punch was terrifying. However, the First Spirit Mountain was extraordinary. Divine light soared into the sky and formed countless nomological arrays that fell from the sky. This was a formation designed and created by a supreme powerhouse. Even a 4 Tribulation True Sage could not break it easily. Dazzling divine light filled the First Spirit Mountain. It looked glorious and sacred as if it was indestructible. Humphrey! Shi Tianzi let out a cold harumph and stepped forward once again, his aura sweeping across the heavens and earth. The dark bone in front of his chest lit up. An incomparably terrifying strength erupted from the dark bone. Terrifying divine might surged out like raging waves, making his aura become even more terrifying as if a peerless emperor descended into the mortal world. Divine light lingered around Shi Tianzi's hand as an invincible aura exploded forth. He let out the fist of calamity, which seemed to shake the world. The sun and moon seemed to dim down, and it seemed as if everything was about to be completely shattered by the boundless fist. With the augmentation of the Tark bone, Shi Tianzi's attacks were unstoppable. The countless barriers were instantly destroyed. Crash! Crash! Shi Tianzi struck out once more, punching out twice toward the first spirit mountain. The sound was like a thunderclap that caused one's heart to shake greatly, and it was as if one's heart had exploded. The faces of the prodigies with weaker cultivations turned pale from the power that had leaked out from the punch, and their bodies collapsed onto the ground. It was too scary. Just the residual power was enough to make people shudder. If one were to face it head-on, even an ordinary sage might not be able to withstand it and would be smashed to death with a single punch. Under Shi Tianzi's incomparably tyrannical attacks, even the first spirit mountain couldn't withstand it. Endless laws were shattered, and the chains of order were crushed into powder. The divine light completely dimmed. Boom! A loud sound of explosion resounded. The strongest spirit mountain was finally broken through. All of the paragons were dazzled by this sight, and their hearts trembled. Shi Tianzi's battle prowess was too terrifying. He had managed to destroy the first spirit mountain in merely 3 moves. Furthermore, without using any weapons, his strength was comparable to a Fu Tribulation true sage. Who knew how mighty Shi Tianzi's true strength was? Could his true strength be comparable to that of a 5 Tribulation true sage? Or an even stronger 6 Tribulation true sage? He was too terrifying. As expected of the renowned paragon, such battle prowess was indeed unparalleled. Everyone was stunned by the figure in the air. However, Shi Tianzi's expression did not change at all after blasting apart Spirit Mountain. He ignored the first Spirit Mountain and looked at Shen-Tian. "You are the Divine Firmament Saint?" His 4 pupils flickered with an intimidating light. Shi Tianzi's expression was indifferent, but his aura was incomparably tyrannical. A terrifying pressure swept out like a raging storm, sweeping up endless violent winds. Shen-Tian's expression didn't change. He stood tall like a pine tree and didn't fall, unaffected by this aura. His eyes flickered with divine light as he smiled warmly. "That's me, Shen-Tian." Their gazes met, and it was as if there was a formless divine power that clashed endlessly. In that instant, the void began to tremble and shatter inch by inch. The paragons felt an invisible pressure spreading from heaven and earth, causing their hearts to tremble. Could it be that these 2 peerless geniuses were going to compare notes on their first meeting? Fortunately, the aura quickly dissipated, and a fight didn't ensue. Shi Tianzi's eyes were deep, and his 4 pupils were as dazzling as the sea of stars. "I've heard about you from Cousin Ling Long, and I've also heard the Emperor's evaluation of you. You are indeed not bad." Although he was complimenting Shen-Tian, Shi Tianzi's attitude was extremely cold. It didn't seem like flattery and politeness between people of the same generation, but more like a senior encouraging the younger generation. Clearly, this fellow was extremely arrogant. Shen-Tian didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at Shi Tianzi's head. On top of Shi Tianzi's head, there was a halo of light shining brightly. It was a dark purple Providence halo, unprecedentedly dazzling to the extreme. As expected of a renowned paragon, Shen-Tian secretly praised in his heart. This fellow's Providence was absolutely the strongest among all the people he'd seen. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was God's illegitimate son. He had such a terrifying combat ability at such a young age. Even his heavenly venerable cultivation base was comparable to that of a true sage. Physique and background were important, but it was impossible without an astounding amount of providence. God knows how many fortuitous opportunities this fellow had obtained since he was young. This was an unexpectedly juicy harvest. The corners of Shen-Tian's lips curved up. Moreover, Shen-Tian had used too much force previously and was too high profile. At first, he was still thinking about how to trick these brats and divert their attention. Who would have thought that things would come his way so easily? This kid had attracted everyone's attention. He is indeed worthy of being the son of Providence with a great destiny. He can indeed bring good luck to me. When he thought of this, Shen-Tian's heart couldn't help but ripple, and he couldn't help having a favorable impression of Shi Tianzi. He slowly withdrew his imposing manner and no longer opposed Shi Tianzi. For a period, in the eyes of the geniuses, Shi Tianzi's aura grew even stronger, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. As for the Divine Firmament Saint, Although he was still unfathomable, he did not seem that powerful. Gradually, he stopped attracting attention. His strength was not bad, but he was not worthy of Wang Shi's praise. Shi Tianzi muttered to himself in his heart. He then also withdrew his aura and stopped being overbearing. He threw a token to Shen Tian and said indifferently, "With this token, you can pay a visit to the Emperor, Wang Shi. However, young man, please keep a low profile in the future." Shi Tianzi looked deeply at Shen Tian before disappearing into the first spirit mountain. Eh? By the time Shen Tian reacted, Shi Tianzi had already left. What a pity. He had wanted to say something. For example, they could form a good relationship, form a team when they were free, or raid dungeons together. He did not expect this boy to walk away so fast. It was a pity that a guy with such providence had escaped just like that. But it was fine. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Since everyone was in Jixia Academy, how could he escape? Hey. That bastard actually threatened junior brother? After Zhang Yunxi saw Shi Tianzi threaten Shen Tian from high up in the air, she almost lost her temper. If Zhang Yunting hadn't pulled her back in time, she might have already rushed up and attacked him. Zhang Yunting was so scared that he was sweating profusely. The corners of his mouth twitched crazily. "Yunxi, let's calm down. Don't fight and kill for no reason. We've just arrived in middle ground. Peace is the most important thing. Peace is the most important thing. If you want to attack someone else, that will be no problem. At most, I'll help you deal with the person too. The big problem is the target. You should at least see who your opponent is. That's Shi Tianzi you are about to attack. He's someone who is comparable to a true sage. Other than junior brother, who else can beat him? Do you really think that he wouldn't hit women?" Humphrey. Zhang Yunxi snorted coldly. This bastard, junior brother didn't even provoke him, but why is he targeting junior brother? Zhang Yunting could only shake his head with a bitter smile. How would he know why Shi Tianzi was targeting Shen Tian? Suddenly, Wang Shingshu said, "I know why Shi Tianzi doesn't like brother Shen." The paragons were instantly curious and looked at Wang Shingshu. Why? Wang Shingshu smiled mysteriously. Because his name is Tianzi, while brother Shen's name is Tian. All the paragons. Kek, that made sense. They actually had nothing to rebut against. Speaking of which, how could the mouth of this kid from the Great Void Sacred Ground be so cheap? Fortunately, Shi Tianzi had already left. Otherwise, this fellow would definitely be beaten up badly. No, not just beaten. They felt that this fellow would be beaten to death by Shi Tianzi. Even if he spent his life to get more strength, it would be useless. Elder Su walked out and said loudly, "New students can enter their respective spirit mountain. There are treasures and credit cards prepared by the academy in them. As for the students who did not open any spirit mountain, you can start setting up tents and building houses by yourself. You can rest here. A teacher will come to address you for your timetable later." After Old Master Su made the arrangements, he left in a hurry. This generation's heavenly genius was too stunning. He needed to inform the Academy's experts to make other arrangements. Upon hearing Old Su's words, many geniuses cried out in sorrow. Since they could not open any spirit mountain, they did not have the right to enjoy the massive amount of spirit chi within. However, there was nothing they could do if their skills were inferior to others, so these paragons could only obediently start building houses. Otherwise, they would really sleep on the streets openly tonight. As for the core disciples of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, they lived on the 21st Spirit Mountain. The paragons were extremely envious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their geniuses could not open any Spirit Mountain. Shen Tian bade everyone farewell and entered the second Spirit Mountain. The second Spirit Mountain was enshrouded in a spiritual mist that flowed like water. Dense spiritual energy permeated the air, causing the air to become moist and condense into pure spiritual liquid. As soon as Shen Tian entered, he felt refreshed and comfortable, as if he were swimming in a sea of spiritual power. The spiritual essence here was too rich, far exceeding the outside world by 1,000 times. The spiritual mist that filled the sky was dense to the point it could even condense into liquid. If an ordinary person could enter this place, they might be able to directly reach Foundation establishment and start their cultivation career. As expected of the second-rank Spirit Mountain of the 36 Spirit Mountains, this place was indeed extraordinary. This place is not bad. The air quality is really good. Shen Tian couldn't help but sigh. This place was even more outstanding than his Saint Mountain. Furthermore, there were all kinds of cultivation facilities on the Spirit Mountain, and there was no need to spend any effort on purchasing anything. At the peak of Second Spirit Mountain was a hall. The hall was resplendent and majestic, constructed from precious spirit gold. Inside the hall was a resting place. On the table in the hall was a token and 3 supreme-grade sage herbs. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Shen Tian's mouth curled up slightly. How generous! Jixia Academy is quite generous. These were the rewards that Elder Su had mentioned. The 3 supreme-grade sage herbs were extremely valuable. They could even be exchanged for a sage artifact. If anyone else could obtain these 3 supreme-grade sage herbs, they would definitely be extremely happy. However, Shen Tian didn't really care. These could only be said to be icing on the cake for him. After all, he had money. Shen Tian was more concerned about the token. It was a simple and unadorned command token, and a large 2 character was on it. Upon seeing this word, Shen Tian's lips twitched uncontrollably. This number seemed a little. Shen Tian quickly understood the function of this token. It was the control token of the Second Spirit Mountain. One could control the array formations of the Second Spirit Mountain through this token. This was a formation with a strength comparable to that of a One Tribulation True Sage after all, and it still had some use. After Shen Tian took control of the Second Spirit Mountain's token, it shot out a dazzling light. Some information immediately appeared in Shen Tian's mind. According to what old Elder Su had said, not only would one be rewarded with treasures after opening a Spirit Mountain, but they would also be rewarded with credits. The information Shen Tian just learned was that the credits had been transferred to his account. Academic credits were similar to spirit stones in the outside world. They were the most common currency used in Jixia Academy. They could be used to exchange for cultivation techniques, secret arts, treasures, and resources. They could also be used to exchange for the right to use certain cultivation facilities. One had to know that the Jixia Academy's inheritance was extremely long, and its foundation was unimaginably deep. One could even exchange for a complete Tark Sutra here. However, everything had to be exchanged with credits, and credits could only be obtained by completing missions. It could be said that the most important thing in Jixia Academy was credits. Shen Tian's token recorded 100,000 credits. This amount of credits could absolutely be called a massive amount of wealth. 100,000 credits were enough for one to browse through a complete Tark Sutra that included a forbidden chapter. If other students obtained it, it could even change their fate. Upon seeing the token of the Second Spirit Mountain, Shen Tian recalled the token that Shi Tianzi had tossed to him. He then took it out and examined it carefully. Strange patterns were engraved on the token, as if it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, looking incomparably profound. A prominent desolate character was engraved in the center of the token, its aura as vast as the sea. It was somewhat similar to his distinguished talent token. Shen Tian stroked the token in his hand. Is this thing so magical that I can see Huang Shi after activating it? Could it be some summoning token? As long as it was activated, Huang Shi would personally come here? At that thought, Shen Tian's lips curled up, and he felt a little excited. After all, Huang Shi was very powerful. After making the necessary preparations, Shen Tian poured his power into the token. The token emitted a dazzling light. It was bright and lingered around the token, forming a round ball shape. An absurd idea popped up in Shen Tian's mind. He shouted softly, "I choose you, Pikachu." Yes, this ball looked exactly like the Pokeball that summoned Pikachu. However, Pikachu did not appear. The ball of light grew larger and larger as if it had transformed into a massive abyss that swallowed Shen Tian whole. Shen Tian's lips twitched upon sensing the majestic power contained within the light. I was ambushed before I could even react. Well, frankly speaking, it was too sudden for me to react. His vision blurred, and Shen Tian could feel his position changing rapidly. Soon, he appeared in the void. In this white space stood 2 figures. One of the figures was dressed in white. His figure was tall and straight, like a spirit that shot into the sky. His entire body exuded an arrogant and cold aura. As he opened and closed his eyes, endless divine light flashed in them. The Tark bone in front of his chest was covered with mysterious divine patterns. Just by standing there, he seemed like the center of the world. That's right. This person was Middle Ground's supreme prodigy that Shen Tian had met not long ago, Shi Tianzi. The other figure looked very ordinary. He wore a purple scholarly robe and appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. This person did not have any spiritual energy fluctuations around him. He looked like an ordinary mortal scholar. However, Shen Tian didn't look down on him because he was too ordinary. For such an ordinary person to appear in such an extraordinary place, this already showed how extraordinary he was. Furthermore, Shi Tianzi's attitude toward this person was extremely respectful. Given this fellow's bad temper, to be able to make him treat him with such respect. If Shen Tian wasn't wrong, he could only be Huang Shi. Chapter 432, Shen Tian vs Shi Tianzi. This was a small world that Huang Shi had constructed. Only those recognized by Huang Shi could step into this world. Otherwise, even sages wouldn't dare to trespass this place. Huang Shi was a legendary figure in Middle Ground and even across the 5 regions. He was known to be invincible for the past thousands of years. Even someone as talented and powerful as Shi Tianzi was extremely respectful in front of this seemingly ordinary purple-robed man. He stood respectfully in front of Huang Shi and said, "Imperial Lord, I've met Shen Tian before this. Although this kid does have some capabilities, he doesn't seem to be that amazing." Huang Shi had issued a special recruitment order to invite Shen Tian into Jixia Academy. He had even said that if Shen Tian was willing, he could personally teach him for a period. One must know that he was the Imperial Lord of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. He was the faith of Shi Tianzi and everyone in the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Even someone as wild and untamed as Shi Tianzi idolized Huang Shi. When he had first heard that the Imperial Lord was willing to guide him, Shi Tianzi had been so excited that he could not sleep for days. It was one thing for such an existence to be willing to personally guide Shen Tian, but to first obtain Shen Tian's opinion? What do you mean if Shen Tian is willing? Could it be that this brat was unwilling? That's right, Shi Tianzi's hostility toward Shen Tian was due to this. Even though Shen Tian had displayed extraordinary talent that far surpassed the other geniuses of the 5 regions, Shi Tianzi did not think that he was worthy of the Imperial Lord's favor. After all, in the 5,000 years since Jixia Academy's establishment, although there weren't many peerless geniuses that could match Shen Tian, such people weren't unheard of. However, no one had ever been treated with such importance by Imperial Lord Huang Shi like Shen Tian. Even Shi Tianzi dimmed in front of Shen Tian. Frankly speaking, Shi Tianzi was jealous as the only direct descendant of the Imperial Lord Huang Shi. A faint smile appeared on Huang Shi's face. He looked as calm as the wind. Shen Tian is not as simple as he seems. His talent is far above yours, and his strength also surpasses yours. Shi Tianzi was stunned. He hadn't expected the Imperial Lord to give Shen Tian such high praise. One had to know that he was the legendary supreme youth with the strongest talent since the establishment of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Shi Tianzi had been the center of attention since he was young, and he boasted of being peerless amongst his peers. No one could compete with him. This was his confidence. Now that Imperial Lord Huang Shi said he was inferior to Shen Tian, Shi Tianzi naturally wasn't convinced. Shi Tianzi said in a fit of pique, "I don't believe that I cannot suppress a mere Shen Tian with my bare hands." Shen Tian's reputation had spread far and wide. It was said that he had once been invincible against true sages. However, for Shi Tianzi, this type of battle accomplishment wasn't enough to move him. Moreover, the combat power that Shen Tian had displayed previously was at most comparable to a one-tribulation true sage. Given that level of strength, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Shi Tianzi. Shi Tianzi had unparalleled combat strength and had once fought against a true sage of the evil spirit sect. Wouldn't it be easy for him to suppress a mere divine firmament saint? Huang Shi did not speak, only slowly shaking his head. Shi Tianzi's aptitude wasn't bad, but he was too arrogant. This wasn't good for his future growth. One had to know that there would always be someone stronger than you. There were many great secrets hidden in the 5 regions that even he was wary of. If he was too arrogant and overconfident, it would instead become his own shackles. He would suffer greatly in the future. At that moment, the void surged, and Shen Tian's figure suddenly appeared. The two of them instantly sensed each other, and their gazes converged. Shi Tianzi's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect Shen Tian to arrive just as they were talking about him. Seeing the two of them look over, Shen Tian stepped forward with a smile and cupped his hands respectfully. "Greetings, Imperial Lord Huang Shi." Shen Tian's behavior was refined, neither arrogant nor rash, and he was very polite. After all, the person in front of him was a supreme expert who dominated the 5 regions and was ranked at the peak. Even though he looked ordinary, there was no doubt about his strength. Furthermore, Huang Shi cared about the world and was the guardian of the 5 regions. He was worthy of respect. When facing such a peerless expert, Shen Tian naturally wouldn't be rude. Actually, the main reason was that he couldn't win. "You're finally here." Huang Shi smiled as his gaze gathered on Shen Tian. His face was filled with the kindness of an elder. However, Shi Tianzi was not happy. The dissatisfaction in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Shi Tianzi walked up to Shen Tian and said, "Shen Tian, fight me." He wanted to fight Shen Tian and see who was stronger and who was weaker. Shen Tian was stunned. He looked at Shi Tianzi, who was full of fighting spirit, and felt helpless and confused. What happened to this kid? Why does it seem like he has eaten gunpowder? You want to challenge me to a duel right after meeting me? Shen Tian shook his head out of courtesy and the desire to groom him. "Brother Tianzi, although this isn't our first time meeting, we can't just fight whenever we meet." Shi Tianzi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Shen Tian to reject him. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. Fighting was the best and fastest way for cultivators to improve. Shi Tianzi didn't react to Shen Tian's rejection. Typically, those who rejected challenges from others were either too strong or disdained challenges from the weak. Either they were too weak and knew that they were no match for him, or they would be beaten up even if they accepted it. Shi Tianzi felt that Shen Tian was definitely not the former. With this thought in mind, Shi Tianzi said calmly, "At most, I'll suppress my cultivation to your level." Fighting at the same cultivation level was fair and just. Shi Tianzi didn't believe that Shen Tian would reject him like this. However, Shen Tian still shook his head and refused. "Brother Tianzi, forget it." He had always won others over with virtue and hated fighting and killing. This was especially so when faced with those with great Providence. What if he accidentally beat this brat up too badly and caused him to have an opinion about him? How would he then be supposed to fleece them in the future? This was a super son of Providence, and Shen Tian didn't want to make a mistake. With that thought in mind, no matter how much Shi Tianzi ground his lips, Shen Tian shook his head and refused. Shi Tianzi stomped his feet in anger. He didn't expect Shen Tian to be so docile and not accept his challenge at all. If it weren't for Huang Shi's presence, he might have charged forward to force Shen Tian to attack. At that instant, Imperial Lord Huang Shi said smilingly, "Shen Tian, if you win, I'll give you a tar curb." "Tar curb?" Shen Tian's eyes lit up. "Since Brother Tianzi sincerely asks of me to give you a fight, I'm willing to fulfill your wish. Brother Tianzi, I will gladly have a fight with you." Shen Tian solemnly looked at Shi Tianzi as if he was moved by his words. "Shi Tianzi? Didn't this kid keep rejecting me just now? He even looked like he was afraid of hurting our relationship previously. I have spent so much effort trying to persuade him, but he never agreed. In the end, when he heard that there was a treasure, he immediately became excited and agreed to have a match with me. This brat probably didn't want to compete with me. He is merely aiming for the tar curb." Shi Tianzi's lips twitched violently. He had once heard of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's heavenly venerable azure lotus. It seemed like Shen Tian had learned a lot from him. Shen Tian's face wasn't red, and his heart wasn't pounding. His expression was completely natural. "Yes, I merely want to exchange pointers with Shi Tianzi. It's definitely not because of a tar curb. I am not affected by treasures. However, if someone is willing to give it to me for free, I will definitely not stand on ceremony. I don't even have any stock of tar curbs left in my treasury." Shi Tianzi's expression turned cold upon seeing Shen Tian's smile. This kid agreed so readily as if the tar curb is going to be given to him for free. "Didn't you hear clearly? Only by defeating me will there be a reward. He is simply looking down on me." Shi Tianzi leapt up and transformed into a beam of divine light that shot into the sky. "Shen Tian, fight me!" Shi Tianzi roared. He wanted to see how Shen Tian would dare to fight him. Shen Tian smiled and lightly stepped into the other end of the sky. Shen Tian smiled and said before making his move, "Brother Tianzi, this can be considered a friendly match. How about we stop when victory is determined? Let's not fight to kill." Shen Tian still hadn't forgotten his fleecing plan. "Cut the crap, let's fight." Shi Tianzi was the first to attack. An invincible fist strike blasted out, shaking the heavens. At that instant, the void shattered. This seemingly ordinary punch contained a terrifying power that could severely wound or even kill a sage. However, when Shi Tianzi's attack was about to land on Shen Tian, Shen Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and his figure was like a swift shadow that transformed into a chilly lightning bolt that instantly appeared on the other side. Shi Tianzi's attack directly missed, creating a large hole in the void. However, he quickly came to his senses and followed up with another fist, aiming at where Shen Tian landed. Crash! However, Shi Tianzi's attack still didn't hit as Shen Tian was able to use the electric shadow footwork to dodge it. Damn! Shi Tianzi's body trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Shen Tian's speed to be so fast that even he was unable to match it. The electric shadow footwork was known as the fastest in the world. It was comparable to the Kun Peng arts, and its close combat evasion ability was even more extraordinary. Shen Tian, who possessed the Connate constitution, had long cultivated this technique to an extremely high realm. Although Shi Tianzi's battle prowess was unparalleled, his advantage wasn't in speed, so he naturally couldn't catch up to Shen Tian. Incomparably resplendent divine radiance was outlined in his eyes. Daolore runes crisscrossed as if they wanted to peer into the void. Shi Tianzi activated his four pupils and saw through all illusions. He even predicted where Shen Tian would land and threw a punch in advance. Crash! Another loud bang could be heard. Shen Tian's figure finally appeared, his body glowing with lightning as a terrifying phenomenon appeared. Shi Tianzi's attack was neutralized in an instant. Can you stop hiding? Do you dare to fight against me head-on? Shi Tianzi's lips twitched. He could find Shen Tian's location. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to catch up and defeat Shen Tian with his speed. Unless this space was completely sealed, there was no way for him to hit Shen Tian. This was the desolate void small world, created by Huang Shi. It was impossible for Shi Tianzi to completely seal space here. Shi Tianzi gnashed his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Shen Tian's expression stiffened slightly before a smile appeared on his face. Why wouldn't I dare? Although he did not like fighting, it did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Since the other party was so aggressive, then he would give him a fight. Shi Tianzi looked up to the sky and roared, "All right, take this." Fist of Calamity. Shi Tianzi's entire body shone, the dark bone within his body surging with incomparably resplendent radiance. A magnificent phantom condensed behind him. It was incomparably majestic, like a great emperor of the ancient era looking down on all life forms. The dark bone trembled, and its majestic divine might was unstoppable. It instantly raised Shi Tianzi's battle prowess to a terrifying level. With a single punch, a calamity seemed imminent. All space was instantly crushed into powder while the laws shattered, and it was like the world was about to be obliterated. The power of this attack was not inferior to that of a strike from a four-tribulation true sage. Shen Tian's body sank slightly. He could feel a copious force pressing down on him, and the power was extremely shocking. Even an ordinary four-tribulation true sage might not be able to withstand this attack and would be forced back. However, Shen Tian's expression didn't change. He suddenly activated his technique and mobilized the power of the extraordinary items in his body to activate the God of War transformation. His entire body emitted a resplendent golden light, and a terrifying divine might burst out like a tidal wave. His hair danced in the air. Shen Tian's aura became increasingly terrifying, and his combat strength increased exponentially. With the augmentation of the God of War transformation, Shen Tian's battle prowess increased significantly, and he was now no weaker than Shi Tianzi. He suddenly waved his hand, and a dazzling light surrounded his arm. 1,000 beams of light, with every beam like the tail light of a comet, flickered with resplendent divine radiance and blasted apart the void. Sky-smashing bomb. Divine light radiated from Shen Tian's hand as if he was holding a dazzling galaxy of stars. At that moment, he was waving his gigantic hand, and it was as if endless galaxies were crashing down to shatter the mountains and rivers. Crash! Divine light trembled, and the world cracked apart. The sky-smashing palm collided with the Fist of Calamity, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. If this place wasn't constructed by Huang Shi and protected by the supreme laws, it would probably have been blasted into pieces. Their attacks were too terrifying. Even a four-tribulation true sage would be severely injured or even die from either of their attacks. However, the two of them were merely forced back, and the exchange could be said to be evenly matched. Shi Tianzi's body trembled. He didn't expect Shen Tian's battle prowess to be so powerful. However, Shen Tian charged forward again and instantly engaged in a fierce battle with Shi Tianzi. Shi Tianzi's divine fist was unparalleled. Dazzling divine light swirled around his fist as it continuously brought with it the power of world destruction. When he brandished his fist, even the heavens began to tremble. Endless blood essence overflowed into the heavens as if it wanted to shatter mountains and rivers and destroy the stars. Shen Tian's body was robust, and golden lightning flashed beneath his feet. He summoned the purple firmament heaven hammer with his right hand and unleashed the heavenly wilderness 36 hammers, engaging in a fierce battle with Shi Tianzi. The enormous hammer didn't seem to stand out in Shen Tian's hand at all. Instead, it became incomparably ferocious under the extreme speed boost. Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, Star-shattering hammer. Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, Sun-splitting hammer. Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, Moon-lifting hammer. Every single hammer strike would cause the surrounding space to completely collapse and transform into ruins. After each hammer, the following strike would have a greater strength. Instantly, countless cracks appeared in the void. The void cracks covered heaven and earth, making everything fall into darkness. The sun and moon lost their color, and the world was devoid of light. It was as if the world couldn't withstand this power and was about to be torn apart. Both of them were exceptional heavenly talents. The battle strength they erupted with resonated with heaven and earth, their oars devouring mountains and rivers, their every movement able to shatter the void. The entire sky was covered by the boundless divine light that was extremely dazzling, and it caused others to be unable to open their eyes. If there were other people here, they might have long been smashed into minced meat by this divine might, unable to resist at all. Huang Shi stood tall and divine energy surged around him as if he did not exist in this world. Nonetheless, his eyes shined as he witnessed the scene before him. As expected, the young will one day surpass the old. In the dark void, Shi Tianzi's appearance was exceptional. He was untainted by dust or blood, looking extraordinary and transcendent. He brandished his divine fist, bringing with it the power of the sun, moon, and stars. His might was vast and boundless as if stars were falling from the sky. In that instant, a large hole was blasted through the sky, drawing down countless natural laws. The chains of order were even more chaotic to the extreme. This fist intent was invincible and unstoppable, capable of crushing all enemies. Shen Tian's expression was calm. It seemed as if no matter how many schemes Shi Tianzi had, he would shatter them all with a hammer. The Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers was a mystic technique that did not belong to this world, so its might was terrifying. It was enough to pierce through heaven and earth and shatter the void with a swing of the hammer. Crash! Another loud explosion could be heard. Shi Tianzi was finally forced back several dozen steps. Every step he took caused the void to collapse. Clearly, the void was already bearing the weight it should not have. Shen Tian was fine, but the purple firmament heaven hammer was smashed into pieces during the fight. The main reason was that Shi Tianzi used the power of his Tark bone. His body was incomparably firm, no weaker than a sage artifact. The purple firmament heaven hammer was only a supreme-grade spirit artifact and naturally could not withstand it. Shi Tianzi stared at Shen Tian in shock. Never would he have thought that he had misjudged Shen Tian's battle prowess. In this confrontation, he was completely suppressed by Shen Tian. If the hammer had not shattered, he would have suffered a huge loss. Shi Tianzi took a deep breath and began to take Shen Tian seriously. His battle intent burned like a raging inferno as he laughed heartily. Shen Tian, you're very strong. I have indeed underestimated you, but you are destined to lose this battle. Shi Tianzi spoke up as horrifying power, and divine light burst forth from his body. The blazing divine light was like a scorching sun that illuminated the heavens and the earth. An enormous avatar appeared behind him, covering the sky and shaking the heavens. This was the avatar of creation manifested from the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. It was majestic and imposing as if it was going to evolve into the world of primal chaos. Shi Tianzi's battle prowess was unparalleled. His cultivation level had reached late-stage soul formation, and he was also a god-fiend practitioner and chi refinement cultivator. His body-tempering cultivation had also reached the mighty prowess realm. He had transformed his 365 large aperture acupoints and 3,000 small aperture acupoints into divine acupoints, creating the divine skill, creation calamity baptism. Back then, he had relied on this ability to defeat the true sage of the evil spirit sect. When he had unleashed the creation calamity baptism, it was as if heaven and earth were going to be overturned and endless divine might rushed into the heavens. The sky was immediately stirred by endless divine radiance. Clouds in all directions were blasted apart as if yin yang was going to be reversed and a new world was about to be established. Shi Tianzi's aura became incomparably terrifying. His pupils flickered with soul-stirring power, and the light from the dark bone within his body erupted to the limit. At that moment, he was like a god that controlled the heavens and the earth, intending to punish all living beings. "Shen Tian, this is my strongest attack. If you can block it, consider it my loss." Shi Tianzi had already acknowledged Shen Tian's strength, but he still refused to admit defeat. As a renowned paragon, he had an unyielding spirit. Ever since he had appeared in this world, he had been unmatched and invincible among his peers. How could he be willing to be suppressed? No matter what, he had to fight Shen Tian. There can only be one top paragon in the 5 regions. That was him, Shi Tianzi. Shen Tian took a deep breath. "Bring it." Shi Tianzi's battle prowess was extraordinary. He was the strongest paragon he had ever met. Shi Tianzi's battle prowess was comparable to a 5 true sage with the help of his divine ability. Shen Tian could feel how heavy the pressure was coming from Shi Tianzi. He felt as if stars were falling down upon him from the sky. Creation Calamity Baptism. Shi Tianzi released a long roar, the aura within his body surging to the limit. His 4 pupils immediately erupted with resplendent divine radiance. Countless symbols poured out, forming an incomparably terrifying divine might. At the same time, dazzling light coiled around the dark bone within his body, and it transformed into golden markings that coiled around his body, once again causing his aura to skyrocket to the extreme. He was like a king of heaven and earth, about to unleash an earth-shattering attack with a wave of his hand. Those with the Daikoria had always been mysterious and unfathomable and held great divine might. Every generation of those with Daikoria was a peak existence that was unrivaled since ancient times. Meanwhile, not only did Shi Tianzi have the Daikoria, but he also had the dark bone. He could be said to be the favored child of the world. Shi Tianzi, who had amassed such power, had unimaginable power. Immediately after, he swiftly took action, his eyes shooting out resplendent divine light. It was dazzling to the extreme. The divine light was mighty and unstoppable, with everything being obliterated wherever it went. It was as if it was carrying out the punishment of the heavens, and it was unstoppable. Behind him, the avatar of creation descended from the sky, suppressing heaven and earth and seeming to exterminate all life. Shi Tianzi, who had gathered all his strength, had let out a terrifying attack. Even a 5 true sage might not be able to withstand this. Shen Tian's body trembled slightly as he sensed the terrifying power crashing toward him, threatening to crush him into minced meat. However, his expression did not change. A purple light flashed in his hand, and the purple-green double swords appeared. Shen Tian gripped the swords in his hand and closed his eyes. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body. Clang! The purple-green double swords cried out, shaking the 9 heavens. Dazzling divine light shot out of the purple-green double swords. The light was resplendent, seeming to cover the entirety of the world and making everything pale in comparison. An incomparably shocking sword intent erupted, rushing into the heavens, straight into the clouds of the 9 heavens, as if it wanted to pierce through this world. Shen Tian slowly moved, waving the 2 swords in his hands. The sword energy was light and graceful. It seemed ordinary, but it shot out a blazing divine light. Surrounded by sword light, Shen Tian was like a peerless sword immortal, unleashing his most ferocious attack. Chi! The sword slashed out, and a sword beam that went tens of thousands of kilometers could be seen. The sword chi was vast and mighty like a river of stars, and it descended with awe-inspiring might to invade the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the void shattered. Countless spatial cracks swallowed up the entire space. Under the peerless sword light, everything was obliterated and completely fell. This was precisely the flying sword intent. It seemed to cut through the past and present, breaking apart heaven and earth. Boom! The shocking sword beam instantaneously shattered the creation calamity baptism that could destroy everything. Even the avatar of creation manifestation behind Shi Tianzi was shattered by the sword and completely exploded. Splat! Shi Tianzi spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying back, crashing heavily onto the ground. His attack had been broken. Even Shi Tianzi couldn't withstand such a backlash and was instantly defeated. His white clothes were stained with blood, and his aura was weak. He had clearly suffered a certain degree of injury. However, Shi Tianzi didn't care about his injuries. Instead, he stared at Shen Tian in shock. The power Shen Tian displayed filled his heart with shock and astonishment. Especially that peerless sword beam. Its aura was so terrifying that it made Shi Tianzi's heart palpitate. Even his attack was unable to go against it. Its might could be said to be world-shocking. Only by personally fighting Shen Tian could one sense how terrifying his combat strength was. This sword strike was simply unprecedented and magnificent. This was not a sword move from the mortal world because it was impossible for such a sword move to exist in the mortal world. Until now, Shi Tianzi's mind was still filled with the invincible heroic bearing of Shen Tian executing that sword move. That sword strike felt as if it was unleashed by a sword immortal that had descended from the heavens, causing all other sword moves in the world to pale in comparison. It was truly extraordinary and unparalleled. "I've lost," Shi Tianzi mumbled to himself. He sat on the ground in a daze, doubting his life. This was the first time he had been defeated by someone of the same generation, someone even younger than him. Frankly speaking, this failure had dealt a huge blow to Shi Tianzi. The arrogance in his body was restrained. However, in the eyes of Huang Shi, this was not necessarily a bad thing. After all, it was easy to break down from being too unyielding. It was not necessarily a good thing for young people to be too complacent. Meanwhile, Shen Tian also heaved a sigh of relief. Shi Tianzi's battle prowess far exceeded Shen Tian's expectations. Even after using the flying sword Qi, he only barely managed to defeat Shi Tianzi. As expected of a supreme genius of middle ground, his strength was so shocking that he had almost failed to get his reward. Chapter 433, This Kid is Willing to Sell His Allegiance to the Highest Bidder. Huang Shi was the only one who had witnessed this mind-blowing battle. To be honest, if not for the tar curb, Shen Tian would never put in so much effort to fight Shi Tianzi. His purple firmament heaven hammer had been shattered, so he would have suffered a massive loss if he didn't manage to get the tar curb. He only hoped that Huang Shi would not go back on his word. Suddenly, Shen Tian's spirit chi started to vibrate and spread across his entire body. His eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "Am I going to break through now?" Shen Tian's cultivation level had already reached peak stage nascent soul a long time ago. He had made use of the power of the chaotic sky-mending pill to break through. After several months, he had stabilized his foundation but hadn't managed to reach the barrier to the next stage. Now, in the midst of his intense battle with Shi Tianzi, Shen Tian had gained an epiphany. Shi Tianzi was an extraordinarily exceptional prodigy. He had daiquiri and paramount talent, while his cultivation level and battle prowess were high beyond fathom. It could be said that he was the most powerful and talented opponent that Shen Tian had ever faced. Especially because Shi Tianzi's creation calamity baptism and Shen Tian's heaven-earth splitting divine skills were very similar. Having experienced the similar creation calamity baptism, Shen Tian could feel the mystic wonders of life, death, and reincarnation in that divine skill. It was the power of the natural world, full of magnificent chaos. Not any normal person could control it. It was after witnessing that sight that Shen Tian had an epiphany that moved him toward the soul formation stage. At that moment, Shen Tian's entire body dazzled with an endless divine light. Spirit chi swirled around the air as the light shone like the Milky Way, attracting tens of thousands of magic arrays into his body. In the blink of an eye, Shen Tian was engulfed in limitless spirit chi as his aura rose continuously. Meanwhile, Shi Tianzi doubted the meaning of life. He could not believe that he had been defeated by Shen Tian. He was the newest rising star of the great wilderness celestial dynasty. He was the paragon of his generation. Since he was born, he had been indomitable across the 8 wildernesses. No one could defeat him. Even Huang Shi thought highly of him and mentored him personally. This kind of preferential treatment was unprecedented. Shi Tianzi's pride did not allow him to fail, and he had never tasted defeat. Nonetheless, Shi Tianzi had lost this battle. The physical pain he was suffering was a constant reminder. Even though he had only lost by one move, a defeat was still a defeat. Shi Tianzi was full of despondency. He suddenly realized something. He turned and saw that Shen Tian was sitting cross-legged, about to break through. Shi Tianzi's eyes sparkled as he suddenly felt his heart lift. He knew why he was defeated now. Yes, Shen Tian must have already risen to peak stage soul formation a long time ago and had spent a long time stabilizing his foundation. Shen Tian had strong innate potential in the cultivation level of peak stage soul formation. It was no shame for Shi Tianzi to lose. If the two of them had the same cultivation level, Shi Tianzi was confident of beating the divine firmament saint. He was only at late-stage soul formation and had only lost by one move. If he was also at peak-stage soul formation, he would definitely win. At this thought, Shi Tianzi's confidence returned. Shen Tian had already reached the brink of a breakthrough and would soon step into a more powerful realm. However, Shi Tianzi was confident of catching up. The barrier between a heavenly venerable and a sage was not that much of an issue to him. "Shen Tian, I will surpass you one day." Fully confident again, Shi Tianzi was soon dumbstruck with shock. This was because Shen Tian's true cultivation level was revealed after his sudden breakthrough. Shi Tianzi started trembling violently as he started to doubt his life again. He just reached early stage soul formation? So this fellow was at peak stage nascent soul just now? Question mark. A peak stage nascent soul practitioner defeating me, a late stage soul formation expert? I was beaten by someone of a lower level than me? You must be kidding. Shi Tianzi had just come up with an excuse to comfort himself. But now, it was like Shen Tian had turned around to give him a painful slap. Shi Tianzi scratched his head vigorously. He just could not figure out how Shen Tian had managed to beat him with his peak stage nascent soul cultivation. This is just not possible. Being defeated by a peak stage nascent soul peer was way worse than being defeated by a peak stage soul formation peer. This blow to Shi Tianzi was much worse than his feeling of despondency earlier. What was there to say? Damn, I am having a mental breakdown. Shi Tianzi sat down and doodled on the floor as he gave in to despair. It was not that he was emotionally weak, but he had really not suffered such a setback before. Previously, Shi Tianzi had always been the one to break the hearts of others. Now, he was the one who had his heart broken. Oh. My previous first time was taken away by the divine firmament saint just like that. Shen Tian had no idea what was happening with Shi Tianzi. He was completely immersed in his purple mansion spiritual world. After breaking through to the soul formation stage, Shen Tian's purple mansion spiritual world was evolving into a world of primal chaos. His nascent soul split the heavens and earth and stabilized the world. Thereafter, Shen Tian's purple mansion spiritual world didn't change too much. But after breaking through to the soul formation stage, large amounts of spirit chi surged into the purple mansion, and the world underwent a startling change. Endless spirit chi morphed into a long river with massive waves that engulfed the world. In the blink of an eye, the purple mansion spiritual world was covered by a sea of spirit chi which swirled and enshrouded the skies and earth. The spirit chi was the purest form of natural energy and full of life force, filling the entire world with vitality. It was like the entire space was being cleansed as all murky energy was pushed back. Shadows dispelled, and the space became bright and clear. The entire world lit up. The earth was also evolving. The barren, desert-like land was energized by boundless spirit chi and became vibrant and full of life. Green shoots sprouted, filling the great earth with green. At this moment, the entire world was like a newly born life. It was a perfect world. Shen Tian smiled. If this continued, he might be able to create a whole new world in his purple mansion spiritual world. This was because his purple mansion spiritual world was different from the other worlds. When his cultivation level reached the soul formation stage, he could try creating a grotto heaven small world in the void. But it would only be a temporary storage space. The more powerful he became, the bigger and stronger the world he could create, and the more energy it could hold. For example, Huang Shi had created this desolate void small world. It was very expansive here and far exceeded other grotto heaven small worlds, but it was similarly dead without any signs of life. It was not that this small world had no life. It was that this small world was unable to produce any. The spirit chi and living things in a grotto heaven small world were all acquired by the practitioner and placed inside the small world. These things came from the outside world and were not originally of the small world. The grotto heaven small worlds were unable to produce any life of their own. However, Shen Tian's purple mansion spiritual world was different. From the moment it was created, it had surpassed all other grotto heaven small worlds. This was because it had the ability to produce life, and this ability was becoming increasingly stronger. Perhaps in the future, it could evolve to become a world like the five regions. Shen Tian smiled as he observed the changes in his purple mansion spiritual world, but the corners of his lips started twitching. This was because he saw that his nascent soul had also changed. Spirit chi continued to nourish his formerly 33 feet tall nascent soul, making it grow bigger and bigger. 40 feet. 80 feet. 102 feet. 360 feet. The nascent soul grew to a total of 3,300 feet before stopping. Shen Tian was dazed. It was common knowledge that nascent souls would grow as one's cultivation level increased, from a baby to a teenager to a youth to a healthy adult. Nevertheless, the size of one's nascent soul would usually be proportional to the stage. Shen Tian's nascent soul was still considered in the baby stage, but it was already far larger than anyone else's. As his cultivation level broke through to the soul formation stage, his nascent soul also evolved into a full soul, breaking new records. My goodness! A normal cultivator's nascent soul usually has to undergo the teenage, youth, and adult stages before rising to become a full soul. However, my nascent soul has evolved into a full soul while it is still an infant. And it is now a giant baby. Looking at the giant thing, Shen Tian felt a little dizzy. Standing in front of a 3,300 feet full soul was rather frightening. Especially the area below its plump belly. Luckily, he had created a vast piece of land in his purple mansion spiritual world. Otherwise, this massive nascent soul might have destroyed his entire world. The giant nascent soul seemed happy at the fact that life was growing inside this world. It slowly stood up and patted off the dust from its bottom before sprinting through the land. The giant nascent soul radiated with a powerful divine glow, lighting up the entire world and causing magic to hum throughout the whole space. Feeling the effects of this divine glow, the living beings in this corner of the world became even more vibrant. It was perfecting the energy in this world, completing the evolution. Nonetheless, it was a very long process. After keeping silent for a long time, Shen Tian slowly emerged from his purple mansion spiritual world. He had successfully broken through to the soul formation stage. Shen Tian smiled as he felt the bubbling energy. He had a great harvest this time. Not only did his cultivation level increase to the soul formation stage, but his purple mansion spiritual world also evolved. It was all thanks to Shi Tianzi's creation calamity baptism, which led to his epiphany. He is indeed the goose that lays the golden egg. Shen Tian's thoughts started to wander when he thought of Shi Tianzi. He had just defeated him and had to find a way to restore his dignity. Otherwise, things would be bad if he bore a grudge. Shen Tian looked at Shi Tianzi and saw that his eyes were dazed. He looked like he doubted the meaning of life. He walked up with a smile. "Brother Tianzi, we have gotten to know each other better now that we have exchanged moves. Why don't we become friends?" Shen Tian's smile was friendly and full of sincerity. He truly wanted to make friends with Shi Tianzi. After all, a son of Providence of Shi Tianzi's level was rare. Feeling Shen Tian's sincerity, Shi Tianzi snapped out of his trance and looked at Shen Tian. He had enjoyed endless glory since he was born. He had lived a superior existence after becoming a young paragon. All those of his generation were full of fear and respect for him. This was why Shi Tianzi was unrivaled but also lonely. No one lived up to his standards, and they would never become his friends. Until this moment, that was. Shen Tian's appearance had shattered Shi Tianzi's loneliness. He had met his match. He had finally been defeated. Shi Tianzi had tasted defeat, but he didn't seem upset. In fact, he appeared rather excited. It was an excitement born of finding a new goal and opponent. An excitement born of recovering his desire to fight. Shi Tianzi's eyes blazed as he completely dispelled his despondency, which was then replaced by a burning fighting spirit. He gazed at Shen Tian with determination. "Shen Tian, I will beat you next time." With that, Shi Tianzi stood up and left. This was his first experience with defeat and pressure. Fortunately, this pressure did not make him give up. Instead, it became a driving force. He had already made beating Shen Tian his personal goal. He would pursue this goal endlessly. Shen Tian scratched his head as he watched Shi Tianzi leave. He sighed inwardly. Middle ground prodigies were indeed magnanimous. They didn't get angry even after being beaten up. This was lucky. Otherwise, he would have lost such a valuable source. Shen Tian would be tearing out his hair in frustration then. At this moment, Huang Shi's voice rang out. "Shen Tian, you are not bad." Even Huang Shi felt rather disturbed after seeing Shen Tian's performance. Defeating a true sage while at nascent soul stage. This was completely unheard of. Only an exemplary celestial prodigy who didn't belong to the mortal world could do this. Shen Tian's battle prowess was unrivaled. No wonder old man Yi was willing to leave his legacy to this kid. He is indeed the only one worthy of the God of War Palace. However, Huang Shi felt that this fellow was a bit sly. After all, It was rumored that Shen Tian was an extreme Dao heavenly venerable. No one expected that Shen Tian was not even a heavenly venerable. If news of this spread out, the entire 5 regions would be turned upside down. Shen Tian turned and saw that Huang Shi was staring at him. Shen Tian was startled and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are too kind. I was just lucky." Shen Tian continued to harbor the desire to keep a low profile and concentrate on his development. He would hide his true strength as much as he could, especially before a great Tark like Huang Shi. Yep, keeping a low profile is the way to go. Huang Shi looked exasperated at Shen Tian's words. "How much effort did you put in earlier?" Shen Tian was taken aback. He didn't expect Huang Shi to ask this. After some thought, he said righteously, "Brother Tianzi is so formidable, I gave my best." Huang Shi appeared to have seen through Shen Tian's deception. He did not believe him at all and shook his head. "How much effort did you put in, really?" Shen Tian scratched his head. He gave an inward sigh. Huang Shi was indeed an elder who had lived a long time. He was such a sly old fox. Nonetheless, he refused to budge. "Brother Tianzi is a top prodigy. I was lucky to have beaten him and used up 90% of my true powers." "Really? You are rather gutsy. You dare to lie to me?" Huang Shi glanced at Shen Tian. He saw that this kid was indeed very sly. One could not believe anything he said. Sweating, Shen Tian hurriedly said, 80%. "I am speaking the truth this time. I swear." Huang Shi remained dubious. He still didn't really believe him. Shen Tian swore hastily. "I am speaking the absolute truth. I really used 80% of my true powers. Otherwise, I will be struck dead by lightning." Huang Shi sniggered. "The divine firmament saint is afraid of being struck by lightning? That's a first for me. 80%? Ha, this body of yours is just a clone, right?" The corners of Shen Tian's mouth twitched. "Ahem, what clone?" Huang Shi smiled. "What clone? Of course, I am talking about the blood god's son clone." "How did you know?" Shen Tian was shaken as he stared at Huang Shi in a daze. He possessed the chaotic Tinder Sutra and learned from that great empress. No one could detect his aura. And this body of his was a blood god's son clone created by the blood god Sutra. It possessed very powerful concealing abilities. Since the first blood god's son clone was formed, Shen Tian had fed him with a lot of blood essence and precious herbs, nourishing him without any care of cost. Now, this clone could exude nearly 80% of Shen Tian's main body. Its appearance and aura were also indistinguishable from the main body. Even Shen Tian's close buddies who saw him every day had no idea. Shen Tian really didn't know how Huang Shi had seen through him. Unexpectedly, Huang Shi's next words completely stunned Shen Tian. Huang Shi smiled. "Your deviousness is not that high level yet. The Blood God Sutra is so miraculous that it is difficult even for me to detect it. But I heard that you are very prudent and very skilled at making clones. You also like to use your clones in risky situations. If it were the true you would have used your pseudo-immortal artifact, the Ocean Divine Hammer, after the Purple Firmament Heaven Hammer was destroyed. But you switched to using the purple-green double swords. And I cannot detect any pseudo-immortal artifact or immortal artifact on this clone of yours. So I made a bold guess that this is one of your clones. As a result, you didn't assign it that many artifacts. The Ocean Divine Hammer, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc and other such artifacts are on your main body." Huang Shi's analysis was extremely astute. Shen Tian broke out in a cold sweat. "My goodness, who the hell is this fellow? He knows me even better than my own dad?" Shen Tian had used artifacts like the Ocean Divine Hammer and 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc in the outside world. It was not strange at all that Huang Shi had heard of them. However, the Blood God Sutra was one of Shen Tian's most important trump cards. There was virtually no one else who knew of it. How did this Huang Shi fellow know of it? Shen Tian said, "Aren't you stretching it a little far?" Great Tark Huang Shi smiled. "I was indeed stretching it. It was only a guess, but I can see that my guess was accurate from your current reaction." "Shen Tian?" Huang Shi smiled. "You need to control your emotions. Learn from your master, Zhang Long Yuan. He is very good at that. And you don't need to be on your guard with me. In some ways, I can be considered half a disciple to Old Man Yi. You can call me Uncle Shi." "Shen Tian? Are you for real? Damn, looks like I am still too young. I must learn more from Master? Don't tell me I must get a heavenly aura to hide my face too?" Shen Tian looked rather contemplative. But what the hell is this Uncle Shi thing? He's clearly trying to take advantage of me. It's not much hardship to call the most powerful practitioner across the 5 regions uncle. Some people might even be dreaming of such an honor. But I have my pride and dignity. I am not your usual prodigy. This fellow just exposed me, and he wants me to call him uncle now? Ha, you must be trying to take advantage. After some casual words, the conversation turned to more important matters. Huang Shi smiled. Of course, I will keep my word. You beat Shi Tianzi, so this tar curb is yours. With that, Huang Shi took out an object. It was a celestial peach, a luscious red and shrouded in divine aura. It exuded extremely thick and fragrant life energy. Even the sky and earth started to change after its appearance. A powerful life force radiated from it, making the surrounding living beings even more vibrant. Countless arrays swirled around the celestial peach, creating the most exquisite divine formation. It was wondrous. This is a tar curb, the immortal peach herb. It is cultivated from the immortal plant. This peach only ripens once every 10,000 years. It possesses a powerful life force and has miraculous effects. It is a tar curb that can resurrect a dead man. Shen Tian trembled when he saw the immortal peach herb. He could feel that this tar curb possessed very robust power, as mighty as the 12th stage lotus. It should be pointed out that the lotus tark was a mighty tark from 100,000 years ago and was the best tark in alchemy. It was no sweat off his back to have a tar curb of that level. If great Tark Huang Shi could hand out a tar curb of this level too, it could be seen just how wealthy he was. He didn't hand over the immortal peach herb to Shen Tian directly. He said, I can give you this tar curb, but I have a request. You have to use this immortal peach herb to refine a batch of chaotic sky-mending pills. And you must give me one. Huang Shi had heard of Shen Tian's extraordinary refining skills. As the founder of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and Jixia Academy, he had many strong practitioners under him. He also had many highly skilled alchemists. Even so, their abilities were far below that of Shen Tian's. Shen Tian's chaotic sky-mending pill was a heaven-defying pill. Even a sage would benefit. Since primordial times, no one had ever witnessed such a miraculous feat. Huang Shi was of course very interested. Shen Tian was taken aback by the request. He muttered to himself, I would be losing out then. He would be able to refine more than one sky-mending pill from this tar curb, but he had won it fair and square. Now he had to use it to refine pills and also give one out? He would be losing out. Huang Shi heard Shen Tian's mutter and shook his head with a bitter smile. Kid, you are truly calculative. Don't worry. I was once mentored by old man Yi. I won't be unfair to you. I will impart to you the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra, as well as a great sage artifact as compensation. How's that? Great Tark Huang Shi shook his sleeves, and a divine hammer appeared. It was shrouded in divine light and covered in divine runes. It exuded a mighty aura as if it could shake the earth and smash all rivers and mountains. This is a great sage artifact, sky-shaking hammer. I will give this to you. Shen Tian accepted the hammer and immediately smiled. Thank you Uncle Shi. Uncle Shi, don't worry. I will refine a chaotic sky-mending pill and give it to you. Shen Tian immediately felt better upon hearing that he would be compensated. The Huang Shi Imperial Sutra was created by Huang Shi himself. It was very profound and powerful. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's rise to become the most powerful authority in Middle Ground was largely due to this Imperial Sutra. It was definitely one of the most powerful Imperial Sutras. Moreover, Huang Shi was personally imparting it to him. So this was definitely the full version. And the Great Sage artifact was not your usual item either. Only a great sage who had undergone 9 tribulations could have refined that. Its power was far beyond that of a normal sage artifact. This sky-shaking hammer was not as good as Shen Tian's Ocean Divine Hammer, which was a pseudo-immortal artifact, but it was still very powerful. And conveniently, his clone's Purple Firmament Heaven Hammer was destroyed earlier. Using this as the replacement was a good idea. The Huang Shi Imperial Sutra and Sky-Shaking Hammer were both items that would create a great furor in the outside world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that most sages would fight tooth and nail for them. In that case, it appeared that this exchange was a win for Shen Tian. Shen Tian was thrilled. The corners of Huang Shi's mouth twitched when he heard Shen Tian call him Uncle Shi happily. This kid is so willing to sell his allegiance to the highest bidder. He really goes wherever the wind blows. But as the heir to the God of War Palace, he is still rather likable. After all, Power was king in the cultivation world. Innate talent was the most important. With power, one didn't have to care about dignity. And this kid is so handsome. He reminds me of when I was young. Looking at Shen Tian's vibrant countenance, Huang Shi felt like he was seeing his long-lost youth. For a moment there, he felt rather contented. Chapter 434, Fairy Kuang Yue, Sacred Battle Ape. Why you're really willing to sell your allegiance to the highest bidder? Huang Shi glared at Shen Tian before speaking. I'll teach you the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra now. He waved his hand, and instantly powerful energy surged out, entering Shen Tian's mind. Shen Tian trembled slightly and felt as if some profound cultivation technique had appeared within his mind. That was the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra, and there was even an explanation by Huang Shi included. Even the forbidden chapter of the Imperial Sutra was included. It was obvious that Huang Shi had taught everything to Shen Tian without reserve. As expected of Uncle Shi. Shen Tian was delighted. Although he was already cultivating numerous Imperial Sutras, no one would complain about having too many of them. Huang Shi warned, Tianer, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's best that you train one of the cultivation techniques to the maximum. Yi Qiangkang had given him quite a lot of information and knew that Shen Tian was cultivating numerous Imperial Sutras. Each Imperial Sutra was a Dao had comprehended and contained mighty power. If one could master it, then they would be able to dominate the whole 5 regions. Each and every existence that had created an Imperial Sutra were all peerless Tarks. However, Imperial Sutras were extremely profound and difficult to understand, so if one bit off more than they could chew, then it would have the reverse effect. Therefore, Shi Tianzi had first mastered the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra under Huang Shi's guidance before learning other Imperial Sutras to use as support. Only then could the powers of the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra be unleashed to the maximum. The Huang Shi Imperial Sutra contained Huang Shi's enlightenment in life and all kinds of unrivaled arts. For example, Princess Linglong's Black Sky Sword and Shi Tianzi's Fist of Calamity were both from the Imperial Sutra. As for just how much one could learn from it, it would depend on their fate and talent. Uncle Shi, I understand. Shen Tian knew that it was for his own good, but he did not want to listen. Thanks to his innate constitution, learning cultivation techniques was as easy as eating and drinking. Shortly after, Shen Tian turned silent as he started cultivating the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra. Divine light surrounded him. The light was as bright as the sun and even lit up the sky and ground. The power of laws fell from the sky and entered Shen Tian's body, like the Milky Way pouring into Shen Tian. At that instant, Shen Tian's body glowed even brighter. Endless Tao patterns outlined the sea of laws and made the laws in that area to be extremely friendly. Huang Shi was shocked when he saw such a scene. Not only are his battle prowess and talent fearsome, but even his constitution is monstrous. He is able to bring about the descent of all arts to help in his cultivation. He can achieve twice the result with half the effort no matter which cultivation technique he learns. Looks like my worry was unnecessary. Indeed, with the help of the laws, Shen Tian's understanding of the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra became even deeper, and the arts that he learned increased more and more. In just a short while, Shen Tian had actually gained control of 90% of the power of the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra. He had even gained a thorough understanding of the forbidden chapter of the self-materialization. The space behind Shen Tian surged crazily, and a misty aura could be seen being emitted, filling the area. 9 figures walked out from behind Shen Tian. They looked exactly like Shen Tian, and they had a fearsome aura with various avatars behind them. However, the cultivation techniques of those figures were different. Some used the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra, some used the True Dragon Imperial Sutra, while others used the Divine Phoenix Imperial Sutra. Nonetheless, without exception, each of them possessed outstanding battle prowess. That was the Huang Shi Imperial Sutra's forbidden chapter, self-materialization. That cultivation technique was extremely unreasonable. It could summon different clones of oneself with similar strength but different powers. It was simply a godly skill for raw attacks. That especially the case for Shen Tian, who had learned countless Imperial Sutras. The effects were the strongest. Each clone could use an Imperial Sutra, thus completely materializing Shen Tian's battle strength. Though, could his clones continue creating copies? That would make him invincible. They would be like endless Matryoshka dolls. Shen Tian exclaimed inwardly, as expected of the strongest Tark in the 5 regions, he's indeed impressive. He's able to create even such a bug-like mystic art. Also, This Imperial Sutra could be said to be tailor-made for Shen. Although the Blood God Sutra could also create clones, the Blood God's son only had a portion of the original body's strength. The self-materialization clones possessed powerful battle prowess, but they would require an immense amount of laws to maintain them and could not last long. Nonetheless, self-materialization could instantly create clones to surround and attack one's opponent. More importantly, one's clones could be used. Therefore, it could be said that the two cultivation techniques each had their pros and cons, perfectly complementing each other. Using those two cultivation techniques together could be said to be a cheat. Huangxi's mouth twitched. He had never expected that Shen could grasp the Huangxi Imperial Sutra so quickly. Shen had even learned self-materialization already. It was simply unbelievable. Huangxi had created self-materialization because he felt that it was difficult to gain a thorough understanding of numerous Imperial Sutras since he had studied and become proficient in a few Imperial Sutras. Meanwhile, he could make complete use of those Imperial Sutras and increase his battle strength greatly with self-materialization. It could be said he was able to learn infinite Imperial Sutras. However, Shen was even more unbelievable. He had actually cultivated so many Imperial Sutras to such a high level. As a result, the self-materialization clone's battle strength had become extremely formidable. Since one Imperial Sutra was a copy, 9 Imperial Sutras were equal to 9 slightly weaker versions of the original. Therefore, what would happen when Shen summoned 9 clones to attack an opponent at all times? Even someone as powerful as Huangxi felt terrified. He's just too exceptional. One had to know that if it was others, they would not be able to learn all the Imperial Sutras even if they were given dozens of Imperial Sutras. One Imperial Sutra was already enough for top prodigies of the 5 regions to study it for hundreds to thousands of years. Thus, cultivating 9 Imperial Sutras to the degree of being able to create a clone. Frankly speaking, even Huangxi might not be able to do such a thing himself. More importantly, even until now, Huangxi was unclear if that was Shen limit. It couldn't be that Shen had more. Right? Uncle Shi, I've finished cultivating. Shen stood up and looked at Huangxi in delight. And not bad. You are highly talented, almost on par with me when I was young. Huangxi seemed calm and composed, but he was dumbfounded within. Shen had shocked him just too many times. Shen nodded and pouted as he spoke. Looks like I'm still not powerful enough. As the strongest cultivator, Huangxi was naturally invincible in the 5 regions when he was young. Shen was progressing steadily, but he also wished to become the next strongest cultivator in the 5 regions. The path of cultivation is still very long. I still need to work hard. Huangxi. He naturally heard what Shen had said, so his mouth twitched. I was only joking, okay? You're not strong enough? How much stronger do you want to become? Huangxi passed the immortal peach herb to Shen and casually briefed him on it before making him leave. If Shen continued staying, Huangxi would most likely not be able to take it anymore. This kid is just too unbelievable. You're back? I'm back. Looks like you've benefited greatly. It's all because of your guidance, main body. You're flattering me. It's mainly because being handsome brings benefits. After exiting the desolate void small world and returning to the second spirit mountain, Shen was in a good mood. This time, he had really returned with bountiful gains. Not only did he break through in his cultivation level, but he even obtained an Imperial Sutra, a great sage artifact, and an immortal Tark herb. This trip was not wasted at all. At that moment, Shen accepted Zhang Yanqi's message. The message mentioned the South Prince and North Prince, Xiling, and Shikui. Previously, at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the two of them had settled their conflicts with Shen after battling, and they were counted as friends now. The two princes wanted to find Shen in hopes of volunteering to be his guides and introduce Jixi Academy to everyone. Shen naturally would not refuse as he was also curious about Jixi Academy, where all prodigies of the 5 regions dreamed of attending. However, he visited the Grotto Heaven Small World right after entering the academy, so he did not have the chance to do so. Shen thought of something, and his clones merged into his main body. Most probably, all the other prodigies had already settled down, so it was the best chance to associate with them now. At that thought, Shen left the second spirit mountain. Shortly after, Shen saw his good friends, prodigies from the eastern wilderness, and the two princes, Shikui and Xiling. Brother Shen, you're still looking fine in the few days we haven't met. Shi Ling and Shikui's eyes lit up when they saw Shen Tian appear and hurriedly headed toward him. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Sorry for troubling the both of you this time." Shi Ling and Shikui instantly smiled and said, "It's nothing." As expected of Brother Shen, you're actually able to occupy the second spirit mountain. Seeing that Shen Tian had come down from the second spirit mountain, they were also jealous. The two of them were also considering themselves lucky that they had lost beforehand and had not fought with Shen Tian. Otherwise, they would have faced crushing defeat even if they had attacked together. Brother Shen has peerless talent, so maybe only cousin Tianzi would be able to fight on equal grounds with him. I wonder who might win if they really battle. Well, according to their current displayed strength, most likely, cousin Tianzi is stronger. However, no matter who was stronger, they were not people the two princes could offend. Shi Ling suggested, "Brother Shen, how about we tour around Jixia Academy now?" Shen Tian nodded and replied, "Sure." They left the Grotto Heaven Small World and headed toward Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy's main building was an independent world that was larger and more stable. The prodigies of the 5 regions would gather there, so besides the new students in this batch, students of previous batches with powerful aura could also be seen. There were also many prodigies from the demon race with all kinds of forms. There are actually demon race prodigies here too. Also, they seem like they're getting along with the human race. Well, not fighting on encounter is already quite good for demons and humans. The new students from Eastern Wilderness were all shocked. One had to know that the demon and human race were on bad terms all along since the racial differences were not that easily resolved. In the 5 regions, the human and demon race occupied different lands, so they would not come into contact easily. Only in extremely rare situations would the human and demon race cooperate or be on good terms. That was the rule that the top cultivators of both sides had set. Otherwise, it would easily result in a great war between the human and demon race. Shi Ling smiled and explained, "There's no race discrimination in Jixia Academy, and all those who have met the strength requirement can enter." The teachers had also thought of such a problem, so they had specially split the academy into 2 large areas. One is the human compound, which consists of human prodigies, while the other is the demon compound, which consists of demon prodigies. Heavenly venerables and sages of the respective races are teaching in the 2 compounds, and you will rarely see any teacher teaching members of the other compound. The demon students you saw are all disciples of the demon compound. Only by doing so could the academy minimize the confrontation between the 2 races and teach students in accordance with their aptitude. As the North Prince, Shi Ling was a student of the previous batch, so he naturally knew this place very well. Everyone nodded. They inwardly exclaimed over Jixia Academy's power to be able to separate and manage such matters so well. After all, the conflict between demons and humans had already lasted for a long time but was unable to be resolved. It was hard for Jixia Academy to maintain a balance between the 2 races. Although the humans and demons are separated, the prodigies of the 2 compounds would frequently spar and secretly compete. Shi Ling shook his head. The demon prodigies wouldn't stay peaceful. Everyone continued advancing and soon reached the human compound after looking through most of the areas. Shikui stepped forward and said, "This is where the human prodigies gather. You'll also cultivate here in the future." That was a huge place that was filled with all kinds of buildings, and many powerful prodigies were cultivating. This place could be said to have all kinds of shapes and structures. The cultivation grounds emerged in an endless stream, and Shen Tian was even dazzled by such a scene. Shi Ling explained, "Besides the fixed cultivation systems, there are also many different zones, such as the Alchemy Institute, Crafting Institute, Array Formation Institute, and so on, allowing students who want to learn other arts to choose. Meanwhile, there are also some cultivation-blessed lands such as the Isolation Chamber, Sky Jade Room, Void Platform, and so on. These are all powerful blessed lands that could increase your strength quickly." Jixia Academy's education system was perfect and could be said to be all-rounded. That was the reason the prodigies of the 5 regions longed to attend Jixia Academy. The cultivation grounds here far surpassed all the sacred grounds. After listening to Shi Ling and Shikui's introduction, the prodigies from Eastern Wilderness were all tempted and prepared to choose the place they were interested in to cultivate. However, when they headed there, they realized that each cultivation ground required paying academic credits to enter. Most of the students were new, so they had yet to complete the academy's missions. Naturally, they did not have any credits. Only the new students that had occupied the 36 Spirit Mountains had credits. At that instant, countless people were filled with resentment. Shi Kui smiled as he explained, besides obtaining credits from the Academy missions, you could also earn credits through making pills, forging artifacts, or killing ferocious beasts and selling them to the Academy. These were all missions set up for students to train themselves and increase their strength. Otherwise, if everyone entered into seclusion to cultivate but did not gain experience through adventures, they would be losing more than what they were gaining. Meanwhile, the credit system could encourage students to earn credits, so everything was interconnected. It would then be easier to nurture powerful cultivators. Everyone instantly came to this realization, and they were then eager to start earning credits. As expected of Jixia Academy, the dreamland for cultivation, no student in the academy would be able to resist the urge to strive to earn credits. Everyone continued moving forward and finally reached an ancient tablet. That was a 90 feet tall tablet made from spirit gold, and it was shining with divine light. There were silver engraved words on that ancient tablet. It recorded some names and honorable achievements. Someone was curious and asked, "This is?" Shi Kui replied, "This is the Prodigy list that records the students' strength rankings and honorable achievements in the academy." The Prodigy list recorded the ranking of the prodigies in the human compound. Those with outstanding strength or that had contributed to the academy would have the honor to be recorded on the Prodigy list. Everyone's curiosity was instantly sparked as they looked toward the tablet. They wanted to see just who were the top prodigies in the human compound. The first on the Prodigy list was Shi Tianzi. Shi Tianzi. Cultivation level, late stage soul formation. Achievement, killed an evil spirit sects for tribulation true sage in one punch. Second, Fairy Quang Yue. Cultivation level, first tribulation sage. Achievement, suppressed an evil spirit sects for tribulation true sage. Upon looking at the information on the prodigy list, the various prodigies were shocked. Shi Tianzi was indeed powerful. He was ranked first in the human compound just as he entered the academy. Shi Tianzi was well known and had cultivated under Huang Shi before entering the academy. He was a young paragon. Naturally, he could enjoy unmatched glory just as he entered. Shi Ling exclaimed, "Cousin Tianzi has unmatched battle prowess. Rumors say that he killed that evil spirit sect true sage easily, instant kill in one strike. No one can imagine just how powerful he truly is." Shi Tianzi was the pride of the great wilderness celestial dynasty, and the two princes were proud of him. The various prodigies became even more astounded. However, they unconsciously turned their attention to Shen Tian. They wondered just who would be stronger between the Divine Firmament Saint and Shi Tianzi. They were extremely curious. Meanwhile, Shen Tian just smiled and did not care much since he was extremely clear about Shi Tianzi's battle strength. They had just engaged in a battle not long ago. It was a difficult battle. Yep, a difficult battle between his clone and Shi Tianzi. Afterward, everyone's attention gathered on Fairy Quang Yue, who was second. Shi Kui continued explaining, "Fairy Quang Yue is the seventh saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. She has the Great Moon Constitution. Although she does not like fighting, she is extremely powerful. Her battle achievements are second only to Shi Tianzi, and she is the second most powerful cultivator in the human compound." When mentioning Fairy Quang Yue, Shi Kui's eyes were filled with admiration as if he had submitted to her. Everyone was also stunned. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground was also one of the top sacred grounds in Eastern Wilderness. Who would have expected that the seventh saintess would be this powerful and be ranked second in the human compound? However, the saintess of this batch seemed to have been delayed by some matters and had not followed them. Someone asked out of curiosity, if the human compound has the prodigy list, then the demon compound also has such a list? The demons definitely had exceptional prodigies. Shi Ling nodded. The most powerful cultivator of the demon compound is the young master of Middle Ground's golden-eyed fire ape race, Qi Zhan. He has the sacred battle ape bloodline and unmatched battle prowess. He is about to transcend the tribulation to become a sage. He had used his hands to tear apart a 5 tribulation true sage before and was accepted as an in-name disciple by great Tark Huang Shi. His fame is second only to Fairy Quang Yue and even higher than Fairy Quang Yue. When talking about the demon prodigies, Shi Ling's face betrayed his fear. It was obvious that he had suffered many times in the hands of the demon compound prodigies. Everyone also could not help but think, there's actually such a powerful prodigy? Being able to tear apart a 5 tribulation true sage with just soul formation cultivation level? He's simply too fearsome. It's a good thing that there's Shi Tianzi and the Divine Firmament Saint in this batch of new students. Otherwise, we would not be able to compete at all. Not only so, I heard that in this batch of new students, there are also many potential prodigies that enter the demon compound. Phoenix Princess Feng Wu, Dragon Prince Ao Wu, Peacock Races Kong Meng, Black Tortoise Races Wu Da, Great Golden Winged Eagle Races Jin Yu, and so on. They're also counted as top-notch even when compared with the previous generation of demon prodigies. Shi Ling continued introducing. He had signed the partner contract with the Great Golden Winged Eagle race, so he also understood the demons very well. Everyone was astonished. These were all top demon prodigies, so their talents were naturally exceptional. With so many demon prodigies entering the demon compound, its strength would definitely increase. Shi Kui smiled and said, however, they're much weaker as compared to this batch of prodigies in our human compound. Our batch not only has the top 4 Divine Firmament prodigies. There are also Brother Qi and Brother Wang. Cousin Tianzi and Brother Shen's enrollment even directly increased the height of the ceiling of talent. Just a mere demon compound, it's not to be feared no matter how many new students enter. In the past, Qi Zhan was much stronger than Fairy Kuang Yue, so most of the time, the human compound would lose during compound-related battles. However, with the addition of Shi Tianzi and Shen Tian, the human compound's strength had reached an unprecedented height. In Shi Ling and Shi Kui's opinion, they felt that their human compound could finally rise up. How could they let demons be so arrogant in Jixia Academy? Chapter 435, Heavens as Mentor, Battle Against the Heavens. Everyone was still chatting casually, but havoc was wreaked outside of the human compound. Currently, numerous new students were reporting, but suddenly, a demon prodigy charged to the human compound aggressively. That was an ape prodigy that was 10 feet tall and wore golden battle armor that seemed threatening. The fur throughout his body was brilliant gold and shone brightly under the sunlight. He had sharp fangs and golden pupils that were like flames, sucking people into his eyes. That ape prodigy held an iron staff and unleashed a domineering aura, which made others tremble. When facing that ape prodigy, many new students did not even dare to meet his eyes. Such a powerful demon prodigy. From his powerful aura alone, he should at least be a late-stage demon venerable. That monkey is definitely one of the top cultivators of the demon compound. Why did it come to our human compound? The various prodigies could sense the formidable strength of this ape prodigy, so they became wary and started being on guard. In Jixia Academy, the human compound and demon compound would mind their own business most of the time. Normally, prodigies of the two races would not enter the other's compound. It was obvious that the ape prodigy had come to the human compound with ill intent. The ape prodigy shook the staff in his hands and snorted. "Where is Shi Tianzi? Come out and fight with me." Just as he finished, the new human students exclaimed in shock. Humans and demons were originally on bad terms, so rushing to the other party's territory to challenge was definitely counted as a taunt. Although they did not know who this macaque was, he was too conceited to just barge into the human compound by himself. Such an arrogant monkey, it dares to come to the human compound to show off? His Highness is not someone you can see whenever you want. A mere macaque is not worthy of challenging him at all. I advise you to hurry and leave, or else you'll face a crushing defeat when senior brother appears. Seeing how haughty the demon compound prodigy was, many human compound prodigies were enraged. The human compound and demon compound were on bad terms, so battles would occur frequently. However, it was rare that a demon would come to the human compound to provoke them. Did he really think that there were no powerful cultivators in the human compound? Also, this monkey had directly said he wanted to challenge Shi Tianzi. Such a joke. Shi Tianzi's fame had spread far and wide since long ago, so many human prodigies admired and sang praises of him. Also, he was ranked first on the prodigy list and had unmatched battle prowess. They did not think that this macaque who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere had the qualifications to challenge Shi Tianzi. That ape prodigy was not angry. Instead, he sneered and said in disdain, "Just some fresh weaklings also dare to stop me? I'll beat up anyone who dares to stop me." After finishing, the ape prodigy swung the long staff in his hands and smashed it toward the human compound prodigies. How bold! The human compound prodigies were enraged as this monkey looked down on them. "Let's form the battler A and suppress this macaque." A few prodigies charged toward that ape prodigy. Their surging aura proved that they were top cultivators in the nascent soul stage. They did not act rashly and fought 1 versus 1 as the strength of that macaque was indeed extraordinary. If they were to really fight with him on their own, they would need to ask the human compound's older students to do so. As for them, the new students, they had to join hands to be able to have the chance to defeat that ape prodigy. As for bullying him with numbers, there was no need to care about such things as he had already barged into the human compound. Not to mention that the ape prodigy was a demon venerable while the new students were only supremacies. If they did not join hands, they wouldn't be able to beat that ape prodigy. The few prodigies glowed with divine light and formed a mysterious battle array in an attempt to stop this powerful ape prodigy. Although those prodigies were only supremacies, they cultivated the imperial sutras of their sacred ground so normal heavenly venerables might even lose against this array that they had set up together. It was a pity that this ape prodigy was not an ordinary demon venerable. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The battle had ended in an instant. Those prodigies had been sent flying by that strike of his staff. All the new students landed on the ground heavily and vomited blood. What is going on? It ended so soon? I haven't even warmed up. All the prodigies were dumbstruck. So many prodigies had been defeated in one strike despite them joining hands? Was the strength of this monkey that fearsome? That ape prodigy smirked and said, "I haven't even used half of my strength, and all of you have already fallen to the ground?" The various prodigies were enraged. This monkey is too arrogant. He dares to look down on the human compound. We'll make a move together and suppress that bastard. The dignity of the human compound cannot be stepped on. Dozens of prodigies made a move together as they charged toward that ape prodigy. A fearsome aura filled the air. The sky was instantly covered by endless divine light, and the aura surged out like a long river. Those prodigies were the 5 regions' cream of the crop, and they could even defeat a peak heavenly venerable cultivator if they joined hands. They had formed the array, and instantly endless power of law surged toward them. They did not believe that they could not defeat that monkey with that futile attempt. That ape prodigy snorted, and he suddenly swung that long staff in his hands with unfathomable strength. That long pitch-black staff emitted an astonishing aura, which seemed to be able to pierce through space and dominate the sky. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. One strike was all that was needed to shatter the long river of aura that the numerous prodigies had emitted. Afterward, the ape prodigy attacked again and instantly smashed his staff toward those new students in the blink of an eye. Clang! 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 With just a few simple strikes, all of them had fallen to the ground. Their heads were full of bumps. The various prodigies were astounded. This monkey is too brutal. Hurry and call the previous generation's senior brothers. It was the new students' reporting day, so there were not many older students in the human compound. The various new students turned pale as that ape prodigy was just too powerful and not someone they could defeat. Only those senior brothers and sisters that had been studying in the academy for many years had the qualifications to fight with him. Who is that bastard? The various new students were all astounded. Meanwhile, at that time, an older student noticed the commotion and rushed there. Which bastard dares to barge? Fuck. That older student's mouth twitched when he saw that monkey. Junior brothers, I suddenly remembered that I did not air my blankets back at home. It's better that you find someone else to fight with him. I'll leave first, don't need to send me off. The new students hurriedly stopped him. Senior brother, we'll help you air your blankets. Please show off your moves and defeat that macaque. Let those demons know that our human compound cannot be looked down upon. That old student was about to cry. Aye, what the FCK can I do? Do you know who that guy is? He's Chi-John, the demon compound's prime disciple. He's a monster that has torn apart a true sage with his hands. Fight with that guy? After I finish the fight, I would have died at the age of 666 years old. Wasn't that monster cultivating in seclusion in the demon compound? Why did he suddenly come to the human compound? As the older student introduced the ape prodigy, the new students also gradually understood who he was. The sacred battle ape Chi-John, the strongest prodigy in the demon compound. He had unmatched battle prowess, which even surpassed the prime disciple of the human compound, Fairy Kuang Yue. The human compound kept on losing to the demon compound because of Chi-John. He was like an obstacle that could not be overcome, making the previous batches of prodigies shrink back at the sight of him. Chi-John stood there proudly as he looked down on everyone else. Let Shi Tianzi come out. I want to fight him. A prodigy gnashed his teeth. Wait until Prince Tianzi comes out. You'll learn your lesson. A few people hurriedly left to contact Shi Tianzi. In the past, No one could stop the sacred battle ape Qijan, not even Fairy Kuang Yue. However, it was different now as Shi Tianzi had come. Although Qijan had torn apart a 5 tribulation true sage with his hands before, Shi Tianzi's battle achievements were not weaker than his at all. If he went all out, he might be able to defeat that macaque. However, they had never expected Qijan to come to the human compound so fast. Also, he even directly mentioned that he wanted to challenge Shi Tianzi. Could it be that they had conflicts? Although Shi Tianzi was stealing the limelight recently, Qijan's fame also did not lose to Shi Tianzi. Everyone was in anticipation to know just who was stronger. The commotion had also attracted Shen Tian and the others. Upon hearing Qijan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. The strongest demon prodigy wanted to challenge the strongest human prodigy. Such an incident was rare to see. It looked like they could watch an interesting show. Wang Xingshu looked at that majestic-looking Qijan before smiling and teasing, "This monkey's surname is also Qi? Qi Xiaoxuan, why don't you go and ask him to be your godbrother? Let him protect you with his staff." Everyone? Wang Xingshu's habit of running his mouth had not changed at all. If he continued this way, he would be beaten to death by others sooner or later. Qi Xiaoxuan glanced at Wang Xingshu, and his mouth twitched. If not for the fact that the location was not right, he would definitely spar with Wang Xingshu. He had to beat him up so badly and let him consume all his lifespan to see if he would run his mouth again in the future. Meanwhile, Qijan continued provoking, "Who would have thought that the strongest human compound prodigy is a coward? I came here personally, but you don't even dare to show your face. A young paragon is nothing much." Naturally, there was a reason for the sacred battle ape Qijan to suddenly come to find Shi Tianzi. Due to his peerless talent, he had been accepted by Huangshi to be his in-name disciple and had extraordinary status. However, Huangshi had not taught him his imperial sutra and only said, "My Tao is different from yours, so I cannot teach you much." Since ancient times, sacred battle apes have all had the heavens as their teacher, the heavens as their friend, and only by fighting against the heavens can they obtain the Tao. When you understand this sentence, it will be when you'll be able to dominate the 8 wilderness and 5 regions. Qijan had pondered over every possible meaning, but he still did not understand it. Only until recently, when Shi Tianzi entered Jixia Academy, everyone around him had been talking about him. Only then did he understand. He felt that Shi Tianzi was what Huangshi had meant. As long as he defeated Shi Tianzi, he would be able to find his Tao and thus be able to transcend the tribulation. This time, he had come personally to the human compound to challenge Shi Tianzi. The various prodigies flared into a rage as Qijan taunted Shi Tianzi. That young paragon was the idol and belief of countless prodigies in middle ground. If not for the disparity in strength, the various prodigies would definitely charge toward Qijan and fight to the death with him. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura was suddenly released. A figure wearing a robe as white as snow appeared. His movements were graceful as he floated in mid-air. Upon seeing that figure, the surrounding prodigies in the human compound were overjoyed and exclaimed, "It's Prince Tianzi. Prince Tianzi will definitely avenge us and teach that bastard monkey a lesson. Bastard monkey, see how arrogant you can be afterward." The various prodigies looked at Shi Tianzi as if they had seen their savior. Since amongst the prodigies in the human compound, only he could be on par with Qijan. Qijan saw that Shi Tianzi had appeared, and he was instantly filled with battle intent. "You're the prime disciple of the human compound, Shi Tianzi?" Shi Tianzi took a look at Qijan and replied coldly, "I am Shi Tianzi, but I'm not the prime disciple of the human compound." Qijan frowned as he did not believe Shi Tianzi's words. "Your name is on the prodigy list. Who is it if it's not you?" Shi Tianzi said coldly, "Divine Firmament Saint, Shen Tian." Qijan's eyes were filled with shock as he asked, "Who is Shen Tian?" He had been in seclusion recently, so he had not heard the news about Shen Tian. Meanwhile, the surrounding human prodigies were all astonished as they heard Shi Tianzi's words. Shi Tianzi actually said that the Divine Firmament Saint was ranked first in the human compound? Could it be that they had already sparred in secret? And Shi Tianzi had lost? TSSS, such explosive news. The various prodigies all looked toward Shen Tian with curiosity. Also, their eyes gradually turned passionate with crazed worship and admiration. Shen Tian held his head. He never expected Shi Tianzi to be so straightforward. Qijan still did not believe this and directly shook his head. "I don't care whether or not you're the first in the human compound. The great Tark had said before that I should treat the heavens as my teacher, the heavens as my friend, and fight against the heavens to obtain the Tao. Your name is Shi Tianzi, so there's a Tian 1 in there. So it should be you. As long as I defeat you, I'll be able to obtain my Tao and become a sage. Qi Jian looked toward Shi Tianzi with passionate eyes full of battle intent. Fight with me. Shi Tianzi shrugged and said, you may need to treat the heavens as your teacher, the heavens as your friend, and fight against the heavens to obtain the Tao, but what does that have to do with me? I am Shi Tianzi, not Shi Tian. Also, the divine firmament saint also has the word Tian. It's obvious that you should fight him, not me. Shi Tianzi turned to look at Shen Tian, making Shen Tian's mouth twitch. He's most likely making me the scapegoat. Shen Tian felt as if Shi Tianzi was taking revenge on him. Shen Tian kept a low profile, but Shi Tianzi had directly named him. How troublesome. As if he had understood Shi Tianzi's words, Qi Jian seemed to have suddenly realized something. That's right. Tianzi should be the son of heavens, not Tian. I need to battle the heavens, not the son of heavens. The son of heavens is definitely not as strong as Tian. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Scram. Let Shen Tian come. The various prodigies? He actually dared to speak this way to Shi Tianzi? Everyone looked at Shi Tianzi and realized that his mouth was twitching crazily. Fuck. There should be something wrong with this monkey's brain. What kind of logic is that? However, Qi Jian did not bother with Shi Tianzi anymore. He turned to look at Shen Tian. You're Shen Tian? Fight with me. Shen Tian was stunned. I only came to watch the show. How did I become involved? He shook his head and said, Brother Qi, it's not good to fight on our first meeting, right? Qi Jian did not care about such things. He only wanted to find his Tao, and since he had already found his target, how could he give up? It was only the problem of the first meeting. It could be solved easily. Qi Jian turned his head and turned back before speaking. Now, it's not the first time we met. Shen Tian was rendered speechless. There must be a screw loose in this macaque's head. However, Shen Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked above Qi Jian's head. He could see S purple Providence halo shining brightly, and there was vaguely a fortuitous opportunity in it. Appearing. It's going to appear. It's finally appearing. Shen Tian's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Brother Qi, how about we take that? Before Shen Tian could finish speaking, Qi Jian had already waved his black staff and charged toward him. He was already unable to hold himself back, so he did not even bother talking and directly attacked. That black staff was like a towering mountain that swung toward Shen Tian with unbelievable strength, even smashing a hole in the fabric of space. Shen Tian had no other choice. Divine light shone beneath his feet as he activated electric shadow footwork to dodge that attack. Brother Qi, harmony. Harmony is the most important. Shen Tian still wanted to persuade Qi Jian, but Qi Jian did not listen to Shen Tian at all and continued swinging his staff. At that instant, that huge black staff increased in size greatly, becoming extremely thick and long. That black staff was thousands of feet in length and smashed even space into pieces. As expected of the strongest prodigy in the demon compound, Qi Jian's strength was violent to the extreme with imposing power. It was as if it could even overturn the whole ground. However, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, the attacks did not land on Shen Tian at all. He dodged every single time. Qi Jian was tearing out his hair in frustration as he shouted, "Why are you running around like a monkey? Fight me head-on." The prodigies. You're a monkey, but you actually call others a monkey? You're telling him not to dodge since you can't chase him? As expected of you. Shen Tian appeared with a smile and said, Brother Qi, don't be angry. Fighting and killing are not good. How about we sit down and drink a cup of tea, then go out on an adventure together? Shen Tian had taken a liking to this sheep, so he did not want to go all out against him. What if he injured his sheep heavily? Then he would lose the chance to freeload the fortuitous opportunity. Although Shen Tian could directly take Qi Jian's fortuitous opportunity, his providence would not increase if he did that. The loss outweighed the gain. He had yet to restore the providence that decreased due to his God-fiend cultivation's increase. Until now, Shen Tian still felt nervous. Also, he did not have any grudges with Qi Jian, and snatching Qi Jian's fortuitous opportunity would cause Qi Jian to meet with extreme misfortune. Therefore, Shen Tian preferred to freeload whenever he could. Only then would it benefit both of them. The best of both worlds. Chi-Jan shook his head and was still filled with battle intent. Defeat me first before speaking such nonsense. He stepped forward again with passionate eyes. Then dazzling golden light was shot out of his eyes as if he could see through everything in this world. As the young master of the golden-eyed fire ape race, Chi-Jan had already learned the mystic art of his race, penetrating insight. Chi-Jan could barely see Shen-Tian's location with this technique and attack beforehand so that he could stop Shen-Tian. Unfortunately, it was a useless attempt. He had destroyed even the buildings of the human compound, but he still could not land his attack on Shen-Tian. Instead, the surrounding prodigies could not dodge in time and vomited blood from being hit by the staff. Shen-Tian finally appeared upon seeing this. He realized that this monkey could not be reasoned with at all, and only after fighting a battle with him could he calm down. Or else, the whole place might even be smashed into ruins by that reckless monkey. Shen-Tian did not dodge anymore and directly attacked. Swoosh! 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 Divine devouring vines shot out and entangled Chi-Jan like slithering snakes. At the same time, bright light was emitted behind Shen-Tian as a hurricane lily bloomed behind him. Chi-Jan did not react in time and was directly bound tightly by the divine devouring vines. He was then dragged by Shen-Tian into a void pact. Everyone was astonished as they saw them disappear. I wonder if the divine firmament saint can defeat that savage monkey. That bastard monkey might be arrogant, but his strength cannot be underestimated. I hope that the divine firmament saint can win against that guy. Everyone started worrying about Shen-Tian. Shen-Tian represented the face of the human compound, so if he lost to a demon prodigy, they would lose all their face. Especially since even Shi Tianzi had acknowledged that Shen-Tian was the first in the human compound. They naturally believed what Shi Tianzi said, as it was impossible that Shi Tianzi would build up a reputation for the divine firmament saint. However, even someone as powerful as Shi Tianzi had lost to the divine firmament saint? Then just how strong was the divine firmament saint? Unfortunately, Shi Tianzi had already turned and left without explaining anything. He had been frank and straightforward all his life, and since he had lost to Shen-Tian, he would not hide it. The various prodigies took a deep breath. So it was confirmed to be true. Shen-Tian and Chi-Jan suddenly appeared in the void. Currently, Chi-Jan was tied up completely like a rice dumpling by the divine devouring vine, but he was not flustered at all. He laughed heartily and said, "You are finally willing to fight with me head-on." Boom! Chi-Jan's aura suddenly exploded, and the golden battle armor on his shone with brilliant light. That light was as bright as a blazing sun and tore the divine devouring vines into pieces. Since Shen-Tian had chosen to enter the void turbulence, it meant that he wanted to use his full strength to fight with Chi-Jan. Or else, given their battle strength, they would destroy the human compound completely. Shen-Tian said slowly, "Brother Chi, how about not fighting?" Shen-Tian simply could not fight against a son of Providence with purple Providence halo, especially since he was about to encounter his fortuitous opportunity. What if, after beating him up, he holds a grudge against me? Then how do I go and freeload his fortuitous opportunity? However, Chi-Jan did not listen to Shen-Tian at all. Impossible. We must fight this battle. The one who loses will be the other's underling. Chi-Jan smiled brightly. If he could have the strongest human compound prodigy to be his underling, then he would be able to show off. Chi-Jan did not hesitate at all and directly swung his huge black staff toward Shen-Tian. Chi-Jan had not wanted to make a big deal out of the matter earlier, so he had not used his full strength. Now that they were in the void, he did not need to worry anymore. Chi-Jan unleashed his full strength, and the aura he emitted became extremely fearsome. His huge black staff directly grew larger to tens of thousands of feet. Even the laws were annihilated wherever the staff swept. Take that! Total annihilation! Chi-Jan shouted and smashed his black staff toward Shen-Tian. At that instant, the void turbulence also seemed to be about to split apart from that strike. Shen-Tian sighed, shook his head, and said, "Why do you have to do this? Why did you have to force me to make a move?" A brilliant divine light appeared on Shen-Tian's hand. The ocean divine hammer silently appeared on his hand, and his aura became unfathomable. He swung his ocean divine hammer and instantly smashed toward the front. Crash! The void had collapsed, and the whole space seemed to have turned into ruins. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the two sides clashed. At that instant, the space where they exchanged blows collapsed. The ocean divine hammer and black staff collided. The impact from that strike could even shake the heavens and earth. Chi-Jan's eyes were full of astonishment as he felt the staff in his hands shaking vigorously. The immense power had even numbed his arms. How can this be? As a sacred battle ape, Chi-Jan had a powerful physique and was known for his strength. In ancient times, his race could even pick the stars, take the moon, and crush the stars into pieces because of their physical strength and power. As he fought Shen Tian, Chi-Jan realized that he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Unfortunately, he did not know that before Shen Tian had broken through, his clone could already defeat Shi Tianzi. Not to mention the fact that Shen Tian had already broken through to the soul formation stage. In addition, the main body was fighting personally now, so his physical strength was formidable. Under the enhancement of the Ocean Divine Hammer, Chi-Jan was knocked back again and again without any chance of retaliating. It's impossible. How could I lose to a human in terms of strength? Is it possible that that guy's true body is a human-shaped savage ape? Chi-Jan was astounded. The black staff he was holding was a great sage artifact, the golden cudgel. It could change to any shape that was tens of thousands of kilograms. Under the enhancement of the golden cudgel, Chi-Jan could even fight on par with a sixth tribulation true sage. However, Chi-Jan could sense that the hammer in Shen Tian's hands was stronger. His mouth twitched crazily as he spoke. You're actually using a pseudo-immortal artifact. Chi-Jan was dumbstruck. He never expected that Shen Tian would have a pseudo-immortal artifact. One had to know that even he did not have a pseudo-immortal artifact. Shen Tian did not bother talking to him and directly used Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers to smash Chi-Jan. Clang. 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 Rumble rumble rumble. Crash, crash, crash. With each hammer, Chi-Jan's body would tremble vigorously. His golden battle armor shone endlessly, trying to endure that power. There was even a fearsome aura gathering within him and about to burst out. However, everything was to no avail. Shen Tian did not give Chi-Jan the chance to retaliate at all. He used Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers to attack ferociously like torrential rain with crushing force. Just when Chi-Jan gathered his aura, it would be dispersed by Shen Tian's strike, so he could not resist at all. He could only put his golden cudgel on his head to barely block Shen Tian's attacks. However, Chi-Jan was not convinced. If you're a man, don't use a pseudo-immortal artifact. Shen Tian ignored Chi-Jan and continued smashing. Do you admit defeat? No. Crash, crash, crash. Do you admit defeat? No. Bam, bam, bam. Do you admit defeat? You're bullying me. Chi-Jan was already completely in a daze from being beaten up too many times. He could not win against Shen Tian in strength nor in terms of weapons. He was just enduring all of Shen Tian's strikes in the void. No matter how Chi-Jan believed that he was invincible, he had already started doubting himself. When Shen Tian struck again, Chi-Jan immediately chickened out. Cough, cough, stop hitting me, I admit defeat. Brother, please stop hitting me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I completely submit to you. The battle result was already obvious. He would only continue to be beaten up even if the battle continued. Chi-Jan was depressed and frustrated. Why is my luck so bad? I actually met such a monstrous human. Is it possible that the heavens the great Tark mentioned is that guy? Fuck. Then how do I battle against him to obtain my Tao? My whole body is about to be crushed from that hammer. I can even hear my head buzzing. Chapter 436, The Dragoness from 10,000 years ago. Shen Tian and Chi-Jan were still fighting in the spatial turbulence, but the outside world was already in an uproar. This was especially the case for those from the demon compound. When they heard that Chi-Jan was headed to the human compound to challenge Shi Tianzi, they immediately erupted into commotion. A certain violent ape roared, "What? My big brother ran to the human compound alone to challenge Shi Tianzi? Quickly, let's hurry over and cheer for my big brother." Although Chi-Jan was powerful, he was, after all, still in the human compound, the territory of the prodigies of the humans. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Furthermore, Shi Tianzi's reputation wasn't weak either. If the human compound prodigies attacked together, even Chi-Jan might not be able to gain an advantage. When thinking of this, the violent ape became anxious. This ape was Chi-Jan's younger brother, Chi-Huo. Worried that his older brother would suffer a loss, he hurriedly called out to his friends and ran toward the human compound. In an instant, the prodigies of the demon compound moved out. There were a large number of demons, and it could be said that they had come out in full force. The demon compound gathered all the demon prodigies of the 5 regions. Across the 5 regions, the number of demons was dozens of times more than humans. With a large base population, the probability and number of prodigies appearing were naturally higher. If not for the fact that there were many different races among the demons and that they could not work together, humans might not be the ones who dominated the 5 regions. Therefore, there were all sorts of people in the crowd. Some went with the intention to help, while others joined in just for fun. After all, it was rare for such a huge conflict to occur between the demon compound and the human compound. Numerous prodigies of the demon compound made their move. The scene could be said to be magnificent. Not only were there prodigies from the older generation, but there were also prodigies from the younger generation in the crowd. Amongst the prodigies of this generation of the demon compound, many top seedlings had also joined the fray. Dragon Crown Prince Ao Wu, 4th Young Master of the North Sea, 5-colored Peacock Kong Meng, Golden-Winged Eagle Jinyu. Every single one of them was extremely talented, not weaker than the prodigies of the older generation. They exuded a strong aura and rushed toward the human compound aggressively. The demons were still halfway there when a demon shouted to encourage the atmosphere. Among them, the 4 young masters of the North Sea were the loudest. Young Master Bei was the first to speak, waving his 8 tentacles. He took out a huge pile of information. I received information that those humans didn't care about martial values and attacked Big Brother Chi-Jan together. Young Master Bei prided himself on being the North Sea's know-it-all. He was omniscient and knew everything. Even if it was nonsense, he was able to convince the demons. The Black Turtle Wuda slapped the 2-sided tortoise shell, saying, "What? They are actually this shameless? Since they did not care about martial values and ambushed Chi-Jan, we absolutely cannot idly sit by." Young Master Xie waved his pincers and said arrogantly, "They are committing a crime." Master Sha opened his mouth wide. "I cannot live under the same sky as those who have sinned." A certain golden eagle was also clamoring, "That's right. The human compound doesn't put our demon compound in their eyes at all. We must teach them a lesson." These demons were all people who enjoyed watching the show. If they could take the opportunity to fight with the other compound, it would be considered as an entertainment program for them. As expected, with those demons leading the way, the group of demons went on a rampage as if they were on steroids. They were very fast, and it didn't take them long to reach the entrance of the human compound. At present, the human compound was already in a mess. Rocks flew everywhere, and buildings had collapsed. These were all the buildings that Chi-Jan had destroyed earlier. A group of prodigies from the human compound were cleaning up the debris on the battlefield. However, a violent roar broke the silence. "Where did you guys bring Big Brother Chi-Jan to?" When the demon compound prodigies arrived at the human compound, they were instantly enraged when they saw that Chi-Jan was nowhere to be seen. They believed that Chi-Jan was definitely surrounded by the human compound prodigies and was trapped somewhere. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to deal with these small fries given Chi-Jan's battle prowess? This was especially true for Chi-Huo, who was the first to step forward. He glared at the human compound prodigies with a ruthless aura. It seemed like if the human compound prodigies did not give him an explanation, he would beat them up. When they saw the demon compound prodigies arrive in unison, the human compound prodigies were terrified in their hearts. This was especially so when they saw those older generation demons. They had a strong aura and looked fierce. They were not people that they could fight against. After all, most of the people here were just freshies. They had already suffered a great loss in terms of age. However, when they heard Chi-Huo's words, all the prodigies were enraged. They did not expect that the demon compound prodigies would complain first. One of the human prodigies said angrily, "That monkey is the unreasonable one. He attacked us immediately and without any forewarning. I believe he is currently being beaten up by the first disciple of the human compound." The demon compound prodigies were simply going too far. They completely disregarded the human compound. First, there was Chi-Jan, who was unreasonable, immediately entering a group of prodigies. Now, this group of demon compound prodigies had actually surrounded the entrance of the human compound, and they still wanted to play the blame game? Even if Uncle could tolerate it, and could not. The human compound prodigies were not convinced and immediately retorted. Chi-Huo was furious, roaring out, "My brother's strength is unmatched, having the bearing of a monkey emperor." How could a mere human compound disciple be a match for him? It must be you guys who didn't care about martial values, joining forces to trap him. Quickly release him. He directly took action, his power incomparably berserk. The divine fist was like a falling boulder, directly sending a prodigy flying. In an instant, that prodigy was severely injured and fell to the ground, wailing. Arrogant demon, how dare you attack in the human compound? You all dare to bully those from my compound? Brothers, teach him a lesson. The human compound prodigies were instantly infuriated as they berated. Not only were these great demons unreasonable, but they even attacked and hurt their people. They completely did not put the human compound in their eyes. In that instant, the prodigies of the academy all took action, rushing toward that violent ape. An ant trying to shake a tree, what nonsense. Chi Huo was filled with disdain. He was one of the top powerhouses amongst the older generation from the demon compound and was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, most of the present people were new prodigies, so how could they be his opponent? He attacked violently, waving his huge fist and smashing it toward the human compound prodigies. After a round of battle, the human compound prodigies were all knocked to the ground and howled miserably. You guys are too much. The seniors who were stationed at the human compound had ashen expressions. However, most of the senior students were not in this area, and only a small portion of them was stationed here. These older students all stood up, coldly looking at Chi Huo. Their thick fighting spirit instantly locked onto this violent ape. An old demon from the demon compound walked out as well. He sneered and said, "You want to attack in groups just because you can't win? Hee, I'll teach you, humans, a lesson today." Immediately, the demon prodigies of the older generation acted together. The prodigies from the two compounds instantly clashed together, and terrifying might gushed forth, shaking heaven and earth. Even though they were all elites of the older generation, there was not much difference in their strength. They should have been evenly matched. However, there were too many people from the demon compound. Several demon compound prodigies surrounded one person and forced the human compound prodigies to retreat continuously. All of them were sent flying. However, the demons knew their limits and did not kill them. This was because Jixia Academy had a rule that prohibited them from killing. Making a fool out of the other party and injuring them was fine. However, if someone were to die, the consequences would definitely not be something any prodigy could bear. Expelling the person from the academy was a small matter. They might even have to pay with their life. It was also because of this that even though the human and demon compound had always been fighting, there had been almost no death cases for thousands of years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to coexist harmoniously. These demons knew their limits. They pressed the human compound prodigies to the ground and only hit their sore spots. Every punch hit their nerves. The miserable cries of the human compound prodigies echoed for a long time, but their attacks were similarly ruthless and targeted the lower three body parts. 1,000 years of death, sweeping kick, and strangle claw were all used by both parties. Chi Huo himself had been hit by the move, Monkey Steals Peaches, several times. Using the monkey Dao to injure a monkey's body. Despicable human, hand over my big brother. Chi Huo covered his crotch and bared his teeth threateningly. In the past, the demon compound had always held the upper hand in every competition. Now that the human compound prodigies dared to resist, they would definitely be taught a lesson. At that moment, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Dark light filled the air, and the atmosphere was terrifying. Boom! The lightning struck down like a tsunami. In an instant, the terrifying lightning transformed into a metallic white tiger that roared toward the sky, instantly enveloping the group of demon prodigies. Amidst the lightning, the demon prodigies' hair stood on end as black smoke spewed from their mouths. They fell to the ground, convulsing. Who is it? All of the demons looked up into the sky in alarm. Zhang Yanxi stepped out, her entire body bathed in lightning. The white tiger's roar illuminated heaven and earth. Her eyes were cold, and her tone was indifferent. A bunch of evildoers dares to be impudent? Given Zhang Yanxi's explosive temper, how could she allow the demons to behave atrociously here? The hearts of the many demon elites trembled, intimidated by the might that Zhang Yanxi emitted. Chi Huo, however, stood out and sneered. Does the human compound only rely on women to hold the fort? It was Fairy Kuang Yue before, and now it's this woman. Where did all the men go? In the past, the human compound was barely supported by Fairy Kuang Yue. Otherwise, the human compound prodigies would not stand a chance against the demon compound. They were naturally disdainful of the fact that the human compound still relied on women to hold the fort. Fang Chang walked out with a cold smile, and his gaze was indifferent. "Is that so? Then let's have a battle?" Light burst forth from his back as brilliant lightning exploded forth, transforming into a Qilin avatar that seemed to suppress heaven and earth. Chi Huo immediately became silent. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. Although Fang Chang's cultivation was only at peak stage nascent soul, his aura made even a heavenly venerable's heart palpitate. Although Chi Huo was a genius from the older generation, he was only an early-stage demon venerable and would be completely suppressed by Fang Chang. However, that was not the end. Zhang Yunting shook his head and walked forward. "I have always enjoyed peace, but you demons have gone too far." Behind Zhang Yunting, an azure dragon avatar was formed as well. It pierced through the sky with astonishing might. "Humph, those who have turned into eggs, come fight me if you're not convinced." Zhao Hao stepped forward as blazing flames and dazzling lightning intertwined. His vermilion bird avatar soared into the sky. This concerned the dignity of the human compound, so the four divine firmament prodigies naturally could not ignore it. The four divine firmament prodigies walked out, their powerful auras shocking the scene and making countless demons palpitate. However, there were also powerful demons, and there were also powerful auras that erupted among the demons. "Let's attack together and show them the power of the demon compound." More than 10 seniors of the demon compound charged toward the four divine firmament four prodigies. These were all demon venerables with outstanding strength. At that moment, they were combining forces to fight the four divine firmament prodigies. Seeing that the four divine firmament prodigies were stopped, Chi Huo immediately heaved a sigh of relief and sneered. "That's it? Who else?" From his point of view, the four divine firmament prodigies were merely an exception. It was rare for such powerful prodigies to appear in the human compound. "Why force me to make a move? It's not easy for me to cultivate. I don't want to squander my life away." Wang Xingqiu sighed as he walked forward. The void around him trembled intensely, his aura turning extraordinary. He then disappeared into the void and appeared behind Chi Huo. He raised his leg and kicked the monkey in the butt. Bang! Chi Huo was sent flying and fell to the ground. "You brat, you're too good at showing off. I can't stand people who are better at showing off than me." Wang Xingqiu's figure appeared with a despicable smile. Chi Huo got up from the ground and was furious. "Damn it, brothers, help me beat him up." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, several more demon venerables rushed toward Wang Xingqiu. "Fuck, didn't you guys talk about martial values? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Wang Xingqiu was stunned and hurriedly escaped into the void to dodge the attacks, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. "Everyone, go and teach them a lesson." It wasn't just Chi Huo. Even the other demon prodigies were enraged. All the demons attacked one after another, erupting with terrifying auras as they charged toward the human compound prodigies. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, the scene extremely lively. In the void, two old fellows were watching this fight with great interest. One of them was Elder Su. Opposite him was a golden-haired old man. The golden-haired elder had an ancient aura. He wore green clothes, and his aura was vast and unfathomable. There was a faint blazing flame swirling within his pupils, making him seem terrifying. The golden-haired old man was none other than a teacher of Jixia Academy's demon compound. "Elder Jin, which side do you think will win?" Elder Su watched the battle excitedly and had no intention of interfering. Throughout the generations, the human and demon compounds had been in constant conflict, and there would often be fights and contests. This was how they fought back then. The more they fought, the deeper their feelings became. This was instead beneficial to the students' growth. It was like training soldiers, constantly tempering them in battle. As long as no one made a fatal move, the Academy's instructors normally wouldn't interfere. Moreover, the evil spirit sect had been too rampant recently, causing the experts of the 5 regions to sense that danger was about to descend. It was best if these elites could increase their strength as soon as possible so that they could increase their chances of survival in the upcoming great calamity. Therefore, the mentors of the demon and human compounds chose to watch from the sidelines. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, Elder Jin revealed a brilliant smile. "Needless to say, it's naturally our demon compound." The demon compound had always been stronger than the human compound. Furthermore, there were still many top seedlings in this generation. He did not believe that they would lose to the human compound. Elder Su raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. Is that so? Shall we make a bet? At the mention of a bet, Elder Jin's ears perked up. What's the bet? Elder Su said calmly, let's see who wins and who loses. All right, I'll bet on the demon compound to win. The bet is 10 liters of Holy Spirit wine. That was the wine brewed from the 3 calamities of the God Spirit tree sapling and was priceless. This was wine specially brewed by the great wilderness celestial dynasty, and only the core members of the royal family could taste it. Ordinary people would find it hard to even obtain it. Elder Su happened to have a badge on him, which made Elder Jin drool. However, this old fellow had always been a knockoff. Elder Jin had wasted so much time and effort to convince him. With the help of this bet, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Old man, you've been eyeing my stockpile for a long time. Elder Su shook his head with a bitter smile, but then his eyes shifted. Sure, but this old man also has a request. If I win, you have to give me your heavenly spirit fruit. Elder Jin was an elder of the golden-eyed fire ape race. There was a type of spiritual fruit in his clan that was always sweet and delicious, making people drool over it. It could even be used to refine medicinal pills with powerful effects. It was a sage spirit fruit. However, the output was extremely low. It was only used by their descendants, and it wasn't circulated to the outside world. Elder Su was fortunate enough to have obtained one, so he naturally knew the heavenly spirit fruit's effects. Therefore, Elder Su took this opportunity to make his request. I knew you were up to something. All right, it's settled then. Even though the heavenly spirit fruit was priceless, even slightly more valuable than the 10 liters of Holy Spirit wine, Elder Jin did not reject Elder Su's request because victory was already within his grasp. Elder Jin was secretly delighted. Old Su, oh Old Su, do you think the human compound can win with the addition of Shi Tianzi? You don't know about it, but my demon compound still has a trump card. You have to dig out all your treasures for me. Elder Su did not know what Elder Jin was thinking. He was also secretly delighted. With the 2 little evildoers, Shi Tianzi and Shen Tian, wouldn't it be easy for us to win? Old Jin, oh Old Jin, you're going to lose a lot this time. The 2 old fellows felt that they were sure to win and couldn't hide their smiles. However, the battle below was extremely chaotic. Even though the 4 divine firmament prodigies, Wang Xingshu, Qi Shaoxuan, and the other elite prodigies had joined, the situation wasn't very good for them. After all, other than them, most of the people in the human compound were prodigies of the new generation. Only a portion of the senior students was present, and their numbers were far inferior to the older prodigies of the demon compound. Moreover, the demon compound similarly produced experts in large numbers. The strength of the new generation's Kong Meng, Ao Wu, Jin Yu, and the others wasn't weak. Coupled with the presence of Kun Ming, Kun Yu, and the other senior students, their numbers and strength were many times greater than that of the human compound. This way, all of the human compound's peak powerhouses would be held back. The remaining prodigies were no match for the demon compound prodigies. The scene was extremely chaotic. There were elites who were screaming miserably on the ground everywhere, and most of them were humans. The human compound prodigies were defeated one after another in a short time. The outcome of the battle seemed to be set. At that moment, a figure floated over and suppressed the scene with a powerful aura. The demon prodigies stared at the white-robed figure in shock, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. This person was precisely Shi Tianzi. He had finally appeared. Shi Tianzi took a step forward. His aura was vast and immeasurable, while his power was overwhelming. In an instant, the outer area of the human compound was covered by boundless imposing aura, and violent gales swept through heaven and the earth with a shocking imposing aura. Boom! The howling wind transformed into a supreme divine might, sending countless demon compound prodigies flying. The situation was immediately reversed. Upon seeing this scene, the human compound prodigies cheered. His Highness Tianzi has made his move. Let's see how arrogant you demons can be. With His Highness Tianzi around, the human compound will definitely be invincible. Shi Tianzi's appearance boosted the morale of the humans, allowing them to return to their peak. Meanwhile, the demon compound prodigies were filled with fear. Shi Tianzi's reputation was too great, far exceeding what they could face. Only Qijian was as famous as Shi Tianzi. If Shi Tianzi took action against them, it would be difficult for them to resist at all. But then they discovered an important problem. Qijian was here to challenge Shi Tianzi. However, Shi Tianzi had appeared, but Qijian was nowhere to be seen? Could it be that Qijian was seriously injured by Shi Tianzi? Qi Huo roared, "Shi Tianzi, what did you do to my brother?" Shi Tianzi's lips twitched. Were these demons dumb? Not only did they suddenly come here to cause trouble, but they even wanted Qijian back? Wasn't Qijian dragged into the spatial turbulence by Shantian? Ahem, I didn't peek. Shi Tianzi said indifferently, "What does that stinky monkey have to do with me? If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite." As the supreme youth of the human race, Shi Tianzi naturally wouldn't allow the human compound's face to be trampled on. He emanated a powerful aura that seemed capable of suppressing all of the demon compound prodigies. Upon sensing Shi Tianzi's aura, many of the demon compound prodigies shut their mouths. No one dared to offend Shi Tianzi. The difference in their strength was just too great. When Elder Su saw Shi Tianzi take action in the void, his smile became even more brilliant. Given Shi Tianzi's strength, he could completely suppress all the demons here. "Old Jin, it looks like you won't be able to keep your spirit fruit," Elder Su joked. Elder Jin didn't care at all. He said confidently, "Is that so? How can it end so easily? Shi Tianzi is indeed powerful, but it's not that easy to wipe out the demon compound." Elder Su shook his head in disbelief. "The strongest prodigy of your demon compound is being held back by Shantian. No matter how hard the others fight, how can they be Shi Tianzi's match?" A divine light flickered in Elder Jin's eyes as he smiled and said, "Since your human compound has a peerless genius, how can my demon compound not have one?" As expected, an indifferent voice rang out from behind the demon prodigies. "He's just a kid. What's there to be afraid of?" This person was extremely arrogant, and even Shi Tianzi seemed nothing more than an ant in that person's eyes. "Who is it?" Everyone shocked. Someone had actually dared to challenge Shi Tianzi? Forget about Qijian earlier. With his malfunctioning brain, all he did was spout nonsense. However, other than Qijian, there was no one among the demon compound's prodigies who could contend against Shi Tianzi. There was actually someone who dared to provoke him like this. Weren't they scared that Shi Tianzi would erupt? Upon hearing this, Shi Tianzi's face darkened. This was the first time he had been called a brat. How young was he? Everyone followed the voice and saw a tall figure walking out of the void. She wore a long black dress, and her entire body exuded a cold and indifferent aura. Her chest was magnificent and looked extremely tempting. Her exquisite face made one want to commit a crime. This woman stood between heaven and earth as if she had become one with the void. Her aura was unfathomable, making one's heart tremble. Seeing this scene, Elder Su was stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Why did you invite this ancestor? She's also a student? In terms of seniority, you and I have to call her grandaunt. She's a character from 10,000 years ago. Even the Emperor has to speak on equal terms with her." Elder Jin was all smiles as he said, "How can it not count? She wasn't even 1,000 years old before she was sealed. To a certain extent, it's still within the scope of the Academy's recruitment restrictions. Naturally, she can join without any issues." This person was Elder Jin's trump card. With her around, even Shi Tianzi wouldn't be able to win. I, Old Jin, want the Holy Spirit wine." When he saw this person, Shi Tianzi revealed a rare serious expression. He could sense how terrifying this person's aura was. It was like an unfathomable ocean. Even he was not confident that he could stand a chance against her. The other prodigies were even trembling. They were suppressed by the powerful aura and could not muster up any will to resist. Zhang Yunxi gnashed her teeth and snorted inwardly. "It's actually this old female dragon? Isn't she in seclusion? Why is she out?" Seeing this figure, Zhang Yunxi felt a strong sense of danger. She would never forget that day when her junior brother had ridden on that old female dragon toward North Sea. This evil old female dragon was her biggest competitor. Damn it! Could it be that she came for junior brother? She's just like a lingering ghost. Chapter 437, Human and Demon Social Butterfly. Yes, that's right. The woman in black that had suddenly appeared was Ao Bing. As a proud paragon from 10,000 years ago, her strength was naturally terrifying to the extreme. Even though she had only partially recovered, she had already transcended the tribulation and become a sage. Even Shi Tianzi did not dare to underestimate her existence. At this time, Ao Bing's indifferent voice sounded. "Where did that little monkey Qijian run off to?" Ao Bing's goal was very clear. She wanted Qijan to know who was the big sister of the demon compound. That was why she appeared to intimidate the human compound prodigies. She wanted to display her status and authority. Qi Huo's eyes were filled with reverence as he looked at Ao Bing's aloof figure. It was very obvious that Ao Bing had already displayed her strength and subdued the demon compound prodigies. Qi Huo's originally arrogant face revealed a flattering smile. "Big sister, my big brother must have been trapped by them. We have to be united and make them release him." At this time, there were only a few older students who were there. Qi Huo felt that most of them were definitely working together to form an array and attack together. Ao Bing looked at Shi Tianzi mockingly. "Little brat, is what this monkey told the truth?" The black lines on Shi Tianzi's face grew thicker as he snorted coldly. "Given Qijan's strength, why would we need to join forces? I can suppress him with one hand." Shi Tianzi didn't take action before, not because he feared Qijan. He possessed the heart of invincibility. Other than Shen Tian, no one else was worthy of being feared by him. Of course, there was the addition of Ao Bing now. Ao Bing exuded a powerful holy might, causing Shi Tianzi to feel immense pressure. Even so, Shi Tianzi was still full of fighting spirit. His eyes burned with desire as he itched for a battle. Sensing Shi Tianzi's fighting spirit, Ao Bing said with a cold smile, "Little brat, looks like you're very arrogant." Ao Bing was a peerless genius from 10,000 years ago. Regardless of cultivation or identity, she was a demon overlord. Even the current Black Dragon King had to respectfully address her as Aunt. She naturally did not place a rising human junior in her eyes. "If you don't retreat, let's fight." Shi Tianzi took a deep breath. He possessed an unyielding character and didn't fear anyone. Even Ao Bing could not force him to leave. Meanwhile, figures were rushing over. Those were the human compound's older students and powerful individuals at that. They hurried over one after another. The older generation's prodigies appeared behind Shi Tianzi as they stared at the demon compound prodigies with solemn gazes. This was a battle that concerned their compound's dignity. No one would back down. On the other hand, the demon compound prodigies had also made their move. They stood behind Ao Bing without showing any weakness. With this big sister around, there was no need to fear Shi Tianzi. The atmosphere was confrontational, and terrifying auras assaulted like enormous waves that swept through the 9 heavens, seeming to cause the sky to change color. The situation was extremely urgent as a great battle was about to erupt between the two compounds at any time. Even the mentors of the two compounds raised their spirits to guard against possible accidents. At that very moment, space warped. The dazzling light attracted everyone's attention. Then, 2 figures slowly walked out of the void. One of them was wearing golden battle armor. His figure was majestic, and his aura was surging. The other wore a white dragon brocade robe and had an otherworldly bearing. His appearance was peerless, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The appearance of these 2 figures stunned everyone. Especially when they saw the man in white dragon-embroidered clothes, countless people and demons were astonished and shocked. As for the little demonesses, their eyes glazed over as if their souls were about to be taken away. What a handsome man! This child should only exist in the heavens. How rare is it to find such a handsome man in this world? What a nice young man. I really want to eat him in one bite. The indecent way. How can one bite be enough? Such a peerless handsome man should melt in my mouth. All of a sudden, the demonesses began whispering amongst themselves. Well, they were all indecent demons like foxes and snakes. After all, how could a proper demoness suck someone? The 2 figures that suddenly appeared were Shen Tian and Qijan. After the battle and the spatial turbulence, Qijan had been completely convinced by Shen Tian. Qijan thought to himself, the Tark had once said that I must treat the heavens as my teacher, the heavens as my friend, and fight against the heavens to obtain the Tao. Going against the heavens is impossible, at least impossible in this life. Challenging this master would only result in a beating. But I can treat the heavens as my teacher, and this master as my friend. From now on, Shen Tian will be my big brother. This way, I can also attain the Tao. I'm too smart. With this thought in mind, Qijan had decisively recognized his older brother and ended the battle with Shen Tian. However, when they came out and saw the scene outside, they were stunned. Shen Tian scratched his head in confusion. What? I had only left for a short while. Why are there so many people gathered here? Is there a banquet? It was the same for Qijan. Nonetheless, he immediately understood when he saw Qi Huo. Chi-Jan's face darkened. He scratched his ears and cheeks and muttered, "Why did you call so many demons over? No way. No way. Don't tell me you really thought I'd get beaten up." Cough, cough, alright. Although I did get beaten up, it was not a loss to acknowledge a big brother. Chi-Huo's eyes lit up when he saw Chi-Jan. My big brother has come out. We must teach this group of human kids a lesson. With Chi-Jan and Aobing here, it would be extremely easy for them to suppress the human compound prodigies. Chi-Huo fiercely glared at Wang Shengqiu and waved his monkey fists as if to say that Wang Shengqiu was doomed. However, just as the situation was about to worsen, there was a commotion in the demon group. "Wait, everyone, stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. We're on the same side. We're on the same side." The ones who spoke were Ao Wu, Feng Wu, Kong Meng, and the other newly ascended demon compound prodigies. Kun Ming, Kun Yu, and other proud children of heavens were also from the older generation. They were also stopping the other demons that were riling up for a fight. The Dragon Crown Prince, Ao Wu, ran out and waved his arms in a friendly manner. "Brother Shentian. Brother Shentian, it's me. Do you still remember me?" "Ao Wu. I'm Ao Wu." Veins popped out on Qi Shaoxuan's forehead as he looked at the agitated Ao Wu. "Kid, whose contract partner are you? I was there just now too. Yet, you didn't even let out a fart before you started fighting. You didn't show any mercy when you fought. Now that Shentian is out, you're not going to fight anymore?" Qi Shaoxuan took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Otherwise, his lungs would explode. The other prodigies also came out to greet Shentian. Aobing no longer paid attention to Shi Tianzi and turned to look at Shentian. Her expression was indifferent, but it was obvious that she had the dignity of an emperor. "Shi Tianzi? What? Shentian has just come out, and you are already ignoring me? Although he is slightly stronger than me and slightly more handsome than me, I'm still the strongest genius of the celestial dynasty, a supreme youth. Is it really okay for you to ignore me like this? I still have my dignity to maintain." Shi Tianzi's distress, plus 99,999,999. The corners of Shentian's mouth lifted slightly when he saw the many familiar faces. These were all his flock of sheep. He did not expect to see them here. His flock was about to become even bigger. Shentian's eyes then met with Aobing, and he was slightly stunned. "Why is this big sister here too?" Aobing's indifferent voice sounded. "You really know how to torment people." Ever since she had returned to Black Dragon Island to cultivate in seclusion, Shentian had been traveling everywhere to gain experience. Aobing hadn't seen Shentian's shadow when she ended her seclusion. She had only come after hearing that Shentian had joined Jixia Academy. Suddenly, Aobing's expression froze. "Why do you have that stinky phoenix's aura on you?" Shentian's lips twitched. He sent a sound transmission. "Big Sister Bing, there are too many people here. I'll talk to you in detail later." "Humph, if you don't explain yourself clearly, you're dead." Aobing crossed her arms with a cold expression. She had always been at odds with the immortal Phoenix Queen. How could she tolerate Shentian when she sensed the aura of the immortal Phoenix Queen on him? Shentian heaved a sigh of relief. This great ant's nose is really sharp. She could still smell it after so long. It must be because of the Phoenix God bloodline in my body. Damn, that painful half a month. At that moment, the geniuses from the two compounds stopped. Chi-Huo scratched his head in confusion and asked doubtfully, "Big brother, are we still fighting? What is going on? I was just getting excited. But when my big brother and the kid appeared, why did they stop? How boring." Upon hearing Chi-Huo's words, Chi-Jan's anger erupted, and he directly struck him. "What are you fighting for? This is my boss, and also your boss. Do you still want to fight?" Chi-Huo covered his head and said aggrievedly, "Big sis, my big brother bullied me." Aobing gave him another knock on the head. "This kid is my contract partner. You want to hit him? Dragon Knight?" This guy in front of him was a man who could ride Big Sister, this violent female dragon? Chi-Huo covered the two large bumps on his head and wanted to cry, but no tears flowed out. Who did I offend? Why am I always the one getting hurt? The top experts on both sides were old lovers. Everyone knew that this battle was destined to end here before it even started. However, when they heard Aobing say that Divine Firmament Saint was her contracted Dragon Knight, all the demon compound elites turned curious. All the demons had witnessed Ao Bing's power. A few days ago, she had already beaten up many demons in the demon compound and established her illustrious prestige. Countless demons now revered her. However, they never expected such a powerful existence to sign a contract with the Divine Firmament Saint. Could there be some secret behind this? But then, something else caught everyone's attention. The elite's eyes turned. When Qijian left, he was fighting the Divine Firmament Saint. Then who won in the battle? Someone asked out of curiosity, causing Qijian to feel embarrassed. He couldn't possibly say that Shentian had pummeled him. Just as Qijian was conflicted, Shentian smiled and helped him out. Brother Qi and I are equally matched in terms of battle prowess. It's hard to determine the victor. Let's call it a draw. Brother Qi's Battle Saint Ape bloodline is truly worthy of being a top-tier physique. It is truly powerful with unparalleled combat strength. Upon hearing Shentian's words, Qijian was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. The boss and I are evenly matched. His Heavenly Wilderness 36 Hammers is also very powerful. Everyone was dumbstruck. This monkey was clearly acting cool and arrogant just now. Why did he call the Divine Firmament Saint boss after sparring with him? Did the fight really end in a draw? There must be something fishy about this. Qi Huo scratched his head in confusion. Big brother, aren't you the boss of our lineage? Why is there a new boss? Why do you want to call him boss? What right does this human have to be your boss? Clang. The sound was crisp and clear. Another big bump popped up on the top of his head. Qi Huo's eyes were filled with tears. He covered his head and squatted on the ground, doubting his monkey life. What did I say wrong again? Qijian clapped his hands and cursed. Why is there such an idiot in the clan? Why do you keep asking? Don't I still need to maintain my dignity? I'll give this monkey a good beating when I get back. Qi Huo's words caused everyone to look over in surprise. Qijian and Shentian looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't expected this to happen when they were communicating earlier. Qijian scratched his head and struggled to think of a reason. He stuttered, because the boss is handsome and deserves to be admired by me. At this point, Qijian became confident again. They felt that this reason was flawless and completely convincing. He muttered in a low voice, even though Big Brother isn't as tall and sturdy as me, he's at least much better looking than those crooked fellows from the human race. There are many younger sisters in the clan who praise me for my handsome looks. I'm the handsome monkey king of the clan. Boss's looks are no less than mine. He must be a handsome king in the human race. The crowd. The corners of countless people's mouths twitched. Are you worthy? How could this monkey be considered handsome? May I ask, are you even the slightest bit handsome? Who knew how twisted the monkey race's aesthetic standards were? But thinking about it, Qijian's words were somewhat convincing. After all, the Divine Firmament Saint's stunning and peerless looks were indeed impressive. Otherwise, why would Ao Bing allow Shentian to become her Dragon Knight? No demon was willing to let an ugly bastard ride them. At least those demonesses could empathize with him. They couldn't help but be tempted and want to sign a contract with Shentian. They loved his face. Many geniuses believed Qijian's words. Someone even mumbled, from the looks of it, Qijian wants the Divine Firmament Saint to be a monkey knight. Shentian. Qijian, $. A certain monkey's face was as red as his butt. Kid, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. However, if he could sign a contract with Shentian, that would be pretty good too. I'll ask boss if he's willing to ride this monkey. Also, I will have to go back and ask the old man. He had to settle this matter. The Prodigies reacted and marveled at Shentian's power. One had to know that Qijian was already famous in Jixia Academy. He was the leader of the demon compound. Even though he might have to give up the position of the boss to Ao Bing, he was still a terrifying existence that could tear apart a 5 tribulation true sage. He was far from what ordinary people could compare to. The Divine Firmament Saint was actually able to fight equally with Qijian. From the looks of it, he was indeed powerful. But didn't this mean that Shi Tianzi was inferior to the two of them? After all, the Divine Firmament Saint was the prime disciple of the human compound. His strength was equivalent to the prime disciple of the demon compound. On the other hand, Shi Tianzi had said he was inferior to Shentian. Didn't that mean that Qijian was stronger than Shi Tianzi? At the thought of this, the demon compound prodigies who had been suppressed by Shi Tianzi all heaved a sigh of relief. For a time, Many demons whispered among themselves. The Divine Firmament Saint and Senior Chi-Jan are evenly matched, and Shi Tianzi admits that he is not the Divine Firmament Saint's match. I seem to have discovered something. So what if he's strong? Isn't he still no match for our demon compound? I seem to remember a certain prince acting cool earlier, saying that he could suppress Chi-Jan with one hand. Ha 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 ha, the number one prodigy of the 5 regions, Shi Tianzi, is only so-so. Shi Tianzi's face was as black as charcoal, and the aura within his body surged violently like an erupting volcano. If he wasn't afraid of Aobing, then he would have directly charged forward and slapped those fellows until their mouths were swollen. He was the strongest genius of the great wilderness celestial dynasty. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? At that moment, Shen Tian walked out with a smile. He explained, "Actually, Brother Tianzi's battle prowess is also on par with mine. It's just that he's too modest. That's why he keeps saying that his strength is inferior to mine." With the intention of protecting his sheep, Shen Tian didn't want Shi Tianzi to be mocked. A complicated expression appeared on Shi Tianzi's cold face when he heard Shen Tian's explanation. He pursed his lips and muttered, "Don't think that I'll appreciate your kindness just because you speak up for me. One day, I will catch up to you." The Prodigies thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, Shi Tianzi was no ordinary person. Even Huang Shi valued his talent and strength. It was reasonable that the Divine Firmament Saint was equally matched with him. Those who were familiar with Shi Tianzi curled their lips. "What the heck, you said Shi Tianzi was being humble. How could such an arrogant fellow be humble?" Fortunately, no one was stupid enough to voice their thoughts. Otherwise, Shi Tianzi would probably go berserk. At this point, the fight between the human compound and demon compound was almost over. After all, the peak experts of both sides would not fight. It was meaningless for them to continue fighting. However, this did not mean that the two compounds would coexist peacefully. The conflict between the two sides had long been deeply rooted. Both sides looked down on each other, so how could it be so easily resolved? That was why there were still many older students who were unhappy, shouting at each other. At that moment, Shen Tian smiled and said, "Fellow Daoists, please calm down. Those who enter Jixia Academy are all comrades. It doesn't really matter whether you are a human or a demon. Humans and demons are both born from their mothers. A mother will be sad if anyone gets injured. Why don't we all sit down and have some tea, talk about life, talk about feelings?" Shen Tian looked at the prodigies around him. They were basically all people with golden light halos above their heads. At a glance, they were all glittering gold. He was so excited. After all, every single one of them was a top-notch genius in the academy. His luck was naturally not bad. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Furthermore, these were not mosquitoes but plump pigeons. How could he let such a large amount of providence escape? Shen Tian naturally chose to capture all of them in one fell swoop. However, the senior students of the demon compound had disdain written all over their faces, and they clamored in succession. "How could I be associated with humans? It's impossible to drink tea, never in this lifetime. You haven't even had a good fight. Drink my ass." Demons were different from humans, so their personalities were naturally different. Even if the Divine Firmament Saint spoke, it was impossible to change their beliefs. And when they heard the clamoring of these seniors, the seniors of the human compound were immediately unconvinced and refuted. "Don't be so shameless. The Divine Firmament Saint gave you face by inviting you for tea. If it were me, I would definitely treat you all to my fart." The scene became chaotic again. The seniors from both sides started to bicker with each other again, but they did not dare to make a move. In the void, Elder Su and Elder Jin's lips twitched. They didn't expect the fight to be resolved because of Shen Tian's appearance. Elder Jin sighed. "This kid is indeed extraordinary. He can actually stop both compounds' prodigies from fighting." In the past battles between the two sides, if there were no instructors involved, they would basically continue fighting. Then, Elder Jin curled his lips. This kid appeared at the wrong time. Our demon compound was about to win. Elder Jin did not feel satisfied at all. If Shen Tian hadn't appeared, Aobing and Shi Tianzi might have already started fighting. Given Aobing's battle prowess, suppressing the current Shi Tianzi was not difficult. That way, he could get the Saint Spirit wine from Elder Su. Old Su shook his head and said, "Old Jin, do you think your demon compound will definitely win? "Do you really think that Qijian can defeat that brat Shen Tian and Qijian told everyone that their combat strength was equal. But in the eyes of these old fellows, they had long seen who was stronger and who was weaker. Besides, that ancestor will not attack this kid. Even they didn't know that Shen Tian was Ao Bing's contracted Dragon Knight. It could only be said that the Divine Firmament Saint's social circle was ridiculous. This fellow was simply a social butterfly. It didn't even matter whether the other party was a demon or a human. Suddenly, Elder Su and Elder Jin's noses twitched. They smelled an extremely rich fragrance. This fragrance was so wonderful that it even permeated the space they were in. "What's that? Why does it smell so good?" Elder Jin took a deep breath. He actually felt his mind become clear, and his entire body was glowing as if it was about to transform. "This fragrance is even richer and purer than the Holy Spirit wine." Elder Su looked intoxicated as if he was lost in the rich fragrance. However, when they looked over, they saw Shen Tian taking out a large vat and brewing tea. Initially, the two old men did not mind. They secretly sighed that this brat still had the time to brew tea. However, they soon discovered that the fragrance was coming from Shen Tian. So this fragrance should be the fragrance of tea? TSK. What kind of tea could be so fragrant? The two elders looked at the vat with curiosity. Immediately, the man and monkey almost doubted their lives. What the hell? This is Tao Comprehension tea. This kid. He actually used a large jar to brew Tao Comprehension tea? Chapter 438, Since she did it for 15 days, I will do it for a month. At this time, Shen Tian was brewing tea excitedly. After all, this was not the first time he had done it. He was already familiar with the process and had a deep understanding of brewing tea. Spiritual spring water flowed like a river within the large vat. A hazy mist pervaded the air, causing the surrounding air to become fresh. These spirit spring water were quite valuable, but it was quickly emptied by Shen Tian as if it was free. His movements were skilled, and soon, the spirit spring water started boiling. Wisps of white smoke drifted about, emitting a unique fragrance. However, this was far from over. Shen Tian took out another dozen purple tea leaves. More than a dozen tea leaves swirled about, releasing miraculous scenes and a rich Tao aura. These were Tao Comprehension tea leaves that contained boundless good fortune, allowing one to become close with the heavenly Tao laws and comprehend the profundities of the Grand Tao. This time, there were many prodigies from both the human compound and demon compound. The vat Shen Tian used was even larger than before, and thus he also had to use more Tao Comprehension tea leaves. Shen Tian threw more than a dozen Tao Comprehension tea leaves into the large vat and boiled them together with the boiling spring water. Numerous phenomena interweaved and coiled above it, and they emanated dazzling divine light. Visions of sabers, swords, cauldrons, and axes kept converging and shooting out vast divine might. There were also illusory kalins, vermilion birds, azure dragons, white tigers, black tortoises, and other avatars that soared up to the sky and roared majestically. These phenomena were all derived from Tao runes. Although they were slightly damaged, there were many of them. With the augmentation of more than 10 Tao runes, the vat of spirit spring water transformed. The color of the spirit spring water became incomparably deep as nomological divine patterns lingered around it. The aura of the great Tao appeared. The spiritual aura and Tao runes were extremely dense. A vast and unfathomable aura swept out, causing one's mind to become clear. It was like the grand Tao of heaven and earth had become amiable. When they saw this scene, the two elders in the void were even more stupefied. They were already very shocked when Shen Tian used a large pot to boil Tao Comprehension tea. But now, they were completely shocked by the quality of the Tao Comprehension tea Shen Tian took out. The two elders could sense that this Tao Comprehension tea was extraordinary. Just the smell alone was enough to open their minds. If they took a sip, wouldn't they be able to soar to the sky immediately? Which year was this Tao Comprehension tea from? How could it have such an effect? Elder Jin muttered, "Why do I feel that the Tao Comprehension tea leaves this kid took out are even more effective than the great Tarks?" The two elders looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Jixia Academy also had a Tao Comprehension tea tree that Huang Shi planted. However, the effect was worlds apart from the Tao Comprehension tea leaves that Shen Tian had taken out. The two teachers were experienced and knowledgeable, but they could not help but drool. The taste of the tea was irresistible. How fragrant! The prodigies of the two compounds who were originally arguing were also attracted by the fragrance of the Tao Comprehension tea. Everyone quieted down and stood rooted to the ground. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? I've never smelled such a strong fragrance before. There is also a strange power that can allow me to increase my cultivation. Everyone was greedily inhaling the fragrance of the Tao comprehension tea, and their hearts were shaken. They searched for the fragrance, and their gazes eventually landed on the large vat in front of Shentian. Upon seeing this scene, all the prodigies were dumbfounded. This is Tao comprehension tea? DMN, it's Tao comprehension tea cooked in a vat? Mommy, I've never seen so much Tao comprehension tea in my life. The Divine Firmament Saint said that he was going to invite us to drink Tao comprehension tea? The demon compound prodigies were dumbfounded. They did not like drinking tea at all. However, they never imagined that Shentian would actually take out such precious Tao comprehension tea. How could ordinary green tea compare to Tao comprehension tea? Shentian used Tao comprehension tea to entertain his friends? Who the hell could reject this? Defeated. It didn't matter who was stronger between the two compounds. Just the sparing, wealth, and magnanimity was enough for the Divine Firmament Saint to win all their hearts. After all, in the past thousands of years, the demon compound had never produced such an impressive paragon. Just for the cup of tea from the Divine Firmament Saint, they were more than willing to admit defeat. The Divine Firmament Saint was too magnanimous. As for the geniuses from the human compound, their thoughts were similar. Although they were core disciples of various large factions and outstanding talents from every generation, they had never tasted the Tao comprehension tea before. It was a rare treasure of the world. Only the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had a Tao comprehension tree in the entire 5 regions, and Huangshi himself had planted it. None of the prodigies could imagine that Shentian actually possessed Tao comprehension tea leaves. He had even soaked them in a large vat. They were going to have a good drink. With the Divine Firmament Saint around, it was truly the human compound's great fortune. This thought appeared in the hearts of all the prodigies. On the other hand, the demon compound prodigies were filled with regret. They were unable to refuse the temptation of the Tao comprehension tea. However, they had already firmly said that they would not drink tea no matter what. How could they bring themselves to speak now? They did not want to lose face. All the demons stared at the large vat of Tao comprehension tea, their eyes filled with resentment and incomparable desire. Meanwhile, Shentian had already distributed the Tao comprehension tea. The prodigies who were on good terms with him were the first to share a cup. "Thank you, Brother Shen. The Divine Firmament Saint sure is generous." Upon receiving the Tao comprehension tea, the prodigies were overwhelmed. The Tao comprehension tea was very useful to them and could increase their efficiency in comprehending the Tao. Those prodigies quickly drank the Tao comprehension tea and revealed intoxicated smiles. Good tea, good tea. It tastes so good. As expected of Tao comprehension tea, I feel like I'm about to explode. At this moment, I feel as though I have become one with the great Tao. With the support of the Tao comprehension tea, the prodigies' bodies glowed. They sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. In an instant, strange phenomena appeared in the bodies of those prodigies, and their strengths increased greatly. This was Tao comprehension tea made from more than 10 Tao comprehension tea leaves. Thus, the effects were extremely obvious. Afterward, Shentian asked the elites who were on good terms with him to distribute the Tao comprehension tea. Meanwhile, he carried a few cups of tea, walking toward Shi Tianzi and Shijan. "Brother Tianzi, Brother Qi, let's have a drink?" Shentian smiled. These two were the ones with the most providence, so he naturally had to pay attention to them. Shijan scratched his head and said, "Boss, I don't like drinking tea. I like eating peaches. You can take it back." The demon compound prodigies. When they heard Shijan, a large group of senior students from the demon compound couldn't help but roar in their hearts. This monkey's brain is not smart at all. Indeed, a monkey cannot change its ways. That's Tao comprehension tea. Tao comprehension tea. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I want it, I want it. This group of people was all the seniors who had been showing off earlier, saying that they did not care about drinking tea. The prodigies who distributed the Tao comprehension tea were also very obedient and did not even give them a cup. The demons were so anxious that they gnashed their teeth and could only rage in their hearts. Shentian smiled faintly. The taste of this tea is not inferior to spirit fruits. Brother Qi can try it. Is that so? Let me try. Qijan immediately became excited. He picked up a cup of Tao comprehension tea and gulped it down. He smacked his lips as if he was savoring the taste of the Tao comprehension tea. Soon after, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Wow! It's so delicious. How is this just tea? It's simply heavenly liquid. Its taste is not inferior to our tribe's monkey wine. Boss, can I have a few more cups? I did not drink enough just now. Qijan had a drooling expression on his face as if his appetite had been aroused. Shen Tian nodded slightly and smiled. Of course, but the effect of the comprehension tea lies in comprehending the Tao. Although the taste is good, don't be greedy. In any case, there was a full vat of Tao comprehension tea, so Shen Tian naturally wouldn't be stingy. At most, he would cook another pot after it was finished. He still had plenty of this in his little treasure vault. He could not even finish drinking it, so he could only use it to feed his flock. And Qijan was one of them with a huge Providence. Shen Tian wasn't afraid of not having enough. He would make sure all of them were sick of the Tao comprehension tea. Qijan nodded continuously. His expression was one of excitement as he drank another 2 cups. In the end, golden light erupted from his body, and his aura surged without end. Qijan hurriedly sat down cross-legged and used the effects of the Tao comprehension tea to sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. At the same time, Qijan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Tark was right. I should treat the heavens as my teacher, the heavens as my friend, and fight against the heavens to obtain the Tao. Woohoo, I am about to skyrocket. Qijan's aura became increasingly powerful. With the support of the Tao comprehension tea, he obtained tremendous benefits. Seeing this, Shi Tianzi was moved. He couldn't help but want to take a cup of Tao comprehension tea. Although Shi Tianzi had cultivated with Wang Shi and had the honor of tasting the Tao comprehension tea before, its effect was far inferior to the Tao comprehension tea that Shen Tian had taken out. Even with Qijan's monkey brain, he could actually comprehend the great Tao. If he drank it, wouldn't he improve to a greater extent? However, Shi Tianzi had always been arrogant and was too embarrassed to accept it. Shen Tian handed the Tao comprehension tea over to him and said with a smile, "Brother Tianzi, let's use tea in place of wine to eliminate the unhappiness from before. Let's get along well in the future. If there's a chance, let's look for opportunities together. I, Shen Tian, will drink first." Knowing that Shi Tianzi was embarrassed, Shen Tian offered him a way out. This was the guy with the highest Providence. He could not miss him out. Shi Tianzi's cold face revealed a conflicted expression. Although Shi Tianzi had been defeated by Shen Tian earlier, he had been thinking of ways to win back. He regarded Shen Tian as a formidable opponent. However, normally when one met with a strong opponent, it would be good if they did not erupt in a fight the moment they met. Since when did opponents help each other? However, not only did Shen Tian not suppress him, but he even spoke up for Shi Tianzi. Even the Tao comprehension tea that could increase one's strength was given out. How could Shi Tianzi not be moved? Looking at the Tao comprehension tea in his hand, Shi Tianzi suddenly felt his heart become heavy. Compared to Shen Tian, he was still too petty. Shi Tianzi took a deep breath as his eyes sparkled. He solemnly said, "Brother Shen's breadth of mind is truly broad. You are worthy of being my lifelong rival. I will do my best to improve my strength and fight with Brother Shen again." In Shi Tianzi's opinion, the most respectful way to treat a powerful opponent was to fight them with everything they had. With that said, Shi Tianzi downed the Tao comprehension tea and began to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Soon afterward, his body also released a divine light. Shi Tianzi was extremely talented. Coupled with the powerful effects of the Tao comprehension tea, he immediately benefited greatly. Soon after, Shi Tianzi also fell into silence, his aura also continuously growing stronger. Shen Tian was rendered speechless and inwardly ridiculed. I gave him the Tao comprehension tea so that he could raise his strength and come over to beat me up? Why did this kid not understand human language? I want to team up with him to kill monsters, not to fight him. Damn! If he had known that this would happen, he would have given him another beating. What a headache! The senior students of the demon compound gazed at the geniuses that were ceaselessly improving, and they seemed as if they were wearing a mask of pain while their faces were covered in bitterness. They stared at the Tao comprehension tea and continuously swallowed their saliva. At that moment, the senior students of the demon compound wished for nothing more than to slap themselves. What did I just say? Why did I voice my thoughts so quickly? Why did I reject the divine firmament saint's good intentions? This is Tao Comprehension Tea. Am I going to miss it just like that? I am filled with regret. The older students from the demon compound wailed in his heart as they felt that they had missed out on a great opportunity. However, Shen Tian didn't favor one over the other. He also handed the Tao Comprehension Tea to the senior students. Shi Tianzi was a foolish person who couldn't be easily taken advantage of. Weren't they people of great Providence too? How could he miss them out? These seniors of the demon compound were similarly children of Providence with extremely high amounts of Providence. All of them gathering together caused Shen Tian to feel excited. Wasn't this a good opportunity to capture them all? Shen Tian stepped forward with a smile and handed over the Tao Comprehension Tea. Senior martial brothers of the demon compound, how about we have some tea together? Upon hearing Shen Tian's words, the eyes of the seniors of the demon compound lit up as if they had seen the light of dawn in the darkness. A look of desire appeared on their faces, but they were also a little embarrassed. After all, not only was Shen Tian not angry at their arrogance, but he even invited them to have tea. The seniors of the demon compound felt very upset. In the end, no demon opened their mouths to refuse, and they all accepted it. After all, Shen Tian had given them too much. All the demons sweated. The divine firmament saint is magnanimous. We are ashamed. Just as the saint had said, our demon compound always has respected peace. As long as the divine firmament saint is around, I will definitely not find trouble with the human compound. For the sake of the Tao Comprehension Tea, they had completely forgotten their previous words. Ha! Was their dignity of any use? Was it tastier than the Tao Comprehension Tea? Definitely not. The group of seniors of the demon compound drank the Tao Comprehension Tea happily. Soon after, they all started to experience a leap in strength, and dazzling divine radiance illuminated heaven and earth. The effects of the Tao Comprehension Tea were too strong, and they benefited many prodigies greatly. Hence, all the prodigies present had a drastic change in opinion of Shen Tian. Their affinity for him was increasing. In the void, Elder Su and Elder Jin were stunned. Damn, this Tao Comprehension Tea is too fragrant. I can't hold on much longer. Elder Jin shook his monkey head, drooling. This level of Tao Comprehension Tea could even benefit them. Especially that incomparably rich tea fragrance, it was simply not inferior to that of a sage wine. As for Elder Jin, he loved alcohol and tea. This kind of unattainable feeling really made him worried to death. Elder Jin could only squat in the void and sniff with his nose, but he could not taste it. After a few rounds, he was so anxious that he scratched his head. Elder Su sighed helplessly. What can we do? Aren't you embarrassed to suddenly run out and ask this kid for a cup of tea? As teachers, they had not stepped forward to stop the battle between the two compounds. If they ran out for the Tao Comprehension Tea now, wouldn't they be laughed at to death? Furthermore, they were unable to bring themselves to ask the people of the younger generation for something. Unfortunately, the Tao Comprehension Tea was simply too attractive. This feeling of being right in front of them yet not being able to drink it and only being able to secretly smell it was too depressing. For a moment, the two old men's gazes became bitter, as if they were little wives who had not been pampered. As if sensing something, the corners of Shen Tian's lips curled upwards. The void rippled, and the 2 cups of Tao Comprehension Tea disappeared. Then, light lingered in the air as 2 cups of Tao Comprehension Tea slowly appeared. Looking at the Tao Comprehension Tea that suddenly appeared in front of them, the 2 teachers were stunned for a moment. Then their expressions turned into joy. Elder Jin's face was filled with wrinkles. Glad, you're quite capable. Not only is he capable, but he also knows how to conduct himself. Not only that, but he's also very rich. Elder Su, it looks like there's an unparalleled paragon in the human compound. Although Elder Jin was speaking, he did not forget to extend his hand and grab the Tao Comprehension Tea. Not bad at all. He took a sip and clicked his tongue in wonder, praising the wonders of this Tao Comprehension Tea. Elder Su also received the Tao Comprehension Tea, but he was extremely surprised. The 2 elders were also top-notch teachers in Jixia Academy. Their cultivation had even reached the 8 Tribulation True Sage level. They had also hidden their auras in the void, and by common sense, no students should be able to notice them. Unexpectedly, not only did Shen Tian discover their existence, but he also gave them Tao Comprehension Tea, causing the 2 elders to exclaim endlessly. As expected of a paragon. This brat was much stronger than Shi Tianzi. What a good person. No one noticed Shen Tian's actions. Even Shi Tianzi and Qi Zhan did not know that two old fellows were hidden in the void. On the other hand, Ao Bing seemed to have noticed something unusual, but she was unable to confirm it. She fixed her gaze on Shen Tian but was attracted by his stunning appearance and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought that after not seeing him for a period, this kid had become even more manly? However, this brat had that stinky phoenix aura on him. And on top of that, it was the phoenix's origin power? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Something was amiss. Ao Bing gnashed her teeth and finally stepped forward. She leapt to Shen Tian's side and grabbed his hand to leave. The two moved like lightning, entering the void turbulence. The surrounding prodigies were dumbfounded. What's wrong with Big Sis? Why did she run away with the Divine Firmament Saint? Could it be because the Divine Firmament Saint did not hand her tea, so she had dragged him for a fight? Hiss, women are so scary. No, this female dragon lady is truly terrifying. Zhang Yanqi's face was as cold as ice. What is this old woman trying to do? Where are they going? When Ao Bing took Shen Tian away, the danger in Zhang Yanqi's heart intensified. She wanted to chase after Ao Bing to stop her, but Zhang Yunting stopped her. Yangqi, calm down. The dragon lady is the saint's contract partner. She won't bully him. Zhang Yunting muttered in his heart, why is my little grandaunt so irritable when she sees Ao Bing? How could Zhang Yanqi not know? She wasn't worried at all that Ao Bing would seriously bully Shen Tian. It was something else she was worried about. However, Ao Bing was too fast and had instantly pulled Shen Tian into the spatial turbulence. Zhang Yanqi could not catch up even if she wanted to. She could only stomp her feet in anger. In the chaotic void, Shen Tian was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Ao Bing to suddenly make a move and drag him here. Seeing the aloof Ao Bing, Shen Tian scratched his head and smiled. Sister Bing, can't we just talk outside? Shen Tian naturally knew what Ao Bing was doing. His mind was filled with thoughts. He had to find a way to escape. However, how could Ao Bing allow him to succeed? She snorted coldly with an icy expression. If you don't explain yourself today, don't think about leaving. Tell me, why do you have the origin power of the stinky phoenix? The dragon god's power surged within Ao Bing's body, sealing the space around her. The corners of Shen Tian's lips twitched. He couldn't think of an excuse and had no choice but to recount about the incident. What, you slept with her? If you can't resist, then you won't resist? Damn Phoenix, how dare you snatch my man? You've gone too far. No, if she does it for 1 day, I will do it for 15 days. If she does it for 15 days, I will do it for a month. Rip. The sound of clothes tearing rang out. Endless divine light erupted, condensing into a resplendent curtain of light that completely enveloped this place. The only thing that could be heard was the charming voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It echoed in the void for a long time. As the sound echoed, it could be heard throughout the entire area. Chapter 439, Indestructible Dragon Phoenix Physique, Appearance of the Evil Spirit Sect. A month later, the void was torn apart. In the dense divine light, two figures slowly appeared. That's right, they were Shen Tian and Ao Bing. Shen Tian had changed into a new white dragon brocade robe, looking handsome and graceful. It couldn't be helped. His clothes had already been torn to shreds and were annihilated in the chaotic void. Shen Tian's face was slightly pale, and his legs were trembling as he walked. Without another word, he directly poured several large bottles of Nirvana holy liquid into his mouth. Shen Tian's face was filled with resentment as he lamented how difficult it was to endure this time. There was too much yang fire. It was freaking crazy. A full month. If not for the fact that he had a strong physique, he would have long been squeezed dry. On the other side, Ao Bing had changed into a black dress as well, and her tall figure stood towering in midair while her imposing aura was cold and proud. However, the blush on her face made her cold demeanor even more seductive. As if sensing Shen Tian's hidden bitterness, Ao Bing smiled charmingly. Kid, don't worry. I will take responsibility for you. Ao Bing could not help but smile. Humph, stinky phoenix, so what if you stole his first time? You only did it for 15 days, but I have done it for a month. You did not last as long as me. Shen Tian's body shook as he looked at the great evil in front of him. He quickly shook his head to dispel the thoughts in his mind. If this continued, he would be a goner. This troublesome evil dragon. After I rest for a few days, I will definitely fight her for another 3,000 rounds. Next time, I will be the one on top. Soon after, Shen Tian discovered something unusual. After a month of intense battle, his body had undergone tremendous changes. The divine dragon power in his body grew stronger and stronger, and even his attainments in the Dragon God Sutra had greatly increased. Ao Bing was indeed worthy of being the most powerful prodigy of the dragon bloodline in the last 10,000 years. The divine dragon power within her body was extremely rich. After a month of nourishment, Shen Tian had benefited greatly. However, that was not the most important thing. Shen Tian discovered that the divine phoenix power in his body had actually fused together with the divine dragon power. The two intertwined, forming an unprecedented power. What's going on? Shen Tian was very curious. When he first obtained the power of the Phoenix God, his body had undergone this transformation. However, due to insufficient origin power, he had not succeeded. And now, these two forces had completely merged, causing Shen Tian to undergo a huge change. Roar! A dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. Dazzling divine radiance surged out and illuminated the sky, looking dazzling and resplendent. A mystical avatar appeared behind Shen Tian. The enormous dragon god avatar roared, and his entire body was bathed in resplendent golden light. His aura then started surging violently. Under the golden radiance, there was a blazing scarlet glow. Divine flames of the phoenix burst forth from the dragon god avatar, coiling around his body before transforming into resplendent phoenix wings that spread throughout heaven and earth. The dragon and phoenix avatars interweaved, creating an unprecedented new avatar. Shen Tian's physique had also undergone a transformation. His corporeal body had become robust, and his voluptuous muscles were like dragons that contained immense power. The qi in his body flourished, and it transformed into a huge bell. It was extremely dense, and his vital aura was extremely powerful. Resplendent golden and brilliant scarlet patterns interweaved and coiled around his body, faintly appearing as divine light flourished. Under the augmentation of these two mighty forces, Shen Tian's body underwent a tremendous change. At that moment, he felt that his physical strength was endless. Ao Bing's expression faltered slightly upon seeing this, and her lips parted into an O shape. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. This is the Dragon Phoenix indestructible body? Ao Bing was stunned. She hadn't expected Shen Tian's constitution to transform into the Dragon Phoenix indestructible body. One had to know that the Dragon Phoenix indestructible body was a rare physique throughout the ages. The Dragon God's power and the Phoenix God came from the same source, born from the origin of heaven and earth. The two powers complemented and countered each other at the same time. In the end, they were separated by the great Tao of heaven and earth, forming two top demon races, the Dragon and Phoenix races. The Dragon race and the Phoenix race fought endlessly because they refused to submit to the other party and fused both their powers together. Also, another reason was that the condition of achieving such a feat was also extremely high. After all, not only did this require the highest level of Dragon God power, but it also required the highest level of Phoenix God power in order to have a chance of merging and transforming. Both conditions were extremely harsh, and it was far from something ordinary could attain. As a human, not only could Shen Tian refine these two powers, but he could even merge them together and elevate them to the extreme to form the Dragon Phoenix indestructible body. This was simply shocking. Such an extraordinary physique could only appear during the primordial era. With the unfathomable strength of the Dragon God and the power of the Phoenix God's nirvana, his body could be said to be immortal and indestructible. How could Ao Bing not be shocked? But then, Ao Bing's expression became even more dumbstruck because she discovered that the Dragon God's power in her body had also grown stronger. This was because Shen Tian's Dragon Emperor constitution had far purer origin energy than Ao Bing. The two replenished each other, causing the divine dragon power within Ao Bing's body to undergo a transformation. Not only that, there was still a portion of the power of the Phoenix God within her body. Although it was still very weak, it could slowly grow stronger. Ao Bing's heart wavered. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at Shen Tian as she sighed inwardly. It seemed like she had taken advantage of this kid this time. Yes. When Ao Bing's Phoenix God power grew stronger, she might be able to merge with the Dragon God power to form the Dragon Phoenix indestructible body too. At that time, not only would Ao Bing's cultivation recover completely, but she would even be able to advance another level, taking an unprecedented step forward. Therefore, even with Ao Bing's 10,000 years of Tao heart, she could not help but feel excited. Soon, Shen Tian and Ao Bing left the Void Turbulence and returned to Jixia Academy. After Ao Bing left, she chose to enter seclusion. She wanted to figure out the power within her body and try to refine it. This was the Dragon Phoenix indestructible body. If she could awaken this physique, she would definitely be able to suppress the immortal Phoenix Queen. Ao Bing's heart was filled with joy. She could not wait to enter seclusion. Shen Tian didn't return to the second Spirit Mountain. Instead, he headed straight to the demon compound to look for Qi Zhan. He remembered that Qi Zhan's fortuitous encounter that he had seen in his halo was going to appear soon. Thus, Shen Tian wanted to tag along with Qi Zhan to freeload on his fortuitous opportunity. He had been plagued by trivial matters during this period, so it had been a long time since Shen Tian had taken advantage of his sheep, gaining more fortuitous opportunities and increasing his own providence. Shen Tian was incomparably excited at the thought that he would soon be able to reap a harvest. His speed was very fast, and he directly arrived at the demon compound. Swoosh! 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 Seeing that someone had come to the demon compound, countless demons rushed out. However, they did not have any ill intentions. After all, the conflict between the two compounds had been greatly alleviated after the tea session. When the demon compound prodigies saw who it was, they could not help but exclaim, "It's the Divine Firmament Saint! The Saint has finally appeared. He had disappeared for a month. Where did he go?" There's also Sis. Ever since she left with the Divine Firmament Saint, she also hasn't appeared for a month. Could it be that the Divine Firmament Saint and Big Sis fought for an entire month? How terrifying. The moral of the story is to never offend a woman. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to stand it. Only the Divine Firmament Saint can keep up with Big Sis for a month. The prodigies discussed fervently and said all sorts of things. Shen Tian's lips twitched when he heard them. Shen Tian didn't forget his purpose for coming here. He pulled a senior demon and asked, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask where Brother Qi Zhan is?" Shen Tian didn't see Qi Zhan and didn't know where he went. The prodigy was startled by his words. Reporting to the saint, Senior Brother Qi Zhan received a mission from the compound a few days ago. He went to East Sea to investigate the traces of the evil spirit sect. There are still many elites who are rushing to East Sea City. The evil spirit sect was extremely dangerous. Recently, they had become even more restless. If they were to rebel, it would pose a great threat to the various great powers. Recently, East Sea City had sent news that there were traces of the evil spirit sect's activities nearby. Anything that had to do with the evil spirit sect was a major affair that the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty attached great importance to. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Jixia Academy had issued a mission to send powerful prodigies to investigate the situation. East Sea City was located at the edge of Middle Ground's East Sea. Although it was not as vast as North Sea, it was still hundreds of millions of miles away. There were many powerful sea races and many rare treasures in the sea. Shen Tian nodded slightly. After going through so much trouble for a month, he had nearly missed his main focus. Qi Zhan had already gone to search for his fortuitous opportunity, so Shen Tian had to hurry over. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to have a share of the world's shocking great fortuitous encounter. When he thought of this, Shen Tian didn't hesitate and headed straight for Middle Ground's East Sea. At East Sea City. This was originally the most prosperous city in East Sea. It had a beautiful environment and abundant resources and was loved by all races. Many powerful cultivators and sea race demons would choose to trade in East Sea City. This was especially so during this period when a trading event that occurred once every 100 years was going to start. Cultivators from various races came in batches to participate in the trading convention where they could exchange for treasures they needed. This caused East Sea City to have a huge crowd. However, East Sea City was not as peaceful as it seemed. At East Sea City, in the City Lord Manor, City Lord Shuan was a three-tribulation true sage who oversaw East Sea City. However, when he saw the information on the table, he was extremely anxious. "How is it? Any news on those prodigies?" Shuan asked his subordinate anxiously. This was mainly because they had discovered traces of the evil spirit sect in East Sea City 3 days ago. Even though they were only Nassen's soul disciples and didn't take much effort to subdue them, Shuan still felt uneasy. The threat of the evil spirit sect had always been great, and they were always hidden in the dark. No one knew how powerful they were. Recently, the 5 regions seemed as per usual, but the peak experts had a premonition that something big was going to happen. The greatest threat in the 5 regions was the evil spirit sect. It was clearly not a good omen that the heretics dared to appear in East Sea City. Hence, they immediately sent a message to the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, hoping to send experts over to investigate the situation. And the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty did indeed act very quickly. This matter was related to the evil spirit sect, and everyone attached great importance to it. Jixia Academy immediately arranged for the Prodigies to rush to East Sea City. Although East Sea City was very far from the capital city, it was fortunate that every major city had teleportation arrays. The Prodigies of Jixia Academy arrived at East Sea City in just one day. City Lord, Jixia's Prodigies have arrived and have started secretly investigating the evil spirit sect. The leader is Chijon, the strongest from the demon compound, his subordinate hurriedly replied. When Chijon and the others arrived, they didn't spread the news, fearing that they would alert the enemy. They had been investigating in secret, trying to find the evil spirit sect's hiding place. Shuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had naturally heard of Chijon. This was a ferocious person who could tear apart a 5 tribulation true sage with his bare hands. He was much stronger than him. With Chijon overseeing East Sea City, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Shuan did not let down his guard. Pass down the order. The entire city will be on high alert to prevent any accidents from happening. East Sea City was booming with people and cultivators from all over gathered. If anything were to happen, it was not something a small city lord like him could bear. Shuan could only pray that everything would go smoothly. Shen Tian rushed to East Sea City. He arrived promptly with the help of the teleportation arrays. Soon, he was only one array away from East Sea City. However, there was a problem with the array formation. No matter how it was activated, it could not work. What's going on? Could it be that the transmission array hasn't been maintained for a long time? The cultivator in charge of the transportation formation revealed a puzzled expression. The probability of a problem occurring with the teleportation circle was still very small. However, once the array formation was destroyed, it would require a long period of repair. At the very least, this teleportation array could not be used for the time being. Shen Tian sighed. I didn't expect to be a step too late. I have to rush over as soon as possible. Shen Tian summoned the Feather Immortal Metal, used his Kunpeng arts, and rushed toward East Sea City. His speed was extremely fast, instantly piercing through the endless void. However, he was still a long way away. On the other side, an intense explosion erupted within East Sea City. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a fiery light spread through the sky. In the western region of East Sea City, an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers was instantly reduced to rubble. A terrifying sound attracted everyone's attention. Countless people went forward to investigate the situation. When everyone arrived, they saw a spectacular scene. A golden monkey was smashing the ground with a huge cudgel. He wore golden battle armor, and the cudgel in his hand shone with resplendent light, unleashing terrifying divine might. Every strike caused the void to be obliterated and the ground to shatter. It was as if mountains and rivers were about to shatter. That was Chijon. At this time, Chijon's eyes were emitting a golden light as dazzling as the sun. His penetrating insight had been activated, and he could see through all illusions. In the end, everyone's eyes were fixed on an ordinary area. He bared his teeth and sneered. So you're hiding here. If it wasn't for my penetrating insight, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find you. Chijon's aura violently surged as golden light flourished. He brought with him berserk strength as he swung the large cudgel toward the ground. Boom! The ground completely cracked apart, smoke and dust flying everywhere. It felt as if the ground was going to be smashed to complete rubble. However, this place was not destroyed along with it. It seemed to have been blocked by some kind of power. When the dust settled, a gloomy and dark hall appeared. That hall was grand and majestic. It was spread out like an underground branch and wasn't small in size. The hall was still enshrouded in grey mist, and its aura was extremely evil, causing one's heart to shiver as if it was purgatory. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. What? There is another hall here? This aura. It's the evil spirit sect. It looks like this evil spirit sect's base has been built for many years. They have been hiding in East Sea City all this while without anyone noticing? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the evil spirit sect to be hiding under their noses. If not for Chijon, no one would have known of this. This was too terrifying. If the evil spirit sect did anything, it would definitely be a devastating blow to East Sea City. Even City Lord Xuan's face was filled with shock, and his body trembled. The evil spirit sect must have some ulterior motive for hiding here. If the evil spirit sect had really succeeded in what they were planning, the entire East Sea City would be destroyed. After all, there were more than one or two forces that the evil spirit sect had destroyed. After the evil spirit sect's encampment was destroyed, the disciples finally stopped hiding and rushed out. One cultivator after another rose into the sky. Their auras were evil, their faces twisted, and their eyes were sharp, causing one's hair to stand on end. The person in the lead was dressed in gray robes and had a powerful aura. He was already a 5 tribulation true sage. His pupils were scarlet red, and they seemed to carry hazy and dreamlike energy that caused others to fall silent. This person was the evil spirit sect's hall master, Mars. The Mars Hall's power relied on constructing illusory arrays and using them to hide. The reason the Mars Hall was able to hide within East Sea City was the illusory array's power. Even sages would be affected by a mysterious force upon entering this place, and they would be unable to detect the evil spirit sect's location. The Mars Hall had been hiding in East Sea City for many years due to this trump card, avoiding the detection of many sages. However, they were not so lucky this time. Even though this place was filled with illusion arrays, it was useless against Chi-Jan, who possessed penetrating insight. With a single glance, he could tell that there was something wrong with this place, directly breaking the illusion. Mars Hall was thus completely exposed before everyone's eyes. Chi-Jan waved his cudgel and sneered as he looked at the numerous evil spirit disciples. "You bunch of evil spirit brats have hidden quite well. I've been looking for you for a long time. Surrender now, or I will beat your dog heads." Chi-Jan had come to investigate the traces of the evil spirit sect. He did not expect to bump into the evil spirit sect's lair. This made Chi-Jan rather excited. If he could suppress these rotten eggs, he would receive a large number of credits as a reward. Even though the evil spirit sect hall master was a 5 tribulation true sage and was rather powerful, Chi-Jan was not afraid. It was not like he had not killed an expert of this level before. The hall master Mars said sinisterly, "That damned monkey actually dared to disrupt this hall master's plan. Everyone in East Sea City will die today." Bloodlight soared into the sky behind hall master Mars. Tau patterns lit up one after another, and they looked extremely dazzling. In an instant, a powerful formation connected heaven and earth, sealing this place completely. No one could leave. "I originally wanted to let you live a few more days, but I didn't expect you to court death." Hall Master Mars spoke in a sinister voice. He had long set up an astonishing blood sacrifice formation here. It was all for the sake of refining his supreme evil weapon with the blood essence of all living beings when the East Sea's 100-year trading event was held. Unexpectedly, Chi-Jan's appearance threw off his original plan. As a result, the number of people in East Sea City had not reached its peak, and the blood sacrifice array had not been fully set up. However, everything was fine, and the impact was not big. As long as the blood sacrifice formation was activated, everyone here except the evil spirit sect's disciples would be refined into essence blood. Upon seeing that the grand array had already been activated, the face of Hall Master Mars was filled with awe. He grinned hideously. "Do you really think that you can find traces of the evil spirit sect with a bunch of trash? I might as well tell you that they were all baits to lure you guys here. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish this time. If the prime disciple of Jixia Academy dies here, even the great wilderness celestial dynasty will feel heartache." Ha 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 ha. Hall Master Mars laughed wildly, his eyes filled with cruelty. "This is the shocking blood sacrifice formation. These people are going to die here today. My supreme evil weapon is finally about to be completed." Chapter 440, I just wanted to team up, but they're gone. A blood-colored light veil illuminated the sky. As the array was activated, the entire city was filled with a terrifying aura. Blood energy spread out from the blood veil and covered the entirety of East Sea City, turning it into a blood-colored world. This blood chi was extremely evil. One could feel that it contained a cruel, tyrannical, and violent energy. This was the blood sacrifice formation that the evil spirit sect had been plotting for a long time. It could make people lose their rationality and only know how to fight and kill. Soon, the eyes of the weaker cultivators turned red. Their breathing became heavy, and they began to attack the people around them. The city immediately fell into chaos. There were fights everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. But that's not all. Hall Master Mars waved his hand and changed the formation again, causing a scarlet rain of blood to rain down in this area. The blood rain was corrosive and could easily turn nascent soul cultivators into bones. This place seemed to have transformed into purgatory in an instant, and countless cultivators let out shrill cries. How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? My hand. My leg. Ah. A nascent soul cultivator would melt into a pile of bones within a few breaths of time after being stained by the blood. Even a heavenly venerable wouldn't be able to last much longer as their protective powers rapidly dissipated. This scene frightened everyone. All of you, let's join forces and set up a formation. Shuan roared and ordered everyone to join hands. If this continued, the entire East Sea City would become a sea of corpses. Powerful cultivators from all races took action, circulating their powers to construct a defensive barrier. A bright light screen rose and enveloped all the cultivators present, temporarily isolating them from the blood rain. However, the evil aura could still seep in, causing the hearts of countless cultivators to waver and killing intent to rise. Hallmaster Mars' expression was filled with disdain as he laughed sinisterly. Give up on your useless resistance. This formation can even refine true sages. Do you think you can resist it? The one with the highest cultivation was City Lord Shuan. Even though there were other sages present, their cultivation wasn't high, and there weren't many of them either. They had come here to participate in the trading convention. No one could have imagined that the evil spirit sect would ambush them here. The middle ground cultivators were trapped in the blood sacrifice formation and had no way of resisting. A rain of blood poured down, covering heaven and earth. The raindrops fell on the light curtain, with each drop of blood causing ripples on the barrier, as if the barrier would shatter at any moment. The sages' expressions changed as they hurriedly strengthened the formation. I have to think of a way to break the formation, Shuan exclaimed. The blood sacrifice formation was too terrifying. Even a sage wouldn't be able to last long in it. The cultivators were terrified. Once the formation broke, this place would soon become a living hell. Hallmaster Mars' gaze became crueler and crueler. Before long, all of you will become nourishment for my weapon. The power of the formation increased yet again with a wave of his hand. Countless streams of blood gathered to form a river. Those were all blood essence that came from the sacrifices of many living beings. They were controlled by Hallmaster Mars and merged into the Mars Hall's depths. In an instant, blood radiance shone resplendently, rising brilliantly and illuminating heaven and earth. An evil aura burst forth, making countless people's hair stand on end. Evil weapons were transforming there, absorbing the blood essence as its nutrients. Shuan's face was deathly pale. If we still don't break the formation, then we'll really die here. Whether it was the blood sacrifice formation or the evil weapons, they were unable to resist it. If they were to delay any longer, only death awaited them. Attack together and break the formation. Shuan roared as he and the other sages resisted the pressure and attacked together, wanting to break the array. Rumble. Beams of energy shot into the sky, but they were completely useless. All of the attacks were completely swallowed up by the blood sacrifice formation, and the formation was not affected at all. We're doomed. Countless people wailed, thinking that their hope of survival was slim. At this time, Chi-Jan finally moved. He stood in the void, golden radiance erupting from his entire body. His golden armor shone brilliantly, his aura powerful. The rain of blood fell on his body and was evaporated by the golden light. Chi-Jan suddenly soared into the sky and swung the golden cudgel in his hand toward the horizon. Eat this. He released a long roar as if he was an unmatched god of war. The cudgel shattered the void as if it was splitting heaven and earth, engulfing mountains and rivers. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled as the void was annihilated. Chi-Jan's attacks were incomparably violent, and his power was overwhelming. The void shattered into ruins as divine might surged. However, when it landed on the blood veil, it caused boundless ripples, yet it didn't shatter. Damn, this thing is so hard? Chi-Jan's eyes widened. He had used his full strength, but he still wasn't able to shatter the blood sacrifice formation? Hallmaster Mars sneered. I have been preparing for today's memorial service for too many years. I might as well tell you that this formation was set up by an elder of the evil spirit sect. It's impossible to break it without the power of a great sage. You can only enter but not leave. After you die, all the cultivators who enter East Sea City will die with you. Chi-Jan scratched his head in frustration. This is troublesome. He had wanted to suppress Mars Hall, but he didn't expect that he would cause such huge trouble this time. However, even if Chi-Jan did not make a move, Hallmaster Mars would also not give up this opportunity. If the blood sacrifice formation was completed in a few days, there would be no way to reverse the situation. Chi-John crazily scratched his head, wanting to find a solution. Seeing that Chi-John was unable to open the formation, despair appeared on everyone's faces. Countless people cried out in sorrow, thinking that they would die here. Hallmaster Mars roared with laughter, "You're all dead. Followers of the evil spirit sect, kill." The heretic cult believers cultivated evil arts, to begin with. The blood sacrifice formation did not affect them. Instead, it strengthened their ferocity and made them extremely violent. Hundreds of nascent soul and soul formation evil cult believers rushed into the crowd and started killing. The sages did their best to protect the area they were in. However, they were also held back by a few evil spirit sect sages and were unable to provide support. East Sea City was huge and had many people. Everyone in it was all affected by the blood sacrifice formation. The cultivators of the various races were massacred without any resistance. In an instant, corpses were strewn everywhere. Broken limbs were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Hallmaster Mars immediately attacked, circulating his evil aura and attacking the formation that the sages had jointly constructed. As long as their defensive array was broken, East Sea City's cultivators would fall even faster. As a 5 Tribulation true sage, Hallmaster Mars possessed terrifying strength. His attack made things worse for the sages, who were already struggling to hold on. The few sages vomited large mouthfuls of blood as their auras weakened. Suddenly, a huge cudgel swept across. It smashed down on the head of Hallmaster Mars with the power that could split mountains. Bang! Hallmaster Mars was sent flying with shock in his eyes. The monkey's strength was too terrifying, making it difficult for him to withstand it. Chi-John's eyes were as bright as the sun, and his aura was imposing. He snorted and said, "Evil spirit brat, hurry up and open the formation. Otherwise, I'll smash your head." This formation gathered and used the power of heaven and earth. Even Chi-John was not able to break it. He could only capture the leader before capturing the bandits. He would subdue Hallmaster Mars before thinking of a way to break open the formation. Hallmaster Mars was furious, and his evil aura was surging. "Little brat, how dare you be so arrogant?" he snarled. He was a 5 Tribulation true sage. How could he tolerate being looked down upon by a mighty prowess monkey? Hallmaster Mars was the first to attack. The evil aura behind him surged into the sky, transforming into a ghostly claw that tore through the void. When the ghost claw appeared, the sun and moon seemed to lose color, and its aura made one tremble. This strike was enough to instantly kill an ordinary sage. Chi-John was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly and stomped his feet, charging forward. His aura surged explosively, seeming to stretch across the entirety of the sky. The enormous cudgel swept out and shattered space into powder. Boom! The divine light clashed with the giant ghost claw and smashed it into pieces. The evil aura dissipated immediately after. Chi-John's might did not stop there. He swung his cudgel again and smashed it onto Hallmaster Mars. Hallmaster Mars was shocked and hurriedly defended. Endless blood energy gushed out, turning into a sea of blood that wanted to devour Chi-John. He was controlling the blood sacrifice formation to attack. Bloody light covered the sky, and its aura was extremely evil as if it wanted to cause heaven and the earth to collapse. Chi-John was fearless. Golden light blossomed from his body, causing him to look dazzling and resplendent. The divine might of the golden battle armor burst forth with boundless might. This was a top-grade sage artifact. Its defensive power was extremely great. Even though the sea of blood was filled with destructive power, it was still unable to break through Chi-John's defense. Then, Chi-John suddenly made his move. He swept his cudgel outwards with the power that could overturn the 4 seas. Gales of wind erupted, stirring the sea of blood with violent power. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The sea of blood that filled the sky had dissipated. The resplendent golden light illuminated the world, suppressing the bloody light. After breaking through the sea of blood, Chi-John's cudgel smashed onto the body of Hallmaster Mars, and his evil aura too dissipated. Hallmaster Mars was sent flying thousands of kilometers away by this cudgel. Poochie! Hallmaster Mars spat out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled, his eyes revealing shock. He did not expect the monkey to be so powerful that even he was suppressed. Hallmaster Mars' eyes were extremely red, and his aura was ferocious. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, but he didn't care at all. He roared, "Damn it, you forced me. Demonic blood sword, attack." Boom! The Mars hull trembled violently, and a streak of blood-colored light shot out, crossing the void. This aura was extremely evil, as if it wanted to turn the world into a blood-sea purgatory. It was a dark red longsword. Its entire body was covered in dazzling blood light, as if blood was flowing through it. This was a peerless evil weapon that had already reached the level of a top-grade sage artifact. It was only a step away from transforming into a great sage weapon. It must be understood that only great sages could create great sage weapons. The evil spirit sect used the blood sacrifice method to transform a sage weapon into a great saint weapon. This method could be said to be extremely bizarre. However, the price he had to pay was also extremely great. He had to use the blood essence of countless cultivators to nurture it. This was also the reason why Hallmaster Mars had set up the blood sacrifice formation in East Sea City. By making use of this trading convention to gather all the cultivators here, the demonic blood sword would definitely transform. However, Chi-Jan had appeared out of the blue and forced the leader to a dead end. Hallmaster Mars had no choice but to summon the demonic blood sword in advance to increase his combat strength in an attempt to kill Chi-Jan. Otherwise, everything would be destroyed by Chi-Jan. The aura of Hallmaster Mars was incomparably brutal with the demonic blood sword in hand. It was as if an evil spirit had descended into the world, with the intention of killing all living things. The cultivators of East Sea City trembled when they sensed this aura. This is bad. The demonic blood sword's aura was too terrifying. It made even sages palpitate, and their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Cultivators with weaker cultivations were even affected by the baleful aura of the demonic blood sword and completely lost their minds. This was a supreme evil weapon that possessed a soul-stirring power. Hallmaster Mars was a 5 tribulation true sage. With the power of the demonic blood sword, his combat power was unparalleled. He alone was enough to massacre the entire East Sea City. Everyone felt despair. Damned brat, he actually made me summon my supreme evil weapon earlier than planned. It doesn't matter. As long as I kill you, my supreme evil weapon will transform as well. Die. Hallmaster Mars roared and waved his blood sword forward, wanting to cut down Chi-Jan. What he didn't know was that Chi-Jan's weapon was a grand sage weapon. The cudgel shone brightly as it descended with a tremendous force. Chi-Jan stood proudly in the air as his golden fur stood on end, and his aura became extremely powerful. At that moment, Chi-Jan was like a golden god of war, going against this evil cultivator. Boom! The cudgel's momentum was unstoppable, shattering the void as if it wanted to overturn heaven and earth. Supreme cudgel sweep! Chi-Jan shouted and waved his cudgel, smashing it down on the demonic blood sword. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the two sides clashed. The demonic blood sword trembled violently as if it was being suppressed by a primeval divine mountain, causing the body of Hallmaster Mars to tremble violently. Boom! Hallmaster Mars was blasted flying, and even the demonic blood sword dimmed from the impact as if it was about to lose its spirit. The difference between a top-grade sage artifact and a great sage artifact was far too great, it was incomparable. Hallmaster Mars spat out a mouthful of blood as fear surfaced in his eyes. The full power of Chi-Jan was too powerful. He was a top-notch existence even among the 5 tribulation true sages. Even the leader of Mars Palace could not fight against him. Everyone exclaimed upon seeing this scene. This is great. With Prime Chi-Jan here, we will definitely be able to survive this ordeal. Prime Disciple Chi-Jan is mighty. Kill these evil spirit bastards. Prime Disciple Chi-Jan, do your best to kill him. Xuan's face was filled with excitement. He had initially felt despair at the situation he was in. However, Chi-Jan had managed to forcefully suppress Hallmaster Mars, a 5 tribulation true sage. It was like the light of dawn in the night, which gave rise to hope in their hearts. Everyone cheered in joy, waiting for Chi-Jan to completely suppress Hallmaster Mars. A brilliant smile appeared on Chi-Jan's face as he looked at Hallmaster Mars. Is this all your strength? I haven't even warmed up yet. Evil spirit brat, hurry up and undo the formation. With that said, Chi-Jan charged forward once again and attacked Hallmaster Mars. Upon sensing the threat of death, the expression of the leader of Mars Hall changed. He shouted, "Great sage, save me." Right at that time, a boundless divine might was transmitted from the Mars Hall's depths. An aura gushed out, shaking heaven and earth. A beam of light shot out of the hall. It was extremely dazzling, like a falling meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! The flames instantly struck Chi-Jan's cudgel and sent him flying. He was pushed back for several hundred miles before coming to a stop. His hands were trembling, the web between his thumb and index finger cracked, and his eyes filled with fear. "Who's the one playing tricks there? How dare you ambush your grandfather?" Boom! Evil might exploded. A figure suddenly appeared. He strode through the air, and the space around him shattered. He was an old man. He wore a fiery red robe and was surrounded by dark red flames. The evil flames around him were endless and incinerated the void into nothingness. His aura was extremely terrifying. A vast aura swept out in all directions, and it caused everyone to feel as if they were struck on the chest by a primeval divine mountain, causing them to be utterly unable to breathe. This person's strength was too terrifying. Even the sages could not help but feel weak all over and nearly collapsed to the ground. As for those with lower cultivation states, they fainted from the aura. Xuan's face was ashen as he muttered, "The evil spirit sect actually has such an expert here? We're doomed. He's a great sage. No matter how strong prime disciple Qijan is, it's impossible for him to match a great sage." The moment this person appeared, all of the hopes that everyone had were shattered. Hall Master Mars was overjoyed. "Great Sage Evil Fire, quickly kill this bastard. He is the prime disciple of the demon compound in Jixia Academy. If we kill him, even the great wilderness celestial dynasty will feel the pain." Hall Master Mars' gaze was incomparably cruel. Being defeated by Qijan made him feel extremely humiliated. If not for Great Sage Evil Fire, he might have bled to death on the spot. Hall Master Mars had a deep hatred for Qijan and wished he could kill him on the spot. However, Great Sage Evil Fire snorted coldly and said, "Trash, you can't even do such a thing properly. You actually need me to take action?" Great Sage Evil Fire controlled the blood sacrifice in East Sea City. He did not expect that Hall Master Mars would mess things up and be defeated by a junior. He had utterly disgraced the evil spirit sect. Upon hearing Great Sage Evil Fire reprimand him, Hall Master Mars shrunk his neck as fear appeared in his eyes. He was only one of the 36 Hall Masters of the evil spirit sect, but Great Sage Evil Fire was an elder of the sect. Be it in terms of strength or status, Hall Master Mars was far inferior to Great Sage Evil Fire. Even though Great Sage Evil Fire was reprimanding him, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. He could only transfer all his hatred to Qijan. If it weren't for him, why would the evil spirit sect's years of preparation be disrupted? Qijan gripped his war cudgel tightly. Evil spirit sect's Great Sage Evil Fire? This person was quite famous. The evil spirit sect's 7 elders were all great sage-level powerhouses. As a 7 tribulation Great Sage Evil Fire was incomparably powerful. Qijan's expression became serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. He never expected that this old fellow was hiding in East Sea City. Such an existence wasn't something he could go against, and he was very difficult to deal with. Great Sage Evil Fire looked at Qijan and said coldly, "It's actually a little monkey. It's said that the monkey brain of the golden-eyed fire ape race is a great supplement. I will have a taste of it today." Great Sage Evil Fire licked his lips with a ferocious expression. That evil face scared the hell out of those present. Qijan's fury soared to the heavens. He held his cudgel tightly in his hand and suddenly swung it at Great Sage Evil Fire. Even though he knew that he was no match for the other party, he still couldn't help but curse loudly. "Fuck you. I'll smash your head." Qijan waved the cudgel in his hand and displayed the Ruyi cudgel technique, producing a 10,000-foot-long phantom that could shatter the world. In an instant, the sky was covered by the shadows of countless cudgels, their might shaking the heavens and earth. Shock flashed across Hall Master Mars' eyes. He could feel how terrifying this attack was. It could seriously injure him. Great Sage Evil Fire's face was filled with ridicule and disdain as he snorted coldly. "You're courting death." He soared into the sky, and evil flames erupted from his body as an extremely powerful suit of armor covered his entire body. It was the Great Saint artifact, Evil Origin Flame Armor. The evil flame surged out and transformed into a flaming curtain that stood before him. Boom! The sound reverberated. Qijan's cudgel struck the evil fire armor, but it was unable to break through. "Take another hit from me." Qijan attacked once more, his cudgel smashing down. The evil fire armor exploded into flames from the collision, and it shook without end. However, Great Sage Evil Fire still stood there without moving an inch. What? Qijan's eyes widened. Even his full-strength attack was unable to break through the evil fire sage's defense? "Kid, Are you done? It's my turn to attack now. Great Sage Evil Fire grinned maliciously as 12 beams of cold light shot out. His aura was extremely terrifying. The beams of light's power were not inferior to that of a Great Sage weapon, blasting toward Chi-Jan. There's still another Great Sage weapon? You old man, where's your martial values? How dare you ambush your grandfather? Chi-Jan was shocked. Light burst out from his body as he activated his golden armor to block the attack. However, the golden armor was completely destroyed. Chi-Jan was also sent flying and crashed heavily onto the ground. Poochie. Chi-Jan spat out a mouthful of blood as he suffered heavy injuries. Although his combat power was powerful, the disparity between him and a 7 Tribulation Great Sage was still too great. Not to mention the fact that Great Sage Evil Fire was using a Great Sage weapon. His power was even more terrifying. That was Great Sage Evil Fire's personal Great Sage weapon, the Crimson Fire Holy Needles. There were a total of 36 of them, and each of them was no weaker than a Sage artifact. When combined, their powers were even more terrifying. If not for the golden armor, this strike would have directly pierced through him, seriously injuring him. Seeing Chi-Jan defeated, East Sea City's cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Even Chi-Jan lost? Almost insta-killed? Then aren't we doomed? Heavens, is there anyone who can save us? After Chi-Jan was defeated, causing their last hope to be cut off, everyone started to cry out in sorrow. Great Sage Evil Fire slowly walked forward, his eyes cold and sinister. It is your honor to die under my Crimson Fire Holy Needle. Die. He attacked again, and 24 Crimson Fire Holy Needles attacked with a loud bang, causing the ground to shatter, and an area of a few thousand kilometers was instantly obliterated into powder. This strike completely made Chi-Jan powerless. Chi-Jan's complexion changed. A trace of struggle appeared in his eyes. He took out a talisman that was covered in mysterious veined patterns and contained powerful void energy. This was a teleportation talisman Huang Shi had bestowed him. It allowed him to instantly teleport hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It could be said that this was definitely a life-saving treasure. When facing a 7 Tribulation True Sage who had absolutely no chance of winning, Chi-Jan could only rely on this talisman to escape. However, Chi-Jan hesitated for a moment because he remembered that there were still the cultivators of East Sea City. In a short instant, the 24 Crimson Fire Holy Needles had already shot toward Chi-Jan. Seeing the streams of light, Chi-Jan instinctively activated this talisman. At that moment, a massive hammer pierced through the void and smashed the Crimson Fire Holy Burning Needles. The aura of the hammer emanated the power of the mountains and rivers, and it seemed invincible as it directly blasted these needles away. A white-clothed youth appeared from the void, standing in front of Chi-Jan. Shen Tian put away the sky-shaking hammer and heaved a sigh of relief. Hoofy horse, I finally caught up. I was almost late. The so-called late arrival wasn't Chi-Jan being killed by Great Sage Evil Fire. From what he had seen previously, Chi-Jan would have had to forcefully break through the void to escape. If he came a step later, he would not be able to catch up to Chi-Jan. But now was the right time, hee. With everyone present, it was time to start the team. Chi-Jan was dumbfounded when he saw Shen Tian. Boss, why are you here? Chi-Jan never imagined that Shen Tian would actually appear here. He had even saved his life. Chi-Jan was extremely moved. But soon after, his expression changed slightly. Boss, there's a great formation here. You can only enter but not leave. Also, that old fellow is a 7 Tribulation Great Sage. We aren't able to defeat him. Boss, thank you for saving me despite the danger, but you should leave first. With that said, Chi-Jan placed the teleportation talisman on Shen Tian's back. The teleportation talisman could only teleport one person each time. Chi-Jan could only let Shen Tian leave first. The teleportation talisman then shone with resplendent light. Shen Tian was instantly teleported out. After Shen Tian left, Chi-Jan let out a sigh of relief. Even if I die, I won't let my boss fall into danger. That's good too. I didn't want to run away in the first place. Now, I'll fight it out with these evil creatures. The golden-eyed fire apes were warlike, to begin with. Chi-Jan, who had awakened the war-saint ape bloodline, was even much so. It was a bit uncomfortable for him to abandon the East Sea City cultivators. Fine, today I will fight to the death with these bastards. At least, I will not tarnish the reputation of my ancestor, the War Emperor. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from East Sea City, Shen Tian's figure quietly appeared above the sea. He was completely dumbfounded. Question mark. I have painstakingly traveled hundreds of millions of miles to East Sea City to provide support. Yet you monkey sent me away from the city. Why are you treating me as if I am the monkey? What a dumb teammate. Chapter 441, Young Man, that's too much. At East Sea City, despair was written all over the faces of the powerhouses. The evil spirit sect was just too powerful. Not only did they set up a blood sacrifice array, but they even had a true sage on their side. Even their last hope, Chi-Jan, had been defeated by Great Sage Evil Fire. Everyone had lost their confidence. They could only hope that the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty would have a clue of what had happened in East Sea City and send reinforcements. The appearance of Shen Tian had surprised everyone. Xuan and the other sages were especially happy. They believed that reinforcements had arrived. Since he had been able to block Great Sage Evil Fire's attack, he should definitely be a powerful person. Unfortunately, Chi-Jan sent away this strong reinforcement in the blink of an eye. Everyone's lips twitched violently. Don't you know that we are going to die? Yet you have just sent a powerful existence away just like that? Now we are really doomed. Everyone revealed bitter expressions as they firmly believed that they would be annihilated here today. On the other side, Hall Master Mars was shocked. In fact, he even thought that the matter was already exposed and the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had sent experts to surround them. But then he breathed a sigh of relief. That person fled as soon as he appeared. He was probably not a powerful person, so there was nothing to fear. Hall Master Mars sneered coldly. You monkey, you're about to die, and you still want to save people. To not use such a treasure yourself when you have it, you're truly loyal. The treasure has been used. Let's see how you're going to escape now. A formation had long been set to this place, and no one was able to leave. The kid that appeared previously had shattered the void to escape. It was clear that he was using some kind of supreme treasure that could teleport through space. Such treasures were extremely rare. Presumably, Chi-Jan didn't have a second one on him. This monkey was doomed. When he thought about being able to kill Chi-Jan here, the eyes of the Hall Master Mars flickered with a cruel light, and he laughed coldly without end. Chi-Jan snorted in disdain. Are you teaching your grandfather how to work? Evil spirit brat, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Let's see if I can smash your head. Due to the Battle Saint Ape bloodline, Chi-Jan was a battle maniac who feared no one. He would even dare to fight a 7 Tribulation Great Sage. Of course, that would result in nothing but death. Nonetheless, a loser like Hall Master Mars was nothing to Chi-Jan. Hall Master Mars humphed coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With Great Sage Evil Fire holding down the fort, I have nothing to fear. Even though Hall Master Mars' combat strength was inferior to Chi-Jan, he was not so easy to kill. As long as he could delay Chi-Jan and wait for Great Sage Evil Fire to support him, Chi-Jan would definitely die. Furthermore, Hall Master Mars wanted to experience the thrill of torture and killing to relieve the hatred in his heart. Great Sage Evil Fire harumphed and said, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and finish off this brat in case something unexpected happens." Evil flames surged all over his body, and his aura was extremely evil, filled with bloodthirst and violence. Great Sage Evil Fire didn't want to waste time, lest something unexpected happened. After all, he was also shocked by what had just happened. Great Sage Evil Fire knew his own strength. A 7 Tribulation Great Sage like him could easily kill a true sage by activating his red Fire Sage Needle. However, a huge hammer had deflected his attack. Great Sage Evil Fire could feel the powerful aura of that huge hammer. It was also a great sage weapon. This meant that the man possessed extraordinary battle power. He was most definitely even more powerful than Chi-Jan. Even Great Sage Evil Fire did not dare to underestimate such an opponent. Fortunately, the other party had a stupid teammate who sent him away. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for Great Sage Evil Fire to take down East Sea City. Hall Master Mars nodded and replied respectfully, "All right." He looked at Chi-Jan and said with a chilling gaze, "With the true sage here, I'll use your monkey head to make monkey head soup today." Mobilizing his magic power, Hall Master Mars prepared to join forces with Evil Fire Great Sage to kill them all. Chi-Jan took a deep breath and gripped his cudgel tightly, his expression grave. This was a life-and-death crisis. Even he was not confident that he could leave alive. Chi-Jan bared his teeth. "Even if I, old Chi, Die, I will make you lose a piece of flesh. Evil spirit cub, come up if you have the guts. The aura in his body erupted with a loud bang. Dazzling golden light covered his entire body, and his aura became even more violent. The cudgel in his hand exuded boundless divine might like a heavenly pillar that wanted to suppress all life. Chi-Jan decided to risk his life. He would not let evil spirit sect have an easy time even if he died. Hallmaster Mars laughed sinisterly. Die. He took the lead and attacked Chi-Jan with all his might. At that moment, the void suddenly shattered, releasing a terrifying aura. Following that, peerless sword chi burst out from the void, terrifying to the extreme. This sword strike shocked everyone present, and it seemed as if it intended to sever the world. The void was completely annihilated. Only a strand of dazzling divine light lay across the heavens and the earth as it descended. Be careful. Great Sage Evil Fire roared. His pupils constricted, and his tone was grave. That aura was too terrifying, making his heart palpitate. Hallmaster Mars was slightly stunned and puzzled. However, when he turned around, all he saw was a dazzling light streaking toward him. Poochie. Blood could be seen spurting out of him. A head shot into the sky as blood gushed into the clouds. While the head was still in mid-air, its eyes could be seen to be filled with disbelief. Just a single sword strike had severed the head of Hallmaster Mars. But then, a beam of dark light shot out of Hallmaster Mars' head. This was his soul. He was incomparably terrified, wishing to escape. Even though his flesh was already dead, his soul still had not been fully exterminated. If he managed to escape and was able to seize another body to revive, he still held the possibility of returning to his peak. As a five-tribulation true sage, Hallmaster Mars naturally did not want to die like this. However, the sword chi was vast and mighty. The terrifying sword intent was like a collapsing sea of swords, shooting out countless terrifying sword lights. The moment the soul of Hallmaster Mars touched the sword light, it was completely shattered. Even his corporeal body was minced into minced meat by this sword light. He was deader than dead. This scene stunned everyone. The entire East Sea City was silent. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with amazement. How could a five-tribulation true sage, the evil spirit sect Hallmaster, be killed in one move? Who was it? Who possessed such battle prowess? Could it be that an expert has descended? Reinforcements have arrived. We are finally saved. A five-tribulation true sage was definitely an extremely powerful existence. With this person saving East Sea City, they might be able to survive this calamity. Great Sage Evil Fire's body shook violently as a grave expression appeared in his eyes. This sword light was too terrifying. It actually killed a five-tribulation true sage instantly. Hallmaster Mars wasn't some random cabbage. He was a fifth tribulation true sage. He had died just like that? Who did it? Could it be that a sage of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had arrived? Great Sage Evil Fire looked around gravely, trying to find the person who had attacked. The void distorted as a white-robed man walked out. He held a purple sage sword in his hand. The long sword was cold and sharp, with blood still dripping from it. "It's you?" Great Sage Evil Fire's pupils constricted. He didn't think that this person was still here. Chi-Jan was dumbfounded. "Boss Shen-Tian, why are you still here?" He was stunned. "I just sent him away with a teleportation talisman. Why is he back? Could it be that boss's strength is so terrifying that he is able to rush over from hundreds of thousands of miles in just a few minutes? No way, no way, no way. So fast?" Chi-Jan scratched his head, unable to understand. As if reading Chi-Jan's thoughts, Shen-Tian's lips twitched. Of course not. How could he travel thousands of miles in a flash? Did he really think that he had a cheat? If that was so, he would be able to slap these evil spirit bastards to death without any effort. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? Shen-Tian shook his head helplessly. The teleportation talisman had expired and didn't teleport me away. However, he was smiling bitterly to himself. This monkey is quite loyal. Shen-Tian knew what Chi-Jan was thinking. Due to the fall of East Sea City and the great threat posed by Great Sage Evil Fire, the situation here was extremely dire. Chi-Jan was worried that they would all be wiped out, so he used a teleportation talisman to escape first. However, this kid didn't seem to understand the situation. "If I left, what would you do?" It was a good thing that Shen-Tian had a backup plan. Otherwise, Chi-Jan might really have died. "Chi-Jan." This time, Qijian was even more dumbfounded. Would a talisman bestowed by Huang Shi expire? The Great Tharch gave me fake goods? He cheated me? Although he found it hard to believe, he could only accept it. There seemed to be no other explanation. Qijian also reacted and hurriedly walked to Shen Tian's side. "Boss, I'm sorry. I'm the one who harmed you this time. Even if I die, I will die before you." Although Shen Tian had killed Hall Master Mars, the crisis was not yet resolved. After all, the greatest threat was the Seven Tribulation Great Sage, Evil Fire Great Sage. Shen Tian might have been able to kill Hall Master Mars, but he might not be Great Sage Evil Fire's match. The difference between the two sages was too huge. Great Sage Evil Fire finally reacted. Realizing that it wasn't the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's true sage, he heaved a sigh of relief. He said with a ferocious expression, "If you had ambushed me just now, I might have been injured by you. But now, you all have no chance at all." A junior actually possessed such combat strength. Not only could he block a Great Sage weapon, but he could also kill Hall Master Mars. If he is allowed to continue to grow, he will pose a huge threat to the evil spirit sect. "I will definitely kill this fellow here today." At that thought, Great Sage Evil Fire slowly stepped forward. Evil flames spewed out, and his killing intent soared. This was a Seven Tribulation true sage. When he attacked with all his might, his aura was terrifying. The strange evil fire blotted out the sky and covered them completely, not giving them any chance to escape. Shen Tian furrowed his brows and felt a slight headache. He had never fought against an opponent at the level of a Seven Tribulation Great Sage. To be honest, he did not have much confidence. He sighed. "If that body hadn't been teleported away, this laborious task wouldn't have landed on me." However, Shen Tian didn't give up. He took out a large pile of sage artifacts to defend himself. Sage artifacts flew out one after another. They had the shape of a bell, a cauldron, and a mirror. They were all defensive sage artifacts. Not only that, but Shen Tian also summoned numerous offensive artifacts. They were all sword-shaped, saber-shaped, axe-shaped, and hammer-shaped sage artifacts. They shone like the scorching sun and were incomparably resplendent. A large pile of sage artifacts floated in the air, emitting powerful holy might as if they wanted to suppress the world. Although these sage artifacts weren't comparable to great sage artifacts, they were superior in number. Quantity could sometimes beat quality. At that moment, Shen Tian felt more confident. "You actually have so many sage artifacts?" Upon seeing the artifacts placed in front of Shen Tian, greed appeared in Great Sage Evil Fire's eyes. Sage artifacts were extremely valuable, and they would tempt even great sages. Even though Great Sage Evil Fire had two great saint weapons, he also cared about sage artifacts. Even if he could not use them, he could use them to trade for cultivation resources or strengthen his subordinates. He did not expect that not only would he be able to kill Jixia's paragons on this trip, but he would also be able to collect a large batch of artifacts at the same time. This was simply a double harvest. Great Sage Evil Fire's killing intent intensified as he sneered. "So what if you have a lot of sage artifacts? Can you even use all of them? Could it be that you have dozens of arms and legs?" A sage artifact needed the support of powerful dharmic powers to be activated. Furthermore, controlling a sage artifact required a lot of effort. It wasn't necessarily better to have more. Shen Tian sneered upon hearing Evil Fire Great Sage's ridiculing questions. "I'm sorry, but I really do have what you said." With that said, he activated the forbidden section of the Huangshi Imperial Sutra, self-materialization. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and a vast divine light surrounded Shen Tian. Dense mist swirled around him. Boundless multicolored light shone resplendently, illuminating heaven and earth and erupting with a powerful aura. Figures walked out from behind Shen Tian, each one of them extremely similar to him and with powerful auras. 9 clones appeared at the same time. They each picked up 2 sage artifacts, one for offense and one for defense, and stood confidently against Great Sage Evil Fire. "Fuck, you actually have them?" Great Sage Evil Fire was dumbstruck. He didn't expect Shen Tian to be proficient in clone techniques. Furthermore, he could summon so many clones. After reaching the soul formation stage, cultivators could refine their primordial spirit into an avatar body. However, most soul formation cultivators only had one incarnation. Moreover, the avatar's strength was far inferior to his main body. Some unique cultivation technique manuals allowed one to create a few more clones. For example, the lifeless king of the evil spirit sect cultivated the three lives body. He could split out his past self, present self, and future self, these three great avatars when he needed them. However, it was only 3 clones at most. Furthermore, it required a large amount of treasure. Shen Tian, on the other hand, had 9 clones. Adding on his original body, that was 10 in total. Each of them exuded a powerful aura that could threaten a true sage. You must be joking. Did the heavenly Tao open a back door for you? Great Sage Evil Fire's mind was shaken, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Qijian was also dumbstruck. He could not help swallowing his saliva. Boss can actually summon so many bosses. This is simply mind-blowing. Fortunately, he had not offended Shen Tian at the academy. Otherwise, just the thought of being beaten up by 10 bosses would make his head buzz. 10 Shen Tian stood around Great Sage Evil Fire and surrounded him. He shouted, "Brothers, fight." With that said, the 10 Shen Tians took out their sage artifacts and activated their peerless sutras. In that instant, countless manifestations appeared, seeming to pierce through the universe, looking extremely dazzling. There was the Dragon God avatar that roared through the heavens and the earth, the Phoenix avatar that roamed through the 9 heavens, the Heavenly Sword avatar that stretched across the sky, and boundless lightning that baptized heaven and the earth. Shen Tian cultivated many sutras and was extremely proficient in them. However, he usually only used one at a time. With the self-materialization ability, he was able to call upon 9 clones that possessed the strength of his main body. At the same time, each clone could perfectly activate one type of sutra. The strength of these clones was terrifying. 10 terrifying manifestations illuminated heaven and earth, causing the sun and moon to dim down. This might suppress even the blood sacrifice formation. Seeing this scene, everyone was excited. We're saved, we're saved. The peak experts of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty have arrived. Judging from this aura, there must be at least 10 top-notch sages. Hope arose in the hearts of everyone, and they firmly believed that reinforcements from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had arrived. Flames covered the clones, so they did not know how many experts there were. However, judging from the manifestations, there must be at least 10 top true sages. The arrival of 10 top true sages was enough to defeat the evil spirit sect's great sage. They were finally going to be saved. Kill. A roar that shook the heavens could be heard. All 10 Shen Tians stepped forward. They activated their sage artifacts, smashing down on Great Sage Evil Fire's head. In that instant, endless divine radiance erupted. Resplendent divine light illuminated heaven and earth, the aura boundless. The power of 10 Tark Sutras combined with sage artifacts was absolutely terrifying. Great Sage Evil Fire was surrounded by 10 figures, getting smashed continuously. The terrifying sounds were like exploding thunderclaps. Great Sage Evil Fire was instantly stunned and could only activate his Great Sage artifact, Evil Fire Armor, to form an endless Evil Fire defense. Even so, he was still pummeled by the divine light, his body shaking. Intense pain came from all over his body. If not for the Great Sage artifact's defensive capabilities, Great Sage Evil Fire would have been smashed into a meat patty. He roared, "Brat, where are your martial values? How can you bully me with numbers? Don't be a PC. If you have the guts, then fight me one-on-one. I will tear you apart." Under the siege of 10 Shen Tians, he had no room to retaliate and could only rage helplessly. This old fella still dares to be so arrogant. Brothers beat him to death. A loud shout came from the original Shen Tian. 10 Shen Tians then activated the True Dragon Imperial Sutra in unison and attacked Great Sage Evil Fire. Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra, Longevity Imperial Sword, Divine Phoenix Imperial Sutra, Tiangong 36 Hammers, Sky Smashing Palm, 5-Color Divine Light, Sun Imperial Sutra, Kunpeng Imperial Sutra, Supreme Ocean Hammer. 10 types of sutras transformed into boundless laws of slaughter. In an instant, the void was shattered. Endless divine light shot out, pressing Great Sage Evil Fire to the ground, rubbing his body on it. In just a few breaths' time, Great Sage Evil Fire had been beaten black and blue. Even a few of his teeth had been knocked out. This scene caused Qijian's heart to jump out of his chest. He was completely dumbfounded. This was Shen Tian's true combat power. Even a 7 Tribulation Great Sage was beaten like a dog, without any room to retaliate. It was too freaking fierce. As for Great Sage Evil Fire, his eyes were scarlet. It was unknown whether it was from anger or from being beaten, but he felt like he was about to cry. Fuck, when have I ever suffered such humiliation? Kid, just you wait. I'll call for reinforcements now. Great Sage Evil Fire was suppressed to the point that he doubted his own life. He wanted to send a message to ask for help. However, Shen Tian didn't give him a chance. Before the transmission token could be taken out, the Evil Fire defense was beaten away by several Sage artifacts. Damn you! Great Sage Evil Fire roared fiercely. Even though these attacks were not enough to kill him yet, he had no chance to counterattack with so many people. If this dragged on, he would be blown up. Great Sage Evil Fire's expression turned vicious as he self-destructed his Great Sage weapon, the Red Fire Sage Needle. Boom! Fiery light filled the skies, divine might shooting in all directions. The might of the Great Sage weapon was activated to the extreme. Terrifying divine might swept out in all directions, causing the sky to overturn as if stars were about to shatter. 36 Red Fire Sage Needles shot out horizontally like meteors falling toward the 10 Shantians. With the Great Sage artifact scattered, its might was naturally greatly reduced. However, Great Sage Evil Fire didn't want to kill Shantian. After all, there were 10 of them, and he simply couldn't kill all of them. He was only doing this to stall for time. Shen Tian was furious when he saw the Evil Fire Sage want to self-destruct the Red Fire Sage Needle. He snarled, "How dare you destroy my artifact, you bastard! Evil Fire Great Sage? I am self-destructing my own weapon. What does that have to do with you?" How could he have known that Shen Tian had long treated the Great Sage artifact of his as his spoils of war already? How could he tolerate such a treasure being destroyed before him? 10 Shantians attacked simultaneously, all of them attempting to control the Red Fire Sage Needle. The continuous flashy moves made the corner of Evil Fire Great Sage's mouth twitch crazily. This young man was too much. He said he would fight one-on-one, but now he had chosen to outnumber him. Not only that, but he was also plotting against him for his own dear Great Sage weapon. This was too much. Chapter 442, Don't tell me your clone can also create copies? Shen Tian stood there proudly in midair, radiating with a dazzling divine light that engulfed the entire space. 36 Red Fire Sage Needles dazzled like the sun in front of him. Their aura was fearsome. Every single needle exuded a terrifying divine aura as if they wanted to destroy the world. This Great Sage artifact was so powerful that it could easily pierce through a true sage. If all 36 needles joined forces, they could even cause serious injury to a Great Sage. Luckily, Shen Tian was not alone. There were 10 of him. 10 Shantians working together could divert the power of the Red Fire Sage Needles. They attacked in unison, shooting out beams of divine energy which streamed endlessly into the Red Fire Sage Needles. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A soft rumbling sound echoed. The 36 Red Fire Sage Needles were finally subdued, unable to move forward. In addition, the powers of those Red Fire Sage Needles were continually being weakened. Before long, the power of this Great Sage artifact would be used up and be ready for the taking. Damn, this kid is really able to capture it? Not only was the detonation of his Great Sage artifact unable to harm Shen Tian, but it was also going to be seized by him. Great Sage Evil Fire was feeling very pained. This was a Great Sage artifact. Even a true sage would go mad for it. Not even a Great Sage might possess such an item. He had gotten the Red Fire Sage Needles because he had made a major contribution to the Evil Spirit sect and was rewarded by the sect master. He didn't expect that he would have to detonate his Great Sage artifact just to save his own life. And the worst thing was that detonating his Great Sage artifact proved rather useless. His opponent was completely unharmed and was only momentarily delayed. He had lost out big time. Great Sage Evil Fire couldn't help cursing on the inside. What kind of freak is he? Not only can he summon so many clones, but they are also formidable as well. Hot damn. As pained as he felt, Great Sage Evil Fire did not reach out to retrieve his Red Fire Sage Needles. He turned and entered the void. He had detonated his Great Sage artifact to delay Shen Tian and get the chance to flee. If he lingered any longer and Shen Tian turned his attention to him, he would not be able to escape. Even though it was a Great Sage artifact, Great Sage Evil Fire would not want to turn back just to give up his life. Kid, just you wait. Stay here if you have the guts. I am going to get reinforcements now to kill you later. Great Sage Evil Fire was very fast and disappeared into the void turbulence in the blink of an eye. But before he left, he couldn't resist lambasting out loud. It was very un-Great Sage-like. No choice, he was on the verge of a complete breakdown. He had been beaten up by 10 Shentions and then lost his Great Sage artifact. Even a Great Sage would not be able to bear that. Great Sage Evil Fire just wanted to escape and find some reinforcements. He wanted to gather all the elders of the evil spirit sect. Not only would he be able to kill Shention then, but he would also retrieve his red fire sage needles. Losing the Great Sage artifact was too painful to Great Sage Evil Fire. Of course, Great Sage Evil Fire was well aware of one fact. By the time he managed to gather the other elders, reinforcements from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty would also have arrived. He couldn't recoup his losses. Even so, he had to have the final word. Losing his Great Sage artifact and then quietly slinking away, that would be too embarrassing. Chi-Jan exclaimed, "Boss, that old man is fleeing." He didn't expect Great Sage Evil Fire to flee instead of fighting back. This was unprecedented. Who had ever seen a Great Sage trying to flee after being beaten up by a heavenly venerable? Chi-Jan quickly reacted. He wanted to pursue him to stop him. After all, this was a Great Sage from the evil spirit sect. If he could be killed here and now, it would be a major blow to the evil spirit sect. Unfortunately, Great Sage Evil Fire was too fast. Chi-Jan was unable to catch up. "Boss, what should we do now?" Chi-Jan was very anxious. It was not that big a deal that Great Sage Evil Fire had fled. After all, one Great Sage was no match for Shention. Chi-Jan was worried that Great Sage Evil Fire would go and get reinforcements. There were other Great Sages nearby. They would be dead meat if a few more of those Great Sages came looking for them. And by the looks of that Evil Fire Great Sage, he didn't look like he was giving up yet. Shention gave a calm smile. No worries, he can't escape. He completely ignored Great Sage Evil Fire and just continued to subdue the red fire sage needles. As beams of divine energy penetrated them, the Great Sage artifact finally used up its powers and fell to the ground. Shention gave a wave, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. Not only had he saved Chi-Jan, but he had gained a Great Sage artifact as well. It was a big win for him. As for Great Sage Evil Fire, he would be dealt with. In the void turbulence, Great Sage Evil Fire was hastily trying to scurry away. He finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was pursuing him. No choice, Shention's display of power had indeed scared him. A Great Sage being thrashed into such a defenseless state by a junior. He had no choice but to flee. Great Sage Evil Fire was very despondent. He was extremely frustrated. He had already decided to go back and report to his evil spirit sect king on this fellow. If he could trigger the ire of the king and sect master, Shention would definitely be killed. In this way, it could dispel the hatred in his heart. Great Sage Evil Fire activated his powers as he sped through the void turbulence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. This person was garbed in dazzling armor and surrounded by a surging light array. His arms were crossed behind him, his back facing Great Sage Evil Fire. He stood there in midair as if he was one with the void turbulence. His aura was extremely powerful. Great Sage Evil Fire came to an emergency stop at the sight of this figure. He stared at it with high vigilance. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Great Sage Evil Fire spoke bravely. It was clear that this was no ordinary practitioner. The figure turned around with a smile. Surprise. Great Sage Evil Fire's eyes dilated in shock. "How can it be you? No way. How did you get here? Don't tell me you have more clones?" Great Sage Evil Fire was stunned. He had just escaped from Shention. Yet, Shention had reappeared before him? How is that possible? He had seen Shention summon 9 clones, and they were all defending against the red fire sage needles. How did one of them catch up to him? And he even managed to be in front of him? Great Sage Evil Fire looked around and saw that there was only one Shention. The other Shentions hadn't come. He heaved a sigh of relief. What a scare. I thought this kid was so pesky that he brought all 9 clones over. So it's only one. Great Sage Evil Fire's eyes turned malicious as he snorted coldly. Kid, you are gutsy. You dared to pursue me on your own. I will let you have a taste of my powers. Great Sage Evil Fire laughed malevolently. He might not have been able to defeat 10 Shentions, but he could handle one easily. He would destroy this clone to resolve the hatred in his heart. Shen Tian's smile grew even more brilliant after spotting Great Sage Evil Fire. Actually, Shen Tian had no idea which direction this old fellow had fled to. He just happened to be in his way. He did not have to waste any effort at all. Shen Tian shook his head calmly. Looks like your luck is not so good. Since he had come right to his face, there was no reason for Shen Tian to let him go. Great Sage Evil Fire was enraged. This Shen Tian was belittling him. How dare you? You're just a clone, and you dare to stand in my way? Don't tell me you can make more copies? Die! Great Sage Evil Fire hollered angrily as he shot a ball of evil fire towards Shen Tian. Shen Tian sniggered. You are so smart. You guessed right again. He activated his magic and sealed off this part of the void. Thereafter, Shen Tian performed another set of hand seals. A massive grotto heaven appeared behind him. It was surrounded by a divine aura and seemed like another world had been opened. Great Sage Evil Fire halted at the sight. His face was filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe his own eyes. He had just witnessed this same sight not long before. It was self-materialization. 9 figures walked out from behind Shen Tian, their aura even more terrifying than the previous batch. 10 Shen Tian stood there in midair, in the exact same formation as before. Great Sage Evil Fire was in a daze at the sight. He sputtered. Impossible. How can a clone make copies of itself? The corners of Great Sage Evil Fire's mouth twitched wildly. Previously, you managed to summon 9 clones. Fine. I acknowledge that you must have learned some mind-blowing techniques. But your clone can also make copies of itself? What the hell? Are the heavens on your payroll? Great Sage Evil Fire was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had put in so much effort to escape from Shen Tian only to have another 10 Shen Tians appear? What can I do now? Don't tell me I have to detonate another Great Sage artifact? But that was not all. The next scene had him completely stupefied. Shen Tian made another move. A dazzling light appeared. It was clear that he was taking out some artifacts. Waves of terrifying aura erupted as dazzling divine light swept across the entire void turbulence. It was so bright that it lit up the entire area. Multiple artifacts of all sorts of shapes and sizes, swirling with divine energy, appeared before him. A longsword, a large tripod, a hammer, a jade plate, and so on. These were different from those earlier sage artifacts. The aura of these artifacts was beyond terrifying. The great sage felt a chill run down his spine. A formidable force erupted as if a star had exploded. The pressure pressed against the great sage, driving him to the edge. Shen Tian had taken out the pseudo-immortal artifacts, executing Heaven's Sword and Ocean Divine Hammer. The immortal artifact, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc. The pseudo-Tark artifacts Banana Fan and Lotus Tark Cauldron. The Tark artifact, Divine Sun Cauldron. Great Sage Evil Fire was completely dumbfounded. No way. Damn, the lousiest of all those artifacts is at least a pseudo-immortal artifact? He also has immortal artifacts, pseudo-Tark artifacts, Tark artifacts? The heavens must be playing a joke on me. Is this kid your illegitimate son? He has come down to the mortal world for a spin? Please take him back. How to go against that? Even a Tark would not have as many such artifacts as this kid. Great Sage Evil Fire was struck dumb as he stood there swallowing hard. He had been beaten up when he had gone against a Shen Tian equipped with a Sage artifact. Now, this bunch was even fiercer. Immortal artifacts and Tark artifacts? Heavens! Just kill me now. He was even prepared to give up and plead for his life. What else could he do? Even a great sage could not stand against this crazy combination. Before he could say a single word, Shen Tian made his move. 10 Shen Tians moved in unison. They each held a powerful artifact and attacked Great Sage Evil Fire. In an instant, the void turbulence was engulfed in boundless divine energy. Even the fabrics of space inside here were grounded to bits, becoming a completely empty abyss. In just a few breaths' time, Great Sage Evil Fire was totally annihilated. He didn't even have the chance to scream. His full soul was incinerated and became just a lifeless pile of ash. A great sage was eventually killed, his body and soul completely destroyed. Of course, some things were left behind, a dazzling armor with a powerful aura and a ring. It was the Great Sage artifact, Evil Fire Armor, and Great Sage Evil Fire's storage ring. Shen Tian had controlled the amount of force he exerted during his attack. It would be a waste if he damaged a great sage artifact. Shen Tian patted the dust off his hands. Did you think I would give you another chance to self-detonate? He collected the items with a sigh. Crime does pay. This old saying is indeed true. Killing someone is the fastest way to gain treasures. The lower levels of the evil spirit sect were poor, but the upper management levels were really rich. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony then. Shen Tian smiled as he kept his clones and artifacts before disappearing into the void turbulence. At East Sea City. At this point in time, no one knew that Great Sage Evil Fire had already been reduced to a pile of ash. Following Hall Master Mar's death and Great Sage Evil Fire's escape, the danger here had more or less been resolved. Apart from the blood sacrifice formation, there was nothing else that could threaten the cultivators. The other sages from the evil spirit sect had all been beaten to death. And those evil spirit disciples were surrounded by the cultivators from the various races. No one pitied those evil spirit disciples at all. Previously, tens of thousands of cultivators had died in the hands of these evil spirit disciples. These people were responsible for the piles of corpses strewn across East Sea City. The cultivators from the various races were incited, and they unleashed their anger, killing off all the evil spirit disciples. After that, everyone felt a great sense of joy and relief. They didn't expect things to change for the better so suddenly. They had just been on the verge of death just seconds ago but managed to evade death at the very last moment. Luckily, that powerful practitioner had intervened. City Lord Chuan walked over, his face full of respect. "Thank you, Senior, for working with Qijan to save our lives. If not for Shen Tian and Qijan working together, the East Sea City cultivators would have been sacrificial objects to the evil spirit sect." As a result, Xuan was filled with gratitude and respect. Some Jixia prodigies also walked over. They had been defending against the evil spirit disciples earlier. Otherwise, given the East Sea City cultivators' powers, they would have been defeated much faster. Luckily, it had all ended well now. They all gathered. "Greetings Divine Firmament Saint and Qijan. It's all thanks to the Divine Firmament Saint that we are safe." The Divine Firmament Saint is indeed the top practitioner of the human compound. They all spoke respectfully, their eyes full of excitement. The prodigies didn't expect Shen Tian to be so powerful. He could even defeat a great sage. Qijan laughed out loud. "Boss, you are just too awesome. You managed to beat that great sage into a pulp. Fierce." Qijan's respect for Shen Tian grew even stronger after witnessing his battle performance. Where else in the world would one see a heavenly venerable defeat a great sage? No one had even heard of such a thing, not to mention see it. But I witnessed it. And it was my boss. At the same time, a question popped into Qijan's head. "Boss, how did you return? Did the Great Tark's teleportation talisman lose its effectiveness?" "It can't be. The Great Tark can't possibly have handed out a dud. Moreover, I clearly felt the void energy when I activated it earlier. It should have been able to teleport." Qijan was very curious how Shen Tian had managed to rush back. He had contemplated this question until his head started to ache. Shen Tian replied calmly, "It was my clone earlier. I learned a technique that enables me to make copies of myself." He didn't intend to continue the liege. It was a treasure given by the Great Tark, after all. How could it lose its effectiveness? "I see." Realization dawned upon Qijan. This explanation made sense. But then he thought of something else. The corners of Qijan's mouth twitched wildly. "Boss, so you were able to make 20 copies of yourself when you were in peak form? Not just 10? 20 clones. Just the thought of it was terrifying. 10 bosses together are able to thrash a great sage. How much more formidable would 20 bosses be?" Shen Tian gave a dry laugh. "Ahem, how is that possible? Making even more clones of myself right after making the first batch? Don't be silly, child. Do you think I am a Matryoshka doll?" Cough, cough. How did this monkey suddenly become so smart? He nearly guessed the truth. Shen Tian had learned the Blood God Sutra and the self-materialization technique at the same time. Both these two sutras could make clones. The self-materialization technique made use of arrays to summon the clones, and they were not long-lasting. Meanwhile, the Blood God's Sun clones were refined using blood essence and could make copies of itself. This type of clone possessed part of the powers of the main body. It could also merge as one with the main body. As a result, it could also activate self-materialization. Using the Blood God Sutra and the self-materialization technique, he could maximize his group attack abilities. Just think about it. Every Blood God Sun clone could activate the self-materialization technique to make 9 more copies. 9 produced from 1. What a scary concept. But to most people, it was already difficult enough to master 1 Imperial Sutra. Not only would one need to possess very high innate talent, but they would need large amounts of resources. As such, mastering 2 or 10 Imperial Sutras at once would be mind-blowing. Nonetheless, this was nothing to Shen Tian. He had the Khanate constitution and plenty of Nirvana holy liquid and triple light divine water. It could be said that in Shen Tian's peak condition, he could make not just 20 clones. It depended on how many Blood God Sun clones he had. The number of clones he could make would be 9 times the number of Blood God Sun clones he had. Of course, Shen Tian kept mum about this. He was worried about being targeted. The hunter would shoot the bird that stuck out. Qi Jian felt somewhat satisfied with Shen Tian's explanation. If that was true, Shen Tian's powers were to the extreme. Qi Jian asked, "Boss, the matter here has been resolved, but Great Sage Evil Fire escaped. He remains a threat. Shall we go back to the academy to make a report?" Qi Jian had no idea that Great Sage Evil Fire was already dead and was worried that he might return and kill them. It would be another dangerous situation then. Thus, he intended to return to the academy to report to the upper management so that they could send powerful practitioners over to stand guard. The Evil Spirit Sect's latest attack felt somewhat off. The Evil Spirit Sect had only dared to send out small groups to execute sneak attacks in the past. They had never carried out such a large-scale attack, and on the powerful cultivators from the various races at that. It looked like the Evil Spirit Sect was stirring now. They could initiate a war anytime. One could not disregard this. Shen Tian shook his head. "Let's send word back first. But we don't need to hurry back." Qi Jian scratched his head. "Why?" He was puzzled. What else did Shen Tian want to do out here? Shen Tian shook his head again. "My clone is tens of thousands of miles away. He found a mystic realm. Let's go take a look." Yes, in the original version, Qi Jian would find the fortuitous opportunity after using the teleportation talisman. Shen Tian's clone had not remained idle after he was sent off. He had quickly followed Qi Jian's fortuitous opportunity image and found the location. Qi Jian was stunned. What the hell? After making use of a teleportation talisman and being transported tens of thousands of miles away to goodness knows where, he still managed to discover a mystic realm? This Providence is just too good. Qi Jian suddenly realized that Shen Tian's reputation across the 5 regions was not just based on his mighty power. It was also because of his exceedingly high providence. This was why he was touted as the son of Providence. He could see now that it was indeed true. "I just have to follow boss, and I will definitely benefit. Boss, let's go now." After affirming that Shen Tian was the son of Providence, Qi Jian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately wanted to go with him to explore the mystic realm. "All right, let's go now." Shen Tian nodded with a smile. This monkey doesn't know that this fortuitous opportunity originally belonged to him. Shen Tian did not intend to monopolize everything. He asked Qi Jian to go with him. In this way, both sides could benefit from the fortuitous opportunity, and Shen Tian could increase his providence. Attain a peerless providence as soon as possible and be favored by the heavens, this was Shen Tian's main goal. As for fortuitous opportunities and treasures, no one would believe him if he told them the truth. Shen Tian had not much interest in those. Anyway, he had no lack of those things. Chapter 443, Tark Mystic Realm, Sacred Battle of Ode. Shortly after Shen Tian had defeated Great Tark Evil Fire, the great sage of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty arrived in East Sea City. That great sage completely destroyed the blood sacrifice formation and stayed there to guard the city. Speaking of which, that great sage was someone Shen Tian was also familiar with. It was the one that had brought Shen Tian to middle ground. That great sage was the War King. He was a 9-tribulation great sage and had unparalleled strength. With him here, even if an evil spirit sect's great sage came back, there would be no need to fear. "Kid, you're indeed extraordinary. Looks like you've learned quite a bit in the academy." The War King smiled as he looked at Shen Tian. The War King could also be counted as Shen Tian's old acquaintance, and he also knew Shen Tian quite well. Back in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Shen Tian had sent a 6th tribulation true sage flying. Meanwhile, He even defeated a great sage. The War King was astounded when he heard such a feat. One had to know that the difference between a true sage and great sage was so great it was poles apart. Shen Tian's improvement could be said to be extremely great, as he could actually drive back a great sage. Shen Tian cupped his hands together. "Senior War King, you're flattering me. It's my responsibility to fight against the evil spirit sect. Very well, I shall report this matter to His Highness Wang Shi after I return." The War King heartily laughed as he became even more satisfied with Shen Tian. "He's neither conceited nor rash, such great disposition." "Thank you, Senior War King." Shen Tian knew what the War King meant. The War King would help Shen Tian obtain some rewards since he had basically saved East Sea City. Since it was for free, of course Shen Tian would not refuse. "Senior War King, we still have some matters to settle, so we'll take our leave first." Shen Tian and Qi Zhan left as they still had to search for the mystic realm. In East Sea, two figures were advancing rapidly. They were as fast as lightning, and they left behind a trail of a resplendent divine rainbow. They traveled for tens of thousands of miles before stopping. Those two people were Qi Zhan and Shen Tian. Looking at the vast and boundless sea, Qi Zhan was in a daze. "Boss, there's really a mystic realm here?" Although he knew that Shen Tian had paramount providence and would definitely be able to find the mystic realm, Qi Zhan still could not help but doubt as he scanned the area. Not even land could be seen, so where would there be a mystic realm? Shen Tian said calmly, "Wait for me here for a moment." After saying that, he directly stepped into a void pocket and left only a monkey unsure of what to do on the spot. Shen Tian appeared gradually in the void. Another figure appeared in front of him. "You're here?" "I'm here. It's all thanks to you in East Sea City." "You're flattering me. It's because our main body has foresight. I've already discovered the location of the mystic realm." "All right, we'll head over there now." Shen Tian left the void and flew toward Qi Zhan. "Boss, what did you do?" Qi Zhan asked out of curiosity as he saw that Shen Tian returned. He looked toward Shen Tian with golden light shining in his eyes. Qi Zhan could sense that Shen Tian seemed to have changed. However, he did not see anything strange even if he activated his penetrating insight. Shen Tian shook his head, smiled, and said, "Nothing much, I've found the mystic realm. It's at the bottom of the sea." Qi Zhan was extremely excited as he spoke. "Then let's hurry and head there." Splash! Qi Zhan dived into the sea and started swimming toward the bottom. Shen Tian also followed behind him. A human and a monkey started heading deeper into the depths of the sea. They were extremely fast, reaching 660,000 miles deep into the sea. The water pressure here was as heavy as a mountain. The water pressure could easily crush a heavenly venerable, and even a sage would not be able to last for too long. However, their physical bodies were extremely powerful. Thus, they paid no attention to the water pressure and continued swimming smoothly. Shortly after, they reached the bottom of the sea. It was spacious and boundless without anything. Qi Zhan asked in surprise, "Boss, where is the mystic realm?" He scanned the surroundings and did not even see anything that resembled a mystic realm. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by its appearance. There's more than what meets the eye. You'll know once you activate your penetrating insight." Qi Zhan hurriedly activated his penetrating insight once he heard that. His pupils became extremely dazzling as blazing firelight, and golden light spiraled in them, emitting an impressive aura. The surrounding scenery instantly changed once he used his penetrating insight to scan the surroundings. A primordial mountain instantly appeared on the originally empty ocean floor. That towering mountain stood tall and erect, emitting an immense aura. It was in the bottom of the sea, but the seawater was pushed back, and not even one drop of water could enter. A few huge bright golden words were carved on the mountain. The words were written vigorously and emitted a majestic aura. Those three words were, "Sacred Battle Abode." Qi Zhan was completely astounded and exclaimed, "OMG, there's really more than what meets the eye? This is the Sacred Battle Tark's Sacred Battle Abode?" The Sacred Battle Tark had lived in the primordial era and had been one of the top Tark 180,000 years ago. He was the second sacred battle ape in the world to obtain his Tao from battling and successfully ascended from a Tark. One had to know that the Sacred Battle Tark possessed outstanding battle prowess. Even amongst other Tarks, he had definitely been the most lawless and arrogant Tark that loved acting cool. Qi Zhan did not expect that Shen Tian could actually find this Sacred Battle Abode. One had to know that Chi-Jan also had the sacred battle ape bloodline. The sacred battle Tark's heritage was the most compatible for him to cultivate. If he could obtain the sacred battle Tark's heritage, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Chi-Jan was delighted and said with gratitude, "Boss, I'm really fortunate to be able to follow you. If not for Shen-Tian, he would not be able to find this sacred battle abode no matter what." Shen-Tian shook his head with a smile. This was originally Chi-Jan's fortuitous opportunity. At that moment, the space suddenly distorted. Energy surged out of the mouth of the mountain's cave, and a bright light was emitted and swirled around the whole place. The light sparkled and became twisted with an immense aura, turning into a black whirlpool that stopped the two of them from entering. "There's also a formation?" Chi-Jan frowned. It looked like it was not that simple to enter the sacred battle abode. Not only did one need an art to see through the illusion, but they also must have a certain amount of strength to be able to enter. It was no wonder that news of the sacred battle abode had never appeared in the outside world. The conditions for entering were simply too harsh, and no ordinary people could satisfy them. "Boss, let me try." Chi-Jan volunteered. He was determined to obtain his old ancestors' heritage. Shen-Tian nodded. Although this formation was powerful, it could not stop Chi-Jan. That black whirlpool was completely destroyed under Chi-Jan's full strength. Afterward, a powerful spatial energy ripple burst out and enveloped them instantly. The two of them were blinded and disappeared. When they regained their line of sight, they had already appeared in another space. This place was very peculiar. Spirit chi was abundant, and heavenly aura filled the place, making the place seem hazy and dreamy. Magnificent tall mountains were in the distance, towering into the clouds. The dozens of mountains seemed endless as they surrounded each other. It was a perfect place to nurture talented people. Numerous trees were as thick as a bucket on the mountain, making the scenery seem lush and green. There were also rivers with running water, singing birds, and the fragrance of flowers. It was just like an otherworldly paradise. "The spirit chi here is so dense? It's even denser than the mountain of flowers and fruits in my clan." Chi-Jan took a deep breath and sensed the surge of spirit chi rush into his body, making his whole body relaxed. Also, the structure looks extremely similar to the mountain of flowers and fruits too. Chi-Jan knew that they had already entered the sacred battle abode. The golden-eyed fire ape was the descendant of the sacred battle Tark, so their race had imitated the Tark's final resting place. The sacred battle abode was extremely similar to the mountain of flowers and fruits. Or it could be said that this is the real mountain of flowers and fruits. Chi-Jan was overjoyed. Being here felt like he had returned home. The two of them continued moving forward. They arrived in an orchard after traveling through towering mountains. Spirit trees were planted in rows, and the greenery was lush, emitting powerful spirit chi. There were also all kinds of spirit fruits of various colors on the spirit trees. They looked fresh and tender, emitting a rich fragrance. "This place is just too awesome." Chi-Jan could not take his eyes off those spirit fruits at all and could not help but gulp down his saliva. It was just that those fruits were too tempting to a monkey. However, Chi-Jan was not impatient. He looked around first. He discovered that there was a stone tablet in front of those fruit trees, recording the type and year of those spirit trees. Those fruits that had just ripened were all superior grade spirit herbs. Some fruits that had grown for quite some time could even reach the level of a sage herb. It could be said that there were treasures everywhere in this place. After reading through those tablets, Chi-Jan was on the brink of tears. "I've never seen so many high-grade fruits in my life. Although there are some in my clan, they are all under those old fossils' control, and I can't eat them at all. Today, I have to eat to my heart's content." Those fruits have completely aroused Chi-Jan's appetite, and he could not help but want to have his fill. However, Chi-Jan was quickly stunned as he looked toward the back row of the orchard. There were no spirit trees with different shapes there. Only a row of banana trees. Those banana trees were split into 3 rows. The first row of banana trees was filled with bright yellow bananas that hung on the trees. Each banana emitted a rich fragrance and immense spirit chi. They were all inferior grade sage herbs. At the same time, there was also a tablet in front of those banana trees. Those tablets recorded the information of the bananas. Name: mixed sacred golden banana. Year: ripe every 3,000 years. Grade: inferior grade sage herb. Chi-Jan was completely dumbstruck. All those golden bananas were sage herbs? He did not even dare to dream such a thing. But that was not all. There were 3 rows of bananas, and the spirit chi the back 2 rows emitted was even more powerful. There were also tablets in front of those 2 rows. Name: Mixed Sacred Golden Banana. Year: ripe every 6,000 years. Grade: middle grade sage herb. Name: Mixed Sacred Golden Banana. Year: ripe every 9,000 years. Grade: superior grade sage herb. I must be dreaming. Chi-Jan's eyes were full of astonishment. He did not dare to believe it at all. The mixed sacred golden banana contained a large amount of spirit chi and vitality. It could be said that countless cultivators would fight for just a single banana and cause bloodshed. If they were used to create pills, sage pills could even be created in bulk. Also, the most important point was that it was not only a sage herb but also an extremely delicious fruit. To a monkey, the temptation of the mixed sacred golden banana was absolutely irresistible. If a few ripened 3,000-year-old mixed sacred golden bananas were to be brought to the golden-eyed fire ape race, even a true sage would become reverent and respectful. If they were willing to take the 9,000-year-old mixed sacred golden bananas, then even the mighty sage of the golden-eyed fire ape race would be willing to become brothers with one. After the sacred battle tark had brought the parent tree to seclusion and disappeared, the sacred golden banana trees in the sacred battle ape race had withered. Powerful cultivators of the golden-eyed fire ape race had been coveting such extremely delicious fruits for hundreds of thousands of years. If they could really taste the bananas that their ancestors had been obsessed over, then even death was worth it. Not only did Chi-Jan see a large number of sacred golden bananas, but all of the bananas were also ripened. Just the 9,000-year-old sacred golden bananas, which were superior grade sage herbs alone, there were hundreds of them. Such a large number of bananas made Chi-Jan so overjoyed that he was over the moon. However, shortly after, Chi-Jan discovered that there were 2 additional lines carved on the tablet in front of the 9,000-year-old banana trees. I've tried finding the immortal peach herb for half my life, but it's a pity that I'm not fated to see it in my lifetime. I've only obtained the immortal banana herb, which is not what I like. So what if I have countless sacred golden bananas? Chi-Jan was confused and scratched his head as he said, "Boss, what does this mean?" The sacred battle tark had left those 2 lines, and he seemed extremely regretful and disappointed. Shen Tian's mouth twitched. It's very obvious. He wants to eat peaches. Peaches, I also like them. However, there are no peaches here. There are only bananas. Chi-Jan's eyes lit up when he mentioned food. Shen Tian felt resigned. Just what does this macaque not like to eat? His eyes are fixated on the fruits, and his saliva is about to drool onto the ground. Why do I feel like he's going to eat all the fruits here? How could a monkey fend off the temptation of bananas? Indeed, Chi-Jan finally could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, I can't resist anymore. Bananas, here I come." After finishing, Chi-Jan charged toward the orchard. He jumped up, and his furry hands reached for the banana tree. Boom! Divine energy surged. A golden light curtain appeared and covered the whole orchard before Chi-Jan could reach the bananas. Meanwhile, his hand was blocked by the light curtain, and he was knocked back, falling to the ground. Fuck, there's also a protective formation here? See how I destroy this array formation. Seeing that he was unable to eat the spirit fruits, Chi-Jan was frustrated. He took out his golden cudgel, determined to break through the formation. Supreme Cudgel Sweep. Chi-Jan swung his cudgel while his aura surged as ferocious power burst out. The huge cudgel smashed onto the formation heavily and formed endless ripples on the light curtain as aura surrounded him. Divine light overflowed. It was like a stone being thrown into a still water surface. Surprisingly, Chi-Jan's attack had no effect. Instead, he was sent flying once again, smashing a deep hole in the ground. I don't believe that I can't handle this formation. Chi-Jan gnashed his teeth, and his golden fur stood up as his aura surged out like torrential waves. He attacked once again with immense strength, smashing his cudgel toward the formation with full strength. Supreme Cudgel Sweep. Total Annihilation. Cudgel Stabilization. Chi-Jan instantly used his set of cudgel arts, which was so powerful that even a true sage would be easily killed. He had not been this feisty even when facing a 7 tribulation great sage. The feeling of only being able to look from afar made him impatient as he itched to eat it. Bang! The deafening sound shook the skies. Each time his long cudgel landed, the space would be crushed into pieces from the fearsome strength. However, he still could not damage the formation. Instead, He was knocked extremely far away by the rebound effect. Chi-Jan hit the ground head first and finally gave up. Why did the sacred battle Tark set such a powerful formation in the orchard? He's too stingy, not even allowing me to eat one fruit. Chi-Jan was enraged, but he could only stare at the bananas from outside the light curtain. His eyes gradually lit up as if he had thought of something. Chi-Jan begged. "Boss, could you help me open this formation?" He had no choice. The temptation of the bananas was too irresistible to him. Seeing that Chi-Jan's face was full of anticipation, Shen Tian was caught between laughter and tears. "All right, I'll try. But I can't guarantee that I can definitely open it." The sacred battle Tark had set up this formation, so even Shen Tian did not have the confidence to open it. "Okay, you can do it, boss." Chi-Jan nodded. There was still hope since the strength that Shen Tian had showcased was so extraordinary that he could even suppress a great sage. Although Chi-Jan could not open the formation, he could sense that the formation was not strong and had at most the battle strength of a great sage. Shen Tian had beaten up a 7 Tribulation great sage before with his 10 clones, meaning his strength was not weaker than a mighty sage. He would definitely be able to do it if he struck a few more times. Shen Tian did not waste time speaking. He directly took out his sky-shaking hammer to have a try. He swung his sky-shaking hammer and stepped forward with all his strength. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Tian hammered thrice and made the formation's divine light ripple and laws linger. He was indeed much more powerful than when battling Chi-Jan. Even so, there were no signs of the formation cracking. Shen Tian frowned when he saw such a scene. "Looks like this formation is quite strong. Just nice. I can use it to try my skills." Shen Tian did not hold back anymore. He unleashed his full strength and activated Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers as he charged toward the array formation. Blazing Sun Hammer. Moon Lifting Hammer. Star Smashing Hammer. Shen Tian's aura erupted, and he attacked using a full set of hammer arts with imposing momentum. At that instant, a loud sound that could even make the deaf ear was stirred up by the space. Shen Tian was like an invincible god of war as he repeatedly hammered without hesitation and divine light circulated around him, outlining his brilliant and splendid look. Bang! As the last sound faded, all the 36 hammer techniques had been unleashed. Shen Tian put away his sky-shaking hammer and heaved a sigh of relief as he spoke. Finished. The array formation was not destroyed, but the light became slightly dimmer. Chi-Jan became dejected. That old thing is too stingy. He even set up a formation in his own orchard. He really didn't give us any hope at all? I'm his blood-related great-great-great-great-great-grandson. He would not be able to eat the bananas if the formation was not destroyed, so he would naturally be depressed. However, at that moment, the sound of a crack suddenly echoed. He saw that there was a small crack in the light curtain. He's going to succeed? Chi-Jan instantly widened his eyes and stared at that crack. He saw that the crack kept on enlarging and even spread through the whole protective light curtain. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The formation was completely destroyed. Chi-Jan's jaw dropped from astonishment. It really opened? Boss is simply too powerful. It feels like he is even more powerful than before. Chi-Jan was astounded. He realized that Shen Tian was even stronger than when he was battling that evil fire great sage in East Sea City. Is it possible that boss hid his strength? Chi-Jan was dumbstruck, but then he discarded such a thought. That was because it meant he could enter to eat the bananas once the orchard's formation was opened. Here I come. Chi-Jan was so happy that he was on cloud 9 and skipped about as he entered the orchard. Shortly after, Chi-Jan started to feast in the orchard and kept on stuffing fruits into his mouth. Shen Tian also started collecting in the orchard. Although those sage herbs were not that useful to him, they were in large quantities. Thus, he could use them to quench his thirst and give them to other prodigies. Or he could also use them to create pills as they were quite good materials. More importantly, even the heavens would forbid him from not collecting treasures when he could. Therefore, Shen Tian did not stand on ceremony and started to gather the spirit fruits with Chi-Jan. Meanwhile, Chi-Jan was eating while he collected the fruits. As for the seed of the fruit or banana skins, they were thrown all over. The orchard, which was originally filled with spirit fruits, was quickly emptied. Meanwhile, Chi-Jan even burped. Awesome, such a feeling is just too awesome. I haven't eaten so many fruits before. As expected, I'll be able to benefit greatly just by following Boss Shen Tian. I'm really filled to the brim with happiness now. Chapter 444, Disgrace to the Sacred Battle Ape Race. The Sacred Battle Tark had planted this orchard before ascending. There were numerous spirit fruits after being nourished by hundreds of thousands of formations, filling up the trees completely. Given Shentian and Chijan's speed, they also spent quite a long time before completely emptying the whole orchard. Besides the parent plant, there was not a single spirit fruit in the whole orchard. Adhering to the principle that it would be a waste if they did not pick those spirit fruits, they had plucked all the spirit fruits completely. After all, no one else would be able to enter besides them. "Boss, how's your harvest?" Chijan smiled brightly as he scratched his head. This time, he really had his fill of tasting countless delicious spirit fruits. However, Chijan still loved the mixed sacred golden banana, and banana skins were all over the place. Powerful energy surged throughout Chijan's whole body, refining and strengthening it. It caused the golden fur on the surface of his body to look even more mystical. He was like he was cast with gold and looked awe-inspiring. Although he had eaten quite a lot, Chijan also harvested numerous spirit fruits. If he ate them wisely, it would be enough for him to eat for many years. Shentian smiled and said, "Not bad." He had also gained a bountiful harvest, just the superior grade sage mixed sacred golden banana alone. He had obtained almost 100 of it. Meanwhile, he also had hundreds of the middle grade and inferior grade mixed sacred golden bananas in his inner spatial ring. Not to mention spirit fruits of other kinds. It could be said that he had earned a fortune this time. It was enough for him to even create pills for a long time with so many sage herbs. If those sage herbs were to appear in the outside world, countless sacred grounds would go crazy over them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even mighty sages would not be able to resist and snatch them. The number of those sage herbs was just too immense. Which sacred ground did not want to have hundreds of sage herbs? Such a thing was just unimaginable. If this was not a Tark's resting place and had not been undisturbed for hundreds of thousands of years, it would be impossible for there to be so many spirit fruits. However, those spirit fruits were not Shentian's biggest gain. Currently, Shentian stared straight above Chijan's head. He was looking at Chijan's Providence halo, which was originally purple. It was even brighter now, and the purple light had turned even darker, becoming dark purple. It was obvious that Chijan's Providence had increased. The sacred battle abode was originally Chijan's fortuitous opportunity, so his Providence would naturally increase greatly after obtaining his fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, Shentian's body also turned as light as a feather and was immersed in a familiar pleasure that he had not felt in a long time. Shentian hurriedly took out a mirror and started admiring the Providence halo on top of his head. His originally golden-yellow Providence halo turned even brighter as golden light overflowed. It was obvious his Providence halo was turning dark gold and was just slightly short of it. Shentian was delighted. Increased. It increased. After so long, my Providence finally increased. I'll finally be able to return to dark gold color soon. This trip is definitely worth it. Seeing that Shentian suddenly took out his mirror, Chijan scratched his head. What is boss doing? Could it be that he has to admire his looks after eating his fill? Let me try too. Chijan also took out a mirror and silently admired himself. He could not help but exclaim, as expected of me, the handsome monkey king of the mountain of flowers and fruits, I'm still as good looking. Shentian. This macaque knows how to show off quite shamelessly, huh? How rare. Seeing that Chijan was immersed in his beauty, Shentian had no other choice but to say, "Old Chi, let's continue taking a look around. There might be other fortuitous opportunities here." "All right, boss." Chijan reacted and hurriedly put away his mirror. This was the Tark's resting place, so there would naturally be far more fortuitous opportunities than only the orchard. The two of them left the orchard and walked inside the sacred battle abode. They walked along a few paths and reached a cave shortly after. It was filled with lush plants and had an abundance of spirit chi. The cave seemed to be formed naturally and looked just like a mysterious paradise. Spirit spring water dripped down from the top of the cave. The flowing water looked just like a bead curtain covering the door and seemed extremely strange. Meanwhile, 3 words were carved on top of the cave, "Water Curtain Cave." It was shining in dazzling gold color and looked majestic, which astounded them. Chijan was thrilled as he exclaimed, "This is the Water Curtain Cave. It's where the sacred battle Tark has left his heritage." The places the sacred battle Tark had liked the most were the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits and Water Curtain Cave. Chi-Jan firmly believed that the sacred battle Tark's heritage would be inside. He was extremely excited as he was the descendant of the sacred battle Tark. He would want to find his ancestors' heritage and bring it to new glories. "Boss, let's enter." The two of them entered the water curtain cave and reached the inside quickly without hindrance. That made Chi-Jan quite surprised. Even the orchard has a formation, but this place of heritage does not? "Looks like my ancestor must be a gluttonous monkey," muttered Chi-Jan as his mouth twitched. When the two of them entered the water curtain cave, they realized that there was more than meets the eye. It was vast, like a world of its own. In other words, it was an independent grotto heaven small world. Meanwhile, there was a huge stone statue in the center of the small world. That stone statue was 8,000 feet tall and carved into the shape of an ape holding a humongous stone staff. That statue looked toward the sky in a proud and overbearing manner. Even when just facing the stone statue, Shen Tian could still feel how domineering the sacred battle Tark was. That stone statue was like a peerless fighter that wanted to battle the heavens to dominate the world. If one sensed carefully, they would be able to feel a matchless imposing battle intent that wished to overturn the world. It was like the owner of this stone statue had stabbed a hole in the sky using the staff in its hands years ago. Fear, astonishment, shock, and admiration, the two of them felt such inexplicable emotions. Their bodies trembled vigorously. "This is the sacred battle Tark's statue?" Upon sensing that battle intent, the sacred battle ape bloodline within Chi-Jan started boiling as he roared toward the sky. At that moment, the stone statue suddenly shone brightly with dazzling golden light, covering the whole place. Resplendent golden light burst out from that stone statue and formed a majestic figure. It was an ape with golden fur and looked extremely young, but he looked even more muscular than Chi-Jan and possessed an immense aura. He wore golden battle armor and held a golden staff in his hands while his whole body was emitting endless battle intent. Just by standing there, the surrounding air felt heavy. It was as if the space would collapse with just a simple movement of his. When that figure appeared, the two of them showed utmost respect. They knew that person was the unparalleled sacred battle Tark of 180,000 years ago. Only he would possess such a demeanor. That figure opened his mouth, and his voice was so awe-inspiring that it would intimidate others. "I am the sacred battle Tark." Once he spoke, the ground shook, and the space fluctuated, surging throughout the whole place. "My abode has existed for 180,000 years, and my fated one has finally arrived. I never expected that there would be a fated one with my race's bloodline. The sacred battle ape is not extinct. I am relieved," exclaimed the sacred battle Tark as he was gratified. Hundreds of thousands of years had already passed since the sacred battle Tark had left behind the sacred battle abode and ascended to the celestial world, but no one had entered. It was mainly because the conditions for entering this place were too harsh. Who would have expected that he would encounter a sacred battle ape descendant the first time the sacred battle abode was opened? The sacred battle ape race was extremely powerful. A sacred battle ape had appeared in the Antiquity Age and had become the top paragon, moving the stars and defeating all other paragons. It was a pity that there were few members of the race, as only those with an extremely high concentration of the bloodline could evolve to become a sacred battle ape. The sacred battle Tark was the second sacred battle ape since that mighty figure in the Antiquity Age, thus showing how few talented ones the race had. However, this race's strength was unparalleled as each and every sacred battle ape had become an unprecedented peerless figure. Chi-Jan was the third sacred battle ape since the sacred battle Tark. In 180,000 years, only one sacred battle ape had appeared, and he was even in the sacred battle Tark's tomb. Thus, the sacred battle Tark was gratified because his cultivation technique was most compatible for those of the sacred battle ape race to cultivate. With Chi-Jan's arrival, his heritage could be brought to a greater height. Fate was truly the most intriguing concept. Chi-Jan was also elated to see the sacred battle Tark. He was a legendary figure within the clan as he was the golden-eyed fire ape race's ancestor. He hurriedly cupped his hands in respect and said in admiration, "Ancestor, my name is Chi-Jan. I am the young master of the golden-eyed fire ape. This is my boss, Shen Tian." When facing the peerless Tark of 180,000 years ago with the same bloodline, Chi-Jan felt extremely close to him. However, he also did not forget to introduce Shen Tian for a good impression. Chi-Jan also hoped that Shen Tian could receive the Tark's heritage since they had come together. "Good, very good." The sacred battle Tark smiled, but then he frowned. "Since the both of you could enter this place, It means that the both of you have remarkable talents. I can teach you the Battle Imperial Sutra, but only to those of the sacred Battle Ape bloodline. As for you, I can teach you another heritage technique. I won't be able to give you the Battle Imperial Sutra. The sacred Battle Apes were originally rebellious and dared to battle with the heavens. Their bloodline and battle techniques were all extremely precious, and other normal heritage would pale in comparison. As a peerless Tark, the sacred Battle Tark did not want the heritage to be in the hands of other races. Chi-Jan looked agonized and said awkwardly, "Ancestor, I wouldn't be even able to enter here without Boss Shen-Tian. Could you also give the heritage to Boss?" Chi-Jan was still faithful to Shen-Tian and could not bear seeing Shen-Tian return with empty hands. The sacred Battle Tark shook his head. The Battle Imperial Sutra is the sacred Battle Ape's heritage. It cannot be passed down to outsiders. Chi-Jan sighed. Since the sacred Battle Tark refused, he could not force him to agree either. Chi-Jan was apologetic. "Boss, I'm really sorry. When I get some sage artifacts or herbs, I'll compensate you." Shen-Tian did not really care. He shook his head and said, "There's no need. It's only an Imperial Sutra, so there's no need to insist." The Imperial Sutras in Shen-Tian's hands were not few, so there was not much difference in knowing one more or one less. However, Shen-Tian's words stunned the sacred Battle Tark. "This kid. He seems to look down on my Battle Imperial Sutra? Just an Imperial Sutra? Kid, do you know what the Battle Imperial Sutra represents? It's the cultivation technique of my Tao and one of the top Imperial Sutras even amongst other Imperial Sutras." The sacred Battle Tark spoke with confidence, and his face was full of pride. He had unmatched strength and was one of the strongest Tarks. Therefore, the Battle Imperial Sutra that the sacred Battle Tark had created was stronger than many of the other Tarks' Imperial Sutras. This was his confidence and also an undeniable fact. However, this peerless Imperial Sutra seems to be nothing to that kid? There is someone that does not want such an invincible art? I don't believe it. That kid must be playing cat and mouse with me. He's definitely acting to obtain my Imperial Sutra. I'm too clever to be deceived. The sacred Battle Tark stared at Shen-Tian as he wanted to see the latter's desire. Unexpectedly, Shen-Tian's expression did not change at all. He was still calm and composed. "Kid, you're quite good at acting." Meanwhile, Chi-Jan nodded. "All right, boss. I'll give you other sage herbs to compensate you. However, this Battle Imperial Sutra is indeed not much of use to you." Chi-Jan was very clear why Shen-Tian did not care about the Battle Imperial Sutra. When Shen-Tian had battled against Great Sage Evil Fire, he had already used 10 Imperial Sutras. It might not be Shen-Tian's limit. Since he had mastered over 10 Imperial Sutras, and top ones at that, there was really no need to bother about the Battle Imperial Sutra. There was no difference with one more or one less Imperial Sutra. Hearing Chi-Jan call Shen-Tian boss repeatedly, the sacred Battle Tark's mouth twitched. His hair stood up as he snarled. "Little monkey, only rebellious sacred Battle Apes could unleash the complete power of the Battle Imperial Sutra. Yet, what are you doing now? You actually recognized a human as your boss. You're simply a disgrace to our race." Those of the sacred Battle Ape bloodline were all indomitable peerless demon kings that dominated and overturned the world. Even heaven and earth could not make them submit, not to mention a human. Not only did Chi-Jan not have the domineering disposition to fight against heaven and earth, but he did not even have an unyielding pride. That made the sacred Battle Tark indignant. How could such a descendant follow the Tao of battling the heavens? Chi-Jan took a step back. He still feared his ancestor very much. However, he thought, I also know that as a sacred Battle Ape, I should be rebellious and have an unyielding pride. You didn't see just how fierce I was back then. I was not afraid of anything. However, I had no other choice as Boss Shen-Tian appeared. So what if I am obstinate and unruly? I just can't defeat him. Even if I continued hanging in there, I would only be beaten up. Ancestor, you haven't seen how much of a monster Boss is. He's simply not human. The sacred Battle Tark waved his hand and said, "Little monkey, enough. You're just too weak. I'll teach you the Battle Imperial Sutra properly and let you understand just how powerful the sacred Battle Ape race is. The sacred Battle Apes have always comprehended our Tao through battling. Even heaven and earth cannot make us submit." The sacred Battle Tark was prepared to thoroughly reform Chi-Jan. He could not allow Chi-Jan to disgrace the sacred Battle Ape race. He waved his hand and took out a golden banana. It was dazzling and shining brightly. Once that banana appeared, dense vitality surged out like a tide. Chi-John widened his eyes as he stared straight at that banana. He could not take his eyes off it all. That banana was extremely tempting. It could improve his foundation and increase his strength greatly. The sacred battle tark said as he glowed with pride, "This is the immortal banana herb. It is a tark herb and extremely useful to sacred battle apes. I'll give it to you as long as you cultivate the Battle Imperial Sutra to a high level." He did that to motivate Chi-John. One would only be motivated if there was a target. With the tark herb as a reward, Chi-John would naturally try his best to cultivate. Chi-John was delighted as he replied, "Thank you, ancestor. I'll definitely try my best in cultivating." The temptation of the tark herb was simply irresistible. He could not refuse at all. The sacred battle tark nodded in satisfaction. A shred of regret could be seen in his eyes. "It's a pity that I did not find the immortal peach herb. It's really my lifelong regret that I did not obtain it. The taste of a peach is much more delicious than a banana." Until now, the sacred battle tark was still thinking of eating the immortal peach herb. It was not only because the effects of the immortal peach herb were more powerful than the immortal banana herb. More importantly, it was because the sacred battle tark liked eating peaches more than bananas. Chi-John nodded. He completely agreed with the sacred battle tark's words. There was no monkey that did not like eating peaches. Even bananas would lose when being compared to peaches. Shen Tian raised his brows and asked, "Senior Tark, do you mean this?" After that, Shen Tian took out a peach. Heavenly aura surrounded the peach. That peach looked so juicy and fresh. It emitted a rich fragrance and dense life force. "What? It's actually the immortal peach herb?" The sacred battle tark's pupils instantly enlarged as he stared straight at the immortal peach herb without blinking. He could not help but gulp down his saliva. Chi-John was also the same. He could not take his eyes off the peach as he coveted it. Monkeys loved peaches the most. Not to mention a peach that was on the level of a tark herb, no monkeys would be able to refuse. The sacred battle tark's expression instantly changed. He smiled and said, "Kid, are you willing to trade that immortal peach herb with me? I could give you the Battle Imperial Sutra in exchange." The immortal peach herb was so tempting that even a tark was visibly moved. Chi-John was stunned. "Ancestor, didn't you say that the Battle Imperial Sutra could not be taught to outsiders?" The sacred battle tark glared at Chi-John as his face turned red. Cough, cough. "Well, isn't he your boss? Since he's your boss, he's not counted as an outsider. I'm originally broad-minded, so I won't be so inflexible. Kid, what do you think?" The sacred battle tark looked at Shen Tian with eyes filled with hope. "It's the immortal peach herb, the immortal peach herb. I've searched for it for 10,000 years but still failed to obtain it. Now that it's right in front of my eyes, how could I miss this chance?" Therefore, he had thought of using the Battle Imperial Sutra to exchange for the immortal peach herb. Surprisingly, Shen Tian shook his head. "Senior Tark, I have other uses for the immortal peach herb. I need to refine it into a pill." The sacred battle tark was instantly enraged when he heard those words. "What? Refine it into a pill? Ridiculous, how ridiculous. You're simply recklessly wasting such a precious herb. It's blasphemy against the peaches to use the immortal peach herb as a pill ingredient." From the sacred battle tark's point of view, there was no pill more delicious than the peach. Such a pretty peach, isn't it better to just eat it fresh? However, Shen Tian was resolute as he replied, "If I refine the immortal peach herb into a pill, its value will be doubled." Huang Shi had bestowed that immortal peach herb to refine the chaotic sky-mending pill. He would still have to give one of the chaotic sky-mending pills to Huang Shi. Naturally, Shen Tian would not use it in exchange for an Imperial Sutra. Also, from Shen Tian's point of view, the Imperial Sutra's value could not be compared to the immortal peach herb at all. The sacred battle tark scratched his head in anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. If the current sacred battle tark was not just a remnant consciousness, he might even be unable to resist and snatch it from Shen Tian. The immortal peach herb's temptation was just too irresistible. Even the immortal banana herb in his hands seemed tasteless. However, he could not really make a move on Shen Tian as he would not be able to eat the immortal peach herb even if he obtained the immortal peach herb. He was just a remnant consciousness, so how could he eat the peach? He would not do something like that either, as he still had his dignity as a Tark. He did not have the face to snatch from a junior. Not to mention Shen Tian was also a junior that was on good terms with his descendant. After the sacred battle Tark pondered deeply, He still made a suggestion. "How about I use this Battle Imperial Sutra and Immortal Banana Herb to exchange for your Immortal Peach Herb? Both of them are Tark herbs, 1 for 1, and I'm also throwing in an Imperial Sutra. It's definitely a good deal for you." The Sacred Battle Tark pretended to be upset. It was as if the trade was a huge loss for him. However, Shen Tian still refused. "Senior Tark, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need those things. Also, if I remember correctly, the effects of the Immortal Banana Herb cannot be compared to the Immortal Peach Herb at all." Shen Tian glanced at the Sacred Battle Tark as he murmured to himself. "This old monkey is really sly. Did he really think that I don't know anything because I'm young? And he still wants to sweet-talk me into giving him the Immortal Peach Herb? Dream on."